Chapter 1082. The investment team once again set their sights on the snack street. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from the game. May 30th, Wednesday. Fuhui Capital. Leisure is thinking about Starboard Fitness. He has talked to Chongyu of Uda Technology, and the two sides hit it off and felt that they could carry out in-depth cooperation on this project. For Chongyu, although Guoliqing's managed gym is his first cooperation target, the managed gym has limited capacity after all and cannot accommodate so many smart fitness clothes drying racks. Before, it was not sure whether the smart fitness clothes drying rack could make money, so the foundry could not invest too many production lines. Now that it has made money and is fully put into production, the monthly output has reached nearly 10,000 units. If you are willing to invest money to open a new production line, it is not difficult to reach 20,000 units or even higher. And each managed gym needs only 10 smart fitness clothes drying racks. After all, the space in the gym is limited, and a lot of space must be reserved for the strength area, other professional equipment, and aerobic equipment such as treadmills and elliptical machines, as well as yoga rooms, exercise rooms, etc., which cannot be saved. The 10 devices in each hosted gym are actually completely unable to absorb the production capacity of the smart fitness clothes drying rack. It is impossible for a managed gym to open 100 new stores every month, right? Therefore, this business must also be done with other gyms. Chongyu and Guoliqing are not worried that this will affect the business of managed gyms, because the core competitiveness of managed gyms does not lie in this. The entry of smart fitness clothes racks into major gyms will not only bring more player groups and income to Fitness Battle, but also be equivalent to a live advertisement for Tenda Group and Uda Technology. Once rolled out, there will be extremely considerable long-term benefits in the future. Therefore, Chongyu also intends to use Starboard Fitness to test the waters to see whether smart fitness clothes racks will be popular in ordinary gyms, thereby starting large-scale procurement business for large chain gyms. Once this path is proven to work, those large chain gyms will have at least hundreds of stores across the country, and the number of smart fitness clothes racks purchased will be extremely amazing. Putting smart fitness clothes racks in the stores of these chain gyms will attract members of these gyms to try and experience them, and some of them will choose to buy one and keep it at home, which will greatly expand the customer base. In other words, cooperating with gym chains is actually a process of business expansion and advertising, and the effect will definitely be much better than simply promoting it online. For leisure, Starboard Fitness is obviously another typical case of freeloading. If it succeeds this time, he can not only get freeloading from Tenda, but also snatch part of the business of those large chain gyms. When Starboard Fitness develops, his investment will definitely get extremely rich returns. For the first batch of more than 100 smart fitness clothes drying racks, Chongyu decided to directly use the next batch of spot supplies. He also wanted to see as soon as possible whether the smart fitness clothes drying racks can be successful in traditional gyms. Recently, Starboard Fitness has also begun to adjust the layout of various stores, and has advertised to its members through flyers and advertising billboards. The fastest is to wait until the weekend when the batch of smart fitness clothes drying racks arrive, and then they can be directly opened for experience. Once this model is popular, leisure will consider joining other investors to continue to invest money to help Starboard Fitness open more stores, continue to purchase smart fitness clothes drying racks on a large scale, and expand as much as possible in the short term with this unique advantage. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office, and Shuizhabin pushed the door in. "Mr. Li, I understand clearly that Tenda is indeed interested in purchasing or long-term renting the shops on the street near the Jingji hostel, and it seems that they have issued an ultimatum yesterday, either long-term rent or sell. For shops that do not cooperate, the food street will choose to bypass them directly. The situation over there is quite chaotic now. The shop owners are talking about cooperation, but in fact they are all making their own calculations. As far as I know, several shops have signed contracts with Tenda, Shuizhabin told him everything he knew. Li Shi couldn't help but cheer up. Very good. It's exactly what I expected. It seems that we only talked about long-term lease before, but now there is an additional purchase plan. It must be that President Pei has provided a large amount of funds. This is enough to prove that President Pei actually attaches great importance to this place. When the snack market just started construction, Li Shi had already grasped the news, but he had no good idea about how to drink this soup. Because there are many shops around the snack market, but they are all in a half-dead state. If the place to buy is just staggered with the direction of Tengda's development, wouldn't it be a big loss? But now, the goal has become quite clear. Obviously, Tengda's goal is to connect the snack market and Jingji Hostel through a snack street that is more than 1 kilometer long to form a linkage. In this way, tourists can walk all the way to the snack market along the snack street at night after visiting Jingji Hostel and enjoy all kinds of food. It is said that there are also new large-scale projects under construction inside Jingji Hostel, so that the entire surrounding economy will inevitably be further revitalized. As for those shops that charge exorbitant prices, Tengda has apparently come up with a solution. Human greed is endless. We must not blindly satisfy these shops. Otherwise, if the first one succeeds in raising the price, the others will follow suit. We will have to argue with every shop, and this matter will never end. Tengda has a unified price for all shops, and provides 2 options, long-term rental and purchase. The price is already generous enough. If this is not Tengda's project, Li Shi must think that renting is much more cost-effective. Because funds have time value, as long as the shop owners do not squander the money, but choose to use the money to make more promising investments, the income generated in 10 years will definitely be much greater than 50%. But this is Tengda's project, it's different. The rate of return of Tengda's project cannot be measured by a simple number. But the shop owners may not understand this truth, because they are not as convinced of Tengda's business myth as Mr. Li. Strictly speaking, the joint price increase of these bosses is more like a short-sighted behavior. For the joint price increase of the bosses, Tengda also gave a solution, which is to differentiate them. The original plan was to have a direct route from the snack market to the Jingji Hotel. Many shop owners on this route thought that Tengda would take over their shops at any cost, so they were naturally fearless. But now Tengda has changed its mind and will choose multiple routes and finally finalize one based on the actual situation. The snack street may turn around and bypass some shops. In this way, shops that originally had no chance to enter the snack street are also within the scope of consideration. In order to get this opportunity, these shops will definitely compete to sign a contract with Tengda. Shops that were originally in a straight line distance may get nothing. In this case, it is impossible for the shop owners to unite closely. After all, one mistake means hundreds of thousands of dollars are gone, and most small bosses don't have the courage to do so. Moreover, it is said that Tengda has added a plan to directly buy shops on the basis of the original long-term lease. This is enough to show that this matter has alarmed President Pei, and President Pei has allocated a large amount of additional funds. Li Shi feels that the opportunity has come. He immediately said, "We will also buy shops nearby. However, we are different from Tengda, we only buy, not rent. Also, we will not compete with Tengda. After Tengda's route is determined, we will find those shops that were eliminated and buy them at a relatively favorable price. I think, a 40% premium should be fine." Tengda's proposal is a 50% premium, but there will definitely be only one final route for the snack street, and many nearby shops will be eliminated. The owners of these shops will most likely regret it. Of course, there are bosses who are very confident in themselves and think they can make a career next to the food street, but there are definitely bosses who missed the opportunity and failed to sell their shops because of hesitation. Li Shi and other investors will find these people and buy them at a high price. For a shop that has been determined not to be on the food street, this premium is actually very considerable, and someone will definitely sell it. After buying it, Leisure will draw professional talents from other industries he has invested in, such as chain internet cafes, bars, coffee shops, etc. to be responsible for these stores. Moreover, Leisure can also choose to rent some shops to Tenda at a low price and sign a long-term contract. Although the food street can only cover one street at first, if the flow of people continues to grow in the future, what if the food street needs to expand? Moreover, Mr. Li's face is completely different from those shop owners. Most of those shop owners have no resources and no ability, and they have rejected Tenda's kindness. Tenda will definitely not cooperate with them. But Leisure has resources and a good relationship with President Pei. The cooperation between the two sides is quite pleasant. Even if he can't get a food street internal store, it will be no problem to get a food street cooperative store. As long as he has the approval of Tenda, it will be no problem to get a share of the food street. Tenda has no reason to reject this proposal, because Leisure and other investors bought the stores around the food street, and Tenda can't take all these stores. Instead of cooperating with shop owners who are unknown, have no resources and capabilities, why not cooperate with Leisure, an old acquaintance? And what Leisure cares most about is actually the appreciation potential of these shops many years later. Those shop owners may have doubts about this and cannot wait that long, but Leisure will never doubt it. Shuizhabin nodded. Okay, then I will notify other investors now. Chapter 1083 Countermeasures of Traditional Express Companies. May 31st, Thursday. Shanghai Xingyun Express Group Headquarters. Xingyun Express Group is the current leader of the domestic express delivery industry, occupying half of the express delivery business. It basically covers all cities above the prefecture level and cities above the county level in developed areas across the country, especially in the surrounding areas of Shanghai, basically achieving the goal of no blind spots in delivery, and even has begun internal testing of overseas shopping and transportation services. However, Xingyun Express's reputation is not very good. The company has been established for nearly 20 years. Its rapid development and growth is mainly due to the franchise strategy. When the growth rate of the entire express delivery industry remains high, this has great advantages for quickly gaining market share. However, with the slowdown of industry growth and the advancement of the company's development stage, after the end of the extensive growth era, the era of refined management has arrived, and the disadvantages of this franchise system have gradually become prominent. On the one hand, the network has many levels and is difficult to manage. Many franchisees are powerful, and it is difficult to effectively execute the headquarters instructions. The uneven quality of services may affect the terminal's service evaluation. On the other hand, the proportion of self-operated transfer centers is relatively low, which will also reduce efficiency to a certain extent and extend the time of express delivery. Xingyun Express Group is a behemoth, and even within the company, there are 3 or 4 different express business brands, and there is a certain competitive relationship between them. And how to solve these problems is the most troublesome thing for Xingyun Express in recent years. At this time, several senior executives of Xingyun Express are meeting to discuss some issues in Xingyun Express's development planning. The chairman of Xingyun Express is Nye Yunsheng, but he cannot fully control the entire group. Although several major shareholders and several company executives who are his fellow villagers and friends will support him in most cases, they often have some different opinions. Therefore, if you want the entire group company to develop in the direction you expect, you need a lot of meetings to unify the internal thoughts. At this time, the meeting has entered the final stage, and the major proposals have basically been discussed. A company vice president said, "Mr. Nya, everyone, I have sorted out a set of materials and distributed them to everyone about Tenda's Nifeng Logistics preparing to build an air transport route. Mr. Nya, how should we deal with this matter?" Although Nifeng Logistics officially prepared for the air transport route 2 months later, LV Mingliang has already done some simple preparations and publicity. For example, distribute a few flyers when delivering express packages, set up some display boards at the Nifeng station for publicity, etc. Because the express delivery business is not like other businesses, time waits for no one. If you wait until the air transport business is fully prepared before promoting and guiding customers to use it, it will be too late, and the first few flights will definitely not be able to carry much cargo. It is necessary to promote in advance in the areas covered by Nifeng Station, so that when the cross-city express delivery business is opened, a large number of orders can be received. Therefore, this news naturally spread to Qingshan Express. The vice president has summarized all the relevant situations into a report. Nifeng Logistics currently takes the last-mile express delivery business as its main goal, and Qingshan Express has always maintained a close cooperative relationship with it. At present, Nifeng Station is rapidly expanding in the 4 cities of Jingzhou, Daidu, Modu, and Yongqing and the surrounding areas, and the number of stores is growing rapidly. Although in terms of overall scale, it is still not comparable to the industry leader Qingshan Express, but after the cross-city express delivery business of Nifeng Logistics is opened, it will inevitably pose a certain threat to Qingshan Express. So Qingshan Express must respond as soon as possible and consider countermeasures. Nia Yunqing has read the report, and his face is a little serious. This is completely within our expectations. Nifeng Logistics has been making huge losses and helping us do the dirty work. It is impossible to say that they have no other purpose. Now they want to do cross-city logistics, which is also reasonable. Backed by Tenda Group, their goal is definitely to focus on these 4 cities. Through the advantages of Nifeng Station, they will first open up the market from the high-end population in big cities with high-quality services, and form a misaligned competition with us. It has to be said that this business model is still a certain threat to us. And we don't have many ways. The density of Nifeng Station in these cities is already very high, and the delivery experience is completely better than ours. This is burned with real money. It is unlikely that we will adopt a similar model. What do you think? A vice president said, should we join forces with other express companies to ban it? Just like Qilu Express at the beginning. Obviously, this is the simplest and most effective way. Qingshan Express has done this kind of thing a long time ago, and it succeeded. A year ago, a courier company called Qilu Express developed rapidly and targeted the sinking market in the central and western regions. With its good relationship with e-commerce platforms and a price that is 1.5 yuan cheaper per order than Qingshan Express, it became a disruptor backed by a big tree. Qilu Express attaches great importance to the sinking market. It has printed earthy slogans like "The higher the mountain, the longer the road." Qilu Express will not be perfunctory on the walls of thousands of towns and villages, and declared that it is prepared for 2 consecutive years of losses. It is coming with great momentum. Therefore, Qingshan Express issued the notice on the prohibition of acting as an agent for Qilu business and the notice on the penalty of acting as an agent for Qilu business, requiring the group company not to act as an agent for Qilu Express business for any reason or in any form at both ends of the collection and delivery, and imposed fines on the branches that violated the regulations. Under this heavy pressure, Qilu Express quickly fell into a slump due to its low profit margin and chaotic internal management, lost the trust of investors, and quickly left the market. It is currently in a half-dead state. So when faced with the threat of adverse logistics, the first reaction of the senior executive of Qingshan Express was to ban it. But another vice president immediately spoke out against it. This is not good. There are some differences between Nifeng Logistics and Qilu Express. Qilu Express is a complete competitor to us, and Nifeng Logistics has maintained close cooperation with us before. Even in the 4 regions of Jingzhou, Imperial Capital, Magic City, and Guangzhou, Nifeng Station has actually become the last link in our distribution. Although we will give some profits to Nifeng Station for each express delivery, we no longer need to deliver the express to the door, which saves a lot of labor costs, and the delivery efficiency and revenue are significantly increased. If we completely ban Nifeng Logistics, then Nifeng Logistics will inevitably ban our express delivery in turn. Once the two sides tear each other apart, it will also be a huge loss for our daily business. What's more, the cross-city express delivery business of Nifeng Logistics has not yet been fully developed. Even if it is developed, it is mainly in the high-end market of cross-city air transportation, which is somewhat misaligned with our business. It is a bit of an overreaction to ban it now. I think it is inappropriate. Another senior executive also agreed, I think so too. Another point is also very important, that is, Nifeng Logistics is different from Qilu Express, and their actual risk tolerance is completely different. The rise of Qilu Express was favored by some big capital, but after we banned it, their express delivery business stagnated. These big capitals lost confidence in Qilu Express, so Qilu Express declined quickly. But Nifeng Logistics is different from Qilu Express. Feng Logistics completely relies on Tenda. It has been losing money for more than a year since its establishment, but the stores are still opening continuously. This shows that the top management of Tenda Group attaches great importance to the business of Nifeng Station. It was already losing money, and being banned will only make it continue to lose money. With the support of Tenda's top management, it is impossible for Nifeng Logistics to be seriously injured. On the contrary, it will make them put all their energy into their own express delivery business. Relying on the advantage of a large number of stores to fight us, it is really a bit of a loss. To put it simply, the barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. It is not a wise move to use the ban method. Everyone talked at once, and there was no consensus at all, because after such a long period of development, Nifeng Logistics is not actually in absolute competition with these traditional express delivery companies, but a dual relationship of cooperation and competition. In many areas, Xingyun Express couriers have become accustomed to throwing express parcels to Nifeng Station and leaving, and the delivery efficiency has increased many times. In order to save costs, many outlets have made personnel adjustments and laid off some unnecessary couriers. If Nifeng Logistics is blocked rashly, these express parcels will either be delivered directly to the door or a large number of new collection points will be found. The former is obviously unrealistic in the case of insufficient personnel, and the latter cannot be completed in the short term. Seeing that everyone had almost finished discussing, Nia Yunqing knocked on the table lightly. Okay, let me say a few words. We expected that Nifeng Logistics would start its own express delivery business, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Of course, as a potential competitor, Nifeng Logistics is a new model that must be guarded against. But to ban it immediately is obviously an overreaction. Even if we want to ban it, we have to find an alternative to Nifeng Station before we can break off relations. It seems that the solution to the last mile that we have been planning before must be implemented as soon as possible. Especially in the areas covered by Nifeng Station, we must get rid of our dependence on Nifeng Station as soon as possible. As the leader of the express delivery industry, Xingyun Express has obviously thought about how to solve the problem of the last mile. No matter how you think about it, there are only two more economical solutions in the end, either to build express lockers or to build stores. But they can't deliver express to the door like Nifeng Station, because the labor cost required is too high. It's not that they can't afford the cost, but they must ensure profits. This kind of unprofitable and even money-losing thing, not to mention that the senior management of Xingyun Express disagrees, those big franchisees will definitely find ways to oppose it and will not fully cooperate. In the end, the plan of forcibly learning from Nifeng Station is mostly unimplementable. The express lockers and the stations that don't deliver to the door are definitely not as good as Nifeng Station in terms of experience, but Xingyun Express also has its own advantages, cheap express delivery fees and more cities covered by stations. Cheap express delivery fees mean that many e-commerce merchants will default to Xingyun Express in order to reduce costs, and many customers who are more sensitive to prices will also sacrifice some experience to choose Xingyun Express. Moreover, the express delivery cabinet plan is profitable, and with large amounts of money invested, progress will be very fast. After these two plans are implemented, Xingyun Express will be able to gradually get rid of its dependence on Nifeng Station in certain specific cities. At that time, it will take measures according to the situation, and it will be more confident. Most of the senior executives present basically agreed with this view. Nie Yunxing finally made the decision, okay, let's do it. Don't alarm Nifeng Logistics for now, and carry out business cooperation normally. At the same time, we will also invest in a large number of express cabinets across the country, especially in areas with a high coverage rate of Nifeng Station, and gradually establish our own last-mile solution. Of course, we can set up some pilot projects in the early stage, and observe in places with and without Nifeng Station to see how customers actually respond. We must attach great importance to this matter. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1084, The Inspiration Class Works. Update. Afternoon. Seeing that the weekend was approaching, Pei Qian briefly reviewed the current situation of various industries in the office. The new projects of departments such as Tenda Games, Shangyang Games, O2 Technology, and Feihuang Studio have all been launched and have received good reviews. It feels a bit difficult to save. Physical industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeout, Nifeng Logistics, Managed Gym, Sloth Apartment, as well as departments such as Rabbit Tail Live and Yuan Ming Venture Capital are still expanding according to the original plan, and there is no major move worth mentioning. However, as the end of the settlement is approaching, some departments are still finishing their work and there seems to be some possibility of saving it. For example, according to the previous plan, the decoration of the snack market is almost completed, and it is expected to be officially opened at the end of next month. Tingda's large experience store is also currently in full swing. According to the original plan, it will start trial operation on the 10th of next month and officially open on the 24th after the large screen is installed. Qingshan Studio plans to produce finished VR glasses at the end of July and install a demo of Animal Island 4 experience. The official launch of the game may be delayed by about 2 months. Because Qingshan Studio is not directly controlled by Tenda, the system control is relatively loose, and there is no strict requirement that a formal product must be launched before settlement. Therefore, Pei Qian is not very concerned about the construction period here. Even if he is worried about making money, it will be a matter of the next cycle. In addition, the roller coaster project of Jingji Hotel has been under construction and the construction period is relatively long. It is expected to take at least 4 or 5 months to complete. Pei Qian is considering that if there is money left at the end of this cycle, he can temporarily invest more in this roller coaster project and let it consume as much funds as possible without seriously affecting the construction period. In addition, Pei Qian has also planned a way to spend money in this cycle. Since the 515 Game Festival money-burning war was beaten by Tenda and made them a little dizzy, Zhito Company and Longyu Group have been in a dormant state. They are not anxious, but Pei Qian is anxious. Since they were not spending money, Pei Qian would definitely have to do something to stimulate them and make them continue to spend money. This would avoid triggering the system's warning and allow him to continue the price war legitimately. Pei Qian chose the date of the end of June. This period is the summer promotion of many American companies. Finger Company will definitely launch a series of preferential activities at this special time, otherwise it will appear too unsociable and will be scolded by overseas players. And what Pei Qian has to do is to start the summer promotion a few days in advance. Opening the summer promotion first and offering various generous benefits, how can Finger Company not follow? How can it be embarrassed to give less discounts? It must bite its teeth and suppress Tenda when the summer promotion officially starts. so Pei Qian can launch a series of new benefits, and both sides will happily burn. Of course, the new benefits launched in the second batch will definitely not affect the initial benefits. They should not overlap with each other, so as not to affect the interests of the first batch of players. Pei Qian has already planned it happily, and is waiting to show his strength at that time. Sometimes Pei Qian often sighs and thanks God for giving him Finger Company and Diak Group. If these two companies did not exist, GOG would definitely quickly occupy the global MOBA game market. At that time, even if Pei Qian wanted to burn money, he would not be able to find a rival. How uncomfortable it would be. After sorting out the current situation, Pei Qian unexpectedly found that the situation in this cycle did not seem to be out of control and was still acceptable. Although Mission and Choice became popular, Buddha Technology's new mobile phones and smart fitness clothes drying racks were also sold out, and Tingda's various departments were also developing in full swing. But there is still hope for losses. Pei Qian felt that this represented his own growth. Looking back at the first few settlement cycles, often before the end of the month, the fate of making money was already determined. Pei Qian was like a salted fish that could not turn over, waiting for the arrival of the final judgment. But now, the salted fish can try hard to turn over. It's really gratifying. Pei Qian continued to look through the latest developments of various departments, and suddenly found a department that he had not paid attention to for a while. And Chinese network. In order to further wear down the fighting spirit of the authors and reduce the content output of N Chinese network, Pei Qian specially opened an inspiration class. The big TV, a large number of movies and games, a comfortable single sofa, and the separated inspiration collection area and work area are all tempting the salted fish in the hearts of the authors to move. After this inspiration class was officially opened, Pei Qian did not pay too much attention to it. On the one hand, compared with other departments, the profitability of the Chinese terminal website was not at the top, so it was not worth Pei Qian's attention. On the other hand, with the very slow writing speed of these authors in the inspiration class, it would be good if they could write 400,000 words in 3 months. And it would take at least 3 or 4 months for a book to become popular, which was a long period, so there was no point in keeping an eye on it. Pei Qian looked at the date. This inspiration class was opened in early February. Now it is the end of May, which is just the right time. The inspiration class has a word count requirement for the length of the novels written by these authors. It won't be too long, so the approximate creation time can be estimated. Those who write faster may be close to the end of the book, those who write slower may at least be halfway through. Therefore, Pei Qian thought he could learn more about the details of this inspiration class. Maybe there will be a surprise? Pei Qian also specially collected the new books opened by several authors at that time, so he immediately opened the long-standing Chinese terminal website app to check. As soon as he opened the details page of the first book, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Why are the data so bleak? Whether it is the data such as recommendation votes and monthly votes, or the data of rewards, comments, and other data, even the number of updated words, they are all very bleak. In the past, this author was often in the top 3 of the category list, but now he has fallen out of the top 10, which shows how badly the data has fallen. He opened 4 or 5 books in a row, and the situation was almost the same. The one with the best data is Eternal Reincarnation, an official novel based on the background of Turning Back is Not a Way Back. The data of this book ranks in the top 5 in the fantasy novel area, and hovers around 20th or 30th in the entire site. Even so, it is the best result achieved by the authors of the inspiration class. Pei Qian flipped through the comments section of these books and read the reader's feedback, and immediately smiled knowingly. Because these authors were good at writing online novels before, and now they suddenly changed to this compact form, many authors are actually not used to it, because their previous writing experience is difficult to use. And the slow update speed makes most readers unbearable. If an online novel has 4,000 updates a day, it will be very painful for readers to follow, but if the quality is good, it is barely acceptable. But if it has 1,000 updates a day, it will be a disaster. Unless the quality is too good, people will read it even if it is updated monthly. But obviously these authors of the inspiration class can't do this. Therefore, the performance of these books is not good, and some of the authors seem to have been hit hard. In the author's message, they said that they will go back to continue writing the subject matter they are good at after the book is finished. In addition, Pei Qian also took a look at Cui Geng's new book successor and found that the performance of this book was slightly worse than Eternal Reincarnation, ranking around 40th in the entire site. For Cui Geng, who had once topped the Chinese website of The End Point, a ranking of around 40th was obviously a rather unacceptable result. After all, N Chinese Network is different from big websites like Infinite Chinese Network. Relatively speaking, the readership and author groups are relatively small. For the 50th place, the data of the book may be 10 times smaller than Cui Geng's previous books. Pei Qian read them all and was more optimistic than he could imagine. If judged by the standards of online literature, the creations of these inspiration class authors can basically be said to have ended in complete failure. Shouldn't President Pei come forward to comfort the authors' wounded hearts? Pei Qian immediately decided to go to the inspiration class. Although the authors of the inspiration class wrote books that were bought out and made a lot of money, many authors no longer wanted to continue writing. For many authors, the loneliness of writing books that no one reads is far more terrible than making less money. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that he should comfort them again and strengthen the confidence of these authors to continue writing. Even if some of them left, some of them had to stay. Otherwise, such a good inspiration class would be empty in the future and no one would come again. How could it work? Chapter 1085 Film and TV Adaptation Plan for the Works of the Inspiration Class. More than half an hour later, Pei Qian arrived at the location of the inspiration class of the N Chinese website. The study class and the inspiration class are on 2 different floors. Pei Qian went to the study class first to take a look. At the beginning, the study class had only 1 room, and later it was expanded to 3 rooms. Now, all 3 rooms are overcrowded. From the door, you can hear the sound of mechanical keyboard typing one after another, like a cheerful ocean of crisp knocking sounds. Most of the authors here are new faces, but their expressions are very focused and look very excited. They seem to be eager to turn the stories in their minds into words. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. This study class has cultivated countless core authors for the N Chinese website. Although this income is not worth mentioning for the current size of Tenda, the entire N Chinese website's library is constantly enriching, and the author group and reader group are also constantly expanding. Over time, the possibility of a hit book will also be greatly increased. Pei Qian did not disturb these authors, but continued to go upstairs to the floor where the inspiration class was located. This floor was much quieter. Pei Qian only heard the sound of someone typing, and it was intermittent, showing that he was having a hard time holding back. The inspiration class has 3 areas, namely the inspiration collection area, the work area, and the large audiovisual room. The inspiration collection area and the work area have a long conference table, which is occasionally used for meetings or brainstorming. In the inspiration collection area, each author has a single sofa, a TV, and a game console. The light in the entire space is dim, and each person's sofa is equipped with a reading light. You can read novels, comics, movies, and play games. The entire room of the large audiovisual room is soundproofed, and there are cinema-level projectors and audio equipment inside. Authors can order videos on demand and make appointments. The inspiration class initially had only a dozen people, but then it expanded gradually, and the total number reached 25. These 25 people are basically the top authors of the N Chinese website some time ago, and they are ranked in various sections. Now, there are only about 10 people in the inspiration collection area. Some of them are playing games, some are watching movies, and some are reading under the reading lights. Because they are all wearing headphones, it is very quiet. Only the sound of turning pages and pressing buttons on the handle can be heard occasionally. There were 2 authors in the work area. One of them put his hands on the keyboard and typed a few words every once in a while the other one was staring at the computer screen with one hand on his chin, wondering what he was thinking about. As for where the other half of the authors went, they were obviously watching a movie in the audiovisual room. Although the entire audiovisual room was soundproofed and would not affect the inspiration collection area and the work area, sounds could still be vaguely heard outside the door of the audiovisual room. It seemed that a very tense war movie was being played inside, and fierce gunfire was heard. Pei Qian was so relieved. Look. Compared with the study class, the difference was obvious. The authors in the study class were all typing away, while the inspiration class was all seriously collecting inspiration. There were only 2 people in the work area, and they were all in a daze. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, the idea of the inspiration class was his own, and it turned out to be very effective. Everyone was very focused, and no one noticed Pei Qian's arrival. After all, there are no restrictions on the inspiration class. It doesn't matter if you are late, leave early, or don't come for 2 or 3 days in a row. Usually, authors often move around when they go to the bookshelf to find books, game discs, or go to the toilet. Everyone has become accustomed to it. Pei Qian found a place to sit in the work area. The 2 authors were concentrating on their own work and didn't notice him. After waiting for a while, the movie in the audiovisual room was over, and the authors came out one after another. Several authors were discussing the plot of the movie in a low voice, but they were obviously not very interested, and they returned to their seats. Pei Qian saw that these authors were very confused now, and it was time for him to give them some advice. Chui Gong followed the crowd in, and turned his head subconsciously, just in time to see President Pei sitting in the seat in the work area, looking at the authors with a smile. President Pei? Chui Gong's voice made others turn their heads, and then the authors showed ashamed expressions on their faces. Oh no, President Pei caught us. When they first came to this inspiration class, most of the authors were in a state of high morale. Although they were buying out their work, they must be eager to make a name for themselves with such good conditions. But as they wrote, they found that they were a little overwhelmed. The more good works they read and the more inspiration they accumulated, the more they felt that their writing was rubbish, and naturally they wrote slower and slower, and the more they wrote, the less state they had. Over time, I have degenerated into my current state of being a lazy fish. I work 8 hours a day, and spend 7 hours watching movies, reading novels, and playing games to accumulate materials or conceive plots, like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's good if I can spend 1 hour typing. If we had known that Mr. Pei was coming, we would have prepared carefully and put ourselves in the best mental state. After all, Mr. Pei arranged such a good working environment for me and prepared such generous treatment. As a result, I not only did not write any particularly wonderful works, but I also did not maintain the most basic creative enthusiasm. How could I live up to Mr. Pei's kindness? Pei Qian smiled and said, "If you have time, can you put aside your work and chat together?" Everyone nodded quickly. Most of their time now is spent on collecting materials. There is very little time to maintain a high level of concentration for creation, so there is no work at hand. There is a long table next to them, and everyone sat down quickly. The authors who could not sit down pulled chairs from the work area nearby and gathered around. Many authors were very nervous and felt that they were caught by Mr. Pei. Even if Mr. Pei did not blame them, he would definitely make some adjustments to the form of the inspiration class. After all, it costs a lot of money to maintain this inspiration class, not to mention the cost of the entire venue and daily expenses. The author's articles are bought out at high prices. As a result, some novels of this quality are produced, which certainly cannot satisfy President Pei. Some authors were so ashamed that they wanted to pat their chests and promised to President Pei that they would stop being lazy and write seriously. Even if they had to work themselves to death, they would write a classic. Some authors were determined to admit their mistakes to President Pei, quit the inspiration class, and go back to their old ways. They were not cut out for this and did not want to waste President Pei's kindness. Pei Qian looked around at everyone and said with a smile, "It has been 3 or 4 months since the inspiration class was opened. I have seen everyone's efforts during this period. I think the inspiration class is very successful and has fully met my expectations." Everyone was petrified. Ah? Is it okay to have fully met expectations? Don't we know what kind of people we are now? What kind of very successful is this? This made the authors who wanted to seriously repent and admit their mistakes fall into a collective silence, and they didn't know how to respond for a while. Chui Geng said weakly, "To be honest, President Pei, most of the authors in the inspiration class are not doing well, including me. Moreover, our results have not met expectations at all." Of all the authors here, Chui Geng and President Pei are the most familiar with each other, so naturally only Chui Geng can speak such a big truth. Pei Qian waved his hand, "Of course I know this. But this is all normal. You are in the exploratory stage of transformation, so a little pain is normal. The writing methods of a story with millions of words are completely different from that of a story with hundreds of thousands of words. You are starting from scratch, so how can you succeed all at once? When you first started writing online novels, you didn't succeed with the first one, right? You must have accumulated millions of words at least. The same is true for the creation of the inspiration class. If there was no inspiration class, you might never touch this subject in your life, right? As for the results, to be honest, being able to write such a slow update word count and such unpopular content on an online novel website and rank in the top 50 on the entire network, doesn't this just highlight your strong foundation? Pei's words made the authors a little confused. According to Pei's meaning. So what we wrote is actually very good. It has to be said that people are very susceptible to external hints and guidance. If a large number of people go to the book review area and say that this book is rubbish, the author will doubt himself and will not dare to write many of the content he originally thought of, or even want to give up. But if many people encourage him, saying that although the data of this book is not good, the content is very exciting, the author will be encouraged and even bolder to try some new plot designs and ideas. Although only Mr. Pei gave such a high evaluation, and most traditional online readers are not optimistic about these works, but that is Mr. Pei. A compliment from Mr. Pei can at least offset the criticism of 10,000 readers, right? So, the authors quietly ignited some confidence in their hearts. Many people had the illusion that what I wrote is actually okay. Pei Qian smiled slightly, and it seemed that his great deception skills had improved. In the past, he only deceived one person at a time, but now he can deceive a group of people, and the effect is not bad. But he can't be satisfied now, and he has to strike while the iron is hot. Pei Qian paused for a moment, letting the authors calm down, and then continued, "In order to consolidate the results of this stage of the inspiration class, and also to support and commend outstanding authors, I decided to select the top 3 authors of this inspiration class and give them rewards. For the book Eternal Reincarnation, I will arrange for the game department to develop a large expansion pack for Turning Back as the Shore, using the content of Eternal Reincarnation as the story background. The author can participate in the production throughout the process and make his own suggestions for any details in the game. Chui Geng's successor is a superhero theme. I will entrust Fei Huang Studio to shoot a web drama. Similarly, the author can also participate in the whole process and make his own suggestions. There is one last book. The book Agent Academy is a story based on GOG, but it is more relaxed, humorous, and a little bit spoof. I think the form of animation will be more suitable. So, I will let Fei Huang Studio acquire an additional animation studio and animate Agent Academy as the first work of this animation studio. Moreover, the author can get 15% of all the profits obtained after the adaptation. All the works of the inspiration class have already paid a buyout fee higher than the market price. It stands to reason that this share is completely unnecessary. But Pei Qian will definitely not miss this opportunity to spend more money, so he gave a very generous share ratio. For the first two works, Pei Qian paid more attention, and the third one was just to make up the numbers. This book Agent Academy is a work based on GOG, but it does not describe the official story background of GOG, but is more like a light novel. It is composed of many short stories. The overall story is humorous and a bit nonsensical. This work did not perform as well as the previous two. After all, similar themes would seem out of place on online literature sites, and it is actually more difficult to write a good short story than a long one. Many jokes that can only be expressed through tone and action will be much less effective if written in words. The works of these authors have been proven to be not very successful commercially. In this case, they should be promoted. They are not successful in the first place. Wouldn't they be even less successful after being adapted into movies or animations? How much money can a novel waste originally? It's nothing more than a little buyout money. But if the novel is adapted into a web drama or animation, the cost will be high. So much cost is burned in, and the audience doesn't like to watch it, isn't it wonderful? As for why to make web dramas and animations? Mainly because Fei Huang Studio gave Pei Qian a headache. So many themes have been filmed before, short videos, documentaries, and 2 movies. All of them became popular. Let Fei Huang Studio film, even the rubbish script written by President Pei himself can be filmed into a hit, which shows that Zhu Xiaozi has the power to turn decay into magic. If these books are handed over to Fei Huang Studio, to be made into movies, what if they take off again? So, change the theme. This web drama is different from the previous web dramas. It is not a low-cost production, but a large-scale production. But since it is not a movie and cannot be shown in theaters to collect box office revenue, the possibility of losing money will naturally increase greatly. As for animation, it is a field that Tenda has never been involved in before. Pei Qian can just spend some money to buy an animation studio. If the film route is blocked, the animation side should not be affected, right? The fact that these 3 works can be adapted into movies, TV series, and animations will certainly be a great encouragement and motivation for other authors. When other authors see this, they will think, wow, such rubbish can be adapted into games, web dramas, and animations, so they will definitely scramble to get into the inspiration class. In this way, all the top authors of the entire website will enter the inspiration class, a large salted fish culture dish. Over time, won't this be a good thing? Pei Qian couldn't help but feel complacent. What a perfect plan. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 1086, President Pei seems to have some conscience. After listening to President Pei's words, the expressions of the authors quickly changed from trepidation to shock, and then from shock to ecstasy. When they first saw President Pei, the authors were all very trepidation. After all, the treatment of the inspiration class is really too good, but the works produced by the authors are difficult to satisfy themselves, which makes everyone feel a little guilty. When President Pei just said that the results of the inspiration class were satisfactory, many authors were still a little unconvinced, thinking that President Pei was afraid of hurting everyone's fragile hearts and deliberately said so to comfort them. But now that President Pei has announced the plan to develop the copyrights of 3 movies, the authors instantly believe it. It seems that these works really satisfy President Pei. Otherwise, how can they be qualified for copyright development? There are so many excellent online novels emerging every year, and only a very small number of them are truly qualified for copyright development. On the one hand, the conditions for copyright development are relatively harsh, and on the other hand, the investment in copyright development is relatively large, and once it fails, the loss is also large, so it must be considered carefully. Writing a novel is a one-person job. Adapting a novel into anime or web drama often requires the close cooperation of an entire team, and there must be corresponding publicity channels. Which author doesn't want the copyright of his novel to be successfully developed? Turning text into images will greatly improve the spread and popularity of the story. The authors of the 3 selected books were all excited, because they had never thought that there would be such an opportunity before. And the authors who were not selected did not feel any loss at all, because they did not expect their books to be eligible for selection. Instead, they were more motivated and hoped that their works would be included in the list of the next batch of copyright development. Boss Pei is awesome. I will definitely write well and will not disappoint Boss Pei's expectations. Why are you still standing there? Everyone, get to work. The authors who were lifeless just now suddenly regained their vitality and returned to their posts as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Some continued to collect materials in a hurry, while others could not wait to start typing and creating. Most of the authors who originally thought of returning to their old business after finishing the book also gave up this idea. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the chance of copyright being exploited when writing in this inspiration class is much greater than for regular online novels on the Chinese terminal website, and also much greater than for other websites. Among more than 20 works, 3 were selected to be adapted into games, web dramas, and animations. This ratio is simply sky-high. With such temptation, who would be willing to leave? Although this book is not good now, the next one is still very promising. Even if you have written 3 or 4 books in a row and have not received the opportunity to develop the copyright, it doesn't matter, but at least you have to try. If you miss such a great opportunity, you will never have it again. As for the 3 selected authors, they were even more excited, and the creative enthusiasm that had been extinguished before was ignited again. Although the main part of their novels has been roughly completed, there are still a lot of details that need to be polished. If there is no hope of adaptation, they may just muddle through. Anyway, the influence is not great. What's the point of spending so much energy on those details? But now it is necessary to adapt and show it to the audience of the whole network, and the situation is completely different. Not only should we avoid any omissions in details, but we should also work hard to improve and enrich the already written plots and strive to achieve perfection. These 3 works were all selected by President Pei. If the screenwriters responsible for the adaptation see that the content is too shabby, wouldn't that be embarrassing for President Pei? This situation must not happen. Seeing the authors once again devote themselves to the creation with high spirits, Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. It seems that these authors will not run away in the short term, and the inspiration class is saved. Pei Qian is thinking that since the inspiration class is so effective, he can consider expanding the scale of the inspiration class in the next cycle, such as renting another floor and absorbing 20 to 30 more authors. Wouldn't it be great if the expenses doubled by then? But that's all for the next cycle, so let's not consider it for the next 2 months. Pei Qian just left the inspiration class when his phone vibrated and a memo popped up. Huh? Today is the day to calculate the commission for Chang again. It has to be said that time flies, and it's almost the end of the month. Speaking of last month, Pei Qian also feels that it's hard to say. He has already helped Chang remove a wrong answer, and didn't let him make a promotional plan for the O2G1 mobile phone at all, but only made a smart fitness clothes rack. In the end, it was still useless. Chang found Lin Jiaqiang to make this promotional plan and shot a promotional video with good popularity. What's more, Lin Jiaqiang himself used the smart fitness clothes drying rack to lose weight with great results. He also edited the video and posted it on the Aladeo website, which caused a great deal of heat. Pei Qian didn't even need to look at the analysis report to know that Meng Chang's commission this month was probably zero again. What should he do? Even Pei Qian himself was worried about Meng Chang. It's almost time for settlement. Meng Chang has been receiving basic salary for most of the past few months. It's too miserable. Pei Qian still hopes that Meng Chang can get a little commission before settlement. Even if it's only 1,000 yuan, it will be a celebration for all. But Pei Qian doesn't have any good ideas. If he had any ideas, he would have made a publicity plan by himself. Why would he need Meng Chang? All I can say is, let's work hard together. Pei Qian took a car back to the office and met Meng Chang before it was time to get off work to arrange the publicity work for next month. This month, there is still only basic salary. Pei Qian handed the analysis report to Meng Chang. Meng Chang didn't even take it. He nodded weakly, which was considered as tacit agreement. Anyway, it's not the first time to receive basic salary. I'm almost numb to it. Looking at Meng Chang's expression of being a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, Pei Qian couldn't help but worry. Will he not give up? Pei Qian hurriedly said with a serious expression, Meng Chang, publicity work is extremely important, don't give up. You must be 120% focused and think carefully about each publicity plan, understand? Look, I've been very kind to you. Last month, I helped you remove a wrong answer, but I still didn't get the commission. It's such a pity. Pei Qian was thinking that Meng Chang was racking his brains to reduce the influence of the promotional plan and promote the product in the opposite way, but the products became popular one by one. What if Meng Chang gave up completely and just made a few promotional plans to fool people every time? Wouldn't he become even more popular? Meng Chang was the first line of defense. Even if he couldn't keep the enemy out of the country, he should at least weaken the enemy's manpower, right? So Pei Qian didn't say a single lie, all of which were from his heart. However, Meng Chang's mouth twitched slightly when he heard it, and veins on his forehead were faintly visible. But it was too infuriating. You still have the nerve to say that you helped me remove a wrong answer? The 2 projects last month were all wrong answers. You removed a hammer for me, and I went to make a promotional plan for the smart fitness clothes drying rack. Wouldn't it be a waste? But even though Meng Chang was as angry as a pufferfish, he couldn't think of any way to refute it, so he could only protest silently with silence. Seeing that Meng Chang had fallen into a situation where he was not afraid of boiling water, Pei Qian became even more worried. This couldn't go on any longer. At least he had to find a way to give Meng Chang some hope, otherwise, under such a series of blows, even the most energetic person would become depressed. Pei Qian coughed twice. Let's put it this way, Meng Chang. I think the agreement we signed before is a little too difficult. Considering that Tingda's products are naturally well known, this has also brought many difficulties to the formulation of the promotion plan. So I think that I can slightly change the content of the agreement and relax some standards appropriately. In this way, your success rate will be higher. What do you think? Meng Chang's eyes widened slightly, and he couldn't believe what he heard. There is such a good thing? President Pei actually took the initiative to relax the standards? Meng Chang finally stopped being silent and asked, how to change it specifically? Pei Qian thought for a while. First, adjust your base salary slightly up to 4,000 yuan. Secondly, relax the conditions for the commission of the promotion plan. As long as the promotion funds are spent enough and the promotion effect is kept lower than the expenditure for half a month, you can get at least a guaranteed commission of 2,000 yuan. Even if the promotion effect suddenly improves later, this 2,000 yuan can be retained. Meng Chang's eyes, which were originally like a pool of stagnant water, gradually became bright. This condition sounds good. It can be said to be a double guarantee. The previous base salary was only 3,000 yuan, but now the base salary plus the guaranteed commission has reached 6,000 yuan, which is doubled. Of course, if you want to get this 2,000 yuan guaranteed commission, you need to ensure that the publicity effect is not good for at least half a month. But this should not be a difficult task. When Meng Chang was making a promotional plan for mission and choice, this situation lasted for a long time. If it weren't for President Pei's sudden change of the game release time, he might have received the commission for that month. In short, compared with the original plan, the new plan is indeed more beneficial to Meng Chang. Meng Chang nodded, okay. He subconsciously wanted to say thank you, but he felt that something was wrong. This thank you was really a bit nonsensical and a bit of black humor, so in the end he only squeezed out the word okay. Pei Qian said, then let's implement it from next month. Next month's promotional plan is to choose one of 4. You decide which one to choose. They are the inspiration class of the Chinese website of the endpoint, the snack market, the Tenda experience store, and the summer promotion. I can help you remove another wrong answer. You'd better not touch the summer promotion. Meng Chang laughed in his heart, do you think I'm stupid? Tenda can always burn money in a shocking way. I would be crazy to choose the summer promotion for reverse promotion. But Meng Chang hadn't really thought about how to choose the first 3, because he was not very familiar with these projects. He thought for a while, Boss Pei, can I spend some time to research the specific situation of these 3 projects before making a decision? Pei Qian was very happy and nodded immediately, of course, you should have done more research a long time ago. Study it carefully and thoroughly. If there are any needs, ask the person in charge there to cooperate with you. You must plan carefully before taking action. The publicity plan must be carefully considered. Do you understand? Meng Chang has become a little accustomed to Mr. Pei's weirdness and nodded silently. He thought, no matter how much he failed, it should be okay to stick to it for 15 days, right? The base salary increased from 3,000 to 6,000. Although it is still not much, this guarantee has doubled. Moreover, as long as you do well, you still have the opportunity to get a commission of 100,000. Meng Chang suddenly felt that Mr. Pei was not so hateful. This person seems to have a conscience. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1087, The investigation is complete. Friday, June 1st. Meng Chang wore a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap and came to the Chiji market in the old industrial area. Originally, Meng Chang had completely lost motivation, but after talking with President Pei yesterday, the flame of hope in his heart was rekindled. So he came to investigate today. After removing one wrong option, there are 3 options left, namely Qingshan Experience Store and Inspiration Class. Today is already Friday, and it is unlikely to investigate all the conditions of these 3 industries within this week, but Meng Chang still thinks that he should rush the time as far as possible. The earlier the investigation is clear, the earlier the publicity plan can be determined, and the more money is spent, the more commissions can be obtained. The more guaranteed money is, it is not encouraging Meng Chang to adopt a conservative publicity plan, but it is encouraging Meng Chang to make more risky plans. Because there is no worry, it is more important to pursue high commissions. In short, after President Pei adjusted the content of the agreement between the 2 parties, Meng Chang rekindled his enthusiasm for commissions. Today, Meng Chang is fully armed and covers his face tightly, fearing that he will be recognized by others. It's not that he has any idle baggage, nor is he afraid of meeting fans on the street. The reason for being so cautious is mainly to beware of Mr. Pei's employees. Meng Chang also reviewed his own failures and found that there seemed to be a huge shadow behind these failures, that is Mr. Pei. Take the previous promotion of Mission and Choice, for example. The release date of the game was changed. Is this something a human would do? Although Mr. Pei did this to collide with Fantasy War Remake, Meng Chang still had some doubts. This might just be a cover, and the real reason was against him. There are many similar situations. Every time Meng Qiang felt that he had a good grasp, but because of some inexplicable and wrong things, his plan fell through and was ruined. It's okay once or twice, but this has happened so many times. Is it possible that Mr. Pei didn't play tricks here? Meng Qiang felt that there must be at least one or two of these failures, and Mr. Pei was playing tricks. The purpose was to destroy his plan and make him only get the minimum salary. Although Meng Qiang had no evidence, he believed it. Therefore, there must be many spies of Mr. Pei in each department. Even the advertising and marketing departments are not immune. As the saying goes, secrecy leads to success, while disclosure leads to failure, which means that the better the confidentiality work is done, the higher the chance of success. Therefore, this time Meng Qiang decided to do everything he could to keep it secret. Before the promotion plan was officially launched, he would never let President Pei guess which project he was going to promote. In this way, the probability of getting a commission would definitely increase significantly. Meng Qiang pretended to be a curious passerby and walked around the food market. Many people in Jingzhou are very interested in Tenda's new industry, so many people are walking around nearby. These people are of different ages. Some of the older ones may be the natives nearby, and the old men and women come to take a walk and take a look, while some young people may come from far away to take a look. Meng Qiang mixed in with them and hit his tracks well. According to the construction period, the food market will not be officially opened for more than 2 weeks, so no stall owner has moved in yet, and there are still some finishing touches to the decoration. Although the general style of the entire food market has been determined, it is still very difficult to infer whether it will be popular based on this little thing. Meng Qiang walked around the food market twice, but still had no clue. It is difficult to determine whether it will become popular just by looking at the content. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he saw someone he knew. Isn't this Li Shi from Fuhui Capital? If it weren't for Li Shi, Meng Qiang wouldn't have been in debt, let alone fallen to this point. Strictly speaking, Meng Qiang hates Li Shi more than President Pei. After all, Mr. Pei gave Meng Qiang the feeling of the ultimate villain in the movie. Although he was hateful, he was powerful and full of personal charm, while Mr. Li gave Meng Qiang the feeling of a lackey under the villain. Although the harm was not necessarily great, he was full of bad water and must be guarded against. It is easier to deal with the king of hell than with ghosts. But now is not the time to hold a grudge, because the appearance of Li Shi will reveal some information. Meng Qiang temporarily put aside his hatred and silently pretended to be an ordinary passerby who was strolling around casually, following Li Shi not far behind and observing silently. Li Shi would never come here for no reason, there must be something. Meng Qiang had long discovered that Li Shi and several investors in Jingzhou had always been closely around Mr. Pei, and only Mr. Pei followed his lead. And Li Shi appeared near Mr. Pei's new industry. This is definitely not a good sign. Sure enough, Li Shi came all the way to a shop near the market and chatted with the boss after entering. After chatting for about half an hour, Li Shi seemed very satisfied. He came out with a smile on his face and went to the next shop to continue chatting. Meng Qiang carefully kept a distance from Li Shi and stared at his direction from a distance. What did he come to talk to these shop owners about? Obviously, he wanted to buy a shop. There was no other explanation. Meng Qiang couldn't help but laugh in his heart. No need to look, another wrong answer was eliminated. This is Mr. Pei's usual trick. Meng Qiang has known it for a long time. When the Jingji hostel was first built, Mr. Pei had insufficient funds, making it difficult to build the entire Jingji hostel, including the surrounding supporting facilities. Therefore, Mr. Pei deliberately distributed the surrounding supporting businesses to Li Shi and other investors in Jingzhou. In this way, the surrounding supporting facilities were available, and the publicity work of the Jingji hostel was in place. Although some profits were distributed, more people contributed to the success, and more money was earned. Now Mr. Pei obviously wants to repeat the old trick. Tenda couldn't buy all the shops around the food market, so it deliberately allocated a part for Mr. Li and other investors to buy. In this way, he didn't have to pay too much money, and he could firmly control all the surrounding shops in his own hands, and develop and plan them uniformly. Seeing this, Meng Qiang was basically sure that this food market would be popular. Because Mr. Pei had arranged for Mr. Li and others to buy all the surrounding shops, he obviously had 100% confidence in this food market. At that time, even if Meng Qiang's promotional plan is done well, no matter how ineffective the money spent, it is estimated that he will still not get a commission. Because Mr. Li and his team will definitely find a way to make this place popular. With so much capital favored, even if they have to spend money, they have to make this place popular. Yes, seeing Mr. Li getting involved, it basically means that this place cannot be touched, because Mr. Li is not only Mr. Pei's puppet and an extension of Mr. Pei's will, he will also actively implement Mr. Pei's intentions to protect his own interests. From the previous cases, any project that involves Mr. Li is definitely Mr. Pei's most important project. And for Mr. Pei, a business genius, most important often means definitely popular. Meng Qiang did not stay any longer, immediately gave up eating at the market, and took a taxi to the next inspection site, Tenda Experience Store opposite Yuan Land. This is considered official business, and the taxi will be reported. Because the two places are far apart, there is a little traffic on the road. It took Meng Qiang nearly an hour to arrive at Tenda's Experience Store. This is the first time Meng Qiang has come to Tenda's Experience Store. However, after getting off the car, Meng Qiang just took a look from a distance, and then opened the door again to get in the car. "Master, let's go, I'm changing my schedule." The driver didn't ask much, and drove away directly with a foot on the accelerator. When Meng Qiang got off the car just now, he just glanced at the surrounding environment and collected the following information. Opposite the Tenda Experience Store is the GPL League competition venue, which often welcomes players from all over the country, and it seems that the GPL Spring Finals will start soon. The Tenda Experience Store occupies the most perfect location in the entire mall, with a huge glass curtain wall that is extremely magnificent, and is even expected to become a new landmark attraction in Jingzhou City. There are two ridiculously large screens under construction outside the mall. Once the construction is completed, these two large screens will bring great visual impact to passers-by, and may even be photographed and posted online, causing greater heat. Therefore, Meng Qiang did not plan to go in at all. He just glanced at it outside and knew that this was probably a wrong answer. Whether it is eating at the market or the experience store, even if he racked his brains to come up with a promotional plan and tried hard to reduce the heat, it is estimated that he will only last for 2 weeks at most and get a basic salary. Meng Qiang would never do something like this, where the effort and reward are completely disproportionate. Boss pay is too much. Although he gave me 4 options, which seem to be a lot, at least 3 of them are wrong options. If you choose them, you will work for him for nothing. There is also the last option, the inspiration class for authors. I don't know if this option will also be a wrong option. At least, I have to give me a little room to play, right? Hey, Boss Pei, please be a human being. Meng Qiang became more and more melancholy as he thought about it. At first, he thought it was just a simple matter of messing up the publicity plan. But now, Meng Qiang felt more and more that this was simply an epic difficulty, something that was impossible to accomplish, and as Tenda gradually grows and becomes stronger, the difficulty of this matter will only increase. Because Tenda is such a unique company, its every move will be seen by netizens, and any behavior will be repeatedly interpreted by netizens. Even ordinary publicity can have unexpected effects. Meng Qiang didn't know what to do in the future, so he could only take it one step at a time. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Meng Qiang walked out of the building where the inspiration class of the Chinese terminal network was located. The research was completed before getting off work. In fact, Meng Qiang didn't plan to do it so quickly. According to the original plan, he reserved at least 3 days. Originally, he planned to finish the research and determine the final publicity projects on Tuesday. But I didn't expect that the research of the first 2 projects was too fast. I just took a look and turned around a few times, and I had already passed them, so I saved so much time. Although this is a sad story, there are also benefits. Meng Qiang can quickly formulate a publicity plan on the weekend, and then immediately push it on Monday. In this way, the possibility of leaks can be minimized, so that President Pei has no time to play tricks. It looks like 4 options, but there is only one choice. I can only promote this inspiration class. Although the copyright development plan for this inspiration class is very ambitious, all plans will not officially start until 2 months later. The free time in between gives me a lot of room for operation. I have to come up with a foolproof promotion plan during the weekend. And this plan must be simple enough, preferably without any preparation, and can be directly put on subway stations, bus stops, and billboards. The fewer the intermediate links, the lower the possibility of leaks, and the fewer opportunities for President Pei to play tricks. Well, let's do it. Meng Qiang's spirits were lifted up. Although the previous 3 options were very pitfalls, if you do a publicity plan, you will definitely get the basic salary, but fortunately, there is still the option of the inspiration class. Meng Qiang felt like a person trapped in a big formation. Although there were dangers and difficulties everywhere, no matter what, President Pei still left a life door for himself. As for whether he can seize this ray of hope, it depends on his luck. Chapter 1088, Meng Qiang's 3 Non-Touching Principles. Sunday, June 3. After working on his laptop at home, Meng Qiang leaned back slightly, carefully looked at the fruits of his labor, and then nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's perfect. Of course, this so-called perfection is a conclusion that can only be drawn from his perspective. To celebrate, Meng Qiang also opened a can of Fat House Happy Water to make himself a little happy. Although Meng Qiang's residence is not very good, this computer is an office computer equipped by Tenda, and all kinds of configurations are maxed out, so it is no problem to deal with this simple work. This high-end laptop is equipped with a 2K high refresh rate screen with 1 billion colors and original color display. For professional film and television bosses, this screen is already very sufficient. But at this time only a simple PS program was opened on this computer, and the picture inside was a solid color background, while the theme content was pieced together with many texts, which looked messy. There are some information like this: Eternal Reincarnation is ranked 24th in the entire site, top 5 in the fantasy area, and the total number of recommended votes is as high as 370,000. Several other books of the inspiration class, as well as their achievements, are also clearly displayed on the page. There are 7 books in total, as well as the achievements of these books. These contents are laid out on the poster in a disorderly manner, like a mess of tangled threads, intertwined and intricate. It is not ugly, but it is not outstanding either. Meng Qiang certainly knows a lot about the layout of the poster. Generally speaking, the fewer words on the poster, the better, because large and simple patterns will be more conducive to forming a visual impact. And the more words there are, the more words will change accordingly, and the audience will find it difficult to read them, or they will not want to read them at all, so the publicity effect will naturally be greatly reduced. Of course, there are some unavoidable situations, such as many museum posters often need to use a lot of words to introduce a certain exhibit, and at this time, when designing the poster, the designer will deliberately make some adjustments, such as adjusting the size of the words, the matching of fonts, the layout, etc., to make the overall layout of the poster more comfortable. Meng Qiang understands this, but he deliberately did not do so. He just threw all these contents on the poster and made relatively simple adjustments. Although most people can clearly see the content of this poster, it is definitely not beautiful. The reason is very simple. Why make the poster so beautiful? Isn't that contrary to the goal of reverse publicity? Just make some simple adjustments to make the poster look acceptable. The content of the poster was also finalized by Meng Chang after careful consideration and understanding of a lot of relevant knowledge. The performance of these works of the inspiration class is really not good. The ranking of more than 20 in the whole site, the top 5 in the region, and the total recommendation votes are only more than 300,000. Even in the Chinese website of the end, this is not an excellent data, but rather looks very shabby. If you don't read online articles, you may think this data is good, but as long as you have a little in-depth understanding of online articles, you will know that this data is quite poor. So it has a kind of effect of overstating and understating. The most important thing is that everyone will think that the person who made this publicity plan does not understand the online literature industry and is an outsider, and will not think that he deliberately messed up this publicity plan. In this way, Meng Chang's goal has been achieved. In order to prevent leaks, Meng Chang has also taken great pains. When conducting the research, he disguised himself and went in private and low-key so that no one saw him. He also made the plan secretly at home and did not ask for internal data from the Endpoint Chinese network. Instead, he collected some data on the Endpoint Chinese network app that everyone could see. Even the poster for the promotion was photoshopped by Meng Chang himself. When he goes to work on Monday, Meng Chang will hand the poster directly to the people in the advertising and marketing department and ask them to immediately hang the poster intact at bus stops, subway stations and websites in some cities. In this way, even if there are spies or insiders planted by President Pei in the advertising and marketing department, it will be too late to change their own promotional plan, and it will even be much more difficult for President Pei to secretly interfere. The more Meng Chang thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was perfect and flawless. He saved the poster, drank 2 sips of Fat House Happy water, and then prepared to go downstairs to eat something. When people are happy, they are in high spirits. Meng Chang decided to walk a few more steps and go to the nearby food court to have a barbecue buffet. Although Tingda's work meals are delicious, they are all delivered uniformly by Moyu Takeout, but after all, they are too healthy. Sometimes if you want to reward yourself, you still need to be a little guilty. Do you want to know about the new interactive fitness experience, sir? Meng Chang was humming a song and walking towards the food court when he suddenly heard a familiar sales voice, and there was an extra hand and a flyer in front of him. He wanted to avoid it subconsciously, but suddenly realized that the slogan of this gym seemed to be a little different from before. In the past, it was, "Want to know about swimming and fitness?" Today, it has become, "Learn about the new interactive fitness experience." The difference seems to be quite big. Meng Chang reached out to take the flyer and found that the content of the flyer was also different from that of traditional gyms. The flyer was printed with many characters from Fitness Battle, posing handsomely or charmingly, and a rendering of a smart fitness clothes rack. There was also a series of promotional texts below, mainly introducing the smart fitness clothes rack and the Fitness Battle game. The back of the flyer was written with the name and logo of Starboard Fitness and the specific location of this nearby store in the food court. It also stated that you can get a 15% discount on the card now, which is very favorable. Meng Chang was confused. What's going on? Isn't the Smart Fitness Clothes Rack a product of Tenda? Tingda's own gym is called Managed Fitness, not Starboard Fitness? Is it a business cooperation? Although this matter had nothing to do with Meng Chang, he still came to the basement of the food court by mistake and found the location of this Starboard Fitness. It was simply crowded. Meng Chang didn't have a very deep impression of Starboard Fitness before, but he was very sure that this gym was definitely not so popular before. But now, if you look from a distance at the entrance, you will find that there are many smart fitness clothes drying racks placed in the main position of the hall. Many members are trying them out, and there are even many people watching. Several account managers are shuttling back and forth, introducing this new equipment and its gameplay to new customers attracted by flyers, and taking the opportunity to sell membership cards. Meng Chang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mr. Pei is really good at making money. He made the promotion plan for the smart fitness clothes drying rack, so he naturally knows this product very well. But Meng Chang always thought that the smart fitness clothes drying rack was a home fitness equipment. Unexpectedly, Mr. Pei successfully sold this equipment to other gyms, expanding from home use to commercial use. Once this market is opened, it will be a very considerable income. This gym needs to buy more than a dozen units. There are so many gyms in the country. How big is this market? It can only be that Mr. Pei's vision is really too broad. Meng Chang has always claimed to be a business genius, but compared with Mr. Pei, he is still far behind. Although I don't want to admit it, this is an indisputable fact. At this moment, Meng Chang suddenly saw a familiar figure. Mr. Li? Meng Chang quickly dodged to the side to avoid being discovered by Li Shi. Fortunately, Li Shi was chatting with Che Rong, the owner of Xingnia Fitness, and there were many people in the gym, so he didn't see Meng Chang. Judging from the smiling faces of the two, they are obviously very satisfied with the current situation of Starboard Fitness. Sure enough, there is Mr. Li behind this. Meng Chang couldn't help but feel as expected, and realized that the failure of his previous plan to make smart fitness clothes drying racks was definitely not accidental, but inevitable. The project related to Mr. Li is definitely a key project that Mr. Pei has taken a fancy to, and the chance of success is extremely high. If Meng Chang had known that Mr. Li was also involved in the smart fitness clothes drying rack project, he would never have made this promotion plan. It can only be that Mr. Li hid it too well. If Meng Chang hadn't come to this food court to eat on a whim, he would not have bumped into Mr. Li and the boss of Starboard Fitness, and would not have known the relationship between Mr. Li and the smart fitness clothes drying rack. It seems that I have to establish a principle in the future: 3 non-involvements. Any Tenda project that Mr. Li is involved in must not be involved. Any Tenda project that is highly related to games must not be involved. Any marketing project that Tenda spends money on to give benefits must not be involved. As long as you keep these 3 non-involvement principles in mind, you can avoid most projects with high success rates. It seems that the failure of the promotion of the smart fitness clothes drying rack should not be accidental, but inevitable. In the future, as long as we strictly follow the principle of 3 no sticks, the probability of screening out the correct answer will definitely increase greatly. The plan for this inspiration class should be okay and will not be affected. Meng Chang was delighted to think that he was one step closer to completely unveiling the mystery of Tenda and President Pei, and one step closer to getting commissions safely, so he went to eat barbecue buffet happily. In Starboard Fitness, Li Shi and Che Rong were chatting. Before, the smart fitness clothes drying racks have arrived one after another. After yesterday's placement and publicity, the customer flow has increased significantly today. This made Li Shi and Che Rong both smile, because it meant that their direction was correct, and the new model adopted by Starboard Fitness really has great potential. Li Shi said, "I will discuss with several other investors and invest more money in Xingnia Fitness to open more stores. We must firmly grasp this opportunity and differentiate our brand from other fitness centers in Jingzhou." Che Rong nodded quickly. "Thank you, Mr. Li. But will Mr. Pei not be angry if we open branches in such a high-profile manner?" Li Shi smiled. "Don't worry, Mr. Pei can't take care of this matter at all. As long as Chang Yu, the person in charge of O2 technology, nods, it will be fine. Chang Yu is very supportive of our plan. I have already agreed with him to give priority to supply. The success of the Starboard Fitness model means that he can sell smart fitness clothes drying racks to more gyms, and he will definitely be very happy. If you are really worried, how about this? I will talk to Chang Yu or the person in charge of Yuan Ming Venture Capital and give up some of the shares of Starboard Fitness to Tenda. Isn't it done?" Che Rong was very happy, of course. I can feel more at ease. Leisure said again, now it seems that our previous plan is still too conservative. A dozen smart fitness clothes drying racks are not enough, and many people can't use them at all. When we open a new store, we will simply get rid of all the equipment that no one uses, and put 70% of the entire gym area with smart fitness clothes drying racks, ordering 30 or 40 at a time. Then issue a special membership card that can only use smart fitness clothes drying racks and treadmills, give a discount and give a few props from Fitness Wars. Li Shi and Che Rong walked into the gym while chatting, pointing at the mountains and rivers, and a grand blueprint seemed to be slowly unfolding. Chapter 1089 Mr. Pei, give me a written agreement. Not long after he started work on Monday, Meng Chang came to Mr. Pei's office with a promotional plan. He originally planned to go directly to the advertising and marketing department and hand the plan to Yu Yao, asking Yu Yao to push it forward as soon as possible. But after weighing and considering again and again, he decided to come to Mr. Pei first, because there was a very important matter that had to be dealt with, which was related to the success or failure of the entire promotional plan. If Mr. Pei did not agree, then Meng Chang would rather not do the promotion and not spend a penny on the promotional funds. Because Meng Chang needed a promise from Mr. Pei. Without this promise, Meng Chang felt that his probability of failure was still there, and it was very high. But if Mr. Pei gave this promise, then his chance of success would be greatly increased. Then there would be a need to continue to promote the follow-up work. Although the follow-up work of this publicity plan can be handed over to Yu Yao, Meng Chang himself will not have to worry about it, but if this publicity plan is doomed to fail and will bring huge profits to President Pei even though it costs money, then Meng Chang would rather let this publicity plan fail than let President Pei get away with it. There is no way. Meng Chang has always generously admitted that he is a cunning person. Mr. Pei has cheated me so many times, and he wants me to repay evil with kindness? No way. Anyway, I will never do anything that is beneficial to Tenda. After confirming with the front desk that Mr. Pei was in the office, Meng Chang stepped forward and knocked on the door gently. Please come in. Meng Chang pushed the door open and saw Mr. Pei frowning in front of the computer screen. I don't know which department's industry he was worried about again. Meng Chang couldn't help but sigh. Putting aside his character, Mr. Pei's spirit of struggle is indeed admirable. Meng Chang has also started a business, but his highest goal is nothing more than to hype up a company and then cash out and leave, so that he can be financially free. If this goal is 1, then Mr. Pei's goal now is 100, or even 1,000. After all, Mr. Pei has created many business myths with his own hands, and the success he has achieved spans many fields and industries, which is by no means comparable to a big lie. Tenda's industry is not blown out, each industry has a unique set of business models, and all of them are very profitable. Meng Chang asked himself, if he could achieve Mr. Pei's current level, no, even if he could achieve 1/10 of his level, and start from scratch to create one of Tenda's industries, he might have sold the company to a large company long ago, achieved financial freedom, and then traveled around and enjoyed life. Why bother to work so hard for the development of the company? But President Pei is completely different. Having just achieved such great success with the smart fitness clothes drying rack and mission and choice, President Pei still did not slack off for a moment. He came to the company early on Monday morning to continue to worry about other industries. This spirit of struggle really made Meng Chang ashamed. Of course, it was embarrassing, but it did not affect Meng Chang's anger and hatred towards President Pei, nor did it delay Meng Chang's idea of racking his brains to retaliate against President Pei with a publicity plan. Seeing that it was Meng Chang who came, Pei Qian was also a little surprised. Is there something wrong? He originally thought that Meng Chang would have to spend at least 2 or 3 days to research several industries before deciding which industry to make a publicity plan for. Meng Chang said, Boss Pei, I have almost done the research, and I have a clear idea of the promotion plan. But before making this promotion plan, I need you to promise me one thing. It would be better if you can sign a written agreement. Meng Chang's voice became lower and lower, especially as he went on, his confidence became weaker and weaker. After all, the gap between his status and boss pay was a bit big, and it was really a bit unreasonable to make this request, and it seemed that he took himself too seriously. But in order to ensure that he could get the commission smoothly, Meng Chang had to mention it. Pei Qian was slightly surprised. Hey, this Meng Chang, has he come up with something new? And he wants me to sign a written agreement? Pei Qian couldn't help but get curious. It can be considered, provided that it does not violate the agreement we signed before. Meng Chang nodded, took out a color-printed promotional plan from his arms and handed it over. Boss Pei, this is my promotional plan for the inspiration class of the Chinese network of the end. I hope you can sign a written agreement to ensure that within 2 months, Tenda Group will never announce the copyright development of the 3 works of the inspiration class to the outside world through any official channels. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. Meng Chang is not stupid, and he will definitely not suffer the same loss again. When he promoted Mission and Choice, he was about to get the commission, but Boss Pei suddenly changed the release date, which made his plan fail completely, and the commission he got was gone. After Meng Chang went to the inspiration class for inspection this time, he naturally knew about the copyright development of these 3 works. But he also keenly noticed that the copyright development of these 3 works would not start until 2 months later at the earliest. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't hinder him from getting commissions. After all, commissions are based on the promotional effect of this month. What does what happens 2 months later have to do with him? That's why Meng Chang finally chose the inspiration class as his promotion direction among several options. But it's better to be safe than sorry. What if President Pei deliberately messed with people and suddenly publicized this matter this month? Wouldn't it be more uncertain? So Meng Chang came here specially to ask President Pei to sign a document. If President Pei agreed, he could do it with confidence. If President Pei didn't agree, it would be clear that President Pei must want to do something to him. In that case, Meng Chang would give up this plan and be a salted fish this month. I would rather continue to get the basic salary than work for President Pei for nothing. Pei Qian reached out and took Meng Chang's promotion plan. Although it was printed in color, there were not many colors, just some of the words were different colors. When he saw this poster, Pei Qian immediately thought of the outer packaging of a coconut juice. That one was already messy enough, but Meng Chang's promotional poster was even messier than that one. After all, the size was much larger and the number of words it could accommodate was much more. Looking at the content above, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Yeah, it's a very good attempt. Pei Qian understood these data from online articles and knew that the numbers Meng Chang put on the poster were not a show-off, but a humiliation. This publicity plan, coupled with the poor reputation of the inspiration class on the Chinese terminal website, will definitely be laughed at and will not have any publicity effect on the inspiration class. It seems that after modifying the agreement and increasing the guaranteed salary, Meng Chang was indeed motivated. It is really gratifying that he can make such a publicity plan in a short time. In Pei Qian's view, Meng Chang's request for a written agreement not only did not make him unhappy, but he was very relieved. Because this means that Meng Chang is really thinking wholeheartedly and racking his brains to think about how to make this reverse publicity plan work the best. On this point, Pei Qian and Meng Chang's positions are completely consistent. In this case, what's wrong with writing a written agreement? Not only do you have to write a written agreement, but you also have to expand on the content. Pei Qian immediately took a pen and paper from the side. No problem, I'll write a written agreement for you right away. But his hand holding the pen paused for a moment. The specific content needs to be considered a little bit. It's a serious matter and can't be sloppy. Meng Chang laughed in his heart. I knew that Mr. Pei was such a cunning person, he would definitely bargain. However, Meng Qiang felt that it was not a big problem. If Mr. Pei went too far, he could just walk away and give up this promotion plan. Pei Qian wrote the document while saying, "Within 2 months, Tenda will not announce the copyright development of the 3 works of the inspiration class to the outside world through any official channels." How can this be enough? Don't you know that Tenda rarely releases information to the outside world through official channels, and it is all inexplicably leaked and dug out by netizens? In my opinion, let's just do this. I will send a notice to the relevant departments, telling them that the copyright development of the 3 works of the inspiration class is temporarily a company secret and is strictly prohibited from being spread. In addition, I can also guarantee you that if the internal leak of the company leads to a good publicity effect of your publicity plan, then no matter what the result is, I will give you a commission of 30,000. Unless you leaked it yourself. Pei Qian was also worried that if Meng Qiang saw that the task could not be completed, he would deliberately leak the secret himself to get a commission of 30,000, wouldn't it be a pitfall? So, this loophole must be plugged. Hearing the number 30,000, Meng Qiang's eyes were straight. Good guy, this commission is directly on top of the previous 10 months' basic salary. The conditions given by Mr. Pei were too generous, and many times more stringent than those proposed by Meng Qiang before. Meng Qiang only asked for not to announce it through official channels, and Mr. Pei added the relevant provisions of leaking secrets on this basis. Even Meng Qiang was a little confused. Who is Mr. Pei? He felt that sometimes President Pei was like a terrible behind-the-scenes mastermind, the ultimate boss, who was mean, secretly controlling everything to sabotage his plans. But sometimes he was like a wise man who really wanted to help him, helping him to find out the gaps and fill the loopholes in the plan, and even actively providing him with logistical supplies. The contrast between these 2 images was so great that Meng Qiang often felt confused and lost. But now was not the time to be confused. President Pei had already written the receipt, signed it and handed it over. Meng Qiang hurriedly reached out to take it and carefully checked it. No problem. It was written very clearly that Meng Qiang had received a promise that far exceeded his expectations. Pei Qian smiled slightly and leaned back in the boss chair. In fact, the condition he gave was a bit of a disadvantage for him. If Meng Qiang's publicity plan became popular because of a leak within the company, it would mean that he would probably make a lot of money again, and Pei Qian himself would lose a lot. In this case, he would have to give Meng Qiang a commission, and Pei Qian would feel very unbalanced. But Pei Qian thought about it and felt that Meng Qiang had suffered too much recently. He worked hard every month, but he only got a base salary of 3,000 yuan, which was lower than the salary of Tenda's cleaning lady. It was not that he had much sympathy for Meng Qiang. Pei Qian was mainly afraid that he would be hit too hard and give up on himself. What's more, Meng Qiang didn't know the difficulty of his job, but Pei Qian knew it very well. Pei Qian felt that it was a bit too cruel to let Meng Qiang do this job. It was necessary to relax the requirements a little bit if conditions allowed so that he would not lose confidence completely. Meng Qiang got the receipt, folded it carefully and put it in his pocket, which was more pious than the imperial edict. After all, this month's commission depends on this piece of paper. Wait a minute. Meng Qiang was about to leave when Pei Qian stopped him again. Boss Pei, is there anything else? Meng Qiang was a little nervous, thinking that Boss Pei might have changed his mind. Pei Qian's expression was serious. I suddenly thought of something. Researching 3 departments and coming up with a plan is a lot of work. How did you finish it in such a short time? Did you work overtime on the weekend? Meng Qiang didn't know what Mr. Pei meant, but he had heard that Mr. Pei didn't like employees working overtime. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he shook his head, knowing. Mr. Pei, I finished the research on Friday. The experience store will definitely be popular just by looking at the location, so I took a look and left without wasting more time. as for the food street, I also inferred that it would be popular through some clues. So the research was completed quickly, and I quickly made a version of the design, so there was no overtime. Strictly speaking, Meng Chong did work overtime for a while on the weekend. After all, although this plan is rubbish, it takes some time to come up with such a rubbish plan, not to mention that it is not easy to Photoshop the poster so ugly. But the agreement signed by Meng Chong and President Pei did not stipulate any company benefits and overtime pay, only the minimum salary and commission. Meng Chong did not think so much when signing. He felt that a commission of more than 100,000 yuan a month was enough. Why did he need that little company benefit and overtime pay? Of course, if he had known the specific content of Tenda's benefits earlier, Meng Chong would definitely rather reduce the commission and ask President Pei to add the benefits. But no matter what, the content of the agreement cannot be changed. Now even if Meng Chong works overtime, there is no overtime pay. Pei Qian was silent, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Even Meng Chong can see at a glance that the food street and experience store will definitely be popular. And he is still expecting them to be cold. What a sad story. However, this also means that Meng Chong seems to be a barometer for him. Any project that Meng Chong doesn't like is likely to succeed, so he must pay more attention to it. Pei Qian looked at Meng Chong and felt that it was precious to have someone who shared the same ideas as him in the company. It was a pity that Meng Chong didn't work overtime, otherwise, Pei Qian wouldn't mind revising the agreement and giving him a little overtime pay as an encouragement. However, since Meng Chong has never worked overtime since joining Tenda, it is clear that he does not like working overtime. Asking for overtime pay at this time would be counterproductive, so Pei Qian did not mention it. I hope he can get the commission smoothly this time. Chapter 1090, Did Mr. Pei teach you everything he knows? Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. After getting the written document from Mr. Pei, Meng Chong returned to the advertising and marketing department with full confidence. With Mr. Pei's promise, he felt more at ease. Although Mr. Pei is a mean person, he often sabotages the promotion plan when he sees that it is about to succeed, so that the plan will eventually fail, but generally speaking, he is still more respectful in doing things. He will only do bad things secretly, not tear his face. In addition, Mr. Pei is a person who keeps his words and never breaks his promises, which is trustworthy. It's just that sometimes he may bypass the promise and stab someone in an unexpected direction. So, although he got the written document from Mr. Pei, Meng Chong decided to be cautious and stay vigilant. After returning to the advertising and marketing department, Meng Chong immediately found Yu Yao and handed him the new promotion plan. All the promotional funds we received this month will be used to promote the inspirational class for authors on the Chinese Endpoint website. These are the promotional materials. The promotional methods are mainly ground promotion and web advertising. You can decide the specific proportion. In short, as long as the advertisement meets the requirements, you can buy it. I'll send you the original file later. Meng Chong said as he handed the printed poster full of words to Yu Yao. Yu Yao took the paper in his hand and hesitated visibly. Meng Chong couldn't help but smile knowingly. Does it look unreliable? That's right. I spent so much effort to make it look unreliable. If you think it's reliable, it will be a huge blow to me. The so-called promotional material is actually just a simple picture, without any other forms of information, such as videos, and this picture is ugly. Such a large-scale rollout of advertisements will definitely arouse the disgust of netizens, right? Looking at Yu Yao's expression, it is obvious that his attitude towards this promotion plan is significantly different from the previous ones. He is observing the paper seriously and very carefully, as if he is unwilling to miss any details. Meng Chong continued to laugh in his heart. It seems that this plan is too outrageous, making Yu Yao a little doubtful about life, so he looked at it for so long. But even so, Meng Chang did not intend to explain anything. Why should I explain my actions to you? Anyway, the advertising and marketing department must cooperate with my work unconditionally. I just messed up the promotion plan on purpose. What can you do to me? Not only will this plan be messed up, but future plans will also become more and more outrageous. I hope you young comrades in the advertising and marketing department will adapt as soon as possible. When Meng Chang was feeling complacent, Yu Yao had finished reading the contents of the paper and looked up. Brother Meng, can you teach me when you have time? Meng Chang was stunned for a moment. He carefully observed the expression on Yu Yao's face. It seemed to be some kind of expectation and eagerness. What's going on? Teach you what? Meng Chang was puzzled. Yu Yao said excitedly, teach me how to make a promotional plan that is deeply influenced by President Pei. Meng Chang? Yu Yao explained, when I saw this picture for the first time, I felt a strong, unique temperament of President Pei. Only after coming to Tenda did I realize that all the promotional skills and routines I learned before were useless. President Pei's promotional methods are the top promotional skills. It's a pity that I am dull. Although I have been carefully analyzing the details of President Pei's promotional methods, I have never gained much. So, Brother Meng, when can you teach me? Meng Chang was confused. Me? Are you saying that my promotional plan is similar to Mr. Pei's? When did you have this feeling? Meng Chang only had one feeling, that is, it's outrageous. How could my promotional plan be similar to Mr. Pei's? This is impossible. Mr. Pei's promotional plan has always achieved excellent promotional results. And my promotional plan is to promote in the opposite direction and to dissuade consumers. How could our promotional plans be similar? If they are similar, there must be something wrong. Yu Yao pondered, when did I have this feeling? Let me think. Actually, I had this feeling from the beginning, but recently I feel that they are getting more and more similar. At the beginning, your promotional plan was still very personal, but then it became more and more like Mr. Pei's style. For example, when you first promoted the physical store, you used a very simple logo, which is similar to the sign of Moyu Internet Cafe, which only puts the logo without words, and when you shot the promotional video for the smart fitness clothes drying rack, it was also very similar to Mr. Pei's plan for promoting Hot Blood War Song. As for this plan, although it is just a simple picture, it makes me feel that your plan has integrated Mr. Pei's promotional methods and reached the level of integration. Brother Meng, I want to ask you secretly, did Mr. Pei teach you all his publicity strategies? Teach me more when you have time. I want to learn too. Meng Chang opened his mouth slightly, and was at a loss for words. What's going on here? Young man, you should have a basis for what you say, and you can't just talk nonsense. Coincidence, this is definitely a coincidence. The reason it looks like that is just a beautiful misunderstanding. Because Mr. Pei and I have completely opposite motives. It is definitely not a good sign that Yu Yao said that my publicity method is very similar to Mr. Pei's. Because Mr. Pei's publicity is all a great success, and being similar to Mr. Pei, doesn't this mean that my publicity plan will also be a great success? Too unlucky. Meng Chang originally thought that Yu Yao spent so much time looking at this plan because he thought it was outrageous, but now he found out that Yu Yao didn't think the plan was outrageous at all, but saw Mr. Pei's taste in it, so he looked at it for so long. But perhaps it was because he was the one in charge. No matter how much Meng Chang looked at this promotion plan, he didn't think it was similar to President Pei's promotion method. After all, the two people's motives were completely opposite. President Pei's promotion was a simple act of selling a few flaws after careful planning, and he actually prepared countless exquisite backup moves. And Meng Chang's promotion was simply selling a flaw to deliberately lose. How can they be the same? It can only be similar in form but not in spirit. The gap is huge. Thinking of this, Meng Chang felt a little relieved. How could he be similar to President Pei? It must be Yu Yao's illusion. Seeing the strong desire for knowledge hidden in Yu Yao's eyes, Meng Chang didn't want to discourage him, but just said vaguely, this. Actually, I also learned it by osmosis. President Pei didn't teach me anything. You can definitely master this skill if you watch, learn, and practice more in your daily work. Now, let's push forward this publicity plan. Yu Yao nodded immediately. Okay, Brother Meng, I'll go now. He walked halfway and turned back, whispering, Brother Meng, this publicity plan must have a backup plan, right? Can you secretly reveal it to me first? How do you plan to make it popular? Meng Chang's mouth twitched slightly. There is a backup plan. No. Can you stop confusing me with President Pei? Don't guess blindly, there is no backup plan. Meng Chang almost rolled his eyes. Yu Yao nodded slightly. I understand, keep it secret for now. Then I'll wait and see. Meng Chang. Although I was speechless, the publicity plan was finally implemented soon. This ugly picture that Meng Chang personally photoshopped will appear on bus stops, subway stations and some web pages in many cities. After sending Meng Chang away, Pei Qian immediately sent a notice to all departments as promised before, requiring everyone to keep confidential the copyright development of the 3 works of the Endpoint Chinese Network Inspiration class. This also includes all the authors who know about the Endpoint Chinese Network Inspiration class. Of course, this is a requirement that cannot be enforced. If someone really leaks the information privately, it will be difficult to find the source. But no matter what, the meaning is conveyed. Speaking of which, Pei Qian also tried his best to get the entire Tenda Group to cooperate with Meng Chang. If this is not successful again, Meng Chang will have nothing to say. After sending the notice, Pei Qian thought about it and decided to go to the Tenda game department upstairs again, to emphasize it. Because among the 3 works that need copyright development, the preparation time for online dramas and animations is relatively long, and animations even need to wait for 2 months and by a studio before they can officially start production. Only this game project may progress faster. Eternal Reincarnation is a novel based on the background of Turn Back, so it will be developed as a new DLC for Turn Back. Turning Back is already a fairly mature game, and now the Tenda game department has nothing to do. Hu Xianbin and others are just doing follow-up updates for Mission and Choice. If they are idle and have nothing to do, and accidentally leak some information during the advanced preparation, it will be bad. Moreover, this cycle has not yet ended, and new projects cannot be started randomly, otherwise it will affect the settlement if they are not completed at that time. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that he needed to go there to ensure that the game department would not cause trouble for him. The game department is just upstairs, and it is only a few steps away. Pei Qian glanced, but did not see Hu Xianbin and Min Jingqiao, nor did he see several key employees. An ordinary employee saw Pei Qian and hurriedly stood up and said, Mr. Pei, Brother Hu and others are in the meeting room to discuss the new DLC. Pei Qian couldn't help but nodded slightly. Yes, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. He went straight to the door of the meeting room and knocked gently. Sure enough, Hu Xianbin, Min Jingqiao, and Li Yada, the core employees of the game department, were all in the conference room, including Yu Fei, the author of Eternal Reincarnation. Seeing President Pei, everyone was overjoyed. Just when we were worrying about how to make this DLC, President Pei came. Was it a coincidence, or did President Pei know that everyone was in a dilemma, so he came to give us some advice? In any case, with President Pei here, we have a backbone. Chapter 1091 Design and Planning of DLC for Eternal Reincarnation. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Everyone hurriedly stood up and welcomed President Pei in. Hu Xianbin gave the most central seat to President Pei. After Pei Qian sat down, he looked around but didn't see Bao Su. Is Baosu traveling again? Pei Qian asked, casually. In his impression, Baosu is not often in the company. He is either traveling or on the way to travel. But on second thought, there seems to be no travel activities recently? The selection of outstanding employees is in February and August. Now there are still 2 months before the next selection, and there are no annual meetings or other activities in the near future. Where is Baosu? Hu Xianbin hurriedly explained, President Pei, Brother Bao has been helping out at the snack market recently. I don't know the specific situation. Does he need to attend this meeting? Pei Qian immediately shook his head. No, I just asked, casually. What is Baosu doing at the snack market? Pei Qian was a little confused about Baosu's motive for this behavior. He didn't seem like the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's business. But it didn't matter. Baosu wasn't a gourmet. Letting him cause trouble at the snack market would be less harmful than causing trouble at the game department anyway. Baosu will probably not be able to escape the fate of accompanying the tour in the next selection. He is already like this, so he can do whatever he wants. Everyone sat down and the meeting continued. Hu Xianbin said, Boss Pei, after we received the task of adapting eternal reincarnation, we immediately organized the designers of the department to read the original novel. Now we specially invited the author to roughly finalize the specific content of this DLC. But everyone's opinions are not particularly unified, and the specific form of this DLC has not been finalized. It's just right, Boss Pei, please give us some advice. How to make this DLC appropriate? Everyone looked at Boss Pei eagerly, their eyes full of hope. Turning Back as the Shore had also developed DLC before, and released some new weapons, new props, and reincarnation mode and random mode, but the situation at that time was not the same as it is now. The previous DLC only added some gameplay, the content was not particularly rich, and the price was set very cheaply, just to find something for the old players of Turning Back as the Shore to do. This DLC involves the copyright development of the book Eternal Reincarnation. Judging from what President Pei said, he obviously wants to show the essence of the novel as much as possible and make a substantial DLC. It is impossible to simply fool around with it, but the problem is that if you want to change the content of the fan fiction into the game, you not only need to understand the plot of the novel, but also need to make a special design in the game that corresponds to the plot. These changes may conflict with the original gameplay of the game, and some trade-offs need to be made. In this way, everyone can't reach a consensus quickly. Just in time, President Pei is here. As the father of Turning Back as the Shore, President Pei will definitely come up with a perfect solution. Pei Qian pondered for a moment. Before talking about the game, I will briefly emphasize 2 things. The first thing, as I have already notified you before, you must keep the copyright development of the Inspiration class works confidential and don't leak it. The second thing, within 2 months, that is, before August 1st, you can make preliminary preparations for DLC development, but don't officially start the project development. Making preliminary preparations does not mean starting the project development. The concept of preliminary preparations is relatively broad. For example, thinking about the specific practices of DLC in your mind, or making a few drafts, or even making minor repairs to some art resources in advance, these are all considered preliminary preparations. If this is the case, the system will not consider it as a new project and will not affect settlement. However, once the project is officially established, the development schedule is arranged, and the release date of the game DLC is clearly planned, it will be considered as a new project and will affect settlement. Pei Qian emphasized that this was mainly to ensure that the settlement was not affected. Hu Xianbin nodded, I understand, Mr. Pei. You mean that the large DLC Eternal Reincarnation needs a lot of content to prepare. Let us dig deep into the inspiration, prepare fully, and then settle for 2 months before officially developing it. Don't be too impatient, right? Pei Qian, about the same. Obviously, Hu Xianben and others' understanding was slightly different from Pei Qian's original idea, but since the result was almost the same, it was fine. Pei Qian said again, as for the design of DLC, how did you discuss it? I can give you some suggestions as appropriate, but it's up to you to decide in the end. Originally, Pei Qian didn't plan to get involved in the design of DLC. He has a lot of things to do now. It doesn't matter whether he pays attention to the DLC of a mere game. But Pei Qian suddenly thought of something and changed his mind. Up to now, turning back as the shore has not been free. According to the system regulations, a standalone game can be free if it has been on sale for more than 10 months, and the current month's revenue has fallen to less than 1/5 of the revenue of the next month of sale. But the problem is that the revenue of turning back as shore is still very strong. Every time it is about to fall to 1/5 of the next month's revenue, it always rebounds miraculously. In this way, the sales of turning back as shore always jump back and forth, but no matter how much it jumps, it can never reach the standard of being free. This makes Pei Qian very upset and puzzled. Who is still buying turning back as shore? This game has been on sale for 2 years, how can it still make money? It is inevitable to be free, it's too bad. Pei Qian thinks that these people come to suffer because the difficulty is not high enough. In theory, the difficulty of turning back as shore should be able to dissuade a large number of players. But after Qiao Laoshi released a very detailed strategy video, many people just need to follow the video and move forward steadily, and they can always pass the level after a little suffering. Many new players come here because of its reputation, and rely on these strategy videos to persist in playing until they pass the level, which continuously contributes to the sales of turning back as shore. This situation cannot continue, the difficulty must be increased. Pei Qian planned to do something cool. Other games put DLC after the main game, and players usually experience the main game content first, and then experience DLC. But this time, Pei Qian wanted to put DLC before the main game. It will not affect players who have already completed turning back on the shore. However, if a player has not played turning back on the shore, after entering the game, he will experience the DLC content first, and then experience the main content of turning back on the shore. DLC has a special screening mechanism. You must complete the content of the previous chapters before you can pay to buy the DLC. And after completing the DLC, you will get a 30% discount when you pay to buy the main content of turning back on the shore. It will not affect old players, but for new players, they will definitely be greedy for this 30% discount, which will lead to a decrease in the number of people buying the main content of turning back on the shore. Wouldn't this reduce the sales of the main content of turning back on the shore and make it free after meeting the system requirements? Free 1 month earlier, how much less money will be earned? Of course, in order to take care of the emotions of the players, there will be corresponding instructions before the main content of turning back on the shore is free, and players who spend money to buy it in the short term can get a guaranteed refund service. This plan is perfect, but there are 2 main problems facing Pei Qian at present. The first is the difficulty. The difficulty of turning back as the shore is already very high for him, and he only beat it with the weapon, Pudu. If the difficulty is increased, how can Pei Qian complete the game by himself? The second is the plot. To put DLC before the main game, experience DLC first and then experience the main content, there must be a convincing reason. And Pei Qian has not thought about these yet. He had never read the plot of the book Eternal Reincarnation. Therefore, Pei Qian planned to ask about the discussion first, and then put forward his own views. Hu Xianben handed over a document. Boss Pei, this is the idea we sorted out before and the story outline of Eternal Reincarnation, please take a look. What we are currently considering is to start with the identity of the protagonist. According to the story background of Eternal Reincarnation, the whole story takes place before the world of turning back as the shore collapsed. The protagonist is a powerful human warrior with extraordinary skills. He walks in the world, hones his skills, and becomes a generation of martial arts god. But no matter how powerful a person is, he will face death. In his later years, he tried every means to escape the fate of death. He forced skilled craftsmen to make a magic sword for him that can cut off the soul, let it be stained with the blood of a Taoist monk, and let Wugu create a pill that can make him enter the dying moment and float in the yin and yang worlds. When the black and white impermanence came to claim his life, this martial arts god killed the black and white impermanence with the magic sword, and under the drive of the magic sword, he slaughtered all the ghosts who came to arrest him, stepped into the underworld, and caused the entire 6 reincarnations to collapse. But at the last moment, he came to his senses and realized that he had made a big mistake under the control of the magic sword. The demons in the entire hell were ready to move and were about to wake up. So he went deep into the hell, became the first prisoner with his body. Our current idea is to arrange an NPC in the initial village. After witnessing the killing of the prisoner in a week, the player will get a prop. After giving it to the NPC, he can travel to the DLC and experience the story content of eternal reincarnation. The game's combat system will continue to be used, but some new weapons and props will be added, such as special combo skills and execution skills, to highlight the protagonist's identity as a martial saint, in contrast to the weak protagonist of the original, turning back on the shore. Pei Qian pondered for a moment and did not respond immediately. It can be seen that for Hu Xianben and others, such a degree of change can be called quite bold. After all, this is just a DLC, not a sequel, nor a new game. Chapter 1092, Planning a brand new combat system for turning back. Added. According to the unspoken rules of developing DLC, the basic gameplay and combat system of the game must not be changed greatly. At most, new maps, new bosses, new weapons, and new skills can be released based on the original content. But this obviously cannot meet Pei Qian's needs. Because players will definitely buy DLC developed in this way without thinking. It will not have the effect of reducing the sales of the game at all. Pei Qian's first goal is to make players buy less of the main body of Turning Back, so that after the income drops, he can naturally make the main body of Turning Back free without being warned by the system. So, the DLC must be placed before the main content, forcing players to experience the DLC first and then the main body, and the difficulty of the DLC is higher than the main body. In this way, those players who have not bought the main body of Turning Back cannot complete the DLC, cannot get a 30% discount, and are reluctant to buy the main body at the original price. Wouldn't the sales drop? Coincidentally, the plot of Eternal Reincarnation happens to be a story that happened before the main plot, and the protagonist of the DLC is set to be the first prisoner. This provides theoretical support for Pei Qian's trickery system. Look carefully, I didn't mean to make trouble by putting the DLC content first and the main content later. The author's plot setting is like this, and I changed it to follow the timeline. The next question is how to make the DLC more difficult than the main game. The pure numerical difficulty can't be increased, after all. Pei Qian has to ensure that he can pass the level. If you want to continue to increase the difficulty, you can only work on the gameplay. This means that the basic combat system of Turning Back is the shore must also be changed. Fortunately, the story of Eternal Reincarnation also has some minor details in this regard, which can be used. Of course, the so-called use is just far-fetched and forced. On the surface, it uses the identity of the protagonist, God of War, but in fact it is simply to increase the difficulty and discourage players. Pei Qian quickly came up with a rough idea, and coughed twice, saying, "There's nothing wrong with your original idea. But the problem is that it's too conservative, and it doesn't feel like a brand new story at all. DLC must bring a different experience to the players. If it's just a patch on the original battle, how can it live up to the players' expectations? It's also a shame for the hard work the original author put in to conceive the plot. These words made Yu Fei, the author of Eternal Reincarnation, a little embarrassed. In fact, he didn't think much about it when he wrote this story. He just thought that the identity of the prisoner was special and could be explored in depth, so he made up such a slightly cliched story. Mr. Pei is the producer of Turning Back is the Shore, and obviously has the highest right to interpret the relevant plot of Turning Back is the Shore. It is very good that this casual plot of his can be recognized by Mr. Pei, and he does not expect the production team to produce it completely according to his plot. But Mr. Pei's statement made him feel a strong sense of respect. Pei Qian continued, "In my opinion, this is how it should be changed. First of all, the content of the DLC takes place before the main plot. In this case, we should obviously let players experience the content of the DLC first, and then experience the content of the main game. Therefore, the DLC is set to be purchased and experienced separately from the main game, so that players who have purchased the main game of Turning Back before the DLC is released will not be affected. You must complete the content of the previous chapters before you can pay for the DLC, and after completing the DLC, you will get a 30% discount when you pay for the main game of Turning Back. This will guide new players to play the DLC first, and then play the main game. This order must be made clear, so that the player's gaming experience can be consistent with the timeline of the story. Although this is only a very detailed part, the more details, the more they cannot be ignored." Hu Xianben and others hurriedly took notes. This rule sounds a bit strange. How can DLC be purchased separately from the main game? How can it encourage players to play DLC first? I have never heard of this. But after all, everyone present is an old employee. After seeing the tricks that President Pei has used on other games, especially Be Quiet, this kind of operation is no longer surprising. Since President Pei has arranged it this way, there must be a reason for it. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Pei Qian was very satisfied. He thought for a moment and continued, "Secondly, the gameplay of the DLC Eternal Reincarnation must be distinguished from the previous game. Turning Back is a 2-year-old game, and its combat system is a bit outdated. In addition, in the past 2 years, players' tolerance threshold has been constantly increasing. Old players are becoming more and more skilled, and can pass the level with their eyes closed. New players can also search for a large number of strategy videos on the internet. The difficulty of this game is no longer comparable to when they first saw it. So, we have to innovate the combat system of Turning Back and bring some new challenges to players. And this point can be started with the details in Eternal Reincarnation. According to the setting in Eternal Reincarnation, the protagonist is a martial god in the human world, a super master at the level of Dugu Chobai, and can even kill the black and white impermanents. This is obviously completely inconsistent with the setting in the main plot of Turning Back. The protagonist is an ordinary person. We should allow the martial god protagonist in the DLC of Eternal Reincarnation to master more martial arts, perform more fancy operations, and have a unique combat mechanism. When describing the battle, the protagonist's breath is often described. When two masters duel, the one with disordered breath will often fall into decline quickly, while the one with smooth breath will gradually gain the upper hand. So therefore, on the basis of the original physical strength value, a breath value is added. The breath value icon is a bit like the shape of a lung, and is divided into 3 states: green, white, yellow, and red. At the same time, this icon will have a breathing effect, expanding and contracting like breathing, and the degree of filling inside represents the amount of gas in the lungs. When the breath value icon expands, the amount of gas in the lungs increases, representing inhalation. When the breath value icon contracts, the amount of gas in the lungs decreases, representing exhalation. The 4 colors of the icon, green, white, yellow, and red, represent the breath state of the protagonist. Green represents smooth breath, white represents normal, yellow represents rapid, and red represents disorder. Along with the exhalation and inhalation of the breath value icon, the system will also play the sound effects of exhalation and inhalation, so that the player can better understand the current breath state of the protagonist. Whether attacking or parrying, it is best to exert force while exhaling. Of course, if the situation is urgent, it is no problem to exert force while inhaling, but the protagonist will automatically speed up the adjustment of breath, and quickly change from inhaling to exhaling. But this situation should not happen too often. If you frequently exert force against the breath will gradually become disordered and need to calm down and adjust slowly. On the contrary, if you can exert force at the right time every time, your breathing will become very smooth, and your attack power and damage will be very stable. The damage value will be increased. The enemy will also have a breath value setting. When the enemy's breath value is in a disordered state, the protagonist can find the flaws in the enemy's moves. No matter how much blood he has, he will kill him with one blow and perform an execution move. In addition, the setting of physical strength is also different from before. The previous physical strength consumption was fast and the recovery was also fast, which is inconsistent with our understanding of the traditional sense of physical strength. After the introduction of breath value, the setting of physical strength will also change. The total amount of physical strength is large. Although actions such as attacking, parrying and dodging will consume physical strength, the consumption is very slow and the recovery is also slow. The breath value will affect the consumption of physical value. If the breath is smooth, the physical value will be consumed slowly and recovered quickly. If the breath is disordered, the physical value consumption will increase significantly. When the physical value is reduced to a certain threshold, it means that there is a gap in physical value between the two sides. When the weaker party is parrying the opponent's attack, the judgment conditions will become more stringent. Once the physical strength is on the verge of exhaustion, it is easy for the opponent to hit a flaw, disrupt the breath, and perform an execution move. In addition, specific combat skills must also be adjusted. The original battle was too boring. It was nothing more than rolling to dodge, not greedy for the knife, and slowly grinding the boss to death through the back plate. This mode is used in general, it's okay for a common person, but since the protagonist of the DLC is a martial god, you absolutely can't fight like this, it's too awkward. In the new combat system, in addition to the original attack actions, the main modification is the demolishing the camp action. Enemy attacks will be divided into upper, middle, and lower attacks, and there are left and right. Use stepping to dodge the upper attack, use parry to defend the middle attack, and jump to dodge the lower attack. This is the basic operation, and the protagonist is a martial god, so in addition to these conventional methods, you can also use the martial god's C move demolish the camp to deal with it. Meeting a move and countering a move is also a parry, but it is more demanding. Not only does it require a very precise grasp of the timing, but it also requires the right joystick to add a direction judgment. After the player locks on the target, if the opponent's attack comes from the upper left of the player needs to push the right joystick to the upper left first, and then press the parry button at the moment the attack arrives. In this way, you can form a perfect parry of meeting a move and countering a move. While not taking any damage, you can disrupt the opponent's breath value and make the opponent stiff for a short time. The same is true for attacks from other directions, such as directly above, lower right, and right. Pushing the right joystick or mouse in the corresponding direction can trigger the perfect operation of meeting a move and countering a move. If you don't push the joystick or push in an inaccurate direction, you can only trigger a normal parry. Although you can defend it, you may get hurt or cause your breath to become disordered. Some bosses have super powerful charged attacks, and it is best to avoid such attacks. But there is also the possibility of breaking them with meeting a move and countering a move, but the conditions are very harsh. Hu Xianbin was shocked while recording. This change to the combat system is really too big and quite bold. Not only does it divide the original enemy attack into 6 directions, making it more complicated for players to handle, but it also adds a breath value setting for masters. If they want to fight a perfect boss battle, they need to constantly counter the attacks and block the attacks from the right direction. In addition, they need to pay attention to their breath value at all times, and it is best to keep their breath smooth. In this way, the combat experience will become a bit like a fighting game, and you need to control the direction button to adjust the direction of the block. When the fight really starts, it will definitely become extremely fancy. If the master players can master this set of combat skills and quickly beat the boss to disorder the breath, then the quick kill may be much faster than before. But for ordinary players with poor hands, the game experience may be another matter. It is very likely that they will disorder their breath while playing, and then be easily executed by the boss. Yes, this is a very bold change, but it is also quite risky. Hu Xianbin said, "Mr. Pei, the combat system has been changed so much, which means that the difficulty of the entire game has to be adjusted again, right?" Pei Qian nodded, "Of course. It is not for the sake of the players that the difficulty is adjusted, but mainly for their own clearance." After all, Pei Qian was very self-aware. He designed such a perverted combat system, and he had to adjust the breath value and push the right joystick to parry like in a fighting game. Given his clumsy hands, he definitely couldn't do it. Therefore, he had to find a way to open a backdoor so that he could pass the level smoothly. Chapter 1093, The Darkness Under the Lamp Weapon for Skipping Classes. As for how to skip classes with this official method, we still need to think about it carefully. Before, Pei Qian got himself an official weapon for skipping classes, Pudu, which he only played in the first round of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and he hid it with great effort. But he never expected that even though it was hidden so deeply, and it took 7 deaths at the hands of a weak monster to trigger it, it was still found by the players. I can only underestimate the boredom of the players. The number of players of turning back is already large, and these players especially like to delve into the content of the game, so no matter how deep it is hidden, it is not safe. As long as this prop exists in the game, there is a possibility that it will be found by the players. When it comes to Eternal Fall of Reincarnation, the situation is even more pessimistic. After 2 years of accumulation, the player group of Turning Back is has far exceeded that of the game when it was first released, and most of them are old players who have turned the game upside down. After the DLC is released, these old players will definitely continue to do everything they can to find this new official plugin, just like they did when they looked for Pudu. Just like Diablo, the previous game had a cow level, and in each subsequent sequel, players would go to great lengths to find the cow level. Even if players were told that there was no cow level, they would not believe it, but would continue to look for it with great pleasure. Therefore, the method of hiding Pudu would definitely not work, and a new method had to be used. Moreover, Pei Qian felt that, with the current changes to the game's combat mechanism, simply hiding a powerful weapon would not be able to save his hand. Because the previous combat system was relatively simple, after dodging the monster's attack, you could basically pass the level as long as you were not greedy and understood the enemy's attack mode. And Pudu's weapon had a long attack range and fast attack action, and it could easily kill most enemies in this combat mode. But now the situation is different. You have to pay attention to your breath value, and dodging alone is useless, and you can't knock down the boss's blood at all. You must try every means to disrupt the boss's breath and perform the execution action. If you grind the blood bit by bit, with the current boss's blood volume, it will take a long time to beat it, and it is easy to overturn in the middle. But want to perform many perfect parries in a row? Pei Qian was very self-aware, and he felt that he definitely couldn't do it. In this case, what's wrong with giving a Pudu? After all, the official weapon cheats are limited, and they can be over-modified, but not too much. It is impossible to kill the boss in one blow, and the system level cannot be passed. In other words, the new way to skip class must meet two conditions. First, the hiding method is different from the Pudu method. It must be hidden in a new way and try to make it difficult for players to find it. Second, it is necessary to start with the game mechanism. The damage does not have to be supermodel, but it must help Pei Qian, who is clumsy, to successfully defeat the boss under the new combat mechanism. With a specific direction, it is much easier. Pei Qian quickly thought of a good solution. The difficulty of the game does need to be adjusted. Since the breath value setting has been introduced, the original method can no longer be used to fight the boss. If the boss's breath value and physical strength are full, but it is slowly worn down by the player, it is too unreasonable. So we should set it as follows: when the boss's breath value and physical strength are in a good state, even if the player hits the boss, the blood loss will not be much. When the boss is at its peak, the player's attack is more likely to be parried by the boss. Specifically, whether it is a perfect parry, a normal parry or a mistake, how much blood and breath value are lost, we use the artificial intelligence system to make a random, so that the player's combat experience is slightly different every time. Hu Xianbin, He was a little at a loss for words for a moment. Before, when he asked whether the difficulty should be adjusted, he was actually asking whether the difficulty should be lowered a bit, because the current combat system is obviously more complex and challenging than the previous combat system. If it is still the same difficulty as before, it will probably be more difficult to pass. As a result, President Pei has increased the difficulty. According to President Pei's design, players have completely lost the option of slowly grinding the boss to death. They can only fight head-on. If they win, they can kill the boss quickly, and if they lose, they will be killed quickly by the boss. This is easier, and every battle should not be dragged into a bladder game, but most players should be the ones who are killed quickly by the boss. What will be the result of this change? I am afraid that once the DLC is released, there will be widespread grief, and old players will be abused and cry. Because these old players are already very accustomed to the combat mode of the main body of turning back. When they encounter the boss, they observe the movements first and fight steadily. As long as they don't be greedy and try a few more times, they can pass steadily. When they get to eternal reincarnation, they will find that the more they observe the boss, the more excited they become. Their own breath value becomes more and more chaotic, while the boss's breath value becomes smoother and smoother. As they fight, they are executed by the boss. Although they know that players of turning back is the shore like to suffer, this is too miserable. I wonder if they can bear it. Yada, who had been silent, suddenly said, then. Mr. Pei, should we arrange a weapon similar to Pudu in the game? The tradition of mercy cannot be lost. Turning back as the shore was developed when Yada was the main planner, so her understanding of this game is much deeper than Hu Xianbin. Pudu not only gives players a way to skip classes, but is also an important part of the game setting. It has become a tradition of the game. Turning back is the shore. The DLC has changed so much, it's time to release a new weapon for skipping classes, right? Hu Xianbin's eyes lit up. Yes, there is also Shadow Pudu. Boss Pei is very compassionate to the players. He arranged Pudu before because he was afraid that the clumsy players would be tortured too much and could not pass the level, so he deliberately hid it in the game and waited for the players to find it. Now that the difficulty has been further increased, I must continue to be compassionate, right? Pei Qian laughed in his heart. Pity the players? Why should I pity the players? I pity myself, okay. Without the skipping weapon, can I pass this broken game? But on second thought, everyone thinks that pity for the players is not bad. Boss Pei made a skipping weapon for skipping classes himself is really not very cool and damages his glorious image. Pei Qian coughed twice and said, we will not make a weapon like Pudu this time. The original protagonist of Turning Back is the shore is set as an ordinary person, so it is reasonable to use Pudu to skip classes. But the protagonist of Eternal Reincarnation is a martial god. Is it reasonable to use this kind of weapon to skip classes? Of course, a martial god should be able to chop everything with any weapon. Everyone looked at each other. Hu Xianbin said, Mr. Pei, you are right. If it is true according to the plot setting, not all players are martial gods. Pei Qian smiled and said, I know, don't worry. In addition to making weapons like Pudu, there are other ways. I saw in the plot setting that in his later years, the martial god protagonist spent all the wealth and rare treasures he had collected throughout his life, and asked skilled craftsmen to create a magic sword that can kill souls, and let it be stained with the blood of the Taoist monk. After that, the protagonist asked Wu Gu to create a pill that can make him enter the dying moment and float in the yin and yang worlds, and used the magic sword to kill the black and white impermanence and enter the hell all the way. According to the original setting, the power of the magic sword is limited. The more souls it kills, the weaker its power will be. At the same time, in order to highlight the identity of the protagonist as a martial god, we also encourage players to use a variety of weapons for matching. Different main and secondary weapon combinations can have different combat effects and attack actions. So the final design became that the magic sword is equivalent to a special prop for killing. Players usually use various other weapons to fight. When the killing action is triggered, they use the magic sword to kill. As the plot progresses, the power of the magic sword will continue to weaken. Everyone nodded. This is the consensus of the designers of the development team. If only the magic sword is used, the gameplay and process of the entire game will be too simple. Therefore, it is set as common weapons to fight monsters, magic swords to kill, which can not only encourage players to use a variety of weapons, but also restore the plot to the greatest extent. At this time, Yu Fei, the original author of Eternal Reincarnation, said, Boss Pei, in fact, I just came up with the idea of the magic sword getting weaker as it is used. I just think that this setting helps to highlight the tragic effect of the whole story. Moreover, the magic sword becomes weaker, so the protagonist's mind becomes clear, realizing that he has made a big mistake, and eventually becomes the first prisoner. This is more reasonable. But the plot must serve the gameplay. If necessary, it is also possible to change it to the magic sword getting stronger as it is used. Pei Qian raised his hand, no. The current setting is perfect and cannot be changed. I just think that we can make some derivatives on this basis. According to the current design, the magic sword has completely become a plot prop and cannot be held in your hand. But I think it can be made into a handheld combat item. However, its initial damage, attack distance, and other attributes are weaker than other equipment. Not only that, as the plot progresses, the protagonist kills more and more bosses, and the attributes of the magic sword will become lower and weaker. In the later stages, it may not hurt to chop people, but add a special effect to the magic sword. When the player only holds the magic sword and does not dual wield any other weapons, each death will increase the magic effect a little. When the magic effect accumulates to a certain extent, the protagonist will be under the control of the artificial intelligence system, automatically making parrying movements. The deeper the demonic possession, the more frequent the automatic parrying. Of course, the damage value of the magic sword is still very low, but through frequent automatic parrying and breaking, even if the damage value is very low, it is still possible to disrupt the opponent's breath value and achieve the conditions for killing. At different stages of the game, demonic possession has a limit value. When the power of the magic sword is very strong at the beginning, even if you die many times, the effect of demonic possession will not be very obvious. It will only turn some ordinary parries of the player into perfect parries, which is almost imperceptible. As the plot progresses, after the power of the magic sword is weakened, you have to continue to die in order to continue to improve the effect of demonic possession. Wait until the end of the game, when you have died enough times, to achieve the effect of fully automatic parrying. But in this way, the player will not be able to get the original ending, but will get an ending of eternal reincarnation, where the protagonist eventually becomes a hellish devil, completely loses himself, and the whole world becomes a living hell. Only when the player's demon value is not high and he completes the game with his own strength can he enter the normal ending of the prisoner. Chapter 1094. Pei's good ideas are simply easy to come up with. I'm in love with your reading website, and I lost money and became the richest man from the game. Pei Qian was simply amazed by his genius plan. I am a genius who can come up with this way to skip classes. Unlike Pudu, Pei Qian used a darkness under the lamp method to skip classes this time. Pudu is indeed hidden very deep, but it must be said that players are all kinds of strange. No matter how deep it is hidden, players can dig it out. Therefore, the setting of the magic sword is simply not hidden, and it is directly arranged in the plot. Let all players think that it is a plot prop, and continue to search for the same Pudu skipping props in various corners, but ignore the real skipping props on themselves all the time. The conditions for skipping classes with the magic sword are very harsh. First of all, the damage of the magic sword is lower than other weapons at the beginning. Weapons seized from any boss, such as the morning stick of the black and white impermanents, are much stronger than it. At the beginning, the protagonist does not use the magic sword by default, but uses the sword that he is most satisfied with during his lifetime. The attributes of this sword are also better than the magic sword in all aspects. Moreover, the more bosses you fight, the lower the damage of the magic sword will be. The conditions for accumulating the magic value are also very harsh. You must only hold one magic sword and no other weapons. Because the protagonist is set as a martial god, the weapon setting of eternal reincarnation is more free than the original turn back. The protagonist can wield two weapons at will, and it is completely fine to hold a two-handed weapon in each hand. The attack distance and damage of two-handed weapons are much higher than those of one-handed weapons, but the attack interval and pre-swing are longer. In this case, those old players of turn back will inevitably choose to dual-wield two weapons with the highest damage and the most convenient, so that they can defeat the boss. The attributes of the magic sword are so rubbish that even if you take it, you will definitely take another weapon. But this way you can't accumulate the magic value. You must only take a magic sword with the worst attributes that doesn't hurt anyone, and you have to die many times before you can feel the changes of the magic sword. Moreover, the changes in the early stage are not obvious, because there is an upper limit to the magic value in the early stage. The further the plot goes, the higher the upper limit of the magic value will be, and the situation of fully automatic parry will appear. All in all, the magic sword is not easy to use in the early stages, but after dying a few times, you will have no problem defeating the boss. If you continue to die in the later stages, it will become more and more useful, and you can only get a bad ending. For Pei Qian, as long as he knew this mechanism in advance, it would be nothing more than dying a few more times and suffering a little in the beginning. But in the later stage, those very difficult bosses can be skipped. It took a long time from the development of the game to its official launch. As long as you die more, you can always pass the level. For players who don't know this mechanism, they will only choose more powerful weapons, or search for weapons like Pudu everywhere, and they will never think that the real skipping artifact is always on them. Of course, there is also a possibility that some big guys are too awesome, and powerful weapons are no longer challenging, so they deliberately use the most rubbish magic sword to fight boss. But there is still no need to worry about being exposed. Because such big guys have practiced their skills to perfection, they will not die frequently at all, and naturally they will not accumulate magic points to trigger the automatic parry of the magic sword. In short, noobs don't like to use it, and big guys won't trigger it when they use it. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more he felt it was perfect. Haha, stupid players, you can't think of it, right? I hid the skipping weapon in a different place. As long as players can't find the correct way to use this truant weapon, They will have to fight the boss honestly and indulge in eternal reincarnation. Wouldn't the sales of turning back itself drop? After the sales drop, it will be natural to make this game free. In order to make the game free, Pei Qian also took great pains. Moreover, the game is so difficult, it is a good opportunity to torture those players. Don't you like high difficulty? Then let you feel what is really high difficulty. I don't believe that I, a designer, can't deal with you players. On the other side, the designers were quickly recording in the small notebook. Hu Xianbin wanted to applaud. This design is really great. It is a completely different routine from Pudu, but there are some similarities. This setting is quite consistent with the plot. The protagonist is getting deeper and deeper into the devil, which means that he is gradually controlled by the devil's thoughts. When fighting under the control of the devil's thoughts, he can automatically block, but he will slowly lose himself and can no longer wake up to become a prisoner, but will plunge the whole world into disaster. The original game is very difficult, but after adding this setting, the difficulty of the game is equivalent to a dynamic adjustment. When the player is stuck and dies frequently, the devil value gradually increases, the artificial intelligence system automatically takes over, and the probability of automatic perfect parrying is higher and higher. The difficulty is naturally reduced, and the player can beat it. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the player must know that this mechanism exists. If the player does not fight the boss with only one magic sword, it will not be triggered no matter how many times he dies. Although this mechanism is a bit hidden, Hu Xianbin is not worried. Pudu was hidden so deeply at the beginning, but didn't the players find it out anyway? Facts have proved that the wisdom of players is endless. As long as it is hidden in the game, it will definitely be found. The only difference is early or late. I have to say that President Pei is really extravagant. Such a combat system and story background can actually be used to develop a new game. Calling it Turning Back 2 is also completely fine. But such a good idea, President Pei actually just used it to make a DLC, which is really quite extravagant. But this also shows that President Pei has too many good ideas. Designs of this level are completely easy to come up with, and he doesn't worry about running out of inspiration for the new game. Thinking of this, Hu Xianbin's admiration for President Pei is even more spontaneous. With the general direction, some minor details will be easier to deal with. For example, the weapon system in Eternal Reincarnation will also be greatly changed compared to before. All weapons can be freely dual-wielded, and the effects of light attacks, heavy attacks, and special attacks of the offhand weapon will change depending on the main and offhand weapons. Players can freely match weapons according to their preferences. In addition, after Mr. Pei's interpretation, the plot of the game has become clearer, and some details related to the plot in the game can be perfected. For example, in Hell, the protagonist will encounter some enemies and villains he killed in his lifetime. These people become powerful in Hell and come to seek revenge on the protagonist, but they are still defeated. And when killing these enemies, or in places such as the Three-Life Stone, there will be some special props to reveal the legendary story of the protagonist's life bit by bit. The designers all felt that they were full of inspiration and designed seriously. And Yu Fei, the original author, also felt deeply inspired. Although he is the original author of Eternal Fall of Reincarnation, he thinks that his understanding of the whole story is definitely not as good as Mr. Pei's. After Mr. Pei's interpretation, the whole story seems to have become more profound. Compared with Mr. Pei's understanding, many details in the original novel seem rough. The DLC Eternal Fall of Reincarnation condenses the elite forces of Tengda's game department, and is personally guided and personally operated by Mr. Pei. What a big card! There will definitely be many players who will come to read the original novel of Eternal Reincarnation. If the novel is not good enough and disappoints the players, how can it work? Therefore, the novel needs to be overhauled. Yu Fei decided that he could not let his original novel lag behind. After returning, he would work tirelessly to adjust the content of the novel, make fine adjustments to the original story structure, and strive to make the content of the novel perfect enough. June 5, Tuesday. Meng Chang still came to the company early in the morning to check the current effect of the Inspiration Class promotion plan. I have to say that the efficiency of the entire advertising and marketing department is still very fast. After handing the plan to Yu Yao yesterday, various web ads have been posted today. The speed of physical advertising such as bus stops and subway stations is slower, but it should be fully rolled out within a week. Advertisements like this take a long time to make. But Meng Chang did not think so far ahead. Now the best description of his mentality is, 10,000 years is too long, seize the day. First set a small goal, persist in reverse publicity for 2 weeks, and get a guaranteed commission. Then set a medium goal, persist in reverse publicity for 1 month, and get a higher commission. As for the highest goal, it must be full commission. But Meng Chang felt that it was still too difficult to get the full commission. He could already thank God and thank President Pei for not killing him if he could achieve the medium goal. He casually flipped through the comments about this advertisement online. What's wrong with this new advertisement of Endpoint Chinese Network? It's so ugly. It's ugly, but the key is that the content is also a bit wrong. These books have performed poorly on Endpoint Chinese Network, and they are still bragging about it? Ranking in the top 30 of the entire site can be used as an honor to promote? Isn't this really a high-end black? Is this promotion plan outsourced? It feels like the person who made the plan doesn't understand the online literature industry at all, and it's too unprofessional. Didn't the Chinese terminal website check it? I just think this Inspiration Class is not good. What it hatched is a bunch of rubbish works. The participating big-name authors have all been cheated. The high-price buyout will ruin them. Seeing these comments, Meng Chang couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. It's exactly the same as expected. In fact, many readers themselves have great dissatisfaction with this Inspiration Class. The author wrote the original subject well, and the hardcore readers also loved to read it. As a result, because this Inspiration Class used high-priced buyouts to lure the authors to write subjects they are not good at, the authors were uncomfortable writing, and the readers were uncomfortable reading. What's the purpose? And this time the promotion plan of the Inspiration Class was so poor, it naturally further intensified the contradiction and made the readers even more dissatisfied. And this is the effect Meng Chang wanted. As long as the readers' anger and dissatisfaction can continue, won't the commission this month be stable? Chapter 1095 Help Meng Chang buy some water army, additional update. June 8, Friday. Since the last meeting, the preliminary preparations for the DLC Eternal Reincarnation have begun to advance. Of course, in order to avoid system warnings, the DLC has not been officially launched for development. The employees of Tenda's game department just write design drafts and modify art resources in their spare time. The system will not take care of such skirting. This week was relatively dull because there were not many new projects worth paying attention to. Pei Qian focused most of his attention on Meng Chang's new publicity plan. That ugly picture not only bought a lot of advertisements online, but also has been gradually spread offline. Many bus stops in Jingzhou have been replaced with this picture. According to Meng Chang's publicity plan, other cities such as the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital have also bought some advertisements, which will soon form ugly landscapes and pollute the eyes of innocent passers-by. As for the effect of this plan, it can be very good. It did not attract much attention, but instead aroused dissatisfaction among many readers of the Endpoint Chinese website with the Inspiration Class, and the voices of criticism were endless. Pei Qian was also very pleased to see these critical voices. Great, this is a smooth start. That's right, how can any promotional plan become popular? This is not scientific at all. Even with the wisdom of President Pei and Meng Chang, they couldn't come up with a failed promotional plan. It's really a failure. This time, Meng Qiang gritted his teeth and made such a rubbish promotional plan. The reaction of netizens is finally normal. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel relieved when he thought that so much promotional funds could finally be wasted. But then again, judging from Meng Qiang's current spending, the commission is at most 70,000 or 80,000. Maybe he is timid and has become conservative in spending money. How can this work? Since it is determined that the promotion effect is not good, we have to spend more money decisively. You can remind him. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Meng Qiang. The publicity plan is very effective. It's just that we haven't spent enough money. Do you have any subsequent spending plans? Meng Qiang was stunned for a moment and said, Mr. Pei, not for now. We have already bought the conventional channels, and bought a lot of ads at bus stops and subway stations. I think this is enough. Pei Qian said in a persuasive manner, Did you forget to buy the water army? Meng Qiang was a little confused. After a pause, he asked, Can publicity funds be used to buy water troops? Pei Qian, why not? As long as the water troops carry out positive publicity, there is no problem. You can spend publicity funds to hire some water troops and post content such as inspiration class is the cradle of great gods, the source of inspiration, and the holy land of creation everywhere. Isn't this also a very good publicity method? Meng Qiang was stunned. There is such an operation? I never thought about it before. Pei's operation seems to be praising the inspiration class on the surface, but in fact, it is the same as Meng Qiang's poster, which is completely high-end black. Cradle of great gods? It should be the grave of great gods, right? It sounds like a very reliable operation to spend money, but... This suggestion was made by Pei. Is there any misunderstanding in it? Is there any fraud? Meng Qiang thought about it seriously. It seems there is no fraud. The operation of buying water troops to praise and blacken it seems to be a 100-point operation for reverse publicity. There is no problem at all. Meng Qiang thought for a moment and said, But Mr. Pei, where can I find the internet trolls? Pei Qian laughed, Isn't this easy to do? Don't worry, I'll find them. But this will require publicity funds. I'll tell you in advance so you don't doubt me again. Meng Qiang, there is a sense of magical realism. As the boss of Tenda, Mr. Pei actually took the initiative to make suggestions to Meng Qiang, the head of the publicity department, and asked for the use of publicity funds, and he did it in a negotiating tone. It was outrageous. Moreover, Meng Qiang wanted to do reverse publicity, and Mr. Pei just proposed an excellent reverse publicity plan. This operation was too many twists and turns, which confused Meng Qiang and once again confused which side Mr. Pei was on. After hanging up, Pei Qian immediately found Hu Xiao. By Water Army. Already an old customer, and familiar with the routine, Pei Qian went straight to the point. Soon, Hu Xiao replied, What content do you want to buy? Is the scope on a certain website, or the entire network? Pei Qian, the entire network. Anyway, as long as you see a discussion related to the internet, you can let the Water Army mindlessly brush these few sentences. The inspiration class of the Chinese terminal website is the cradle of great gods, the source of inspiration, the holy land of creation, and the masterpieces are produced. Around this theme, blow it up for me, as corny as you can. Hu Xiao nodded slightly, and the request this time was quite clear. As for the price, I'll give you the same 20% discount as before, okay? Pei Qian waved his hand and said, No need to give me a discount this time. Please give me a bigger discount next time when I need it. Just kidding, the system can be reported this time. What discount do you want? This discount is obviously to be saved up and used next time when you hire a water army at your own expense. Hu Xiao scratched his head, a little confused. What's going on? The person in charge behind this account has changed again? He still remembers that this person in charge was very generous before, but last time he became very stingy and calculated. Why did he become generous again this time? How many people are in charge of the account? But despite the doubts, Hu Shao did not ask much, and immediately arranged his water army brothers to work. This is another big job, and you can make a lot of money. June 10th, Sunday. Tenda Experience Store officially opened for trial operation. After the site selection of the Experience Store was officially finalized, the relevant work has been advancing. Various containers, samples, household items, etc. in the Jing Experience Store have been continuously delivered, and Liang Qingshan has gradually handed over the work of the Experience Store to Tian Mo. The layout of the entire Experience Store was completed yesterday. According to the original plan, the trial operation will begin today. Compared with the initial plan, the VR experience area has not yet been officially opened, because the VR glasses at Qingshan Studio have not yet been developed and mass-produced. The large screen outside is still under construction. The food stall owners and chefs in the food area are not yet fully staffed, but there should be no problem in coping with the flow of people during the trial operation. In addition, the products and staff of the entire Experience Store are all in place. A business car stopped at the entrance of Qingshan Plaza. Yao Bo got out of the car and looked up to see the super-large LED display screen under renovation, and also saw the interior of the core area of Tenda Experience Store through the huge glass curtain wall. The door on the other side was also opened, and Zhou Mian also got out of the car. Looking at the magnificent Experience Store, he sighed, "It's really President Pei, the first Experience Store is so generous." Yao Bo smiled, "Of course, when has President Pei ever been angry? Let's go." The two people walked into the Experience Store. The two of them came all the way to Jingzhou to learn from others. Want to see what the Tenda Experience Store is like? Although Tenda did not promote the Experience Store in a big way, Yao Bo and Zhou Mian were well informed and naturally knew that the Experience Store had just started trial operation. If it were any other brand's Experience Store, there would be no need to visit it, because there would be only a few things to see and learn nothing. But Tenda's Experience Store is different. As we all know, turning decay into magic is one of Mr. Pei's most outstanding abilities as a boss. No matter what industry he enters, Mr. Pei can always find a new business model. In addition, in other aspects such as internal company management, project promotion, and investment, Mr. Pei is also unique and independent. Each of them can be used to write a textbook. The truth is simple, and the sword is unconventional, but the result is the same. Only those who have been dealing with Mr. Pei for a long time can realize how versatile Mr. Pei is. So, will Tenda's Experience Store be an ordinary Experience Store? Definitely not. This Experience Store must be an Experience Store that contains Mr. Pei's sales ideas, which is completely different from other brands' Experience Stores and physical stores. It is naturally necessary to observe and learn. Yao Bo and Zhou Mian are in urgent need of this knowledge. The Jinding Group where Yao Bo works is mainly engaged in sportswear and sports drinks, and there are many sportswear stores across the country. However, in recent years, due to the increasingly fierce market competition, the squeeze from foreign brands, and the rapid rise of online shopping, the physical stores of Jinding Group have become increasingly difficult. Yao Bo wanted to come and see Tenda's Experience Store and learn a little. If he could learn something, it would be best to upgrade Jinding Group's stores and retrain its staff. As the boss of Hui Studio, Zhou Mian also had the idea of opening a game experience store in order to better promote the games developed by his company. However, due to lack of experience and preparation, this idea is still in the fantasy stage, and there is no feasible plan at all. Therefore, the two of them want to come and see Tenda's Experience Store and learn how President Pei arranges the Experience Store during this special period. If they can learn something, it will definitely help their store. Chapter 1096 Transparent Service of Experience Store. As soon as Xiaobo and Zhou Mian arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the mall, they saw a familiar figure. Hey, isn't that Mr. Pei? Xiaobo was sharp-eyed and saw the familiar back in the crowd at a glance. Although Mr. Pei was wearing a mask and changed into casual clothes at this time, Xiaobo and Zhou Mian often saw him, so they still recognized him. Mr. Pei's back is so unique that it is hard to forget after seeing him once. The two quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Mr. Pei?" Pei Qian was startled, turned around and saw that it was Xiaobo and Zhou Mian, then lowered his voice and said, "Keep it down." The two immediately understood. Xiaobo whispered, "Is Mr. Pei going on a private visit again? He wants to avoid being discovered by the clerk and come to see how the service of the experience store is?" Pei Qian said he. "Incognito? Visit a hammer. I can't do it. Alas, you won't understand this kind of trouble of being too popular." Pei Qian asked, curiously, "What are you two doing here?" Xiaobo smiled and said, "We are here to learn from the advanced experience of the Tenda experience store and strive to make our stores follow suit." Zhou Mian also nodded, "I have similar plans." Pei Qian said again, "Haha. Then you came to the wrong place. My place is nominally an experience store, but in fact its first goal is to waste money, and its second goal is to persuade customers to leave. You come here to learn the experience of persuading customers to leave? I have a system, do you have one?" But Pei Qian didn't say much. Anyway, when these two enter the experience store and see the operations of the store clerks, they will leave in a daze, so there is no need to worry that they will learn the wrong thing. The three of them followed the crowd very low-key and took the escalator up. It must be said that although it was only a trial operation, the huge flow of people still far exceeded Pei Qian's imagination, which also made him very confused. Where did so many people come from? Pei Qian had just come here a month ago. At that time, Qingshan Plaza was still a bit deserted. Although it was only across the street from Yuan, the flow of people was much worse. As a result, the current flow of people is almost the same as Yuan. Keep calm. After all, it's the first day of trial operation, and people are very curious. Besides, Qingshan Plaza should have done some publicity, so it's normal to have a large flow of people. After a while, the flow of people will definitely decrease. Pei Qian silently comforted himself. Xiaobo said with emotion, "As far as I know, Qingshan Plaza has no intention to promote it. All publicity campaigns will be put in 2 weeks, when the big screen is officially decorated." I didn't expect that Tenda's appeal is so strong. There are already so many customers attracted by word of mouth. This is enough to show that the location of the experience store is very successful. The flow of people in the future will definitely not be small. Qingshan Plaza has made a lot of money. Zhou Mian nodded, "Yes, this experience store is not only in a good location, but also has great decoration and layout inside. From the outside, it looks like a huge work of art. If you are shopping nearby, you must come. How can the flow of people be small? It will be very lively in the future." Pei Qian. These two people flattered Pei Qian so much that he almost got hurt. "If you can't talk, just shut up. So you two came all the way from other places to Jingzhou just to whip my corpse. This is really absurd." Pei Qian silently quickened his pace, hoping that the two of them would stop talking and get in touch with the store staff as soon as possible to see the cruel truth of how Tenda Experience Store persuaded customers to leave. Arriving on the second floor, first went to the game experience area, then the digital area. The game experience area was divided into many small units, each with different equipment. Some are in the mode of a Mocha internet cafe, with a ROF machine plus an esports monitor plus an esports table and chairs. Some are in the mode of a living room, with a large TV plus a single sofa plus a host, or a single sofa plus a G1 mobile phone. There is also an area that is temporarily empty, serving as a rest area, but it is actually reserved for VR glasses. All equipment is fixed with lines like some mobile phone stores to prevent theft. The game experience area is to reproduce all game scenes as much as possible, so that customers can play Tenda games in these scenes and choose according to their needs. Although the flow of people is not small, because the layout of the entire game experience area is relatively scientific, the space utilization rate is also good, and the customers are walking and stopping, the quality is relatively high, and few of them occupy the equipment for a long time, so there are still a few empty seats left. Zhou Mian was more interested in this area, found a single sofa to sit down, picked up the handle and experienced it a little. Is there no clerk? Zhou Mian asked with some curiosity. After he sat down, he looked around, but did not see any Tenda employees in work clothes. It seemed that all he saw were customers. Zhou Mian cast a questioning look at Mr. Pei. Pei Qian replied with a blank expression. You ask me, who should I ask? I don't know where they are either. The salespeople in the experience store don't have uniforms, which Pei Qian deliberately said. Now, Tian Mo and the other salespeople should be hiding in a corner, secretly experiencing the game, right? Zhou Mian was puzzled. What did Pei mean by this look? Pei's expression was hard to interpret, and he was wearing a mask today. This glance made him completely confused about what Pei wanted to express. Yao Bo poked Zhou Mian, don't ask such stupid questions. Didn't you see a button? Zhou Mian, button? Where? He observed carefully and found that no matter it was a computer or a game console, there was a very inconspicuous small button on the computer table or cabinet where the equipment was placed. It should be a call button. As long as you press it, the clerk of the experience store should come to you according to the table number. Zhou Mian was surprised and said, this is great. Hidden clerk service? Let all the clerks wear casual clothes and hide, leaving customers a space that seems to be undisturbed and absolutely free. And when customers have needs, just press the button and the clerks will come to serve immediately. This kind of transparent service is very worth promoting and learning. Pei Qian. What transparent service? Don't make up a concept for me. They were hidden simply because they didn't want the salespeople to make money by selling products. Don't think too much. Zhou Mian stood up while admiring them. The three of them went to the digital area inside. The sun shines in through the entire floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the entire space. Although it is summer and it is very hot outside, the temperature of the air conditioner is very suitable, and the warm sun makes people feel very comfortable. In the spacious and bright space, various digital products of Tenda are placed, including G1 mobile phones, fully automatic intelligent bar lifting machines, intelligent fitness clothes drying racks, and other products are also prominently displayed in different areas. The flow of people here is obviously more than that of the game experience area. Some customers are playing with G1 mobile phones, and some customers are fighting with the bar lifting machine. It is a scene of great joy. Pei Qian felt a little depressed. What are these people browsing? Apart from this mobile phone, aren't the others things that have been released for a long time? Especially the bar lifting machine, why are there still people playing with it? Zhou Mian came to the counter of the G1 mobile phone and picked it up to play with it. Yao Bo was a little surprised. Hey, isn't this the phone you are using now? Zhou Mian said, what's wrong? Playing with your own phone is not the same as playing with the one in the store. Such a high-end experience store has special bonus effects on these products. Look at this fully automatic bar lift machine, it shines in the bright sunlight, and its appearance instantly rises to an unknown level. It really stimulates the desire to shop. Is it a transparent service here too? Not bad. This time, Yao Bo no longer needs to remind him. Zhou Mian saw the call button. Yao Bo also sighed, well, this atmosphere is really different. After seeing this place, think about those stores of our Jinding Group. They are just like pigeon cages. It's so depressing. There is no sales in this place, but just through the overall environment layout and the control of light sources, a warm and natural atmosphere is created, which invisibly enhances the product's style. And this kind of environment without sales can easily make customers relax their vigilance and no longer resist, which is more likely to stimulate customers' desire to buy. I heard that this place was designed by Mr. Pei and architect Liang. Sure enough, the master's work is different. This involves not only architecture, but also professional knowledge in many categories such as psychology and art. It exudes the smell of money and the fragrance of art. It can combine high costs with such artistic design. I'm afraid that few companies can do it. Zhou Mayan added, the last time I felt this way was the store of pineapple mobile phones. Yao Bo looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and then looked at the various simple but artistic shelves, and said, but this is not easy to learn. Zhou Mayan nodded, of course it's not easy to learn. If you want to reproduce this kind of shopping environment, first you need to have a great designer, and secondly, you need to be willing to spend a lot of money. These shelves, including the lights on the ceiling, may look ordinary at first glance, but if you look closely, you will find that they are definitely very expensive. Of course, expensive is secondary, the key is that the money must be earned back. If you sell clothes or other things, the profit margin is not high, and it is difficult to recover the cost. However, Tenda sells digital products and games. There are a large number of physical goods in stock, and games can be copied infinitely, so the profit is very considerable, so it can make money. The principle of this kind of store is very simple, but it needs to have a strong brand appeal and product profit margin support to play it well. Therefore, only a few companies such as Tenda and Pineapple can make money by playing this model. Pei Qian listened to the conversation between the two people, and his mouth twitched slightly. You two, are you telling crosstalk here? Why are you praising me and making fun of me, taking turns to hurt my heart? What do you mean that only Tenda can make money by playing this model? What good will it do you if I die of anger? Pei Qian was very angry, but he couldn't say anything. He could only keep a dark face and said nothing. Seeing that President Pei didn't react, Yao Bo said, hey, we two are making a big fuss. With Tenda's excellent performance in various industries, this experience store has already killed 99.99% of physical stores, but for Tenda, it's just normal performance. Let's call the clerk to ask. I've been walking around for so long, but I haven't seen any clerks. Yao Bo said, pressing the button on the table. There was no prompt sound or voice broadcast, only the light circle around the button lit up, indicating that it was in the calling state. Pei Qian was slightly excited. It seemed that Liang Qingfan was a little too hard, and the entire experience store was decorated too grandly, which caused some misunderstandings between Yao Bo and Zhou Mayan. But as long as the sales in the store were called over, they would definitely be exposed in an instant. Not long after pressing the button, Tian Mo stood up from an unknown corner and walked over quickly. Seeing Tian Mo, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. The proud disciple is here. If someone else from the sales department came, Pei Qian might still be a little worried. What if the bad habits left in other places were not completely changed and the sales started? But Pei Qian was still more relieved about Tian Mo. Tian Huan, you are my last hope. Pei Qian couldn't wait to see the confused expressions on Yao Bo and Zhou Mayan's faces after Tian Mo's persuasion. Chapter 1097. You want to poach even Tian Mo? Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. Tian Mo quickly came to the calling position and said to Yao Bo and Zhou Mayan, hello, how can I help you? Yao Bo looked Tian Mo up and down and found that he was wearing casual clothes, and only the wrist was wearing a special electronic bracelet to verify his identity as a store employee. This bracelet can prove his identity on the one hand, and can also display the number of the specific calling location on the other hand. When a customer calls, the bracelets of all sales in a small area nearby will vibrate and have a light effect prompt. After one of the sales presses the reception button on the bracelets of other sales will no longer prompt, and the sales responsible for reception will continue to display the current reception location number on the bracelet until the reception is completed. Yao Bo noticed that although Tian Mo himself looked unremarkable, his clothes were quite tasteful and suitable for his style, which added some intimacy. At this time, Tian Mo also noticed Mr. Pei standing next to the two of them. Although Mr. Pei was wearing a mask, Tian Mo had met Mr. Pei many times, so he could naturally recognize him. Seeing that Mr. Pei pretended not to know him, Tian Mo understood immediately. Mr. Pei is here to inspect and test my learning results. I must serve customers well according to Mr. Pei's requirements and must not let Mr. Pei down. Tian Mo instantly became 120% alert and reviewed the sales principles that Mr. Pei had repeatedly reminded him of before to ensure that everything was foolproof. Yao Bo pointed to the arguing machine next to him and said, "I want to buy this. Please introduce it to me." Tian Mo saw that Yao Bo was referring to the first generation of arguing machine, which is the version without sound wall and intelligent voice assistant, which can only mechanically argue but not intelligently argue. Mr. Pei never taught how to introduce this arguing machine. But Tian Mo had been thinking about it for so long that he had learned to draw inferences from one example. After thinking about it, he figured out how to reply. "Hello, what you are seeing now is the initial version of our bar lifter, which is also the basic version. This version of the bar lifter has only a pure mechanical structure and can only be placed as an interesting toy or decoration. In the long run, it is not very playable. It is not recommended to make impulse purchases. It is best to make sure that you need it and like it very much before buying it." After speaking, Tian Mo glanced at President Pei. Pei nodded silently, and he felt at ease instantly. It seems that President Pei is quite satisfied. Pei Qian was indeed very pleased. "Yes, Tian Yuan really didn't let me down. I racked my brains to compile sales guidelines, select sales staff, and train them again and again, and finally it worked. Look at this reply, it is reasonable and well organized, and it points out the problems of the product very realistically and sharply, and clearly dissuades customers, which completely meets Pei Qian's expectations. I think Yao Bo and Zhou Mian should be confused, right?" Pei Qian looked at the two and found that they were indeed a little stunned, but not to the extent of being confused. "Well, it seems that the blow they received is not enough." Yao Bo thought about it and asked, "Since it is not recommended to buy, why do you still put it here?" Tian Mo smiled slightly. He had encountered this problem many times during the service in that small experience store. He didn't think about how to respond before, but now he knows. It seems that it is necessary for President Pei to let him practice in the small experience store. If I hadn't practiced in the small experience store, I would definitely be confused and flustered now, leaving a bad impression on customers. But not now. Tian Mo smiled and said, "Because customers have different preferences and tastes, it is possible that some customers with more personality like this product, so we will display all the products on sale. But when guiding customers to buy, we must do our duty and remind those customers who don't really like this type of product to avoid them buying it by mistake." Yao Bo nodded slightly and said, "You just said that this is the first generation of the bar lift machine, which is just a pure mechanical structure and not very playable in the long run. So are you recommending me to buy the new fully automatic smart bar lift machine?" Tian Mo immediately shook his head, "No." Although the new fully automatic smart bar lift machine has added the intelligent voice assistant AEIS and echo wall functions, its price is relatively high. If you only want the echo wall function, it is recommended to buy other high-quality echo wall products of the same price. Although the practicality of the new fully automatic smart bar lift machine has been greatly enhanced, it is still not recommended to make impulse purchases because of its high price. You still have to make sure that you particularly need it and like it very much before buying it. Pei Qian couldn't help but silently give Tian Mo a thumbs up in his heart. Okay, you've made it. When you come to the Tenda Experience store, the sales will only not recommend two things. Neither this nor that. Take the argument machine for example. The first generation of purely mechanical argument machines are not recommended, and the new generation of smart argument machines are not recommended either. Not only do they not recommend their own argument machines, they also recommend customers to buy sound walls of the same price, achieving a compound dissuading effect. Pei Qian was very satisfied with Tian Mo's answer. Now Yao Bo and Zhou Mian should give up, right? However, looking at these two people again, they are still not confused, but in a state of contemplation. Yao Bo thought for a while and said, "Show me the functions of the smart argument machine." Tian Mo nodded. Okay, this fully automatic smart argument machine has four main functions. The first is to be used as an echo wall with a TV or computer. The second is to be used as an intelligent hub to control home appliances through a voice assistant. The third is the basic argument function of the mechanical structure. The fourth is the interactive function with the artificial intelligence assistant AEIS, such as argument mode, dialogue mode, daily communication, etc. Tian Mo introduced and demonstrated to Yao Bo and Zhou Mian. Pei Qian had previously required that all sales must be familiar with the shortcomings of the products in the store. Therefore, Tian Mo and other sales will spend a lot of time experiencing the products and games in the store. In the process of experience, the shortcomings are indeed experienced, but the advantages will naturally be experienced as well. Therefore, Tian Mo currently has a very clear understanding of most of the product details in the store. When Yao Bo asked him to demonstrate the functions, he immediately demonstrated the main functions quickly and methodically. Especially when he argued with AEIS, he attracted many customers around to watch. Soon, the function demonstration was finished. Yao Bo nodded with satisfaction. Okay, give me one. Pei Qian? There's something wrong. I've tried to dissuade you from buying it before, and I've explained the shortcomings clearly. Why do you still want to buy it? Oh, maybe it's because I'm here, so you bought it for me on purpose? Fortunately, as long as you're not persuaded by the salesperson. Thinking of this, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't breathe a sigh of relief for long, and heard two passers-by next to him also said, "Not bad, give me one too." Pei Qian. Did our experience store arrange it? No. If it was really arranged, how come I didn't know? Tian Mo hurriedly said, "The lifting machine is a large piece of goods, which is inconvenient to carry. It is recommended that you place an order online. If it is in Jingzhou, Nifeng Logistics will deliver it within the same day. Of course, if you come by car and it is convenient to carry, you can also pick it up directly in the store." Yao Bo asked, "If you pick it up, can you get a commission?" Tian Mo shook his head. "We get a fixed salary, no commission, no matter where you buy it, it makes no difference to us." Yao Bo and Zhou Mian showed surprise on their faces again. As a salesperson, there is no commission. If it were in other stores, they would definitely think that the boss was not only stingy, but also stupid. The sales staff have already sold the goods and made money, so isn't it reasonable to give some commissions? This small amount of money can greatly increase the enthusiasm of the sales staff, so why not do it? But since it is in Tenda's experience store, it is different. Because everyone knows that President Pei will never be associated with the words stingy and stupid. In this case, President Pei must have given these sales a very high base salary and benefits, even more generous than the treatment after commissions in other stores. Yao Bo did not hide his admiration. The young man should have rich sales experience before, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to grasp the customer's psychology so accurately and be so proficient in the business. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you planning to change jobs? I can arrange for you to be the store manager of the largest flagship store of Tenda Group, and it is not impossible to transfer you to a sales manager in the future." Pei Qian couldn't help coughing twice. "What do you mean? Is it okay to start poaching people in front of me? Tian is a sales talent that I found with great difficulty. I have worked hard to train him for so long." "What do you mean by wanting to poach him? And, why are you poaching him? Are you crazy? You even want to poach Tian? Are you still a human being?" Tian smiled apologetically and shook his head. "To be honest, I actually had no sales experience before. It was President Pei who promoted and trained me step by step. Moreover, all my experience is limited to Tenda, and it can't be used in other places. So, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't leave Tenda." Yao Bo said with some regret. "Really? That's a pity. Okay, I have no other questions, thank you." After solving the problem, Tian turned and left, hiding in the crowd again. Yao Bo smiled and whispered, "President Pei, please don't be surprised. I didn't deliberately poach your people. I just had a love for talent." Pei Qian was silent for a moment and asked, "Can you explain to me how you can tell that this is a talent? It's outrageous." Tian was obviously picked up from the street. He has a high school education and can't even hand out flyers properly. Even if he has been trained for a period of time, he can speak fluently and introduce products, but he can't be related to talent anyway, right? What's more, Tian just followed the instructions, introduced the shortcomings of the product, and diligently persuaded customers to quit. You want such a sales talent? And you want to promote him to sales manager? Aren't you afraid of bankrupting Tenda Group? Chapter 1098 Mr. Pei, look at sales from a higher dimension. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. Yao Bo said with some emotion while playing the bar lift machine. Although he doesn't look good, he gives people a special sense of closeness. Unlike other salesmen, although he has a polite smile, people naturally feel wary. This is very rare. In fact, when he kept introducing the shortcomings of the bar lift machine at the beginning, I was a little confused and didn't quite understand his intention. But during his introduction, I suddenly developed a rebellious mentality. The more he didn't recommend it, the more I wanted to buy it. After that, I asked him to demonstrate the specific functions of the bar lift machine to me, which greatly strengthened my willingness to buy. So I think this sales is not simple. If it weren't for the precise control of the customer psychology, how could he convince me in such a short time? But listening to what he said at the end, it was obviously taught by President Pei himself. He himself didn't have much sales experience. This is not surprising. Obviously, there are many good horses, but few good horse trainers. The sales staff trained by President Pei are indeed different. Pei Qian. Rebellious mentality, the less I recommend it, the more I want to buy it. Are you cheap? Pei Qian was silent for a moment, and said sarcastically, I think you should think about why you have this mentality. The implication is that you should think about whether your brain is still normal. The salesperson told you not to buy it, but you insisted on buying it. Isn't this crazy? Zhou Mian nodded in agreement, indeed. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lao Zhou with satisfaction. Sure enough, there are still normal people. Zhou Mian obviously felt that Yao Bo overreacted, and it was unreasonable and abnormal to have a rebellious mentality. This is obviously good news for Pei Qian. However, Zhou Mian pondered for a moment and continued, why this rebellious psychology appears is indeed worth our reflection. Like you, I have a rebellious mentality and a strong urge to buy. If I hadn't bought it and kept it at home, I might have placed an order. The reason is that I think it is the result of multiple psychological factors. First of all, Tenda products have always had a good reputation. Whether it is an expensive product or a cheap product, it basically has a very unique personality, which has formed a preconceived concept in the minds of consumers. Secondly, the environment of the entire experience store is very high-end, which is a huge difference from other stores. This environment further strengthens the impression that Tengda's brand power is extremely strong and all products are high quality. Thirdly, what I saw and heard after entering the store, including a large number of customers and transparent service from salesmen, this high-quality shopping experience different from other experience stores, further strengthened this impression. All these factors combined have made customers in the experience store form a subconscious mind that the products here are definitely worth buying. At this time, the salesperson first introduced the shortcomings or deficiencies of the product, and introduced it from a very objective and fair perspective, which will resonate with the customer's mind. Conflicts with the subconscious mind of the customer, stimulating the customer to have a rebellious psychology. The customer will feel that this thing is obviously very good, but you keep talking about its shortcomings. What do you mean by this? This rebellious psychology will prompt customers to complain about the product and ask the salesperson to demonstrate the product or introduce more of it. As the advantages of the product are revealed, the previous shortcomings will be completely diluted, and it will once again conform to the subconscious mind of the customer, making the customer feel very comfortable and feel that they are right. Therefore, the impression that these are all high-quality products has been further strengthened, making customers who have not yet purchased this product have a strong desire to buy. Yao Bo nodded suddenly, smart. Is this the legendary, playing hard to get? It's a combination of punches that makes people hard to guard against. But there is a prerequisite for doing this. That is, the brand must be strong, and all products must be special enough, and the overall reputation must be extremely high. Coupled with such a ruthless store, it can successfully create this rebellious psychology in the hearts of customers. It turns out that the experience store is decorated so beautifully not only for the sake of style, but also for practical significance. The two looked at Pei Qian with great admiration. The two eyes on Pei Qian's mask responded with confusion. What are you talking about? Rebellious psychology? Playing hard to get? Don't bullshit, I don't have this idea at all. This is completely an accident, it's an accident. Pei Qian coughed twice and explained, you can't say that, there will always be some customers who will be persuaded to leave. If it is really like what these two people said, then this experience store is too failed. Not only did it fail to achieve the purpose of persuading customers to leave, but it achieved a better sales effect than general sales? This is too cruel. Pei Qian feels that he cannot accept it. Zhou Mian nodded, yes, that's right. Of course some customers will be persuaded to leave. But this is exactly the most brilliant part. The characteristic of this set of combined punches is that willing ones take the bait, in other words, unwilling ones don't take the bait. The premise for this rebellious psychology is that you must highly recognize the Tenda brand and subconsciously believe that everything produced by Tenda must be a high-quality product. If the customer doesn't like the bar lift machine, the salesperson will not form a rebellious psychology when introducing the shortcomings of the bar lift machine, but will strengthen the subconscious mind of the customer, and he will not buy it. Hearing this, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, if you put it that way, the situation is not particularly bad. There are always some people who will be persuaded to quit. But Zhou Mian changed the subject. For this kind of unwilling ones don't take the bait situation, Tenda is actually not at a loss. These people don't like this product in the first place and don't plan to buy it. Even if they are fooled by the salesperson and forced to buy it, they will definitely regret it and ask for a refund and return. At that time, not only will there be a series of troubles such as returns, but it will also leave a bad impression on customers that the salesperson fooled me, which will in turn affect the reputation of the entire Tenda Group and destroy the relaxed and comfortable atmosphere of the experience store. On the other hand, if the salesperson explains the shortcomings openly and clearly in advance, the customer who originally did not intend to buy will feel that the salesperson is very honest and speaks out what he has to say. He is not just selling to achieve sales results, but actually considers from the customer's perspective whether he really needs this product. In this way, even if the customer does not buy it now, he will have a good impression of the Tenda brand and the sales in the Tenda experience store. When he encounters a new product that he is interested in next time, he will become one of the people who willingly take the bait and voluntarily buy it. In the short term, although the customer is dissuaded, a seed is left in the customer's heart. In the future, it will gradually take root and sprout, and eventually turn him into a loyal customer. This long-term vision is completely in line with Tenda's consistent style. Too smart. Zhou Mian silently gave Mr. Pei a thumbs up. Yao Bo suddenly realized and said with emotion, "So that's it, I know where the gap between our store and Tenda experience store is. It's not just about money and investment, nor is it just about the quality of sales staff and the quality and category of goods. Although there are big gaps in these aspects, this is not the fundamental reason. The fundamental gap lies in the overall synergy. When we consider improving the store shopping experience, we often focus on very one-sided and superficial places. For example, decorate the store, change the lighting, and make the customer's shopping experience better, organize sales staff training and improve their professional skills, change the store's location and in-store layout to increase traffic. But these measures are too one-sided and superficial. Although they will have a certain effect, they cannot fundamentally solve the problem. Thank you, Mr. Pei, for providing a new and higher-dimensional idea. As a window for brands to show customers, how much role can experience stores and stores play? This is a combination of many factors. Brand image shaping, product planning, experience store decoration and layout, how sales staff promote. These seemingly unrelated points are actually closely related. Only by unifying them all and taking them into overall consideration can this wonderful chemical reaction be formed, so that experience stores can also become part of brand building and give customers the best shopping experience. Mr. Pei, thank you so much. This trip to the Tenda experience store is really worthwhile. I learned so much. Yao Bo couldn't help but hold Mr. Pei's hands with both hands, his eyes full of gratitude. The deterioration of Jinding Group stores in recent years has always been a headache for Jinding Group. In order to solve this problem, Jinding Group has also thought of many ways, such as renovating stores, training sales staff, poaching sales talents from competitors, trying to open online stores, etc. But all failed. Although there is a slight improvement, it is still unable to resist the general trend. After visiting Tenda's experience store today and analyzing it with Zhou Mian, Yao Bo suddenly understood the gap between Jinding Group stores and Tenda's experience store, and also understood the crux of his own store. The problem that troubled him before has been answered, and it feels like the light has been cleared. Of course, knowing it does not necessarily mean that it can be solved. The most fundamental reason why Tenda's experience store is so successful is that it relies on brand and product strength. If there is no corresponding product strength to support it, rashly learning the sales model of Tenda's experience store will definitely die miserably. If the product quality is not good, then the fake persuasion of sales will immediately become real persuasion, and the sales of the store will probably plummet. Therefore, this model may not necessarily solve the current problems of Jinding Group, and it may even be counterproductive. After all, the brand appeal and product strength of Jinding Group are still far behind Tenda. But no matter what, the way President Pei handled the Tenda experience store did show Yao Bo a new possibility that he had never considered before. This is equivalent to allowing him to stand at a higher perspective and carefully observe the problems of his own store. Even if it cannot be solved immediately, it is finally a big step forward, seeing Yao Bo shaking his hand with excitement, even a little bit forgetful, Pei Qian fell into a daze. Is this even possible? Originally, it was thought that the cultivation of the sales group was a long-term plan of Tenda. After the cultivation, a large amount of money could be spent while the turnover was greatly reduced. That's why Pei Qian put so much effort, asking Tian Mo to recite the sales guidelines and opening an experience store for Tian Mo to practice. As a result, this large experience store has already overturned on the first day of trial operation. Pei Qian couldn't help but think of what Meng Chong said before. I took a look at the door of the experience store and knew that this place would definitely be popular. At that time, Pei Qian was still very unconvinced. Do you know what's going on in the experience store? Just think it will be popular? Isn't it too wishful thinking? Now it has been proved that Meng Chong is not wishful thinking. On the contrary, he sees it very clearly. It seems that Pei Qian is the only one who wishfully thinks that the experience store will not be popular. Pei Qian couldn't help but look up at the sky, speechless and choking. Ah, what a sad story. Chapter 1099, Congratulations to the prisoner for joining the GOG family bucket, additional update. June 11th, Monday. Tenda Game Department. Hu Xianbin and Min Jingqiao are seriously thinking about the content of the new DLC Eternal Reincarnation of Turning Back. Since the meeting with President Pei last Monday, the designers of Tenda Games have been full of inspiration and can't wait to turn the idea of this DLC into reality. However, a week has passed, and this state of inspiration has become a torment for everyone. Because there are only inspirations, but they can't start making them immediately, it's also very uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. Just like an author who has come up with a brilliant idea, but can't write it out immediately, but has to repeatedly consider, polish, and perfect it for 2 months, and can't write a single word of the text. This kind of torment is not something that everyone can endure. The same is true for the designers in the game department. They can only do some minor preparations, such as simply thinking about the game mechanism, repairing some art resources, etc. But actual planning, project establishment, specific design, formal development, etc. are all not possible. As for why, President Pei didn't know very well. Everyone speculated that it was probably to let everyone accumulate Lingfu and not rush for success, and never mess up this good idea. Although this is understandable, it is still very uncomfortable. Hu Xianbin and Min Jingqiao are in a similar state. Hu Xianbin previously developed Mission and Choice. The game has become stable after its release, and there is no plan to develop large-scale DLC or sequels, so Hu Xianbin spends most of his time thinking about Eternal Reincarnation. As for Min Jingqiao, GOG's various regions are about to hold the finals of the spring season. The game version is already very stable and does not need to be updated for the time being. Min Jingqiao has nothing else to do, and he is very interested in the DLC Eternal Reincarnation, so he also helps with the design and conception of the gameplay. The more he conceives, the more he wants to make this DLC immediately. Especially this unique combat mechanism, I think it should be quite exciting to fight. Of course, the premise is that it is a master handshake. But Mr. Pei's order cannot be violated. If Mr. Pei cannot officially start development, then it must not be developed. Hu Xianbin said with some worry, it feels so uncomfortable to have so much inspiration but not be able to officially develop it. Mr. Pei asked us to wait 2 months before officially developing it. His original intention was good. He hoped that we could let our inspiration settle down and start production after we are fully prepared. But, does it need 2 months to settle? That's too long. In terms of the size of this DLC, it can actually be done in 2 months. After all, the main scenes and monsters have not changed much, and many art resources can be reused. Even if you add the time for testing and tuning, 3 months is almost enough. It's a bit unreasonable. Min Jingqiao nodded. It does feel a little strange. This progress is a bit too slow. If Pei Qian heard their conversation, he would definitely sneer and say, "You know nothing. This has nothing to do with procrastination." The reason for the delay of 2 months is mainly to catch up with the settlement cycle. Because the previous game project establishment and development were just within the settlement cycle, so it can be developed according to the normal progress. But the DLC Eternal Reincarnation is special. It happened to be stuck at the end of the settlement cycle. If it is developed now, it will be safe to develop for 3 months, which just delayed the settlement. So it was decided to delay the development for 2 months, just to stagger with the settlement cycle. However, Hu Xianbin and Min Jingqiao did not know this. They felt that this matter was a little strange. Considering the Tenda spirit interpretation principle that there must be a deeper meaning behind Mr. Pei's unreasonable behavior, doubts naturally arose. Before, they were full of inspiration and were seriously thinking about the design plan, so this doubt was temporarily buried in their hearts. But now, the design plan has been conceived, but the draft has been prepared, but the formal design plan cannot be written, and production cannot be started. In this state of torment, this doubt has resurfaced, and it is difficult to ignore it. Both of them fell into silence and thought about it. Hu Xianbin frowned and said, Mr. Pei deliberately left us such a long free time and deliberately prevented us from starting the DLC of Eternal Reincarnation. Are you hinting that we have something else to do? Min Jingqiao nodded. I think there is such a possibility. What is the other thing? What kind of work can be completed within 2 months and is slightly related to Eternal Reincarnation? Hu Xianbin pondered, but still had no clue. Suddenly, Min Jingqiao had an idea. Hey, I got it. Can we release a new hero for GOG? 2 months is enough time for us to release a new hero, and this new hero can use the combat mechanism in Eternal Reincarnation. Since the birth of the popular new hero Yuan, the Wind Ink Master, GOG has not had such a new hero that is both showy and popular for a long time. Although the reviews of the new heroes are good and the balance is okay, there has never been a hero as popular as Wind Ink Master Yuan. In these 2 months, we can design a new hero prisoner for GOG while accumulating inspiration for Eternal Reincarnation and making preparations for the early stage. When the time comes, we will first release the new hero prisoner, and then promote Eternal Reincarnation around this new hero. Isn't this rhythm much more perfect? Hu Xianbin suddenly realized, yes, this is indeed much more reasonable. If President Pei has made up his mind and wants us to do something in these 2 months, it will probably be this. The two people thought about it and felt that this was indeed the most likely option. Besides, now that we are free, isn't it just right to make a new hero? Originally, Min Jingqiao planned to release the news of the new hero prisoner on the stage of the GPL Spring Finals, but the two people discussed it and decided to forget it. The GPL Spring Finals is this weekend, which is a little later than the normal spring schedule. After all, it is already June, and the summer season should be about to start. But this is mainly to take into account the time of other regions, because other regions were formed later, the leagues also started later. The time of each region should be unified, and the summer season should start at about the same time, so as to ensure that the summer season schedule of each region has been completed when the second Global Invitational is held. Originally, the Spring Finals was a good time to promote the new hero, but 2 aspects were considered. First, it was absolutely too late to make a promotional video within a week, and it would be boring to release only text information without video materials. Second, President Pei had required that any information on the copyright development of the Inspiration Clash should not be leaked within more than a month. This new hero should be considered as part of the copyright development in a strict sense. So, the two gave up this plan. However, more than a month later, GOG summer season in major regions around the world will also start. Can we announce the news of the new hero when the summer season starts? With a goal, Min Jingqiao and Hu Xianbin were full of motivation again. The inspirations accumulated for eternal reincarnation and the unique mechanisms finalized can be used in the design of GOG's new heroes. Try to develop another hero as popular as Wind Ink Master Yuan. With the cooperation of the two Raos, the design of the new hero came out quickly. This was obviously due to the inspiration brought to them by President Pei's original idea, as well as the accumulation of continuous ideas and gameplay design over the past week. The new hero is called Prisoner, and is positioned as a physical assassin. Its passive skill is breathing adjustment, which is similar to the breath value mechanism in eternal reincarnation. The prisoner has no mana bar or energy bar, but a physical bar instead. Whether releasing skills or ordinary attacks, physical strength will be consumed. In addition, there will be a circular halo effect under the feet of the prisoner, which will expand and shrink at a certain frequency. This circle is the breath value. Expansion represents inhalation and shrinkage represents exhalation. When the circle expands to the maximum range, it is the best state for attacking or releasing skills. Frequent attacks under this condition can play a breath-regulating effect, allowing the prisoner's physical strength to recover faster, increase the movement speed, and increase the blocking probability. On the contrary, if you attack or release skills at the wrong time, the prisoner will automatically adjust his breathing to adapt to the attack frequency. But the side effect is that the breath value will gradually become disordered. The breath value status will be represented by the color of the halo under the feet. Just like eternal reincarnation, the initial color is regular white, disorder is yellow or even red, and smooth breath is green. If the halo under the prisoner's feet is green and the stamina bar is full, it is best not to confront him head-on. The first and second skills of the prisoner are perfect parry and step and dodge. This mechanism corresponds to the mechanism in eternal reincarnation where the protagonist pushes the joystick to perform a perfect parry or dodge when fighting against enemy attacks. There are some differences between these two skills. The cooldown time of perfect parry is short, there is no displacement effect, and the stamina consumption is not high, but it has a certain failure rate. The mouse pointer needs to be pointed in the right direction and the skill needs to be used at the right time to trigger the perfect parry, otherwise it is an imperfect parry or even a parry failure. Whether the parry is perfect will affect the damage suffered by the hero, the change of breath value, the stamina consumption and the cooldown time of the skill. The cooldown time of stepping and flashing is longer, there is a short distance displacement effect, and the stamina consumption is relatively high, but it is much easier to operate than parrying, and it is more friendly to the handicapped. The difficulty of parrying can be simply divided into three types. The ordinary attack of the enemy hero is relatively easy to parry. Ordinary skills except the big move are more difficult. The big move is the most difficult to parry, and it requires not only skills, but also good luck to succeed. Considering that the pre-swing time, flight speed and other factors of each hero's skills are all different, whether the parry can be successful will test the player's reaction and operation. Once the parry fails, it is equivalent to taking the skill with the face, and the consequences will be very serious. These two skills plus the breath value setting are the key to whether the hero prisoner can show off. The third skill is change weapon. According to the setting, the prisoner is a martial god who is proficient in various weapons, so he can also switch freely between different weapon types. Because it is not suitable to be too complicated, Min Jingqiao designed 3 weapon modes. One is dual-wielding two-handed weapons. In this mode, the attack pre-swing becomes longer, the attack distance becomes larger, the attack power is slightly increased, and the sweep attack has an AoE effect, but the attack speed is significantly reduced. The second is a one-handed sword. In this mode, the attack distance, attack speed and attack power are moderate, but it will have a slight improvement on the blocking effect. The third is dual-wielding daggers, which have the shortest attack distance and the lowest attack power, but the attack frequency is extremely high, and it can produce additional critical strikes when attacking the enemy from behind. When choosing different weapon modes, you should also consider the current breath value status and the influence of equipment. For example, if you want to go for the Harvest Assassin flow, you can go for the attack speed critical strike equipment to focus on the dagger, while if you want to go for the half-meat warrior flow, you can focus on the two-handed weapon. But you can't use the same weapon all the time. In order to encourage players to change weapons more often, each time you switch weapons, there will be a short-term buff that increases damage and greatly improves the success rate of parrying. The setting is also easy to explain, because if you use the same weapon for a long time, the enemy will figure out the routine, and changing weapons and changing attack routines will catch the enemy off guard, which can increase damage. The ultimate move is War God Awakening, which has both passive and active effects. The passive effect is that when fighting with the enemy continuously, every successful parry or attack can weaken the enemy's breath, which is manifested as a ring under the enemy's feet, showing 4 colors: green, white, yellow, and red. The more chaotic the enemy's breath is, the slower the movement speed will be, and the more damage will be received. When the breath is in a red disordered state and the blood volume is less than 8%, the damage of the prisoner will directly trigger the killing effect. But the premise is that you must continue to attack. If you fail to suppress the enemy's breath value continuously, the enemy's breath value will gradually improve until it turns green again and disappears. In addition, there is another passive effect, which is the devil. When the player frequently uses parry but keeps failing and the number of deaths continues to accumulate, the prisoner will enter the devil state. At this time, the success rate of his parry skills will be improved, and there is even a certain chance to trigger the effect of automatic parry. The active effect of the big move is to enter the state of awakening the martial god, which greatly improves the effect when weakening the enemy's breath, and the enemy's breath value improves slowly, and the killing line is also increased to 12%. After killing one person, the effect will increase a small amount of time. In other words, it is easier to harvest the battlefield. But this killing effect is not a mindless killing, but it must disrupt the breath value to kill, so it will not be too worry-free. In general, this is a hero with extremely high operating difficulty. Its game mechanism is very worth studying. If you can play it well, it will be a strong choice whether it is a single fight or a harvest battlefield, but the conditions for playing well are very harsh. You need to time the breath value to attack or release skills, you need to accurately release each parry skill according to the different skills of different heroes, correctly choose parry and dodge, you need to think about what weapon you mainly play and match the equipment, adapt to the rhythm of the 3 weapon modes, and correctly choose whether to split or join the team. It is not the same hero for experts and poor players. But what is interesting is that even if the poor player keeps giving away this hero, the bottom line can be guaranteed by the magic state, so that this hero can still eat skills through the parry effect, and will not become a pure waste after giving away a few times like the Wind Inkman Yuan, leaving only happiness. In terms of balance, this hero is completely different in high-end games and competitions compared to low-end games. In low-end games, most people can't play well, so there is no need to worry that he is too strong, and there is no need to worry that he is too pitfalls with the magic mechanism. In high-end games and competitions, the enemy can specifically disrupt his breath value and weapon switching settings to respond. Moreover, although the prisoner's parry seems strong, it may be killed instantly if the parry fails. High returns come with high risks. It is normal that professional players cannot show off with it, but if they do, it will definitely be a great show. Min Jingqiao even had a hunch that the hero of prison suppression might form a happy duo with Wind Ink Master Yuan in the future, competing to see who is happier. But no matter what, no matter how good the hero of prison suppression is, it is always much more useful than the happy Yuan man. This can also be regarded as the designer's great merit. Chapter 1100 FV Team's Champion Skin. Wednesday, June 13th. Modu, Longyu Group Headquarters. Zhao Shuming knocked on Eric's office door very attentively, and then asked very cautiously, FV team's champion skin has been produced, can we prepare a promotion plan? Eric seemed to be worried about other things, and was not very interested in the champion skin. He waved his hand casually. Mr. Zhao, you can arrange it. Zhao Shuming nodded, okay. Just as he was about to leave, Eric said again, summer promotion is coming soon. Finger Company plans to continue promotional activities worldwide. The promotion of champion skins can also be included in the summer promotion activities. Especially in the ICL division, the discount can be slightly larger. After all, it is the championship division. I think other divisions will not have much objection. Since it is the championship division, the discount of the champion skin must be greater. Other divisions are not satisfied? Then you can also bring back a championship division. If you get it, you can also enjoy this treatment. Zhao Shuming nodded quickly, no problem, I will also warm up the summer promotion. After that, he closed the door carefully and left. Zhao Shuming knew that Eric was not in a good mood recently, so he must act carefully. Ever since he lost to Tenda in the 515 Game Festival last month, Eric has been in a state of impatience and confusion. Obviously, this incident has dealt a heavy blow to him. When he heard the news that Tenda was going to sell the building, Eric thought his plan was about to succeed, and he almost wanted to open champagne to celebrate. But he never expected that in just 1 or 2 days, the situation suddenly reversed. As soon as the news that Tenda Group's capital chain was going to have problems came out, many companies extended a helping hand, and Tenda's loyal users also spent crazily, buying games and mobile phones, and even smart fitness clothes drying racks were sold like crazy. As a result, President Pei survived the crisis without a single blow. Not only that, Tenda's 515 Game Festival activities, whether in terms of influence, preferential strength or final reputation, completely crushed the activities held by Zhito Company and Longyu Group. For Tenda, although it cost a lot of money, it achieved its goal very well. But for Eric, it was not the same. He also spent a lot of money, although not as much as Tenda, but it made the senior management of Dayak Group very dissatisfied with him. The worst thing was that this time of spending money did not achieve the effect he wanted. Although spending money has attracted many users and won some reputation, this is far from what Eric wants. Eric is now facing a situation of internal and external difficulties. After the end of the IOI Global Finals, he bragged and analyzed in front of the senior management of Dayak Group and Finger Company in order to replace Creatine, but now, he has taken over the IOI national server for half a year, but still has not made any substantial achievements. This is too embarrassing. Of course, Eric feels that he is wronged about this. It's not that he is slacking off, but there is really not much he can do. GOG has long occupied a dominant position in the domestic MOBA game market, and various publicity has penetrated into every corner through various online and offline channels. It is almost impossible to snatch people from GOG in a traditional way. Unless the quality of IOI's games is obviously better than GOG. But the problem is that the quality of IOI is not better than GOG, and it is even inferior in many aspects such as player habits, hero recognition, cultural identity, detailed gameplay, and terminal and mobile game linkage. In this case, no matter how much publicity money is invested, it is just like throwing it into a bottomless pit, which is completely useless. Therefore, Eric's idea was to promote while competing with Tenda and spending money. When Tenda's capital chain can no longer hold up, it will usher in a turnaround and turn defeat into victory. Unexpectedly, this is the result of the final burn. It felt like the boss was about to be worn out, but the boss posed and his blood was full again. This made Eric's behavior very stupid and even a little inexplicable. The impression given to outsiders was that he was as fierce as a tiger, but then he looked at the record of 0-5. Therefore, within the Dayak Group and Zhito Company, there were voices of dissatisfaction with Eric. In order to keep his position as the person in charge of the Greater China region, Eric had to communicate with the headquarters frequently, and even had to make many compromises and concessions many times, and could not concentrate all his energy on work. To the outside world, Eric could not find a way to break the deadlock. Tenda looked too terrible. After the last problem with the capital chain, Tenda not only recovered quickly, but all the work seemed to be completely unaffected. Many projects such as the Qingshan large experience store are still being carried out in an orderly manner, and the money is spent without hesitation. It seems that the money-burning war with Eric before did not exist at all. Eric was confused and doubted himself. Is it still useful to continue to compete with Tenda in spending money? He thought about this question for half a month, but he still couldn't figure it out. Therefore, at present, Longyu Group's promotional activities for IOI national service are basically stagnant. Except for those necessary daily promotional activities, such as the promotion of ICL League and the promotion of game update content, no large-scale promotional activities have been actively carried out. It has been silent until now. But life still has to go on. Now, the FE Team Champion skin, which has been produced since March, has finally been completed. Eric and Zhao Shuming both think that they should take this opportunity to promote it well. After all, this is the first set of champion skins for IOI, and it is a Chinese who won the championship. If this promotional activity is done well, it will help attract more new players in the national service. In terms of the speed of game development in this world, it is obviously a bit long to make a set of champion skins in 3 months. But there is a reason for this. In the process of making this set of skins, the designers of Zhito Company communicated repeatedly with the players of FE Team, hoping to make it as perfect as possible. Not only did they listen to their opinions at the beginning of production, but they also modified several versions during the production process. After all, there are differences between Eastern and Western cultures, and there are certain communication barriers between designers and players, so a lot of energy was spent on communication. In addition, this skin needs to be made as perfect as possible, so it took so long without realizing it. The designers of Finger Company and Eric are very satisfied with the final product. This black and gold style skin is absolutely cool and is definitely the top-level skin in IOI and GOG. Eric and the senior management of Finger Company had been entangled in what this skin should look like. Some people even said that they wanted to make this skin ugly on purpose. After all, FE Team is Mr. Pei's team. If the skin given to FE Team is too good-looking, wouldn't it be a bargain for competitors? But this voice was quickly rejected. Because this is also IOI's first set of champion skins. If it is not good-looking, wouldn't it be more embarrassing for Finger Company? Yes, this is a dilemma. If it is ugly, it will be embarrassing for itself first. If it is handsome, it will be embarrassing for the boss first. This is very uncomfortable. But after weighing the pros and cons, Finger Company can only swallow this dumb loss and make it with all its heart, which is a bargain for FE Team. Now that the skin has been made, such a handsome skin naturally needs to be promoted well. Zhao Shuming returned to his office, and his subordinates had submitted a preliminary version of the champion skin promotion plan. After he took a closer look, he added relevant content of the summer promotion. According to the arrangement of the Finger Company, the summer promotion will start in the last week of this month, which is June 26th. At that time, IOI will have a large discount activity worldwide. It is a good opportunity to give a more favorable discount to the champion skin and earn some reputation. Moreover, the ICL League will also have the spring finals this month. Although the start time is much later than the GPL League, the ICL League has fewer teams and a shorter schedule. The finals will be held at the end of this month, a week later than the GPL League, which happens to be during the summer promotion. Zhito Company is considering deciding the spring champions of each region during the summer promotion, and launching a series of discounts at the end of the summer promotion for the champion lineup. If these 3 activities can be put together, the communication effect will definitely be very good. But there is a problem, that is, the champion skin has been made. If it is released during the summer promotion, it is equivalent to wasting these 2 weeks, which is not cost-effective. Zhao Shuming thought about it carefully, and suddenly had an idea and thought of a good way. The champion skin will be on sale immediately, but its first discount will be the same as during the summer promotion. This way, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can use these 2 weeks to fully ferment the popularity of the champion skins, which will have a very good publicity effect and continue until the start of the summer sale. You won't affect the interests of the first-time purchasers because of the summer sale discounts, and you can also preheat the huge discounts of the summer sale in advance, so that players are full of expectations for the summer sale, because the first-time discount of skins is generally low, about 70% to 80% off, while the intensity of the summer promotion is relatively large, and may even reach 40% to 50% off. If the champion skin is sold at 20% off for 2 weeks, and then the summer promotion suddenly drops to 50% off, the players who bought it first will definitely be anxious. But if the champion skin is not discounted or only 20% off during the summer promotion, it will be very strange. Therefore, it is better to do it in one step, and the first-time discount of the champion skin is directly set at the same discount as the summer promotion. In this way, after buying the champion skin, players will look forward to other skins during the summer promotion, and the publicity effect is the best. Moreover, the popularity of related publicity can continue until the end of the summer promotion and the ICL spring season next month. It seems to be a perfect plan. Zhao Shuming thought it was more and more appropriate, and immediately modified the publicity plan submitted by his subordinates, and then showed it to Eric. Eric also agreed with this plan very much. After all, this is the most reasonable and efficient publicity plan under the current circumstances. Chapter 1101 Why does he look so much like a hedgehog throwing money? Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man starts from playing games. Afternoon. Pei Qian was in the office, looking worried. The experience store was packed on the first day of trial operation, and the response was enthusiastic. Moreover, Yao Bo and Zhou Mian even told a crosstalk in front of him, one praising and the other making fun, which pierced his heart. It was too hard to bear. The reason why Pei Qian took so much effort to open the experience store was mainly to spend more money. As a result, now the rent of the experience store itself has been reduced a lot, and the location is so good, even the sales staff's dissuasion service has all had the opposite effect. It didn't achieve the effect Pei Qian expected at all. Pei Qian even wanted to completely give up his plan to build a huge sales team and spend money. But after reading the report of the experience store, Pei Qian hesitated again. Because the turnover of the experience store was not as bad as he imagined. I originally thought that this experience store would make a lot of money, but based on the turnover on the first day, it seems, not much. The entire experience store is about 7,000 square meters in total. The sales volume has changed slightly in the past 2 days. Although the sales volume on the first day exceeded 1 million, the average sales volume is about 800,000 yuan so far. This is the net sales volume. The actual profit must be deducted from the cost of goods, the rent of the mall, electricity bills, employee salaries, and other expenses. Although the rent was waived for half a year and the rent itself was 40% off, because Tenda's experience store rented the most perfect area of Qingshan Plaza, the original rent was relatively high, and after the discount, it was about 8 yuan per square meter/day. In this way, the daily rent cost alone is nearly 60,000 yuan, plus the high salaries of dozens of sales, chefs in the catering area and other staff, as well as other expenses. The daily cost is about 200,000 yuan. On the other hand, the sales volume of Pineapple Mobile's retail store per square meter per day is about 1,000 yuan. This is a huge gap. Compared with the retail store of Pineapple Mobile, the sales volume of Tenda's experience store is less than 1/10 of that of others. What's more, although Tenda's experience store has products with relatively high profit margins, such as the G1 mobile phone, there are also products with very low profit margins, such as cooperative furniture, smart fitness clothes drying racks, and fully automatic smart bar lifts. Therefore, this sales volume is very virtual. It seems much higher than the cost, but it is not certain how much money can be made after operation, even if it is not as big as a pineapple. Even compared with some domestic mobile phone brands, this data is still not impressive enough. Many domestic mobile phone brands have a store area of only 300 to 400 square meters, but their turnover can exceed 1 million, which is more than the high-end experience store of Tenda. This data is so optimistic that Pei Qian can't believe it. But he calmed down and thought about it carefully, and felt that this situation mainly occurred for the following reasons. First, most of the products in Tenda Experience Store are sold online first. In addition, with the existence of adverse logistics, Tenda's customers still prefer to shop online. Therefore, old customers who come to Tenda Experience Store are mostly just browsing but not buying. Secondly, although the dissuasion service arranged by Pei Qian to Tianmo and others did not really have a particularly obvious dissuasion effect, it did play a positive role in reducing turnover. Many people come here to browse, anyway, they can't see sales, and they don't think about buying things. They don't feel guilty if they don't buy anything. Moreover, the salesmen do not receive commissions, but fixed salaries, so they naturally strictly follow Pei Qian's requirements and provide transparent services. The last point, and the most crucial one, is that the entire experience store is really based on experience. The stores of Pineapple Mobile and other domestic mobile phone brands are mainly retail stores. Customers go there to buy things. Moreover, these brands have a wide user base, so the sales are naturally high. But Tenda's store is not a retail store. Most areas are for experience. Whether it is playing games or watching movies, there is no need to consume at all. Most people come with a playful mentality and have no intention of buying anything. As a result, although Tenda's experience store is large, it cannot make much money. Of course, Tenda's experience store is in the trial operation stage and has not been officially promoted, which is also one of the reasons for the relatively low turnover. But even so, Pei Qian thought about it and found that the situation is still relatively optimistic. If more sales staff are recruited, sales staff can work more shifts, the overall salary level will increase, or some other expenditure items are thought of for the experience store. Wouldn't it be possible to spend more money? Moreover, this is the first large experience store after all, and it is opened in Qingshan, Tenda's base camp, so there is such a huge flow of people. If more experience stores are opened, the location is not so good, the decoration is not so cool, and the number of people paying attention is not so large, but the expenses remain at this level. Doesn't it mean that there is still a chance of losing money? After thinking about it, Pei Qian felt that he should open more experience stores. He couldn't deny himself so quickly just because he encountered a temporary setback. You can open a few more stores in other cities and more expensive places to test it out. It's impossible for every mall to be like Qingshan Plaza, with discounts and free rent, right? If you open a store in a place with extremely high rent and land prices, but the turnover doesn't increase significantly, won't you lose money? After thinking it over again and again, Pei Qian decided to wait and see, and not give up so easily. Let's not think about the experience store for now. Pei Qian opened the web page and casually flipped through the recent news. Huh? The champion skin of the FV team is out? And Longyu Group has also launched an event for this champion skin? That's great, President AI, President Zhao, you have been silent for so long, and finally there is action. Pei Qian couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw the news released on the official website of Longyu Group. Since the 515 Game Festival, he has been waiting for the Finger Company and Longyu Group to spend money, but he couldn't wait no matter how hard he tried, which made him anxious. This time, the champion skin was not initially discounted at 20% like other skins, but was directly discounted at 50%. And the official announcement stated that the discount will be the same as the skin discount during the summer promotion, so players can rest assured to buy it. Moreover, after the ICL League ends, the heroes used by the winning team will be discounted by 15% on top of the summer promotion discount. However, considering that there is still more than half a month before the end of the ICL League spring season, players who can't wait can also directly purchase this set of champion skins. After all, a 15% discount after a 50% discount is not much cheaper, so buy it early and enjoy it early. Moreover, the winning team of the ICL League spring season may not necessarily use the 5 heroes with the champion skins, so it is still unclear whether the 15% discount will exist at that time. In short, this time, the activities of the Finger Company and Longyu Group for the champion skins can be said to be very generous and sincere. This is also forced by Tenda. If it weren't for GOG, a competitor who is crazy and sells skins at a low price every now and then, the Finger Company and Longyu Group would never have been able to discount so much. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Very good, with such an opponent, it's fun to spend money. Moreover, Longyu Group's promotional plan for the champion skin also exposed the discounts of the Finger Company during the summer promotion. If nothing unexpected happens, the Finger Company should give a 50% discount on most of the skins on sale during the summer promotion, and may even release some limited skins. After estimating the plan of the Finger Company's summer promotion in advance, Pei Qian can make things happen. He plans to start the summer promotion on June 22nd, 4 days earlier than the Finger Company, and the discount will be more than the discount currently planned by the Finger Company. 4 days is enough for the Finger Company to react. At that time, they will be forced to continue to increase the discount and happily burn money with Tenda. Thinking of this, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile, as if he saw the wonderful scene of Tenda's money being spent like water. I have seen so much, but I still don't know what this set of champion skins looks like. It stands to reason that the champion skins will be divided by the FV club, but fortunately, the majority of them are distributed to the players, and the club only takes a small part, and it will be used for the daily operation of the club. Even if it makes money, it should not have much impact on Tenda. Now the champion skins of the FV team have not been officially sold, but the official websites of the Finger Company and Longyu Group have released related promotional materials, including the original paintings of the champion skins and the models in the game. The name of this champion skin is Black Gold Technology, and the overall color is also black and gold, which looks low-key, deep and a little luxurious. All heroes are in 2 states when their ultimate skills are not ready and when they are ready, and the armor coverage will be different. When the ultimate skill is not ready, the armor on the body covers less and the golden special effects are also less. When the ultimate skill is ready, the black high-tech armor will wrap the whole body very tightly, and the whole body will have flowing golden light effects, which is very eye-catching. In addition, this champion skin has many details, such as green code special effects and FV team logo when returning to the city, and a large number of golden light special effects will burst out when the range skill is used. It can be seen that the Finger Company has invested a lot of money in this skin, and the final effect is also very good. But after Pei Qian finished reading it, he always felt a sense of déjà vu for some unknown reason. Why does it feel so familiar? Especially this special effect of bursting golden light. Why does it look so much like the hedgehog? And it's not just a matter of 1 or 2, all 5 are very similar. Pei Qian didn't feel it at first, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt it was similar. Although Modest does not have black armor and green character special effects like program codes and scientific formulas, the overall feeling, especially the effect when the golden light bursts out, is really similar. Moreover, the movements and expressions of these models seem to be somewhat similar. I wonder if it is an illusion. Even if Modest is thrown into these 5 heroes, people will doubt whether these are skins from the same series. Pei Qian scratched his head. What's going on? Is it a coincidence or something else? Chapter 1102 President Pei's plan is always hard to guard against. I fell in love with your reading website, and I became the richest man from losing money from playing games. At the beginning, Pei Qian didn't pay much attention to this problem. Wearing the same clothes is inevitable. As MOBA games, many designers' inspirations are easy to meet, not to mention that they all use gold elements, which are similar, so it is normal to have some sense of déjà vu. This little sense of déjà vu is not plagiarism. Finger Company is a big company, it should still have some face. But Pei Qian flipped through the comments of netizens on this skin, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Obviously, netizens also felt that this black and gold-themed champion skin felt similar to GOG's hedgehog Modest. Some netizens had the same opinion as Pei Qian, thinking that this was just a wearing the same clothes and a coincidence. But many netizens held different views. I don't think this is a coincidence. Take a closer look at this picture. I photoshopped the coin-throwing hedgehog into this black and gold-themed champion skin, and it turned out that there was no sense of disobedience, and it was even inexplicably harmonious. How do you explain this? The netizen posted a picture below. Originally, the IOI heroes in this set of champion skins had different postures, some standing, some half-squatting, and lined up horizontally, looking quite handsome. But this netizen added a huge Modest behind them. And this Modest was deliberately exaggerated, and his already sturdy and powerful figure was further enlarged, and the IOI heroes only reached his waist. Modest's broad arms, thick arms, and golden light effects that spread like wings completely occupied the upper half of the picture, just like an angel descending to the world, covering the 5 IOI heroes below in his golden light. The difficulty of this photo editing is not high, because Modest was cut from a high-precision original painting, and some golden light special effects were added. But the final result was edited without any sense of disobedience, as if these 6 heroes were originally one, and the 5 heroes below were like Modest's younger brothers. Soon, this picture triggered a heated discussion among netizens. Oh my God, there is no sense of disobedience. It's just too suitable. Although Modest's original painting doesn't have any technological elements, the champion skins of these 5 heroes are inexplicably in line with Modest. When I saw this picture, I suddenly realized a problem, that is, these 5 heroes are similar to Modest not only in terms of the golden light special effects, but also in many other places. There are many kinds of golden light effects, some are more like gold coins, some are more like rosy clouds, and some are like water ripples. The golden light effects used by Modest and this set of champion skins are closer to the feeling of gold coins, and the style is unified. And the 5 heroes in this series of skins all give people a sense of arrogance, which is also very similar to Modest's personality. Look at the postures of these people standing, each of them is as arrogant as 2.5 million, just like Modest. I have a little news. A friend of mine knows the staff of the FV Club. It is said that this set of skins is to pay tribute to President Pei. You know, the FV team was just a how can a second-rate team win the World Championship? It's because President Pei spent a lot of money to provide them with strong logistical support and sent data analysts to provide them with data support. Therefore, the 2 themes of this set of champion skins are gold and data, just to commemorate President Pei. Is there such a thing? That makes sense. After all, Modest was designed based on President Pei. They are also designed to pay tribute to President Pei, so naturally there will be some collisions in design. I think you may think too complicated. Most likely, the original artist of Finger Company was lazy and wanted to use gold elements. He saw that the gold elements of Modest looked good, so he borrowed them. You are wrong to say that. You look down on the professional qualities of the original artist of Finger Company. I think it should be like this: Modest's original painting is the work of Yuan which is excellent. Modest is too famous as the representative hero of GOG, and his image is too deeply rooted in people's hearts. The original artist of Finger Company has seen too many of them. When he wanted to create some original paintings with golden elements, he unconsciously and subconsciously used Modest's art style. The players have different opinions, and they can't tell which of these rumors are true and which are false. But in the discussion, the players gradually established a consensus. It does look like it. Especially after Pei's picture came out, it looks more and more like it. As for why it looks like it, everyone has their own opinions, and no one can convince anyone. Some people think that the original artist of Finger Company deliberately borrowed it, while others think that the original artist of Finger Company made an unintentional mistake and it was a collision of ideas. But no matter how we discuss it, one thing will not change: this set of skins is completely tied to the image of Modest. The influence of this Pei picture is so wide and profound that many players always feel that something is missing when they see the original painting of the 5 heroes of black gold technology standing together. What is missing? It is obviously missing Modest standing behind them and protecting them with his broad arms. Once this setting is accepted, this set of black gold technology champion skins can no longer exist independently, but is firmly tied to Modest. The reason for this is not only because they look alike, but also because of the story behind this set of champion skins that people talk about with relish. It can be said that without President Pei's lavish spending and data support, there would be no FV team winning the championship, and naturally there would be no black and gold themed champion skin. Therefore, many elements inside and outside the game have firmly tied the image of this champion skin to the image of Modest, and they can no longer be separated. What's more terrifying is that players are still constantly digging and extending more meanings. Longyou Group. Eric flipped through the comments on the internet, and the whole person was in a state of anger and shock. What's going on? How could this happen? It's obviously us who issued the champion skin. Why are they all discussing GOG, Modest, and Tenda? He also read Zhao Shuming's promotional plan, and didn't think there was any problem at all. He felt that even if President Pei fought back, he would have to wait until the summer promotion. However, unexpectedly, the champion skin that was originally foolproof caused a moth. This turn was too fast. Eric had been concentrating on thinking about other things before, and was not fully prepared mentally, and almost sprained his waist. The other people in the conference room also lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Because the current situation is too bad. After the release of the black gold technology-themed champion skins by Finger Company and Longyou Group, although it caused a good response online, everyone was discussing the Modest of Tenda and GOG. There are almost no netizens who discuss this skin itself. What's more frightening is that players have opened their minds and dug out and derived many other meanings. Modest represents President Pei, who created this black gold technology champion skin. Gold represents Tenda's huge investment, and technology represents the strong data support provided by President Pei. This skin symbolizes that President Pei formed a team to conquer IOI and left a strong and colorful mark in the IOI Hall of Fame forever. A few months later, people once again recalled the scene of FV as the representative team of Tenda and President Pei in the previous IOI Global Finals. In fact, when the Finger Company made the champion skin for the FV team, it was expected that after this skin came out, it would definitely be whipped again. But I never expected that the whipping would be so fierce and unethical. Eric tried to take a deep breath and looked at Zhao Shuming. Zhao Shuming shrank his head. What are you looking at me for? What does this have to do with me? Indeed, I did the right thing in the publicity plan. But I just made a very normal and reasonable promotion plan based on the champion skin. Isn't the problem this time the problem of the skin itself? You should go and settle the score with the person who designed the skin. Seeing Eric's bad expression, Zhao Shuming felt that he had to immediately get rid of the blame that was about to be put on his head. This must be Mr. Pei's conspiracy. Mr. Pei is really calculating. This is obviously a plan that has been made since the FV team won the championship. Today, the real purpose is revealed. Everyone think carefully, what is the current state of the domestic MOBA game market? In fact, the incremental market is almost divided up. MOBA games are already very well known, and players of other types of games who are easy to convert have basically converted. So, now the war between GOG and IOI has gradually transformed into the stock market. That is, they have to snatch each other's players. This easier said than done. MOBA games have a high learning cost. After getting familiar with one game, it will be very difficult to adapt to another game. At this time, you need to find a breakthrough point. This breakthrough point can be a highly recognizable hero image, or a story that players talk about and pass on by word of mouth. And President Pei combined these 2 points. After the FV team won the championship, President Pei knew that we were going to make a championship skin for the FV team, so he must have told the FV team to make a series of skins similar to the style of Modest. At the same time, in order to eliminate our suspicion, the members of the FV team deliberately did not mention Modest when they made their demands, but in the subsequent communication, they asked our artists to repeatedly modify the plan and guide it towards the style of Modest little by little. So the final product will be very similar to Modest. Boss Pei's purpose is so vicious. FV team is his team. In a very short period of time, he turned FV team from a second-rate domestic team into a world champion and won the first championship of the IOI Global Finals. This is a very memorable honor for Boss Pei. But he wants more than that. The reason why he made such a set of champion skins is to combine this set of champion skins with the image of Modest. In the future, when IOI players see the champion skins, they will naturally think of Modest, and then think of GOG and Tenda Group. This is a breakthrough point. It will subtly make IOI players recognize and accept GOG, and gradually erode our player group. This is all Mr. Pei's conspiracy. It has nothing to do with the skin promotion plan I made. After listening to Zhao Xuming's words, everyone nodded and showed a look of realization on their faces. After this analysis, Mr. Pei is indeed vicious. It turns out that this conspiracy was already planned when the FV team just won the championship. Now it seems that Mr. Pei's plan was indeed flawless. He not only deceived everyone in the Finger Company and Longyu Group, but also deceived the players. It was not until the champion skin was officially promoted and the matter was done that the real intention was revealed and the sword was used to kill the enemy. Now, it is too late for the Finger Company and Longyu Group to regret it. Even if they recycle this set of champion skins now, it will not help, and the situation will even be worse. Players will still associate this set of champion skins with Modest, and if they recycle it, it is equivalent to Mr. Pei's victory again, and the Finger Company will make a fool of itself twice without any effort. So, although this set of champion skins is obviously digging into IOI's foundation and making wedding clothes for Tenda, it cannot be withdrawn, and can only bite the bullet and continue to sell. This is really too uncomfortable. Eric closed his eyes slightly and sighed silently. Zhao Xuming was right. This incident really had nothing to do with him. It was not a problem with the promotion plan, but a problem with the skin itself. We can't put the blame on the designers of the champion skins. After all, they just completed their work seriously. Eric and Zhao Xuming have been fighting with President Pei, but they didn't see President Pei's move. What about those designers who are far away on the other side of the ocean, have never dealt with President Pei, and are only responsible for designing skins? This matter is indeed nobody's fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Mr. Pei for being too cunning. Eric leaned back in his chair and didn't speak for a long time. When he became the head of IOI's Greater China region again, he was ambitious and felt that he had found Tenda's Achilles heel and it was no problem to defeat Mr. Pei. But now, he only has a deep sense of powerlessness. If he persists, it seems that there is no hope at all. What should he do? Chapter 1103, The closer you are to success, the less you can relax. At the same time, Pei Qian was also in his office, sighing. What should I do? This champion skin thing really has nothing to do with me. You may not believe it, this is completely the FV team's own decision. They were the first to take action. Pei Qian obviously also saw the bad influence of this set of champion skins from the comments of netizens. The image of the hedgehog modest who throws money is likely to be more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Moreover, the finger company communicated with the FV team and changed the plan day and night, and finally made such a set of excellent champion skins, but all the popularity was snatched away by Tenda. What a huge blow to the finger company. Of course, the money from the champion skin is not small. The key is that it is a bit unbearable mentally. Pei Qian even wanted to pay out of his own pocket to hire a psychologist for Eric, or at least a psychological counselor, to counsel him. After all, not everyone has such an indomitable and fearless mentality. Someone as fragile as Eric would easily collapse under heavy pressure. Pei Qian definitely didn't want Eric to collapse. If Eric doesn't want to do it anymore, who knows what the next Greater China Region manager sent by Finger Company will be like. What if Finger Company sees the tragic end of the 3 Greater China Region managers, especially the miserable situation of Eric, who was sent back for the second time, and directly chooses to give up the Greater China Region market and send a random person to mess up? At that time, no matter how Tenda burns money, the new person in charge of Finger Company just won't follow. Isn't it very rigid? How can they burn money happily? Although they can continue to burn money in overseas markets, it is ultimately out of reach and not very convenient. Therefore, Pei Qian can only pray secretly, hoping that Eric can be strong, and like himself, he will be more courageous and face the bleak life and dripping blood. If there is a way, Pei Qian really wants to help Eric, but unfortunately, he can't. This champion skin has been made. Now, whether it is changed or not, the popularity has been taken away by Tenda. Even if Pei Qian came out to clarify that this skin has nothing to do with modest and asked everyone not to guess blindly, it would be useless. On the contrary, it might backfire, making everyone think that this is a mockery, further undermining Eric's mentality. Eric's mentality should have been broken, and he can't stand this kind of stimulation. Therefore, Pei Qian can only choose to deal with it coldly, out of sight, out of mind. All he can do is silently pray that Eric can survive. Ignoring the champion skin for the time being, Pei Qian opened the work reports of various departments again to check what other work is worth paying attention to in the future. Next week, the food market will be officially open for business. Pei Qian has no confidence in the food market. After all, in Meng Chang's view, the food market is like the experience store, which is a sure thing and will definitely be popular. And Meng Chang's vision has been fulfilled in the experience store. The food market is probably in trouble. But no matter what, after so much preparation, it is still necessary to open the business. It is better to make money by gritting teeth than to delay and affect the settlement. Even if it is really popular and makes a lot of money, it can only grit its teeth and bear it. But when it comes to Meng Chang, Pei Qian opened the calendar and found that it has been almost 2 weeks since the official promotion of the publicity plan formulated by Meng Chang for the inspiration class of the Chinese terminal website. The plan was released last Monday. Because the publicity plan is very simple, it is just a picture, so it was rolled out very quickly. By next Monday, the promotion plan will have been in place for 2 weeks. No matter what the final result is, Meng Chang will be able to get a guaranteed commission, which is a basic salary of 5,000 yuan plus a guaranteed commission of 2,000 yuan, a total of 7,000 yuan. This money may still not be much, but for Meng Chang, who can only get a basic salary of 3,000 yuan all year round, it has doubled. What's more, this 2,000 yuan guaranteed commission is not all about money, it also involves dignity. Meng Qiang has always claimed to be a master of publicity and a master of psychology. He thinks he can play with the attention of netizens, turn his hand to make clouds and rain, and easily create a lot of heat. However, after coming to Tenda, he has been defeated repeatedly, and the more he is frustrated, the less courageous he is. This is a heavy blow to Meng Qiang's three views. Getting this 2,000 yuan guaranteed commission will greatly boost Meng Qiang's confidence, making him confident and enthusiastic, and putting more energy into future publicity plans. And there are still 4 days to this critical moment. Today is Wednesday, and the commission can be obtained after this Sunday. Judging from the current situation, Meng Qiang's publicity plan can be very successful. That ugly picture really didn't cause much waves. Even if there was discussion, it was all about how ugly this picture was. Some netizens think that this promotion plan may have been outsourced to an outsider, so the pictures are ugly, the promotion method is not innovative, and the most important thing is that they have no knowledge of industry data, which is a joke. The data of these works are displayed, and they think they are very proud of the data, but in fact they are exposing their own shortcomings and making a fool of themselves. If this momentum continues until the end of the month, Meng Qiang might be able to get a commission of tens of thousands. However, Pei Qian always felt uneasy. Where did this strange sense of crisis come from? It might be due to Pei Qian's countless tragic experiences of falling on the eve of success. Looking back to the past, Pei Qian himself was also a young man who was full of blood but always had a fluke like Meng Qiang. Every time I think that the settlement is about to be settled, as long as the project remains loss-making, there will be no problem. But often when I think so, the loss-making project suddenly becomes popular for an inexplicable reason. Is this a coincidence or a trick of fate? Pei Qian himself is not sure. But after 5 or 3 times of suffering, Pei Qian has understood a simple truth: the closer to the eve of success, the more you need to be alert and fully prepared. And Meng Qiang? I am afraid he has not yet understood this matter so deeply. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that as a person who had experienced it, he had the responsibility and obligation to remind him, so that he would not be too proud of himself, fail at the last minute, and lose his mentality. Picking up the phone, Pei Qian sighed silently. It's not easy for me. Not only did he have to adjust his own mentality, but he also had to help Eric and Meng Qiang adjust their mentality at all times, for fear that their mentality would suddenly collapse and they would not play with him anymore. But who could know the pain of Mr. Pei? The call was quickly connected. Hello? Mr. Pei? Meng Qiang's voice sounded a little relaxed, a little relieved. Apparently, after more than a week of anxiety, he found that his plan was very successful and did not attract any necessary or unnecessary attention, so his mentality gradually relaxed. Pei Qian asked, "How is your publicity plan going recently?" Meng Qiang smiled and replied, "Thanks to Mr. Pei, it is going smoothly. Especially your notice requiring all departments within Tenda to keep the copyright development of the inspiration class works confidential, which really helped a lot. Moreover, the regulation that internal leaks can be taken as commission also made me relax a lot, and I can formulate publicity plans in a calmer state." Although Meng Qiang always reminds himself to be vigilant against old foxes like Mr. Pei. But this time, Mr. Pei really helped a lot. If Mr. Pei hadn't helped him plug the loophole in time, I'm afraid that once the copyright development of the inspiration class works was leaked internally, he would have to bear the consequences. Especially after hearing that the Tenda game department had already started the initial production preparations for the DLC Eternal Reincarnation, Meng Qiang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If this news gets out, the attention of the entire inspiration class will definitely soar. By then, the publicity funds spent and the ugly publicity plan will probably become fuel for the burning heat, and the situation will inevitably get out of control. Fortunately, Tenda's internal confidentiality is good. So Meng Qiang gradually put his mind at ease. Seeing that he would get the promotion in 3 or 4 years, he was in a happy and relaxed state. When Pei Qian heard this, he felt something was wrong. Arrogant soldiers will be defeated. Meng Chang's state is obviously that he does not understand the objective law of cause and effect in the world, and does not realize the seriousness of the problem. Pei Qian immediately said in a very serious tone, "Your mentality is very dangerous. Indeed, there are only 4 days left before you get the guaranteed commission, but don't forget that a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step." The publicity plan has been launched for more than a week, and a lot of publicity funds have been spent. Now it only seems that the popularity is not obvious on the surface, but in fact, the seeds have been planted in the hearts of netizens. The current situation seems to be a scene of singing and dancing, but in fact, it is full of dangers and is the most dangerous time. How many times have you failed at the last minute before? Have you forgotten the pain after the scar healed? The more this time, the more you need to cheer up and be seriously alert. Pei Qian's words confused Meng Chang. Although both the tone and the content sounded like a normal superior giving instructions to his subordinates, it just felt a little wrong. Although Meng Chang felt a little puzzled, he carefully savored Pei Qian's words and found that they were quite right. How many times have things failed at the last minute? The more this happens, the more we should not take it lightly. As if a basin of cold water was poured over his head, Meng Chang instantly felt a sense of enlightenment, and put away his previous casual and optimistic mentality, and instantly became serious. Yes, Pei Qian, you are right. I will definitely pay attention. But, how should I be on guard? Chapter 1104. You must keep a close eye on Mr. Qiao. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. In theory, it is indeed necessary to be vigilant, but Meng Chang has no idea how to be vigilant. After President Pei sent a notice to all related departments and agreed that if there was an internal leak, he could still get a commission, Meng Chang felt that the probability of problems within Tenda was already very small, basically non-existent. How else can we be vigilant? Is it possible to find all the players along the network cable, press their necks, and say, "You are not allowed to discuss the inspiration class with me"? That is impossible. This sentence also stumped Pei Qian. How to be vigilant? If I could predict this kind of thing, would I still rack my brains every day to think about how to lose money? Do I still need to read the work reports of various departments every day and look after the secrets of the students who lost money? Think about your own problems yourself. I have done my best to remind you. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and then said, "I don't know." Think about it carefully and see if there are any omissions. Anyway, don't blame others if you don't get the commission. I have already reminded you. After hanging up the phone, Meng Chang looked at the phone and fell into deep thought. He suspected that Mr. Pei had already seen the problem, but deliberately didn't tell him. This was completely understandable. After all, Mr. Pei's interests were completely opposite to his. He had done his best to remind him like this, and he couldn't expect more. But, what was the problem? There should be no problem inside Tenda, so we should look outside, to the player community. Especially the DLC Eternal Reincarnation has been put on the development schedule, and it is said that the design draft has already been completed. If there is a problem recently, it is probably in this project. And this is another game project. Meng Chang thought for a long time, and suddenly a light flashed, and a very dangerous figure appeared in his mind. Mr. Qiao. How can we forget Mr. Qiao when it comes to problems related to games? You know, many of Tenda's games became popular because of Mr. Qiao's recommendation. Although Mr. Qiao's influence is no longer as obvious as before with the increasing popularity of Tenda games, he still often acts as a fuse, which must be guarded against. The more Meng Chang thought about it, the more he felt that it was a huge mistake for him not to take any measures to guard against Mr. Qiao. If it weren't for President Pei's reminder, He might have been in trouble in the next 2 days when he was feeling happy. Necessary measures must be taken against Mr. Qiao to prevent him from interfering. It would be best if he could hold out until the end of this month. Even if he can't, he should at least hold out until next week. But how to do it? Shut up, Mr. Qiao? It's not easy to do, and it will only make things worse. Give Mr. Qiao a hush money so that he can't mention any information about eternal reincarnation? The problem is that hush money can't be counted in the publicity expenses. If he pays out of his own pocket, Mr. Qiao won't even look down on the little money in Meng Cheng's pocket. Besides, Meng Cheng's basic salary is basically a month-to-month state, and he can't have this spare money at all. Even if he has it, he won't be willing to spend it. So the final idea still has to fall on the publicity expenses. Meng Cheng quickly thought of a way. It can't make things worse, but it can divert attention. Take out a part of the publicity funds to divert Mr. Qiao's attention to other places. He doesn't have the energy and time to pay attention to eternal reincarnation and the works of the inspiration class, isn't it? So, where should we transfer to? Meng Cheng suddenly thought of a good direction. Qixing Studios' VR project also has a new game, Animal Island, under development. Take out some publicity funds and let Mr. Qiao experience Animal Island first. Qixing Studio has Tengda's investment. It's not too much for Tengda's publicity department to take out a little money to arrange the preliminary publicity work in advance, right? Of course, Animal Island will also be promoted in the future. But when the time comes, Meng Cheng just needs to choose other projects instead of this project, right? Giving up this project that is likely to succeed and earning this month's commission, Meng Cheng thinks this is a very cost-effective deal. Moreover, Mr. Qiao is a game fan, and he will be very happy to let him experience the new VR game that Tengda participated in developing in advance. At that time, on the grounds that the new project needs to be kept confidential, let him stay in seclusion until the end of this month to experience it, and cut off his contact with the outside world as much as possible. Wouldn't it be a perfect way to achieve the goal? The more Meng Cheng thought about it, the more he felt it was appropriate, and he immediately asked about the development progress of the VR game. At present, all the work of Qixing Studio is proceeding in an orderly manner, and Animal Island already has an initial demo to play. Although VR glasses are not yet finished, they can be experienced with VR glasses of other foreign brands. After all, the development and testing of Animal Island also requires VR glasses. It is impossible to wait until the development of VR glasses on Shenhua is completed before developing the game, which would be out of time. Therefore, Meng Cheng planned to communicate with Qixing Studio first, saying that Mr. Qiao was interested in experiencing the new VR game, testing it, and giving some suggestions. Then he went to Mr. Qiao and said that Qixing Studio was developing a VR game and wanted to invite him as a special experiencer to experience it for a period of time and help improve the game. There would also be a special evaluation fee. This operation is similar to the joke about Bill Gates' son-in-law. The only difference is that the joke is pure nonsense and not feasible, but Meng Cheng's operation is feasible, and the success rate is infinitely close to 100%. Meng Cheng immediately took action and went to Qixing Studio first. After all, this matter cannot be delayed. Every day of delay is a day of risk. Mr. Qiao is a huge threat to Meng Cheng's commission. He cannot be left hanging outside. He must be locked in a cage as soon as possible, so that Meng Cheng can feel at ease. Thursday, June 14th. And Chinese Network Author Inspiration Class. Yu Fei, the original author of the novel Eternal Reincarnation, is working in the work area, frowning and revising the plot seriously. The originally deserted work area is now mostly occupied. Not only are the 3 authors whose works have been copyrighted by Cui Geng revising their works, but other authors in the inspiration class are also busy creating. Some are polishing their works, some are reconstructing the entire story structure, and some want to seize the time to finish their current works and start a new pit. The atmosphere of the entire inspiration class has taken a 180-degree turn compared to before. Obviously, it was President Pei who injected vitality and vigor into the inspiration class again. Before, everyone was writing for the buyout money. At the beginning, they were quite enthusiastic, but soon lost their goals. Because once the performance of a book is fixed, it is difficult to make a breakthrough no matter how hard you work, so the authors will naturally get tired. But the copyright development of these 3 works has given all authors a glimmer of hope. If they can do it, I can definitely do it if I work hard. Therefore, everyone has found their goals again, and more authors are working hard in the work area. Yufei is particularly hardworking. Because Eternal Reincarnation has been confirmed to be developed by Tenda Games as the official DLC of Turning Back to the Shore, President Pei even proposed a series of new designs on the spot at the meeting, which made Yufei, an old player of Turning Back to the Shore, very excited. As a fan author, there is nothing happier in the world than this. My fan work is officially recognized, and it is also developed as an official orthodox sequel. Even according to the characteristics of my work, the original gameplay of the game has been overhauled to make the game itself more in line with the novel. It's really flattering. Therefore, Yufei must ensure that the content of the novel is perfect enough and will not hinder the game. After revising another plot, Yufei leaned back in his chair, stretched his back, and drank a cup of coffee to refresh himself. During the break, he opened his fan group and habitually wanted to see what the silly group members were discussing. Huh? The dog author is modifying the content of Eternal Reincarnation again? Is it true? How do you know? I was bored and was reading it for the second time. As a result, the app suddenly prompted me that the chapter content had been updated. I read it again and the plot had changed completely. Indeed, the content I cached before was gone and I needed to download it again. And there are so many changes. At least more than 60 chapters of the previous 100 chapters have been changed. Isn't that almost the same as rewriting? Not really. Some chapters just changed the dialogue and item names, which did not affect the plot. Only a few chapters overhauled the plot. That's also very tiring. In fact, everyone who has written a book knows that overhauling is much more painful than writing a new book, because writing a new book is like painting on a blank piece of paper, with almost no restrictions, but overhauling requires paying attention to the plot and foreshadowing of the context, just like straightening out a mess of threads, which is very exhausting. Is the dog author crazy? Is there any need to overhaul this book? I also don't think it's necessary. This book is not bad, but it just doesn't fit the online literature model. I think this book can be given 80 points from the perspective of Turning Back is the Shore players. The overhaul is nothing more than raising it from 80 points to 85 points or even 90 points, but 90 points is useless. There won't be many new readers. The buyout system pays by word count, and there will be no additional income after the repair. If you ask me, if the bad author has this energy, it's better to start a new book. It's really unnecessary to keep fighting with this book that has already been finalized. The group members expressed their opinions, but it is obvious that most people don't understand Fei's behavior. Because in the field of online novels, overhaul is originally a very unpopular behavior. The benefits of sticking to details and striving for perfection are often not as good as updating more and getting more content. Instead of doing this thankless operation, it's better to write more new content. Yufei is also a veteran author of the Chinese website. Obviously, he knows this truth very well, but he has been overhauling it and has no intention of stopping at all. This makes many of his old readers feel extremely puzzled. Yufei couldn't help but smile. I really want to share the good news of copyright development with readers right away. But Mr. Pei said that it must be kept confidential, and the authors of Endpoint Chinese Network must naturally abide by this rule. So, Yufei decided not to respond and continue to concentrate on editing. Anyway, the group members are so smart and so witty that they will guess it sooner or later. Chapter 1105 Why did the salted fish turn over? Added. At the same time, Qingshan Studio. Come, this way. Meng Chang made a pleased gesture to Qiao Liang. Qiao Liang hurriedly nodded and followed, with an expression of expectation and a little flattered on his face. Unexpectedly, Tenda would invite him to be a special experiencer of this new VR game. Although Qiao Liang was invited to experience turning back to the shore before, it was a long time ago. In recent games such as Mission and Choice and Fitness Battle, Qiao Liang did not receive such treatment, and even did not hear much about the new game. He didn't know that this was deliberately concealed from him by President Pei, and thought that President Pei had some special considerations for publicity or marketing. Although he thought of many reasons and excuses for President Pei, Qiao Liang still had some grudges about not asking for self-testing of new games. What's the matter? As the person who understands President Pei the most, I, Qiao Laosher, don't even have the privilege of experiencing Tenda games in advance. This is really sad. Therefore, when Qiao Liang was invited by Meng Chang to come to Qingshan Studio to experience the first VR game developed by Tenda Games, he was looking forward to it, excited, and flattered. Tenda's new game needs me again. Is this a very positive signal? Is it not long before I officially become an external employee of Tenda? Qiao Liang couldn't help but start to imagine. Meng Chang stopped when he was about to enter the work area. Mr. Qiao, it's like this. Because this game is still in the testing stage, the quality at this stage cannot represent the final quality, and it is uncertain what kind of modifications will be made later, so I hope you can keep this project confidential and don't let any news spread online. If possible, I hope you can have as few online discussions as possible, including forums, fan groups, etc. Qiao Liang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I am a professional person. Absolutely keep my mouth shut and don't reveal a word. That, daily fan group chat, but not about this game, okay?" Meng Chang thought about it and nodded, okay. Although it was just a verbal promise, according to Meng Chang's understanding, Mr. Qiao is a person who counts his words. As long as he agrees to talk about something, he will try his best to abide by it. Moreover, Meng Chang only wanted a verbal promise at most. What else could he do? He couldn't put Qiao Liang under house arrest during the trial period and prevent him from speaking in the fan group, right? That was too outrageous and impossible to do. Therefore, a verbal promise was enough for Meng Chang. Even if Mr. Qiao was chatting in the fan group, as long as it was not about Animal Island, it would be fine. After all, the main purpose of asking Mr. Qiao to try this game was to divert his attention and let him not get involved in eternal reincarnation. Keeping Animal Island secret was just a side thing. After reaching a consensus, the two continued to walk in and soon met Lin Wan and Yi Zhizhou. Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, and Qiao Liang knew each other. After meeting, they shook hands cordially. The scene was very harmonious. However, the eyes of Lin Wan and Yi Zhizhou looking at Meng Chang were not very friendly, and there was a little vigilance in their indifference. Although Meng Chang is now the head of the publicity and marketing department and is also a member of Tenda in terms of identity, Lin Wan and Yi Zhizhou still have some understanding of his previous style and actions. Although Meng Chang is gradually being changed by President Pei after entering Tenda, who knows what stage he is changed to? Therefore, Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, and others were still in a state of alertness towards him. Meng Chang was very keenly aware that he was out of tune with the atmosphere here, so he laughed and prepared to leave. "Okay, Mr. Lin, you guys come to receive Mr. Qiao and connect with him about the game experience. I'm leaving first." After leaving Qingshan Studio, Meng Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything went well. Although there were a few flaws, his plan was considered successful. Mr. Qiao will definitely devote himself to the evaluation of Animal Island for a period of time in the future and will not pay attention to eternal reincarnation. A hidden danger on the road to commission was eliminated. The so-called flaw means that his plan slightly aroused Lin Wan's suspicion. Meng Chong called Lin Wan first. Mr. Qiao wanted to participate in the test of Animal Island. After Lin Wan agreed, he called Mr. Qiao again to invite him to Qingshan studio to participate in the test of Animal Island. So the matchmaking was done. But this plan is not perfect. The biggest hidden danger is that Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, and Mr. Qiao are very familiar with each other, but Lin Wan, Mr. Qiao, and Meng Chong are not familiar with each other. Why do acquaintances need strangers to matchmaking? This is quite strange. Meng Cheng's explanation is that as the head of the advertising and marketing department, he just happened to make a publicity plan next month, which is related to Mr. Qiao and Qingshan studio. This somewhat lame excuse managed to fool people, but it obviously couldn't completely dispel Lin Wan's suspicion. Of course, this is not a big problem. Even if Lin Wan has doubts about his motives, it is impossible to guess the truth behind it. After all, the agreement between Meng Chong and President Pei is absolutely confidential and no outsiders will know. After arranging for Mr. Qiao, Meng Chong felt more at ease and prepared to go back to continue thinking about where there are loopholes. In Qingshan studio, Lin Wan found a workstation for Qiao Liang in the office area, and then handed him a foreign brand of VR glasses. VR demo of Animal Island. It is still in the development stage, and there are still many problems. If you find any problems during the experience, you can always give feedback to the chief designer of our project. Lin Wan said. Qiao Liang nodded immediately, don't worry. President Pei asked me to participate in the internal testing of turning back to the shore before, and I also made great contributions to the balance of this game at the beginning. Qiao Liang was proud of this. What he called making great contributions to balance was actually that he had worked hard to select the best weapons in the game, and then was chopped down by President Pei. Especially the few weapons that can reduce the difficulty of the game, such as Guandao, were chopped down to the point that even their mothers could not recognize them. At that time, Qiao Liang was also very confused and even mistakenly thought that Mr. Pei was deliberately making things difficult for him. But when Pudu came out, Qiao Liang instantly understood Mr. Pei's intention to chop down these weapons. It turned out that it was to highlight the power of Pudu and allow players to better experience the game content. Therefore, Qiao Liang has always been proud of his contribution to turning back to the shore. Lin Wan smiled, turning back to the shore? That's perfect. Our project will be developed in about a month, and it will be seamlessly connected at that time. Qiao Liang was stunned for a moment. Seamless connection? What to connect? Lin Wan originally wanted to find the new DLC of Turning Back to the Shore, but suddenly realized that it was wrong. He couldn't. Because the DLC Eternal Fall of Reincarnation involves the copyright development of the works of the inspiration class of the Chinese website, President Pei has clearly stated that it cannot be leaked. Fortunately, Lin Wan only mentioned seamless connection and didn't mention anything else. This shouldn't be considered a leak, right? Lin Wan quickly changed his words. Nothing, you will know when the time comes. Okay, I have something else to do first. You can experience the game, and you can find me at any time if you have any questions. Lin Wan quickly ran away to avoid Qiao Liang noticing the abnormality and asking questions. Looking at Lin Wan's leaving back, Qiao Liang was a little confused. How can it be a seamless transition? Is it possible that there will be new games for me to experience after more than a month? While the authors of the inspiration class of the Chinese website of the end are frantically revising their works, more and more readers in their reader group are discussing the same issue. What happened to these lazy authors in the inspiration class? Before and now, they are in two completely different working states. Especially the three authors such as Chui Geng, who have been revising their works at a high intensity in the past few days, and they have to revise 10 chapters each time. And this is not an ordinary repair. Many plot contents have changed and polished to be more reasonable and perfect. It is estimated that these people have to work for at least 5 or 6 hours each, not counting the time to rethink the story and straighten out the structure. If all the time is counted, it is estimated that the working time will be full of 8 hours. For this group of lazy authors, working for 8 hours is such an outrageous thing. Although the frequency of revising their works is not so frequent, the other authors have either updated more or prepared new books, and have all gotten rid of the state of lazy. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality? The feeling of happiness came too suddenly, even a little unreal, and readers were speculating on what was going on. The salted fish have turned over one after another. There must be some special reason behind it. If all their treatments remained the same, they would never be in this state now. Did the manuscript fee increase? Not really. As far as I know, the buyout fee for the inspiration class is already very high in the industry, and it is unlikely to increase. Moreover, if the fee is really increased, Chui Geng and Yu Fei should update more or start new books. Why do they keep revising old books? Shouwen doesn't pay. Maybe it's a new rule, and Shouwen paid? Then why don't other authors revise their articles to cheat money? Then, what else can it be? I really can't think of it. Maybe it's a special recommendation position based on performance? Or other channels? Or is there a guaranteed bonus? The netizens had a lot of ideas, but basically none of them guessed the point. After all, Chinese network had no copyright development works before, so netizens subconsciously didn't think about it in that direction. All they could think of was a better recommendation position, a better distribution channel, or a better website contract. Chapter 1106, Mr. Chiao was caught. June 15, Friday. Qixing Studio. Xiao Liang sorted out the experience report and revision suggestions that he had carefully written after the trial yesterday and sent them to Kai Jiadong, the chief designer of Qixing Studio. At present, Animal Island can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. The characters, scenes, basic gameplay, etc. in the game are almost done, but as a VR game, its biggest advantage has not been fully demonstrated. Because the characters, scenes, and basic gameplay can be developed completely according to conventional games, it is easy to do. And the innovations in the design for VR game modes, such as telekinesis, fishing, archery, and other operations, need to be coordinated with the handles under development and slowly adjusted. The range of hand movements and the vibration of the handles need to be gradually improved. But just after trying this demo, Xiao Liang already felt it was very fun. After trying Animal Island VR, the most impressive thing for Xiao Liang was its unique art style. This is an art style that uses cartoon rendering based on Qversion. The saturation of various colors is very high. It uses a brushstroke and large color blocks to depict the blue-green sky, clouds with hand-painted materials, and exaggerated atmospheric perspective, making people feel as if they are in a gouache painting. When Xiao Liang tried Animal Island VR, he used a VR glasses from a foreign brand that had just been released not long ago, with a resolution of 2K. If it is the parameters of a regular display, 2K is already very high definition. It is basically impossible for ordinary people to see any pixels with the naked eye, and the clarity is extremely high. But in VR glasses, even if the resolution is up to 2K, it is still difficult to eliminate the rasterization effect. That is, when looking at things, there will still be a feeling of large fruit grains. But after entering Animal Island VR, this feeling of large fruit grains has been alleviated due to the unique painting style of this game. Xiao Liang has learned that the new VR glasses that Qixing Studio is designing and developing have a resolution of 4K, which is already the highest resolution that the current technical level can support. At this resolution, what kind of display effect will Animal Island VR achieve? Just thinking about it makes people feel very excited. In addition, Xiao Liang was also impressed by the character design in Animal Island VR, anthropomorphic animals with different personalities and appearances but all very cute, walking in a crooked posture like drinking fake wine, and many buildings full of design sense and strange steam technology style machines in the game, together constitute a unique and novel world. After putting on VR glasses, it really feels like traveling to another world. Of course, Xiao Liang also found a lot of problems during the experience. After all, this game is still a semi-finished product, with many bugs and some design loopholes. Xiao Liang recorded the problems he encountered during the game one by one, sorted them out and sent them to Kai Jiadong. On the surface, it seems to be doing testing work, but in fact there is a difference. Because generally speaking, game testing will only strictly check the functions in the game according to the design draft to verify whether these functions are completely in line with the designer's design plan, and generally will not make comments on the game's gameplay design. Xiao Liang, from the perspective of a senior player, also made his own comments on some unreasonable designs in the game, and obviously had a higher status and greater authority. After sending another batch of modification opinions, Xiao Liang looked at the time and it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Today is Friday, and Qingshan Studio has inherited Tengda's fine tradition of not working overtime, so after getting off work today, it will be Saturday and Sunday soon. Xiao Liang's work today has been completed, and he contentedly took some snacks and drinks, and then secretly opened the fan group. During the time I disappeared, did the fans miss me? Xiao Liang flipped through the chat records and found that he was overthinking. Not only did the fans not miss him, they didn't even notice that he disappeared. The chat was still about what should be talked about. The chat records did not mention the words Lao Qiao or Lao Shi Qiao at all. Xiao Liang was a little hurt. Sure enough, this group of people are all fake fans, just a group of ruthless urging machines, and they only know to care about the pour-up host when they urge the video to update. But Xiao Liang thought again, the reason for this situation may be that he often lurks. He doesn't show up in the fan group 5 times a year, and he often disappears when something happens, so it seems reasonable that fans don't usually discuss him as a dog group owner. Okay, let's see what the sand sculpture group members are discussing recently. Xiao Liang decided not to dwell on this issue and turned the chat records to the group members' recent discussions. There is definitely something wrong with Endpoint Chinese. The authors in the inspiration class are working like crazy, and several of them are still overhauling the plot. This is definitely not the behavior of lazy people. This reminds me of Lao Qiao. Every time he works like crazy, there is always a new issue of The Work of the Gods. Can someone contact Lao Qiao and send him to the inspiration class? Don't do that. This inspiration class was a large incubator for salted fish a week or 2 ago. I'm afraid that Lao Qiao will be like a fish in water when he goes there. I think Lao Qiao hasn't updated the video for too long. There haven't been any large-scale new games in Tenda recently, so you are idle. Isn't it just a few authors revising the text? Is it worth making such a fuss? Of course it's worth it. You have to know that Tenda is different from other companies. Every time it does something, it is shocking, and every seemingly insignificant anomaly may indicate a fuss. Where is Lao Qiao? He must know some inside information. Looking at the discussion of the group members, Xiao Liang couldn't help shaking his head. These people are really idle. The fact that a few authors revised the text on the Chinese website can make them doubt whether Tenda is going to make a big move. As for the conspiracy theory to this extent? But if you think about it carefully, this idea is understandable. Because Tenda is different from other companies. No matter what industry or field it is in, it is so unique. Whatever it does, it can attract enough attention. Precisely because Tengda does so much and always makes big news, a group of netizens habitually pay attention to every clue of Tengda's various departments, just like a group of high-intensity paparazzi. Every move of the stars can trigger their gossip psychology, and they can analyze it in detail. At this time, as someone who knows some of Tenda's inside information, Qiao Liang felt superior. I have already tried Animal Island VR. Most players don't even know that Tenda is cooperating with Qingshan Studio to develop VR games. This feeling makes Qiao Liang feel a little happy. It's a pity that he has to keep it secret and can't reveal the details of this project. Qiao Liang continued to lurk silently, watching the group members seriously analyze the salted fish syndrome subsidence event of the inspiration class authors of the Chinese network. Are there any big guys who know someone inside Tenda? Ask around. Doesn't Lao Qiao know President Pei? Let Lao Qiao ask. How long has the dead group leader disappeared? Can you find him? He must be addicted to games or out for fun. Don't count on this lazy guy. If he continues to be so lazy, he will be abandoned by Tenda. That's right. I remember that Lao Qiao was invited as a special tester to try out turning back as the shore. Recently, no one has contacted him. It's obviously because he is too lazy and lost the qualification for internal testing. Alas, my son is not doing well. As a father, I am very sad. Seeing that the discussion in the group was getting more and more outrageous, Qiao Liang could no longer remain calm and continued to dive. Look, is this human language? What do you mean I was abandoned by Tenda? I, Lao Qiao, am a good friend of President Pei. Can I be abandoned? The relationship between me and Mr. Pei cannot tolerate such slander and defamation. You can talk nonsense and other things, but you must not speculate about the relationship between me and Mr. Pei. Qiao Liang immediately replied, Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean I was abandoned by Tenda? I'm trying Tenda's new game now. It's just a pity, there is a confidentiality agreement, I can't reveal it to you, hee. Qiao Liang sent out several very arrogant expressions in a row. The group instantly exploded. What the hell? Which fishing master really caught old Qiao? I knew old Qiao couldn't stand this kind of provocation. Tenda's new game? It's already at the stage where you can try it out. Something's wrong. It hasn't been long since Mission and Choice was officially released. How could it be so fast? What game? Old Qiao, hurry up, or I curse you to have a 5 centimeter shorter penis. Qiao Liang immediately replied, Haha, I still have 20 centimeters left. It's a fish I caught, so I don't need to add anything if it's not there. Forget it, I'll continue playing new games. You guys who can't play games can envy me. Bye. After sending bye, Qiao Liang quickly changed his status to invisible and closed the chat box. Looking at the time, it's almost time to leave. Qiao Liang was not a formal employee, so he did not need to abide by the 8-hour work schedule. It was totally fine for him to be late or leave early. He got up, packed his things, and prepared to go back to enjoy this weekend. Although Qiao Liang had run away, his fan group was still discussing fiercely. He had several groups, and the one that often popped up was the core fan group, which could accommodate 5,000 people as a supergroup. Not all of them were fans who watched his videos, but there were also many fans of Tenda. Because Qiao Liang often got some first-hand internal information about Tenda, and several games became popular after he explained them, many fans of Tenda also mixed in, wanting to follow the latest developments of Tenda from the group. These people were usually in a diving state, but once they caught any clues, they immediately exposed their dorsal fins like sharks that smelled blood. Chapter 1107 A Misunderstanding. Damn, you're just pretending to be awesome and then running away? Lao Qiao, are you still a human being? At least tell me the type of the new game before you leave. This is what a human being does? Is Lao Qiao talking nonsense? Mission and Choice has only been on sale for 2 months, and the new game can be tried out. Why don't I believe it? Although Lao Qiao is not very reliable, he never lies. It's probably true that he said he was trying out Tenda's game. What kind of game is it? I've always been looking forward to Tenda making an MMORPG game. I hope President Pei can satisfy me. I still prefer action games. Let's have another realistic masterpiece, like Struggle. Everyone's imaginations were opened up, and they guessed all kinds of game types. Because Qiao Liang didn't give any clues, and didn't even say the type of game, how could they guess? But one thing is certain, Tenda must be developing new games, and they have reached the stage where they can be tried out. This alone is enough to make everyone guess endlessly. Just as everyone was talking and guessing, someone suddenly proposed a completely new angle. I suddenly have a bold association. I wonder if you have read the novel Eternal Reincarnation? I read it all the way through. It was almost finished, but the author suddenly became so excited a while ago that he started to intensively modify the novel. The key is that he didn't just modify the plot, he also modified some basic settings. Especially, he spent a lot of space describing the control of breath and the use of various weapons in battle, and also described in detail the actions and positions of the protagonist when parrying enemy attacks. In addition, there are some additions to the plot, such as the protagonist's magic sword becomes weaker and weaker as he kills more and more enemies. The mind is getting clearer and clearer, and finally awakening, etc. At first, I thought it was a waste of time, because the changes were all details, and the main plot of the whole story was not greatly affected. In fact, these newly added battle descriptions made people feel a little dragged, affecting the mood of the battle. But if you think about it carefully, if these changes are for the game, then it is very reasonable. The detailed description of the battle serves the game's combat system. The supplement to the plot can better express the complete plot with the few words of the items in the game, so that those players who have not read the original novel can understand the whole story only through the game. It is not realistic to develop a large-scale game from scratch in 2 months, but what if it is a sequel to Turning Back? Assuming that some ready-made monsters and scenes in Turning Back can be used, the time is about the same. In addition, there is another very critical clue: Lao Qiao was invited to be a tester. We all know that Lao Qiao only worked as a tester at Tenda once, and the game he tested was Turning Back. He is going to be a tester again this time, most likely to test the sequel to Turning Back, because other games will not invite Lao Qiao at all. After this high-intensity analysis, all the Sand Sculpture Group members were shocked. In addition to brushing 666, there is no other language. Everyone said that the boss is too awesome. How can this be connected together? And if you think about it carefully, this reasoning is very logical. Now there are 3 known conditions. The author of Eternal Reincarnation spent a lot of energy to overhaul the original novel without much additional income, adding a lot of content about combat and plot details. Qiao Laoshi revealed that Tenda's new game has entered the trial stage. Qiao Laoshi was invited by Tenda to be a test player to try out Turning Back as the shore, and this was the only time he went to Tenda to try it out. Moreover, the inspiration class was set up by President Pei himself. It collected excellent authors from the entire Chinese website and asked them to create works around the IP owned by Tenda. Eternal Reincarnation is one of the better works. Now, there is a possibility that all the known conditions will be linked together. If Tenda really considers using the plot of Eternal Reincarnation to develop the sequel to Turning Back to the Shore, then everything makes sense. Moreover, if we continue to dig deeper in this direction, we will come to some more terrible conclusions. As we all know, the works of the Chinese website inspiration class are not very good. How bad are they? The data listed on the ugly promotional picture can already explain everything. But even a work like Eternal Reincarnation that has not performed well can be developed as an orthodox sequel to Turning Back to the Shore. How many authors will be envious of this? The fan group of Mr. Qiao was instantly blown up. I'm going to ask the author if it's true. I'm still playing Turn Back, If there's a sequel, I'll definitely buy it. Damn, the author has been working on the story, why didn't he share this big thing with us? If that's the case, then it makes sense, other authors must have been stimulated to revise their stories, seeing that excellent works can be copyrighted, so they're motivated again. I'm in the fan group of Chui Geng, the pigeon spirit, I'll ask him, he must know something. Soon, the news began to spread to the fan groups of various authors on the Chinese End network, and even to the entire network. At this time, Yufei was still seriously revising the content of Eternal Reincarnation. Although it was already Friday afternoon, he did not slack off, but raced against time. Because in August, Eternal Reincarnation will be officially developed. With Tingda's efficiency, it is impossible to delay, and the development schedule will be very stuck. There is less than 1.5 months left. Before the official development, Yufei must revise the entire novel. So far, although Yufei has also revised a lot of content, he himself can't say how much content needs to be revised and how much time it will take. Eternal Reincarnation is now the official DLC of Turning Back. President Pei designed it personally and also greatly changed the game's combat system. Success is almost a foregone conclusion. When the players come here to see the original novel full of loopholes, is that reasonable? So, you have to race against time and absolutely cannot drag your feet. After finishing the revision, Yufei took out his phone and flipped through it, and was immediately overwhelmed by the bombardment of news. You bastard author! Has Eternal Reincarnation been selected by the official to develop a sequel to Turning Back? Is the sequel true? You've been changing the plot so frequently recently, could it be that you really turned the fan fiction into the official plot? All these questions. After Yufei was stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but smile. As expected, he knew that this matter could not be concealed. Even if he didn't say it, these people would find out sooner or later. However, Yufei was a little curious, how did they find out? In the morning, he looked through the online discussions, and most people still guessed whether it was a special recommendation position or channel resources, and no one thought about copyright development. In such a short time, how did these people turn this corner? Yufei randomly picked an administrator from his group and replied, "Where did you get the news?" The administrator immediately replied, "Mr. Qiao said it. He said he was experiencing the new game, Turning Back, now as the shore. This game can be played, so it must have been developed for a while. This source of news is quite reliable, right? So it's true, right? Eternal Reincarnation was really selected by the official to be released as Turning Back, now as the shore? You are really patient. You didn't say such a big thing earlier. The game is almost finished and you still don't say anything. This time your work has been turned into a game. Other authors must be envious, right? Does your inspiration class have a work made into a game every issue?" Yufei was confused. What's the connection? Eternal Reincarnation was indeed chosen by President Pei as the DLC for Turning Back, but it hasn't started development yet. It has to wait until August. Is Mr. Qiao sure that he is playing this game? There must be some misunderstanding. Yufei subconsciously wanted to clarify and tell everyone that this news was inaccurate. Eternal Reincarnation actually started development more than a month later, and it hasn't even been established yet. But he just typed halfway and suddenly realized a problem, and hurriedly deleted it all. No, it can't be leaked. If he clarified, wouldn't it leak all the copyright development of Eternal Reincarnation? President Pei said that this thing must be kept confidential for more than a month. Now everyone is just suspicious, obviously there is no real hammer. Yufei didn't know whether Mr. Qiao leaked the secret, but he certainly couldn't leak it from himself. Otherwise, his chat records with others would definitely be uploaded to the internet as a real hammer, and President Pei would definitely be unhappy when he saw it. But what if you insist that it didn't happen? That's not good either, Because the other party will ask you, if it didn't happen, why did you revise the text so frantically? How do you answer that? With the intelligence of netizens, since they have already suspected this, they must have found many clues. Denying it now will have the opposite effect. It is useless to pretend to disappear, and you will still be suspected. Yu Fei thought about it carefully, and it seems that there is no better way, so he can only reply, "Don't ask too much about this. The situation is complicated. Some of your guesses are even wrong. Don't guess blindly." What he meant was that Mr. Qiao must have made a mistake. Eternal reincarnation will not be officially developed until more than a month later. It is absolutely impossible for Mr. Qiao to play this game now. After replying, Yu Fei closed the chat box and decided not to reply. The more you say, the more mistakes you make, and the less you say, the fewer mistakes you make. Just replying this sentence should not be considered a leak. As for what netizens will think, that is their own business. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1108. Unfortunately, it is not considered a leak. 10,000 words more. Please vote for me. The screenshots of the chat between the two were quickly sent to the Book Friends group of Eternal Reincarnation, and then sent back to the big group of Mr. Qiao. Confirmed. Confirmed. Look at the author's wording and attitude, it's obvious that there's something wrong. Wait a minute, how did you see that it's confirmed? Isn't it that your guess is wrong? His is, some guesses are wrong. It shows that there's nothing wrong with this general direction. Ah, then which specific guesses are wrong? Let me see the chat records. It should be true that Mr. Qiao is trying out the new work of Turning Back on the Shore. This new work is developed based on the plot of Eternal Reincarnation, which should also be true. Then there's only the last sentence left. There will be a work made into a game in each issue of the Inspiration class. It's wrong. That is, more than one work? Yes. It's definitely not just Eternal Reincarnation. Aren't there several books that are under major revision? In other words, the books under major revision may have plans for copyright development? I just came back from the Pigeon Spirits group. He didn't reply to me directly, but the way he was evasive, there must be something wrong. Everyone, please stop asking questions. Obviously, this matter is confidential, and the copyright development is definitely not limited to this work. The authors of the Inspiration class know it. I understand why these authors are so excited. If only Eternal Reincarnation was adapted into a game, they might not be excited, but so many works have copyright development plans, and other authors must be very stimulated. That's right, it's all right. Hey, in this case, did the promotional poster of the Inspiration class on the Chinese terminal website have another meaning? What's the meaning? Didn't that poster simply list the grades of some books in the Inspiration class? And the grades are also. No, you are exposing your own shortcomings. Your thinking is only at the first level. What if you go up a level? In fact, this poster is showing that the books in the Inspiration class are indeed rubbish, but they can be copyrighted and made into games or other forms. Isn't it awesome? Ah? How can you understand it this way? It must be the only way to understand it. That advertisement is everywhere, online and offline. Think about it, the advertisement of the Endpoint Chinese website must be checked by the person in charge there. Even if the person doing the publicity does not understand these data, can the person in charge of the Endpoint Chinese website not understand them? But this poster was still released and has been hanging for more than half a month. Isn't this enough to show the problem? So that's it. This poster is promoting the Inspiration class in advance. And do you remember the content that many water armies posted after the poster came out? Oh, I remember, the content is almost the same. The Inspiration class is the cradle of great gods, the source of inspiration, and the place where dreams come true. The format is almost the same, it's so awkward. Now think about it, are these water armies posting the right content? In terms of the probability of copyright exploitation of works, what else can be compared with the inspiration class? These water armies repeatedly post these contents. On the surface, they are high-end black, but in fact, every sentence is the truth. Isn't this the performance art style publicity of game producer? By constantly repeating some exaggerated advertising slogans, a fixed impression is formed in the minds of netizens, which has a good communication effect. And the most important thing is that these do not involve false propaganda, and the content is all true. The wisdom of netizens is infinite. After finding a breakthrough, everyone worked together and soon found more breakthroughs. Many seemingly unrelated things, before were strung together one by one, forming a very complete logical chain. So, the facts became very clear. Although the works of the inspiration class of the Chinese terminal website did not perform well, they have a very high chance of copyright adaptation. Eternal Reincarnation, which was written by fan fiction and became an official orthodox work, is a good example. The publicity of the inspiration class obviously focuses on this aspect. On the surface, it emphasizes that the data of these works is not good, but in fact it expresses that poor data can also be developed for copyright, highlighting the special features of the inspiration class. And Eternal Reincarnation is the first batch of adapted works, and the game is about to be developed. As a senior player of Turning Back is the Shore, Qiao Laosher has been invited to try it. In just one afternoon, netizens unraveled the truth like detectives, and through various clues, they pieced together what they thought was the truth. This truth soon spread like the wind. Because Turning Back is the Shore itself has a large number of hardcore fans. Although it is a game that was released 2 years ago, it is still very popular because high-difficulty games are so rare, and the content of Turn Back, such as job purification, has left too many jokes for players. Until now, the sales of Turn Back have not dropped by 1/5 of the second month of release, which is enough to show its popularity. All new and old players are looking forward to its sequel. And now, the news of the sequel has come out. How can people not be excited? Of course, we have to share this good news with everyone immediately. As soon as netizens started discussing, major game media followed suit. Because these media knew that as long as the keyword Tengda's new game was involved, the number of clicks and readings would definitely go off the charts, and the discussion and popularity would definitely not be low. Many unscrupulous media even added fuel to the fire, and the headlines of the headlines were more outrageous than the other, and they would do everything they could to attract people to read. And these outrageous contents would flood the entire network in just 1 or 2 days, allowing the news to spread to more netizens. The situation instantly became out of control. June 16, Saturday. Qiao Liang was at his residence, clicking his mouse to read the reports that were being spread online, with a black question mark on his face. Shocking news. Million fan up host Qiao Laosher exclusively reveals the secrets of Tenda's new game. The sequel to Turn Back is exposed. The original work of Forever Falling into Reincarnation is previewed first. The promotional poster of the inspiration class seems inconspicuous, but it hides such a huge shocking secret. The sequel to the most difficult domestic game is about to be released. Are you ready to suffer? He was completely confused. What is going on here? Who told you that I was trying out the new game of Turn Back? I was trying out Animal Island VR by Qingshan Studio. There is nothing to do with Turn Back here, but looking at what was written in these media articles, he seemed to be the source of the leak. Even Qiao Liang began to doubt himself, thinking that he had let the secret slip, and went back to look at the chat records. The chat records clearly stated that Qiao Liang only said that he was trying out Tengda's new game, nothing else. There was no mention of the inspiration class and Turning Back to the Shore at all. But as he continued to scroll down and saw the discussion records in the group, Qiao Liang understood. It was a misunderstanding. This group of people combined his previous trial of turning back to the shore and the major changes of eternal fall of reincarnation, and after a series of complicated reasoning, they thought he was trying out the sequel of turning back to the shore. It was just a guess, but everyone thought it was very reasonable, so it became true after being spread. It was a rumor, who could he blame? Qiao Liang was helpless, but he had no choice. Standing up to clarify now would give people a feeling of trying to cover up, and there was no need. After thinking it over again and again, Qiao Liang decided to just ignore it. You can discuss it however you want. Besides, this is not considered a leak. I didn't even mention the name of Animal Island VR. Meng Chang's request at the time was that Qiao Liang keep the project Animal Island VR secret. Qiao Liang felt that he had kept it secret very well, and netizens didn't even know the existence of this project. It's just that everyone mistakenly thought that Qiao Liang was playing the sequel of Turning Back. Netizens overthinking and misunderstanding, can't they also blame me for leaking the secret? Qiao Liang thought about it and decided that even if there was a culprit, it shouldn't be his fault, so he continued to play games with peace of mind. At the same time, Meng Chang was also checking these reports at his residence. He was obviously not as calm as Qiao Liang, and his hand holding the mouse was shaking slightly. Every report was piercing his heart. What's going on? What's going on? Where did this news come from? Damn it, I can get the guaranteed commission after this weekend, why? Calm down, calm down. Things seem to be turning around. Find the source of the leak. President Pei has given me a written receipt. If the leak is from within the company and causes the publicity to explode, then no matter what the result is, I can get a commission of 30,000. This is actually more cost-effective than the guaranteed commission of 2,000 yuan for 2 weeks. At this critical moment, Meng Chang's brain became clear. He first found the receipt given by President Pei and carefully confirmed the content on it. It is indeed written like this. Then the next step is to determine the source of the leak. Meng Chang quickly found 2 key communication nodes. One is a screenshot of Qiao Liang's chat in his fan group, where he was trying out Tingda's new game. The other is a screenshot of Yufei's private chat with one of his managers. Is this an internal leak? Although Mr. Qiao is not a Tingda employee, he is trying out the game. Yufei is a contracted author of the Chinese website and a direct participant in the inspiration class. He must be considered an internal employee of Tingda. But Mr. Qiao didn't try out Eternal Reincarnation. He tried out Animal Island VR, which is not related at all. Forget it, never mind, it must be an internal leak anyway. Meng Chang decided to go to Mr. Pei on Monday to talk it over. With this receipt, he must get the 30,000 yuan. June 18, Monday. Pei Qian had just arrived at the office when Meng Chang knocked on the door. Boss, Pei. First of all, I want to make it clear that this incident was 100% an internal leak, and it was definitely not a problem with my publicity plan. We had written evidence at the time. Meng Chang waved the note in his hand, like a creditor holding an IOU to collect a debt, and he was very righteous. Pei Qian didn't pay attention to this matter over the weekend. He was a little sleepy early in the morning and couldn't synchronize with Meng Chang's emotions for a while. He made a cup of tea and said, "Don't worry, take your time. If it's really a leak, I will definitely keep my promise." Meng Chang recounted what happened this weekend, emphasizing that it was Qiao Liang and Yufei who leaked the information, which led to a chain reaction and caused the failure of the inspiration class promotion. After a weekend of fermentation, the copyright development of the works of the inspiration class authors has become a hot topic, especially Eternal Reincarnation was developed as an official sequel into a game, which made countless authors jealous and all wanted to join the inspiration class. And Meng Chang's ugly poster, the previously accumulated popularity, also exploded. According to current standards, this promotion plan must have failed. It didn't last for 2 weeks and didn't get a penny of commission. But if it was a leak, President Pei would give Meng Chang a commission of 30,000 yuan as written on the receipt. This is Meng Chang's last hope. Pei Qian drank a sip of tea silently. How did you two leak the information? Do you have any evidence? Meng Chang nodded immediately, yes. I have screenshots. After that, Meng Chang handed the phone over and showed Pei Qian the two screenshots. Pei Qian looked at them and fell into deep thought. These two pictures alone are obviously not enough to reveal the truth. Please sit here for a while and have some tea. I'll make 2 phone calls and thoroughly investigate this matter. If it's really an internal leak, I'll definitely clear your name. Pei Qian was so righteous that Meng Chang was even a little moved. Okay, Mr. Pei. I'll wait here. Pei Qian said, and pushed the door open. He planned to call Qiao Liang and Yu Fei respectively, and then ask those who knew the inside story to fully restore the truth. He couldn't just listen to Meng Chang's one-sided words. After all, Meng Chang would do anything to get commissions, and it was normal for him to exaggerate. It's not that Mr. Pei was reluctant to give up the 30,000 yuan. The key point is that if there was no leak, the money would not be given out at all. The agreement between Pei Qian and Meng Chang was regarded as a special employment agreement by the system, and the money given to Meng Chang also had to be approved by the system. In this special employment agreement, the money can be paid in a different way than usual, but it must comply with the terms of the employment agreement itself. In other words, the system has special standards in this regard, which are much more free than other employment agreements. Pei Qian can do a lot of tricks, but these tricks are still not absolutely free and are subject to some restrictions. Just like this time, the money can only be given if the information is really leaked, and you can't turn a blind eye. Pei Qian sympathizes with Meng Chang, but there is nothing he can do. The rules are the rules. Meng Chang waited anxiously in Mr. Pei's office. About half an hour later, Mr. Pei came back. What's going on, Mr. Pei? Meng Chang stood up immediately, very concerned. Pei Qian coughed twice, signaling him to stay calm and sit down first. Unfortunately, I have learned from many sources and communicated with the two parties, and finally confirmed. This is not a leak. Mr. Qiao is just testing a new game. He didn't mention Animal Island or Inspiration Class and turning back. This is not a leak, Yu Fei is even less of a leak. Not only did he not leak, but he also hinted that netizens were wrong. Mr. Qiao was not trying eternal reincarnation. The problem this time is mainly because netizens misunderstood, made some wrong associations, and used wrong known conditions to deduce the correct conclusion. So, unfortunately, according to regulations, this commission cannot be given because it is not a leak. Pei Qian looked at Meng Chang with a sad face. But on the bright side, your basic salary this month is 5,000 yuan. Chapter 1109 I will teach in person next month. You should study hard. Hearing the number 5,000 yuan, Meng Chang's eyes, like a pool of stagnant water, were once again rippled. Ah? 5,000 yuan? Wasn't the base salary 4,000 yuan before, and there was a guaranteed commission of 2,000 yuan if I persisted for 2 weeks? Now there is no guaranteed commission. Could it be that they saw that I was working too hard, so they added an extra 1,000 yuan as encouragement? Meng Chang was suddenly a little touched. Although the money was not much, it was quite heartwarming. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Ah? Did you only raise the base salary of 1,000 yuan before? Sorry, I remembered it wrong. I always thought it was raised to 2,000 yuan. Then we still have to follow the agreement. Meng Chang. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed again, replaced by a confused, bewildered, and unbelievable expression. It's so annoying. Even if you remembered it wrong, shouldn't you just make the best of a bad situation and give me an extra 1,000 yuan? How can you take back what you said? Deliberate, must be deliberately trying to piss me off. Meng Chang was silent for a moment. Boss Pei, I quit. I want to terminate the agreement. Pei Qian quickly stood up. Don't be impulsive. If you have anything to say, let's talk it out. Don't break up just because of a disagreement. How about this? Seeing that you are really working hard, I will pay you 1,000 yuan out of my own pocket. What do you think? When Pei Qian heard that Meng Chang didn't want to do it anymore, he was a little panicked. Don't quit. If you quit, where can I find a talent like you in publicity? I don't trust people from outside. It is because Meng Chang is carrying a huge debt that Pei Qian can easily control him and use this method to stimulate him to do reverse publicity for himself seriously. Although Meng Chang has not had any successful publicity cases so far, he has a great advantage, that is, he will not be corrupted by the spirit of Tenda. If someone else were to change, it might be quickly completely disintegrated, causing the entire advertising and marketing department to quickly fall and become like other departments, with no use except making money and hurting President Pei's heart. So, Meng Chang can't leave. The advertising and marketing department is incomplete without Meng Chang. In order to keep Meng Chang, Pei Qian also spent a lot of money. The extra 1,000 yuan will not be reimbursed by the system, so he can only pay out of his own pocket. Fortunately, for Mr. Pei now, although he didn't lose much and the converted personal property was not much, he still saved a lot of money by eating and drinking in the company. His personal property has exceeded more than 3 million. 1,000 yuan can be taken out. This is not a lot of money, but I paid it reluctantly. But for the sake of long-term interests and to keep Meng Chang, this money cannot be saved. Meng Chang's face turned green. Boss Pei, I have made up my mind, nothing else matters. Because of this 1,000 yuan, Meng Chang completely exploded. See what Boss Pei said? And you paid me 1,000 yuan out of your own pocket? There are so many complaints that I don't know where to start. The whole Tenda is yours. Aren't all those publicity funds of hundreds of thousands or millions allocated by you to the advertising department? You can spend it however you want. If you just take out a few copper coins from the publicity funds, won't my basic salary and commission for a long time in the future be solved? Do you need to pay out of your own pocket? Moreover, even if you ask for it out of your own pocket, why does it seem that 1,000 yuan still makes you entangled? The whole Tenda is your private property, there is no cash flow, and you have bought several buildings. I am afraid that your net worth must be tens of billions, let alone 1,000 yuan, even if you take out 10 million on the spot, it is not a difficult thing. In the end, you took 1,000 yuan, as if you were determined? Pretend, keep pretending. If Oscar doesn't give you the golden man, I'll be the first to disagree. After such a long period of torture, Meng Chang's ability to perceive the amount of money has seriously deteriorated. Or, has it become more acute? In the past, he squandered investment money without blinking an eye, and was very cool, but now I don't know why I have been struggling for so long for this few thousand yuan basic salary. He suddenly realized that this was not the life he should have. I quit, I won't suffer this kind of grievance here. Meng Chang looked determined. No matter how eloquent you are, I will never be fooled by you again. Pei Qian felt a little bad when he saw Meng Chang's expression. Why is the only person in the entire Tenda Group who is in the same mind as me also leaving? Come, have a cup of tea and calm down, don't be impulsive. Think about it again, there is still a long time in the future. We signed a 10-year agreement, and it has been less than half a year so far. How can we get there? Meng Chang was holding the teacup and wanted to take a sip, but he put it down immediately after hearing this. Then I have to leave even more. Pei Qian. Okay, I misunderstood again. Pei Qian hurriedly explained, what I mean is that after our unremitting efforts, your publicity plan is getting closer and closer to success. Maybe in a few months, you can get the full commission? It's just that the start was not smooth, and you only get the basic salary for a few months. It's too unwise to give up the high commission for the next 10 years, just because of this setback. Pei Qian tried to persuade Meng Qiang with reason and emotion, hoping to make him give up the idea of running away. However, Meng Qiang showed a polite smile, with a face full of haha. What does that mean? You have been deceiving me for so many months, and you really plan to deceive me for 10 years? Although it is not easy for him to find a job now that he is a dishonest person, Meng Qiang is still very confident in himself. Even if he has failed in starting a business, what is the difficulty of earning 30,000 or 50,000 yuan a month by working honestly? On Tengda's side, although he can get a commission of 200,000 yuan a month in the most ideal situation, the speed of debt repayment is greatly accelerated, but this money is like a carrot in front of a donkey. It can only be seen but not eaten. What's the use if you can't get it in your hands? What's more, working outside will continue to accumulate. At the beginning, you will earn less, but you may earn more and more in the future, and there is still hope to pay off the money in advance. So, Meng Qiang is determined to leave. No matter how eloquent Mr. Pei is, he will never be deceived again. Pei Qian is also a little helpless. It seems that Meng Qiang is determined to leave. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. When he signed the agreement, the liability for breach of contract should have been set a little heavier. The agreement signed at the beginning did not set too strict liability for breach of contract. It only stipulated that the breaching party should pay liquidated damages according to a certain proportion of the original debt amount. The 3-year default liability is the lightest, and the 10-year default liability is the heaviest, but the heaviest liquidated damages are only 30% of the original debt amount. Of course, Meng Qiang owed several million, so the penalty should be more than 1 million. But Meng Qiang is now in a state of not worrying about too many lice and too many debts. He has to pay back millions of debts, so what about a mere 1 million penalty? But there is no way, because when Pei Qian made this agreement, he did not dare to set the penalty too high, for fear of scaring Meng Qiang away. If Pei Qian had set the penalty at 10 times the debt, tens of millions, Meng Qiang would definitely think there was a huge conspiracy here and would not sign this agreement at all. It was precisely because the penalty was not so much that Meng Qiang took the bait. So, it is useless to regret it now. Pei Qian drank a sip of tea silently and continued to think of new words. Meng Qiang, I think we all need to calm down and weigh the pros and cons. You work for me, and I have waived all the interest on your debt, which is also a benefit for you as a Tenda employee. If you work for another company, I definitely have no reason to continue to waive this interest, right? I won't calculate too much. According to the highest interest rate for private lending, it would be bullying you. But even if it is a normal bank commercial loan, if these millions are repaid for 10 or 20 years, you can calculate how much the interest will be. Are you sure you want to leave Tengda? Pei Qian didn't know exactly how much the money was, but those who bought houses with loans knew that the interest rate of bank loans seemed low, but once the time was extended to 10 or 20 years, it would be a very scary number. A loan of 5 million yuan might cost 2 or 3 million yuan in interest alone in the end, which was not an exaggeration. If soft tactics didn't work, he could only use hard tactics. Since Meng Qiang insisted on leaving, Pei Qian didn't mind being a bad guy. Meng Qiang. I didn't expect that President Pei would have this trick, it was too despicable. Originally, he only considered the penalty for breach of contract, and thought that he could still bear the money of more than 1 million yuan with a grit of teeth. But if the interest was added, it would be unbearable. In this way, the amount owed would almost double, and the difficulty of going out to work to repay the debt increased sharply, almost becoming an impossible task. Meng Qiang slumped on the sofa, feeling a little disappointed. Boss Pei, you will only be happy if you see me die, right? I understand, this was a trap from the beginning, you just want me to work for you for nothing in this life. I just wanted to cheat investors' money at the beginning, there are so many entrepreneurs who cheat money, why did you pick on me and make trouble for me? Meng Chong stopped pretending, and had a broken jar in mind. Pei Qian saw that this state was not right. Don't give up on yourself, he coughed twice. You misunderstood. I absolutely have no intention of cheating you. I am also sincerely doing this for your own good. I want you to pay off your debts as soon as possible. Meng Chong said, Boss Pei, do you believe this? If you hadn't been making trouble, I would have received a high commission. Pei Qian, ? How can this pot still be thrown on my head? Haven't I been helping you all the time? It's just a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Pei Qian said, Okay, I won't bother with you for the previous few times, but you can also blame me for the publicity plan of the inspiration class this time? Does it have anything to do with me? Meng Chong opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. It seems, it really has nothing to do with Boss Pei. Thinking carefully about the publicity plan of the inspiration class this time, the reason why it has a good publicity effect is mainly because many coincidences are superimposed together, producing an inexplicable chemical reaction. On the one hand, Qiao Laosher and Yu Fei's wrong remarks are on the one hand, and the netizens' wrong imagination is on the other hand. The correct conclusion is derived from the wrong known conditions. In this process, President Pei is indeed not to blame, because President Pei cannot manipulate netizens. If President Pei himself were hinted to other official personnel to leak the news of the copyright development of the inspiration class, some clues can definitely be found on the internet, and if President Pei released the news anonymously, it would not be credible, and netizens would definitely not buy it. Only if all netizens spontaneously reasoned and believed all this, would the current situation be caused. In other words, it is really inappropriate to put the blame on President Pei. It was wrong several times before, but President Pei is really not to blame this time. Meng Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Then I have to leave even more. If you didn't interfere, but supported me with all your strength, but still failed in the end, it means that the difficulty of this matter has far exceeded my imagination, and the chance of success is very slim. Then why should I insist? Pei Qian. This Meng Chong is also a master of logic, and it's not easy to fool him. But it doesn't matter, increase the intensity of fooling. It's even necessary to personally go out and prove it to him. Pei Qian thought for a moment and continued, In my opinion, let's do this. Next month, I will personally make a promotional plan for you, and you will follow it. I can't guarantee that it will last for a whole month, but 2 weeks should be fine. If my plan fails, then we will discuss the disbanding. If my plan succeeds, lasts for 2 weeks, and helps you get the guaranteed commission, then it is clear that there is something wrong with your promotional plan. Don't mention the disbanding again in the future. Be honest and calm down, and think about how to promote it in the future. What do you think? Meng Chong blinked, not expecting that Mr. Pei would propose this. The current situation is equivalent to Meng Chong complaining that this job is too difficult, and you can do it if you are good. As a result, Mr. Pei said, I will do it, you watch carefully and learn well. I will prove that it is not the job that is difficult, but you are too inexperienced. Originally, Meng Chong did not want to stay, but after hearing what Mr. Pei said, he thought he could stay for a month to see how Mr. Pei would operate. If Mr. Pei can really complete the reverse publicity, maybe it can really prove that there is something wrong with his previous publicity method. At that time, I can learn Mr. Pei's publicity ideas and continue to pursue the highest commission of 200,000. In short, it is worth staying for another month to see Mr. Pei's operation. Thinking of this, Meng Chong nodded, Okay, then I will stay for another month. If you can really get the guaranteed commission next month and convince me, then I will continue to work. But I have a request. Next month, I will designate the publicity project, okay? Pei Qian was surprised. Oh, you have learned to turn the tables? Previously, Pei Qian had assigned Meng Chong a promotional project, and he had to choose one from several projects that were about to be launched. Meng Chong always chose the wrong answer. Now Meng Chong also wants to give it a try? Pei Qian nodded, no problem. A true warrior dares to face challenges. For Pei Qian, all Tenda projects are decided by him, and all the heads of industries are appointed by him. He is confident that he can come up with a suitable reverse publicity plan for any project. Although the final result is mostly failure, it should not be a problem to persist for 2 weeks. First, find a way to keep Meng Chong. Chapter 11:10 I will teach you how to do a good job of post-processing. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. After much persuasion, Meng Chong was finally persuaded. Although whether Meng Chong will continue to break up in the end depends on what kind of effect Pei Qian's publicity plan can achieve next month, but next month's matter, let's talk about it next month. Even the system can't defeat me, let alone a small Meng Chong. In fact, the publicity task Pei Qian gave Meng Chong was just a weakened version of the system's requirements. The system requires a comprehensive loss, while Meng Chang's publicity task only requires ensuring that the publicity plan of a certain industry does not work. Pei Qian can handle even more difficult challenges with ease. As long as this simplified version of the challenge does not pursue the highest difficulty of 200,000 commissions, it should still be a sure thing, right? At this point, there is no point in thinking about next month's matters. Let's focus on the present. Meng Chang's publicity plan is a complete failure. He can give up and lie down to get commissions, but Pei Qian can't. Poor Mr. Pei still has to find a way to clean up this mess. The current situation is that the rumors are spreading like wildfire. Netizens and many gaming media have taken the game that Xiao Laoshi tried out as the sequel to Turning Back, Eternal Reincarnation, and the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. Players who are waiting to play Eternal Reincarnation have gone crazy, and even have symptoms of posting Eternal Reincarnation under any news related to Tenda. For example, the official Weibo shared a fish screen-long wallpaper of all GOG heroes, and there were players posting below, "Got it." The official hinted that the plot of Eternal Reincarnation will be an extended version, at least twice as long as the normal game. The official Weibo posted another cosplay photo of a girl, and another player posted below, "Got it." The official hinted that there will be cute girls in Eternal Reincarnation and a love development system. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it will become more and more outrageous. God knows what the players will come up with. There are other projects to be launched in the next month or so. What if this kind of heat continues, and the rumors spread and cause more chain reactions, bringing huge heat to Eternal Reincarnation, and this DLC becomes popular before it is released? The current rumors are already quite outrageous. If they spread for another 2 months, who knows what terrible things will happen. Let's clarify it a little, let the hot attention be reduced, let the players not have such unrealistic expectations, and calm down the impact of this matter as soon as possible. This way, when Pei Qian makes other promotional plans next month, he can clear a little bit of obstacles in advance. How to cool down specifically? Pei Qian thought about it and at least had to clarify 2 points for everyone. First, Eternal Reincarnation is not the sequel to Turning Back, but just an ordinary DLC, which is far different in size. Second, what Xiao Laoshi played was not Eternal Reincarnation. To be precise, Eternal Reincarnation has not been established at all, and even the folder has not been created. The official development will have to wait until August. As long as these 2 points are clarified, players will not be disappointed, but their enthusiasm will definitely drop sharply, right? This is equivalent to going to a high-end restaurant for dinner. Originally, you thought that the highly praised main course would be served in 5 minutes, and you would definitely be very excited, and you would take out your mobile phone to take pictures and send them to your friends. As a result, the waiter suddenly came over and said, "Sorry, the dish that is about to be served is not the main course, but just an ordinary appetizer, and the main course will have to wait for another half an hour." Although you will still think about this matter, your expectations will definitely be greatly reduced. Pei Qian couldn't clarify it before because this behavior would affect Meng Chang's publicity plan. If Meng Chang messed up, he would blame himself. But now Meng Chang has given up, so he doesn't need to care about the impact of this incident on him. Seeing Meng Chang was about to leave, Pei Qian hurriedly stopped him. "You're leaving just like that? I'm not saying anything bad about you. You always think about the future and leave when you see the promotion plan failed, without caring about the possible bad consequences. Take this incident for example. Netizens are so interested in eternal reincarnation that they are almost crazy. If you don't hurry up and deal with it now, after eternal reincarnation is released, the popularity will definitely go off the charts. Will it be too late for you to make a promotion plan to reduce the popularity? Doing a good job of post-processing for the previous project is also equivalent to clearing obstacles for the next project. You don't pay attention to details, isn't it natural for you to fail?" Meng Chang was stunned for a moment, a little confused. His expression now is a bit like a primary school student being taught by the head teacher. Pei's teachings make sense. If this matter is allowed to continue to ferment, netizens' emotions will not be vented, and the popularity will definitely accumulate more and more, and some unknown chemical reactions will inevitably occur in the future. An expert can tell the difference with one move. Meng Chang initially thought that Mr. Pei was making fun of him, saying that he was demonstrating a promotional plan for him, but Mr. Pei was a very busy man, with so many businesses to manage. How could he devote all his energy to making a promotional plan for himself? Therefore, Meng Chang did not expect too much. But now seeing Mr. Pei's attitude towards details, it is obvious that he wants to teach me step by step. Meng Chang was even a little flattered, and for a moment he had the illusion that Mr. Pei was very kind to him. Of course, it was only for a moment. Then, "Mr. Pei, what should we do?" "Just tell me, and I will do it," Meng Chang asked, very humbly. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, a young man can be taught, this attitude is right. As long as Meng Chang knows how to learn humbly, he is still a promising talent. Pei Qian thought for a moment. To calm the heat, we must do it as simply and neatly as possible. If you say too much, it will easily trigger players' imagination. So, just use Tenda's official Weibo to issue a clarification statement, mainly to clarify the 2 points I mentioned before. Eternal reincarnation is just a DLC, and the project was officially launched in August. In this way, players will no longer continue to pay attention to this matter, and the heat can slowly decrease. It should be a little more concise and formal. Although Tenda's official credibility is worrying because it has played the wolf cry operation too many times, this statement is more credible, and players should believe it. Meng Chang was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Pei, are you sure it's okay to do this?" Pei Qian asked back, "What's the problem?" Nothing." Meng Chang just felt vaguely that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong for a moment. Since it was Mr. Pei's plan, let's execute it. We'll know if there are any problems in a while. 15 minutes later, Meng Chang knocked on the door again. "Mr. Pei, the statement is ready. Please take a look." Pei Qian took the phone and looked at the text of the Weibo post. Tenda Group and Tenda Games have noticed that there are false information from unknown sources in the recent discussions among netizens and reports by various game media about the sequel to Turn Back. In order to avoid misleading the majority of players, we hereby declare the following. Eternal Reincarnation is not a sequel to Turn Back, but just a regular DLC of Turn Back. There is a huge difference in size between the two. Tenda Games has no plans to develop a sequel to Turn Back for a period of time in the future. Eternal Reincarnation has not yet entered the project preparation stage. The official project design time is after August, not the already entered the testing stage as rumored on the internet. I hope players can identify false information and don't be deceived. I hereby declare, to set the record straight. It has a lot of words, so it needs to be published in a long Weibo post. At present, the content has been edited and a draft has been saved, but it has not been officially released. Meng Qiang is not sure whether the statement is written in this way, so he has to let President Pei make the final decision. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, it's okay. Although it feels a bit rigid and the official language is a bit heavy, it has its advantages. Players will definitely not think it is a prank anymore, and the credibility will be better. Regardless of whether there are problems with the wording of this statement, at least the purpose has been achieved. Okay, send it. Pei Qian said. Meng Qiang took the phone and pressed the send button. Chapter 1111 Sexy President Pei, Online Crash, Asking for Monthly Votes. Pei Qian observed Meng Qiang's state and found that his emotions had completely calmed down and he was no longer as excited as at the beginning. This is a good thing. Come, sit for a while and drink some tea. Pei Qian planned to comfort Meng Qiang a little more to prevent him from getting emotional after returning. However, after Meng Qiang sat down on the sofa, he kept browsing the Weibo post he had just posted and checking the comments of netizens. President Pei, are you sure this is the effect you want to achieve? Meng Qiang asked after a few minutes. Pei Qian was a little surprised. What did Meng Qiang mean by this? He quickly took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo, and found that this Weibo post had only been posted for a few minutes, and there were already hundreds of replies. Are the players so enthusiastic? Most of them are very disappointed, right? Originally, they were looking forward to playing Eternal Reincarnation soon, but now the official announcement is that it is far away. Normal players must have a very lost emotion. Players should be more disappointed, right? Pei Qian casually scrolled through a few random comments. Ah? It's just a DLC, not a sequel? So disappointing. The size of DLC is far less than that of sequels. Sequels take at least a dozen hours, while DLCs take only 4 or 5 hours. And they haven't even started the project yet? It will take a long time to get it done. Other game developers are creating new folders when they are working on it, but you haven't even created a new folder yet? Well, forget it, I'd better not pay attention to it in the near future, and wait until the game is ready. Obviously, after seeing this statement, many players who were waiting to play Eternal Reincarnation were a little disappointed. I thought they would be able to play it in a month at most, but now they have to wait at least another half a year. How can they wait that long? Many players said that they would not pay attention to it in the near future, and they would not be able to play it even if they paid attention. How painful it is. Pei Qian couldn't help but show a happy face. The plan was quite successful. After pouring this cold water, at least the popularity of Eternal Reincarnation has dropped. And looking at the current trend, players' attention to Eternal Reincarnation will definitely continue to decline. It will take at least 3 or 4 months for this popularity to rise. Not bad. However, Pei Qian continued to read the comments and suddenly found something wrong. Because the top comments were of a completely different style. Those who were disappointed are fake Tenda fans, right? Shouldn't real Tenda fans be ecstatic when they see this news? On the surface, this looks like bad news, but it actually has 2 good news. The first good news is that the official has confirmed that the copyright development of the inspiration class is true, and the game Eternal Reincarnation really exists and has been approved for development. Before, everyone just doubted whether this game existed. Now the official has confirmed it. Isn't this good news? It's nothing more than waiting a little longer, but good things never come late. The second good news is that this also indirectly proves that another Tenda game will be released in the near future. Before, Mr. Qiao was trying out Tenda's game. We all thought it was the sequel to Eternal Reincarnation. Now it seems that we were wrong. But doesn't this mean that Mr. Qiao was trying out another game? Eternal Reincarnation will not be playable in the short term, but can't we look forward to this game? Pei Qian was stunned. How could he understand it this way? I was talking to you about eternal reincarnation, but why did you turn around and go to Animal Island? The brain circuits of these players are really fast. Pei Qian looked up at Meng Chong, then at his phone. Obviously, this was not what he wanted to achieve. Meng Chong looked suspicious. The actual effect of this statement seems to be inconsistent with the effect that President Pei expected before, eh? Looking at President Pei like this, it seems, maybe, he has gone too far, right? With this kind of operation, he still wants to get the guaranteed commission next month. I'm afraid he's dreaming. Meng Chong was secretly happy in his heart. It seems that President Pei is not good at everything. President Pei is really good at starting a company and making a lot of money. But reverse publicity is really difficult. Even President Pei can't handle it perfectly. If you are not careful, you will fail. Of course, Meng Chong is just suspicious and dare not be completely sure. After all, the prestige that President Pei left him before was too great. An occasional failure made him not sure whether it was a real failure or President Pei was teasing him. If the person on the other side was not President Pei, but someone else, Meng Chong should have sneered 3 times and started to be sarcastic. But President Pei always gives people a sense of unpredictability. Meng Chong couldn't figure out, was this intentional by President Pei, was there a bigger plan for the future, or was it just a joke? He tried to observe President Pei's expression, trying to find out a little clue. Pei Qian coughed twice, and the situation was a bit awkward. He had to say something now to dispel Meng Chang's doubts. Otherwise, wouldn't he be embarrassed on the spot? Sexy President Pei, online failure? That would not be good. No problem, although there are a few problems, but they are all within my expectations. You may not understand my way of dealing with it now. But it doesn't matter, you will understand it after a while. In short, this is all to prepare for the promotion next month. Pei Qian couldn't think of a good word, so he could only lie. Hopefully he can be justified enough to deceive Meng Chong with his acting skills. Pei Qian's acting skills have indeed reached the point of perfection. Meng Chong was already very suspicious, but seeing Pei's confident expression and thinking of Pei's previous mysterious operations, he began to question his guess again. Suddenly, Meng Chong had an idea. After a moment of silence, he said, "Boss Pei, I have already thought of the promotional plan for next month. Next month, I will choose the VR glasses project as the promotional plan. If you can make a promotional plan for this project for 2 weeks and help me get the guaranteed commission, then I will admit that I am not as skilled as others, and I will continue to stay in the advertising and marketing department to study and further my studies." Boss Pei, isn't everything going according to plan? I want to see how you promote this project. Although Mr. Pei's statement reduced the attention of netizens to eternal reincarnation, the expectations of netizens for another new game, Animal Island VR, instantly increased. It is extremely difficult to promote VR glasses in this situation. Moreover, Meng Chong had accidentally planted a mine before, that is, Mr. Chiao. Although the act of letting Mr. Chiao try out Animal Island VR pitted himself and triggered a series of intricate chain reactions, now Meng Chong patted his butt and left it alone, leaving this difficult problem to Mr. Pei. It is conceivable that as long as the VR glasses and Animal Island VR are officially released, Mr. Chiao will definitely make his trial experience public as soon as possible and praise this game. With Mr. Chiao's influence, these VR glasses and Animal Island VR will be popular. Let's see, can you hold this ultimate hell mode, Mr. Pei? Pei Qian was shocked. Good you, Meng Chong, you have grown up. You actually turned the tables and provoked me? Can I bear this? As for the experience of reverse publicity, I am much better than you. Why do you think I can't do it? If persisting for a month is not enough, shouldn't it be easy to do it in 2 weeks? I must prove it to you. I may not be good at other things, but I am professional in this aspect. Pei Qian laughed. No problem, isn't it just the VR glasses plan? You will see how I promote it. Although Pei Qian himself was not 100% sure, he relied on his understanding of the project and all the resources at hand. He could even pay for reverse publicity out of his own pocket and use the method of drinking poison to quench thirst. With so many ways, Pei Qian believed that he could at least last for 2 weeks. At that time, at all costs, a god-level rescue operation must be performed to let Meng Chong see what real reverse publicity is and keep him in the advertising department. Chapter 11-12 The snack market is about to open. After seeing Meng Chong off, it was almost noon. Pei Qian finished his work meal at He and took a nap in the office wrapped in a small blanket. He felt that he could sort out the situation of each department in the afternoon and then leave. With only 1 month left before the settlement, the next step would be a tough battle. Now, I have to conserve my energy. How can I spend money well without energy? However, not long after Pei Qian woke up, his cell phone rang. It was Zhang Yahui, the person in charge of the snack market. Boss Pei, I have something to report to you. So far, all the preliminary preparations for the snack market have finally been completed. We were originally scheduled to officially open for business the day after tomorrow. I know you are very busy, so I haven't asked for too many instructions on things here. Now that we are about to open for business, do you want to come and take a look and give us some guidance? To avoid any mistakes at that time, Pei Qian was planning to get off work on time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After listening to Zhang Yahui's words, he could only sigh silently. Alas, it looks like I have to work overtime again today. Not long after the snack market project was established, Pei Qian completely became a hands-off boss and did not ask about it at all. On the one hand, he had too many things on hand and had no time or energy to pay attention to it. But the more important reason was that he felt from the bottom of his heart that this project was not a big problem. Because the original purpose of this snack market was to poach people from the cold-faced girl. Qi Yan, the person in charge of the cold-faced girl, had done a series of operations in the imperial capital, including holding a street food competition and hiring outstanding stall owners as consultants. It seemed that the cold-faced girl would become popular again. If the cold-faced girl became popular, it would be a big deal. Because the cold-faced girl is a fast food model, it can be operated in a chain. If one store becomes popular, Qi Yan will definitely continue to open more branches. Once this model is rolling, the money earned will be too much. Pei Qian did not want to repeat the tragedy of physical stores such as Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway. Therefore, he was quick-witted and decisive, and set up a snack market to poach all the outstanding stall owners from the cold-faced girl. In this way, without these excellent stall owners, the improvement of taste will become very slow, and the snack market cannot form a chain model, so there is no need to worry too much about making money. After all, no matter how awesome the stall owner is, the number of customers he receives every day is limited. The snack market is only this small. No matter how popular it is, can it still be a big success? Therefore, Pei Qian felt that this project was still stable. The so-called stability does not mean that it will not become popular, but it will be like the nameless restaurant. Even if it becomes popular, it will not make much money, which is completely within the acceptable range. Although I have always been a hands-off boss, now that it is about to open, I still have to go and take a look. It is better to be safe than sorry. It won't take much time to go and take a look. Once a problem is found, Zhang Yahui and others can hurry up to rectify it before the official opening. If possible, Pei Qian would not mind delaying the opening of the snack market for a week or 2. Anyway, there is still more than a month before the settlement, and the delay will not have any impact, and it can also earn less money for a week or 2. After agreeing to Zhang Yahui, Pei Qian drank a cup of coffee to refresh himself, and then took a car to the snack market. The distance to the old industrial area is not very far, but there is a little traffic jam, so it takes about 40 minutes to get there. Although the driver Xiao Sun has good driving skills, the traffic jams and stops along the way still made Pei Qian a little dizzy. After getting off the car and breathing a breath of fresh air, he finally calmed down. So, a developed city cannot be without a subway. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. As the capital of Handong province and a second-tier city, Jingzhou currently has only a few subway lines, connecting key locations with the largest flow of people, such as the high-speed rail station and the core business district near Yuan Tiandi shopping mall. However, the current subway coverage is still far from enough, and the main mode of public transportation is still buses. In recent years, the economy of Jingzhou and even the whole country has been growing rapidly. The number of private cars has increased, and the city has naturally become more and more congested. At present, Jingzhou has not yet restricted the number of license plates, but according to the current trend, it is likely that the restriction will not be far away. In order to ease the traffic situation, Jingzhou is also planning and building new viaducts and more subway lines. More than a year ago, Jingzhou also announced a batch of subway lines. Although the efficiency from demolition to construction is very high, no matter how high the efficiency is, this batch of subway lines will still take a long time to complete. And this batch of subway lines has basically nothing to do with Pei Qian. Because Pei Qian is very cunning, when selecting sites for physical stores and other projects, he basically avoids subway lines intentionally or unintentionally. Of course, there is no way to choose a site for the GPL League. There are only a few large shopping malls in the whole Jingzhou, and the only suitable multifunctional hall for long-term competition venues is Yuan Tiandi. But these are not a big deal. Anyway, as long as a large project like Sloth Apartment involving the purchase of a building can be far away from the current subway line planning in Jingzhou, there will be no problem. Pei Qian was thinking about these things while walking into the snack market. However, after just 2 steps, Pei Qian was shocked by the scene in front of him. This place, is it a snack market? Pei Qian had never been to this place before, but he had heard that the snack market was located in a farmer's market in the old industrial zone. Pei Qian felt relieved when he heard the 2 keywords old industrial zone and farmer's market. He could imagine what it was like just by thinking about it. It must be like the vegetable market in the suburbs of 3rd and 4th tier cities or small county towns, dirty, messy and poor, and there might be vegetable leaves all over the ground. Of course, to be on the safe side, Pei Qian also searched for pictures of this farmer's market on the internet. From the pictures, the situation of this place was slightly better than he had imagined, and it was relatively clean and hygienic, but it was nothing more than a vegetable market. Therefore, Pei Qian was completely relieved. He thought, even if Liang Qingfan was an architect and could turn decay into magic, how magical could he be? As a result, when he looked up after getting off the car, Pei Qian almost thought he had come to the wrong place. Is the current state of the snack market even remotely similar to the previous vegetable market? It's completely unrecognizable. A large number of neon lights, with contrasting warm and cold colors covered the outer walls. A large number of cyberpunk designs made the entire snack market seem to be independent from the entire Jingzhou. Walking across this street, it seemed as if you had entered another world. Various billboards emitted red and green lights, intricate and layered, making the most of the space above. However, because it was daytime and the sky was only a little gloomy, not cloudy or rainy, the visual impact of these lights was not very strong. But through the current state, you can also imagine what the scene will be like at night. The cyberpunk feeling is absolutely off the charts. And this kind of setting gave Pei Qian a very strong sense of déjà vu. Where did this sense of déjà vu come from? Pei Qian recalled carefully and soon remembered. It was the feeling of a better tomorrow. Many of the shop names and signs here are based on the scenes in A Beautiful Tomorrow when the male and female protagonists come to the earth to eat. Although the structure is not exactly the same, it still gives people an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if this place has been seen somewhere before. These are not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that at the entrance of this snack market, there is actually a high-tech sports car model. I don't know where it was made, the workmanship is very delicate, and you can even open the car door and sit in it to take pictures. There are some large electronic toy factories in China that specialize in these static equipment, from sports cars to tanks, and they can be copied and supplied to some amusement park projects. If the requirements are higher, such as strict requirements on the design of the entire model, the material of the exterior and interior, you can also go overseas for customization. The price of these big toys is not cheap, ranging from 200,000 to 500,000. After all, if they are customized from overseas, they have to be airlifted back. Although this model cannot be driven, the cost should be more expensive than some entry-level luxury family car brands. However, for the funds invested in the entire snack market, this money is nothing. Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan heard that Mr. Pei was coming, and they were waiting at the door in advance. Zhang Yahui whispered, "Hey, why didn't Brother Bao come today? Wasn't he always here before?" During this period, Bao Su was busy and worried about this snack market. The three of them had a very clear division of labor. Liang Qingfan was responsible for the layout of the entire snack market and the general style of decoration. Zhang Yahui was responsible for contacting the stall owners, helping them improve the taste of snacks, asking them to prepare in advance, and other communication and coordination work. Bao Su was responsible for improving the operation mechanism of the entire snack market and proposing various requirements. Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan agreed that it was Bao Su who injected soul into the entire snack market with his game design concept. Bao Su proposed many very bold ideas, many of which are really wild and imaginative, allowing customers to enjoy food in the snack market while also having some fun. Bao Su's contribution is so great, but it is a pity that he was not there when President Pei came to inspect. Liang Qingfan said, "In my opinion, Bao Su is not going to compete with us for credit. When I traveled with him before, I found that he is actually a very introverted and low-key person. He is not very interested in money, nor in job promotion. Maybe the only two funds are playing games and traveling. Although he keeps saying that he doesn't like traveling at all, can people who don't like traveling go out again and still maintain this enthusiasm and vitality?" Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 11-13. It was Bao Su who injected soul into the snack market. Liang Qingfan continued, as the oldest employee of Tenda, Bao Su was specially recruited by President Pei. Many people who came to the game department later than him have been promoted to chief designers or heads of other departments. Only Bao Su is still just an ordinary employee in the game department. Is he not doing a good job? Definitely not. If he really did a bad job, how could he often get the second place in the excellent employee? So, Bao Su wanted to be the person in charge, and he would have done it a long time ago. He is such a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. This time he was busy and dedicated for the snack market, but when did you see him take credit? Not at all? Obviously, he did good things without leaving a name, and wanted to leave the credit to the two of us, so he didn't come on purpose. Zhang Yahui nodded suddenly. I see. Brother Bao's broad-mindedness is really admirable. Tenda is really a magical company. All departments work together without any prejudice. Every employee enthusiastically lends a hand to other departments. Even though it is not their job, they do it as seriously as their own job. Thank you two so much for the success of this snack market. When President Pei comes, I will definitely say a few good words for you too. Liang Qingfan waved his hand. You're welcome, we are all working for President Pei. And you don't have to speak for me, President Pei has long known about my transformation of the food market. And I have other industries such as sloth apartment, so there is no shortage of opportunities to show up in front of President Pei. Needless to say, President Pei will also record my share of credit. In my opinion, let's say a few good words for Bao Su together. He not only injected soul into the food market, but also came up with such an interesting idea, and he was not greedy for credit at all. If we don't talk about these credits, President Pei may not know. Although Bao Su is indifferent to fame and fortune, since he has paid so much, everyone should know it. We can't really let him pay silently without any return, right? Zhang Yahui nodded quickly, you are right. Then when President Pei comes, let's praise Brother Bao more. The two quickly reached a consensus. Although the three people have their own division of labor, it is difficult to tell who has contributed the most, but Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan are both responsible persons, and they have no shortage of opportunities to show up in front of President Pei. But Bao Su is different. He originally came from the game department to help voluntarily, but he is not the person in charge. Now he is not taking the initiative to come and show himself in front of President Pei. If Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan hadn't said it, who would have known that Bao Su had made such a great contribution to the snack market? It was reasonable that Bao Su had to be praised in front of President Pei. As soon as the two of them had discussed it, President Pei arrived. Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan immediately greeted him, President Pei. How is it? Are you satisfied with our work? Pei Qian said he. Satisfied, very satisfied. So satisfied that I can't wait to book you a plane ticket right now and let you travel to Siberia. Who came up with the idea of making the snack market in cyberpunk style? Pei Qian was most impressed by this cyberpunk style. Before coming here, he had also had many guesses about the appearance of the snack street, but no matter how exquisite and grand the idea was, it was still limited to the appearance of the snack street in reality. Who knew that there was a cyberpunk style here? Who could resist it? Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan looked at each other and smiled knowingly. President Pei actually asked about it? Great. I was just worried about not having a good way to praise Brother Bao. If President Pei hadn't asked, the two people introducing Bao Su's contributions would have seemed a bit deliberate and unnatural. This kind of behavior is actually not encouraged in Tenda, and President Pei is quite disgusted with the behavior of taking credit. Although it is to take credit for others, it is not safe and may easily make President Pei angry. But now that President Pei asked, just answer truthfully. Liang Qingfan said, I made the specific plan for the entire design, but this idea was proposed by Bao Su. Moreover, Bao Su also helped me find a lot of game original paintings and concept drawings, which contributed a lot to my design work. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and then his mouth twitched slightly with anger. Bao Su? Why don't you go on a trip and go to the snack market to meddle? Does this have anything to do with you? Huh? Is it related? Pei Qian frowned and asked, why did Bao Su come to participate in the design of the snack market? Liang Qingfan replied, didn't he go on a trip with me before? When he came back, he happened to meet Zhang Yahui, who came to me to discuss the snack market. He was also very interested, so he applied to the game department and came here to help throughout the process. Pei Qian was a little speechless. What's going on with the game department? Why do you let your people go just like that? Can't you let Bao Su work hard in the game department? Oh, Bao Su is a veteran and no one can control him, so it's okay. Although he was very angry, the matter was settled and there was nothing he could do. If Bao Su had just come up with the cyberpunk-style decoration theme on a whim, it could barely be considered an unintentional mistake and could be forgiven. Liang Qingfan said, Boss Pei, let's go inside. Pei Qian nodded and walked in under the guidance of the two people. Zhang Yahui introduced, Mr. Pei, the entire snack market is very large and the structure inside is relatively complex. Especially in the future, the entire street outside may be expanded into a snack street, so there must be a better way to guide customers. In this regard, we have made 2 preparations. First, we cooperated with Tenda Life app and added a new section of cyberpunk snack street to the app. There is a map dedicated to the snack market. After customers enter this area, they can check their location in real time through the map and positioning. The interface style of the entire map is also cyberpunk style, full of technology and mechanical sense, both practical and beautiful. In addition, this map has some very practical functions. There are many interactive tasks in the snack market, and the stalls will be randomly refreshed to become half-price experience areas or free areas every day. These can be seen on the map. The stalls are divided into 4 levels: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. The higher the level, the more seats and the better the location. A long-term diamond stall can move out of the snack market and get a unique store on the snack street. The specific level can also be seen on the map. Moreover, the stall opening hours of all stalls are also planned uniformly. Because the stall owners have to take turns to rest, the stall opening hours are not completely fixed. On the app, you can check the specific stall opening time and queue situation of a small stall, but you need to complete some small interactive tasks. This is to stimulate healthy competition among stall owners and provide customers with a little interactivity, so that they can have a good sense of participation and surprise while tasting delicious food. Zhang Yahui said as he came to a stall near the entrance. The stalls here are also decorated in a cyberpunk style, and in order to enhance the atmosphere and sense of substitution, many shops at the entrance are not snack stalls, but shops selling technological simulation gun models, medicine models, or mechanical prosthetic models. Of course, going further in is basically all snacks. There are 2 types of stalls in the snack market. One type is located outside the snack market, with its back against the wall. This type of stall has a larger area, and an entire wall can be used as a shelf to display goods. They basically sell peripherals. The other type is located inside the snack market, which is more open and used as a snack stall. Next to a gun store full of imitation guns is a store similar to a grocery store, which sells small items such as mobile phone cases, figurines, and medicine models. Zhang Yahui picked up a thick and sturdy notebook from the stall. Boss Pei, this is the second map we prepared for customers in addition to the electronic map. This customized cyberpunk notebook has a titanium alloy shell with a yellow PVD coating on the surface. The small piece in the middle is made of black carbon fiber, which is very consistent with the cyberpunk art style. The content of the book is divided into 2 parts. The first half is some exquisite original paintings and concept drawings used in the design process of the cyberpunk snack street, as well as the planning maps of the snack street at different stages. The second half is blank, which is left for customers to check in and stamp at various stalls. The paper of the notebook is specially selected. The paper is tough and sturdy, and there are embossed patterns on it with a concave and convex process. This process is often used on some business cards to enhance the quality of the business card through embossing plus color matching. And in this notebook, every page is in this style. Through the relief effect, the original painting in the front half can be made more 3-dimensional, and a position for stamping can be pressed in advance on the blank paper in the back half, so that the stamping position will not deviate due to hand shaking, and it looks more beautiful. Each stall has a special seal. The pattern on this seal is made according to the type of snacks in the stall and the personal preferences of the stall owner. They are different. They look traditional, but they also have some cyberpunk style. This notebook is mainly prepared for customers who like to punch in and collect. Whether you buy it or not will not affect the experience. The combination of electronic maps and physical maps can help customers better understand the layout of the entire snack market, and it is more in line with the smart life concept advocated by Tenda Life app. Pei Qian was silent again. Good guy, an ordinary snack street has come up with so many tricks for me? Squatting and waiting for refreshes, punching in, and planning routes. Are you doing daily tasks and running rings in the game? Looking at Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan, they don't look like people who can make such designs. Could it be that? Pei Qian was silent for a moment and then asked, these designs were not all made by Bao Su, right? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel is available at Chapter 1114 Price Reduction. Added 1/3 for the leader, Mr. Old E. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from games. Zhang Yahui said in surprise, Hey, Mr. Pei, you are really sharp-eyed, you can see it at a glance. Indeed, these are all Brother Bao's ideas, none of us have such a brain. Brother Bao, through his rich design experience accumulated in the game department, applied the concept of game design to the snack market, making the entire snack market flow and giving it a soul. Pei Qian. Very good, Bao Su again. If you just happened to pass by and proposed the cyberpunk theme decoration style, that would be fine. I can also say that you made an unintentional mistake. How do you explain this situation now? It is obvious that this whole set of designs is definitely not made by inspiration, it is definitely repeated inspections and sufficient preparations, and even in the design process, it is necessary to communicate with Liang Qingfan repeatedly to ensure that the structure and layout of all stalls are in line with the corresponding plan. This Bao Su is guilty of an even greater crime. Zhang Yahui continued walking forward and came to one of the snack stalls. Because the business had not officially started today, only a small number of stall owners had arrived. Other stall owners will come over one after another today to prepare and try their hand, but they will not appear in large numbers. Use the Tenda Life app to scan the QR code on the stall, you can order and pay, and then you don't need to queue here, but you can go around first and come back to pick up the snacks when they are ready. On the Tenda Life app, you can observe the status of the food at any time to see how many people you are in line. The QR code of the stall is displayed on a display screen that is also wrapped in a cyberpunk style, and it will refresh and change every few minutes. In addition, this display screen will also display the popular food and snack menu of the stall, as well as the current queue number. The reason why the QR code needs to be refreshed frequently is to prevent some customers from taking pictures of the QR code and ordering remotely, disrupting the normal queue order, or the food is piled up and cannot be taken away in time. In addition, each snack stall also has a dedicated waiting area and dining area. Although the number of seats is small and it is relatively crowded, it at least gives customers a place to rest. And this cyberpunk-style table and chair also further enhances the immersion of the entire scene. In the middle of the waiting area, there is a high-tech stamp machine. In fact, the structure is very simple. You just put the book on it and press the upper part of the stamp machine to automatically print it. It's just that the outer packaging is cooler. Zhang Yahui continued to introduce, this is the stamp machine used for clocking in. Its size fits the position pressed in advance on the notebook perfectly. As long as you align it with the position and press the stamp machine, it can be printed in a very perfect position. It is a blessing for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. If customers collect all the stamps from all the stalls, we will also give them an extra gift, a beautiful small mechanical arm figurine. However, it has not arrived yet and is being purchased. By the way, these details were also thought up by Brother Bao. It really upholds the tradition of Tenda Games to strive for excellence. I feel inferior to him. Pei Qian. It's the opposite, it's the opposite. This Bao Su, you are going against the sky. So after returning from the trip with Liang Qingfan, you have been busy with the snack market? And judging from the degree of dedication, I am afraid that you work full hours every day? I have no grudges against you, why are you doing this? For a moment, Pei Qian didn't know what to say, and was only deeply confused. Zhang Yahui asked, tentatively, Boss Pei, there are still some stall owners here today. Do you want to try their cooking? Pei Qian shook his head, no, it's definitely not going to taste good. What's the point of tasting? It's definitely not going to taste bad. These stall owners were selected from all over the country, and they all made their own specialties. How could they be unpalatable? Moreover, Pei Qian was in a heavy mood and didn't feel like eating. He had only one idea now, which was to find a way to spread Bao Su's deeds widely. Let the entire Tenda Group know what good things he had done. When everyone was moved, they would vote him as the second best employee and continue his tourism legend. There was no way, Bao Su, you forced me to do this. You started it first, so don't blame me for being unrighteous. Zhang Yahui nodded, and he took Mr. Pei's words "it's unpalatable" as a compliment. Then, Mr. Pei, do you want to give some suggestions? The opening is imminent. Is there anything that needs to be improved? Pei Qian was silent. Improvements? If possible, I hope you can change them all. It would be best if you stripped down all the decorations. But you can't do that. All the designs are integrated and just right, and there is nothing wrong with them, and they can't be used as an excuse. Just when Pei Qian was at a loss, he suddenly saw the prices of snacks on the stall. Got it. Why not try something simple, direct, and straightforward? You guys always give me some fancy new tricks, but I can only keep the same in the face of change. Lower the price, anyway, as long as the price is low enough and the profit is compressed to the extreme. No matter how fancy you make it, you can't expect to make more money. Moreover, the snack market is different from games or fast food chains. Games set low prices and compress profits, and it is still possible to achieve the effect of small profits, but quick turnover because of cheapness and make a lot of money. However, the snack market is so small, and each stall can only carry a limited number of customers. There are only so many customers in Jingzhou, and customers from other places have to bear the costs of tickets, air tickets, accommodation, etc. If the price of snacks is reduced a little, it will not form any special attraction for customers. What's more, everyone's stomach is limited. How much can you eat if you eat it freely? Therefore, as long as the price is reduced enough, this snack market will definitely not make much money. Pei Qian looked around and saw that the snacks here were varied, with types from all over the country and many varieties. It is definitely unrealistic and unnecessary to set prices one by one. What Pei Qian has to do now is to find an anchor point, and then let all delicacies reduce prices according to this anchor point. And which snack should be chosen as this anchor point? Let's just grill cold noodles. Speaking of which, grilling cold noodles is the source and beginning of all this. If Meng Chang hadn't started the Cold Noodle Girl project, there wouldn't have been a street food contest in the capital. And if there hadn't been a street food contest, there wouldn't have been a lot of things like selecting stall owners, filming documentaries, and organizing food markets. It just so happened that Zhang Yahui, the person in charge, was the best at grilled cold noodles, and everything was just right. Pei Qian asked, "How much is a serving of grilled cold noodles in the snack market now?" Zhang Yahui was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that President Pei would ask such a seemingly irrelevant question. However, he immediately replied, "The prices of different stalls vary slightly, but generally speaking, it's around 10 yuan. This price is not expensive. At present, the grilled cold noodles on the roadside stalls are basically around 5 to 6 yuan. The raw materials of the grilled cold noodles on the food market are carefully selected. Whether it's the dough, oil, eggs, etc., they are more expensive than the grilled cold noodles on the street. The taste, location, and skills of the stall owners are also different. Taking all factors into consideration, selling it for 10 yuan is not very conscientious, but it's not expensive either. After all, when Meng Chang opened the Cold Noodles Girl, he directly set the price of the basic version of the gold medal grilled cold noodles at more than 12 yuan, and there was also a more expensive 16 yuan full version. The grilled cold noodles here at the snack market are tastier and cheaper than the grilled cold noodles of the Cold Noodles Girl, which should be a price that most consumers can accept. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Lower the price. Reduce it to 6 yuan per serving. Zhang Yahui was shocked. 6 yuan? That means basically no profit. The profit is very, very low, close to zero. It was set at 10 yuan before, so it was still possible to make a little profit. This thing cannot only look at the cost of raw materials, the stall owners have to make money, otherwise where is the motivation to get up early and stay up late every day to set up stalls? Although Tenda has fixed wages for stall owners, who would complain about too much money? The stall owners will definitely be unhappy if this part of the profit is cut inexplicably. Pei Qian said, not only grilled cold noodles, but all other snacks will be reduced by this amount. But when settling the income with the stall owners, it is still settled according to the original 10 yuan standard. The part that is not enough will be supplemented by other income around the snack market. If it is still not enough, the company will make up for it. Originally, there was less than 4 yuan of profit in the 10 yuan, and these profits were shared by the snack market and the stall owners. But now Mr. Pei has cut all these profits, and the profit is very small, which means that not only has the profit of the food market itself been given up, but also the profit of the stall owners has to be compensated. This is a big loss. Of course, the snack market does not only make money from snacks, but also has some additional ways to make money, such as shops selling peripheral products. But it is basically impossible to use these additional ways to make money to fill this hole. This price reduction turned the snack market from a profitable project into a loss-making one in a matter of minutes. But Pei Qian had made up his mind. As long as the system doesn't care about me, no one else can care about me. Zhang Yahui had no choice but to nod. Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll arrange for someone to change all the prices on the menu. Pei Qian turned around a little and felt that it was almost done. Although the entire food market almost flipped because of Bao Su's disruption, fortunately I was smart enough to use one force to defeat 10 skills, and a simple price reduction easily held the scene. Next, it's just waiting for the food market to officially open. Pei Qian planned to write a company-wide commendation notice immediately after returning, and then find a suitable one to send it out and push it to the internal communication software and email of every Tenda employee. Let all Tenda employees know Bao Su's glorious deeds. Bao Su, you started it first, so you can't blame me. Chapter 11:15. So the snack market and the snack street are two different places? Pei Qian had seen enough of the snack market, and was ready to go back and rest. Although the snack market was not big, the time passed quickly after a short stroll, and before he knew it, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was really tired from working overtime today, so I had to go back and have a good meal and rest early. Zhang Yahui handed over the cyberpunk-style custom notebook. Boss Pei, I'll leave this notebook for you as a souvenir. Pei Qian didn't want it at first, and he didn't come to punch in, so why did he need it? But seeing Zhang Yahui's expression, he felt a little reluctant to refuse the kindness, so he subconsciously took it. Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan accompanied Boss Pei out. However, as Pei Qian walked, he opened the notebook for some reason and flipped through it, and happened to turn to the page of the snack market map. The map on the notebook was printed in advance, and it was impossible to update in real time like the map on the app. Therefore, there are 3 maps drawn on this notebook, representing the 3 stages of the food market planning. The first stage is the stage when it just opened. Only the food market area is open, and the food street area is all under construction and is grade. It feels very similar to opening a map in the game, but no, it's probably Bao Su's idea again. In this stage, the ratings of each food stall will only be open to gold, not diamond, because there is no way to move into the independent shops on the food street. In the second stage, the first batch of shops on the food street have been renovated and can officially start business. In this stage, the rating of food stalls is open to diamond, and the first batch of diamond stall owners can move into the food street and own independent shops. The length of the shops opened in the first phase of the food street is about less than 1 kilometer. In the third stage, all shops on the food street have been renovated and opened. More diamond-rated food stalls will move into independent shops, and the food stalls on the food market will continue to absorb excellent stall owners from all over the country to supplement. As diamond shops, they will be further evaluated with each other, and after the entire street is fully connected, various interactive activities can be fully launched. Only then will the entire cyberpunk food street be complete. After reaching the third stage, the straight length of the food street reaches nearly 2 kilometers, but there will be some twists and turns along the way, and the actual tour length may reach about 2.8 kilometers. This also means that the food market and the Jingji hostel will be connected through the entire food street, which is completely seamless. Pei Qian stopped, and a string of question marks floated above his head. He looked at Zhang Yahui on the left, and then at Liang Qingfan on the right. What's going on with this street? Zhang Yahui was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Mr. Pei, this is the cyberpunk food street I've been seeing. Pei Qian asked in confusion, then the food street. Zhang Yahui pointed behind him. This farmer's market is the food market, and this one outside is the food street. Pei Qian. This is a lie. When Zhang Yahui introduced it before, he mentioned the keyword food street many times. But Pei Qian didn't pay much attention to it. He thought that eating street was just another name for eating market, and Zhang Yahui didn't pay attention to his wording and made a mistake. But now he realized that eating street and eating market are two completely different concepts. Because Pei Qian's original idea was just to make an eating market to settle these stall owners, and he didn't plan to make such a big show and transform the whole street. Later, after Pei Qian threw this task to Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan, he didn't ask about it again and became a hands-off boss. So, until now he realized that eating market was just the starting point of eating street, and in the future, this whole street will be within the scope of the cyberpunk food area. What's more terrifying is that this street just connects the food market and the Jingji hostel. From food to entertainment, it's a one-stop service. Pei Qian was silent. This was definitely not his intention. Jingji hostel is currently a well-known local attraction in Jingzhou. Most people who come to Jingzhou to check in will go to Jingji hostel to have fun. Even if they don't experience those particularly scary and exciting projects, they will at least play the desperate escape with the lowest level of fear, the highest level of participation, and the most repeatable play, and then visit the golden maze and go to the healing fountain to wash their hands. Although the current state of Jingji hostel cannot recover the initial investment, it is already a very healthy profit state. As an amusement park, this is already a very dangerous state. Because all amusement parks in the world are long-term projects, and they may not be able to recover their costs even if they continue to operate for 20 to 30 years, but their effects are long-term and will continue to attract tourists from all over the country to visit, which can boost the local tourism economy and promote the development of other industries. As long as it can make a profit, even if it's slow, it's fine to keep running. What's more, the Terror Hostel is currently working hard to build a roller coaster project. The roller coaster project will be completed in the next cycle, and by then, no matter how hard you try to avoid it, it will definitely welcome a large number of tourists to experience it. Think about the state of eating at the market and eating on the street. This is a big problem. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, the idea of buying a street, could it be that Bao Su also came up with it? Liang Qingfan said, oh, that's not it, it's my idea. Pei Qian glanced at him. Well, fortunately it's not Bao Su this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I have to hurry up and put the moon landing plan on the agenda. Zhang Yahui hurriedly said, Mr. Pei, let's go now and take a walk over to the food street. Although it hasn't been decorated yet, we can take a look at the general route. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, since we're here, we can take a walk over there in person to confirm the seriousness of this matter. The distance of nearly 2 kilometers is not very far, and it takes about half an hour to walk. If you eat and walk at the same time, it will take a lot longer, and it may be normal to walk for 1 or 2 hours. But now Pei Qian and his friends are just walking and looking at the route, so it will be much faster. Liang Qingfan introduced, Mr. Pei, there are still some vehicles passing through the school, but we have submitted an application to the relevant departments and the approval has been received. This section of the road will be closed for construction soon, and traffic will be strictly prohibited after the construction is completed. The construction of the road section mainly includes the renovation of building facades and signboards, the construction of lighting projects, highlighting the commercial atmosphere, and the renovation of facilities along the road, etc. Of course, this renovation has nothing to do with us. It was funded by the relevant departments of Jingzhou. Moreover, our opinions will be fully sought during the construction process, and the style will be closer to the decoration style of our shop. After all, this involves the renovation project of the old industrial zone. The relevant departments are very supportive and want to take this opportunity to revitalize the economy of the old industrial zone and accelerate the transformation from the secondary industry to the tertiary industry. Pei Qian, when did it happen? Liang Qingfan said, I just found out yesterday and haven't had time to report it yet. Pei Qian. Good man, such a big thing, I don't know anything about it, is it okay? I just walked to the entrance of the food street, and I got such a big shock. It can only be that the usual operation of Tenda employees is to report bad news, but not good news. In Liang Qingfan's view, Tenda does not need to pay a penny for the construction of the entire road section, nor does it have to bear any responsibility. It only needs to make some suggestions. Is there any reason not to accept such a good thing? Pei Qian thought about it, and indeed, he couldn't help but accept it. Even if Liang Qingfan had told me in advance, I would probably just be furious and helpless. Forget it. The three of them continued to walk along the food street. The status of various shops was different. Some had already started renovations, some were just closed, and some were still open. This is because different shops have different contract signing times, and some shops must set aside a certain amount of time for handover. After walking around, I didn't feel anything special. These shops are basically the same, and there is no difference before they are renovated. In short, this road is really long. My legs are almost sore after walking for half an hour before I finally reached the end. Going further, I will reach the Jingji hostel. Pei Qian asked, with so many shops, the rent should be quite high, right? This is the only thing Pei Qian cares about. The shops on this street are calculated by kilometer. Even if the rent of a shop is not high, it will add up to a lot when added together. These shops are big and small. The largest one is about the same as a small supermarket, and the smallest one is just a very narrow storefront. Roughly estimated, there are about 50 shops per kilometer. Although the entire route is 2.8 kilometers, it will be repeated after many twists and turns, so the number of shops should be more than 150. The rent of houses in the old industrial area is very low, but Tenda is building a lot here. Even a fool can see that this place has high commercial value. The original average rent was around 2,000, and now it must have risen to 3,000 or even 4,000, right? If you calculate it this way, the rent alone can cost more than 500,000 per month, not counting the various expenses such as water, electricity, and wages. Although this amount of money is not much, it is still an expense. Moreover, Pei Qian has severely compressed the profits of the food court. The prices of food are all as low as they can be. With the current profits, it is definitely not enough to cover expenses. This rent is pure expense. Thinking of this, I feel much more comfortable. Sure enough, it is better to look at things from a different angle, and people will be happier. Liang Qingfan smiled, as for the rent, it's okay. Because we have signed a 10-year long-term lease for the rented shops, the rent price has increased by 50% compared to the original price, and the average price for each shop is about 3,000 yuan. Also, about 40% of the shops here have been bought. Although the premium is about 50% before the transaction, after all, the shops are ours, and we don't have to worry about the rent in the future. Chapter 11:16 How come the fixed assets are as high as 270 million? I fell in love with your reading website, and lost money to become the richest man from playing games. Pei Qian was stunned. Ah? Bought it? 40%? A rough calculation shows that at least more than 60 shops were bought. According to the average price of 600,000 per shop, a 50% premium is 900,000. These more than 60 shops are close to 60 million. Pei Qian was puzzled. When did I give you so much money? Didn't I only give you 10 million when I bought the farmer's market before? The farmer's market where the snack market is located has an area of about 1,700 square meters. Because of its remote location and poor environment, the price is not high, only about 4,000 per square meter. When Tenda wanted to buy it, it slightly increased the price, and the total price was finally more than 7 million. Adding in the miscellaneous expenses such as renovation, Pei Qian thought about it and gave Qingshan a little more than 10 million. It can only be more, not less. But it can't be more than 60 million, right? Qingshan said, Boss Pei, didn't you call me before and ask me to look for a new building? I asked you if a shop would work, and you said yes. Pei Qian? He was silent for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, I asked you what location the shop was in, and you said it was in a remote location and the appreciation potential could not be guaranteed. Qingshan nodded, yes, isn't this location remote enough? And what I said was, the appreciation potential cannot be guaranteed, but it should be okay. If there is absolutely no appreciation potential, I can't apply for funds to buy it. Pei Qian was speechless for a moment. What the hell? I allowed you to buy a shop, but I didn't let you buy this kind of place. Pei Qian hurriedly called the system silently and retrieved the fixed assets he currently owned. Oh no, it should be the list of fixed assets owned by the company recorded by the system. Fixed assets, 272.83 million. Details. 1 commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa. 12 households in Building 1 of City Dawn. 77 households in Shandong Garden, commercial and residential building. 32 households in Building 8 and Building 9 of Binhe Community. 30 households in Building 5 of Jindi Huading Community. 24 households in Building 3 of Huaxin Shanyu Community. Farmers Market in Old Industrial Zone. 62 shops along the street in Old Industrial Zone. Jindi Huading Community is the first building purchased by Sloth Apartment 2.0 model, and Huaxin Shanyu Community is the second building of Sloth Apartment 2.0 model. The location is relatively remote, so the price is much cheaper. When he was short of money before, Pei Qian had planned to sell the entire building of Huaxin Shanyu Community, which had just been renovated, but he failed to sell it, so it is still in his hands now. Behind the information of 62 shops along the street in the Old Industrial Zone in the last column, there is a detailed information, which can be expanded to view the specific information of each shop. After clicking and taking a look, Pei Qian finally remembered. There was a period of time before, the system did prompt the purchase information of some shops. But the information displayed at that time was not 62 shops along the street in the Old Industrial Zone, but the specific names of these shops. If there were the 4 words Old Industrial Zone, Pei Qian might have been a little more vigilant. But unfortunately, there was no. After all, when Qingshan signed the contract with the owners of these shops, he signed one by one, and the system naturally entered them one by one. After all were signed, the system made a collection and packaged them together for display. Because there was too much information about fixed assets, Pei Qian habitually kept it hidden and was too lazy to look at it. As for when the information was refreshed, Pei Qian also forgot what he was doing at that time. Maybe he was playing games, or maybe he was watching a TV series. In short, he saw a group of shops with messy names flashed by. The prices of each shop were not high, about hundreds of thousands, so he didn't think much about it. The system will only refresh the information once when the fixed assets are just purchased, and then refresh the information when the settlement is made. It will not refresh in between. Because the value of these fixed assets is changing slightly at any time, with some rising and some falling. If it is always displayed, Pei Qian will see these numbers floating in front of his eyes every day, which is too annoying. Therefore, Pei Qian has not accurately grasped the specific information of fixed assets until now. Seeing the number of 270 million, Pei Qian felt a little headache. Buying a house is something that only goes in and not out. How come there is so much money without knowing it? Moreover, every time I see these numbers, it seems that there is only an increase, no decrease. What a sad story. This also takes into account the fact that the expansion of Sloth Apartment was slightly interrupted. Previously, Pei Qian had planned to let Sloth Apartment buy a house in the remote areas of the imperial capital and Magic City, but Liang Qingshan happened to be traveling at that time, so this matter was temporarily shelved. After Liang Qingshan came back, Pei Qian suddenly decided to start a snack market. In addition, the Finger Company and Longyu Group were engaged in a money-burning war at the time, so Tenda's funds were a little tight, so the plan to buy buildings in the imperial capital and Magic City was shelved. Even so, Tenda's fixed assets have reached 270 million, and it is about to reach the 300 million mark. My head hurts. The initial system funds for this month are 50 million, and the 270 million fixed assets are converted into 27 million system funds, which means that Pei Qian still has 23 million system funds left for loss-making operations. Even if the system funds are cleared, only 2.3 million personal property can be converted. Not bad, not completely unacceptable. It's already been bought, what else can I say? On the bright side, at least a large amount of funds have been consumed, which reduces the pressure of losses. In fact, strictly speaking, these shops are in line with Pei Qian's requirements. The location is remote and the price is moderate. The only problem is that they happen to connect the snack market and the Jingji hostel. It's inevitable that they will appreciate in value in the next few years. At this point, Pei Qian has nothing to say, but he still has one last question. Why did 40% of the shop owners choose to sell? Logically speaking, if you know that Tenda is going to make a big move nearby, shouldn't you hold the shops firmly in your hands and ask for a sky-high price? Or maybe it should be rented instead of sold. When talking about this, Liang Qingshan instantly became excited and straightened his back a little. Indeed, I encountered a lot of difficulties when buying these shops. Many shop owners asked for exorbitant prices. They were either unwilling to sign long-term contracts or increased the rent by 2 or 3 times when signing long-term contracts. It was outrageous. I definitely can't be a sucker. So, after the funds specially approved by you, Mr. Pei, are in place, I gave these shop owners an ultimatum: either sign a 10-year long-term contract with a 50% increase in the current rent, or sell it to us at a 50% premium on the shop price. If neither is accepted, then I will replan the route of the food street and bypass these uncooperative shops. So, Mr. Pei, the food street route you see now is the replanned one. Those shops that are deliberately bypassed are basically those that ask for exorbitant prices and refuse to cooperate. And the remaining 2 options actually make sense either way. The rent-to-sale ratio of shops is basically around 1 to 300, and shops with a monthly rent of 2,000, even if the price increases by 50%, the monthly rent is only 3,000. And the contract is for 10 years, and the rent cannot be increased at will, so the rent is not much. If the shop is sold, the same shop will increase from 600,000 to 900,000, and the money can be obtained immediately. Money has time value. Now the price increase of 50% will definitely be more cost-effective than the increase of more than 50% in the future. What's more, this is still cash, which can be invested immediately. As long as it is operated properly, the income in the long run will even far exceed the principal, which is much more cost-effective than earning a little more rent. Some shop owners plan to use this money for operation, and some shop owners are simply short of money and are in a hurry to use this money to buy a house or turn over funds. Of course, some shop owners are more realistic. They can't figure out the bill, so they sign long-term leases for safety. These are their personal choices after weighing the pros and cons. For us, the two options are actually similar. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, he doesn't understand these things anyway. Since everything has been bought, there is no need to worry about these things. The snack market will officially open the day after tomorrow, so Pei Qian doesn't plan to come. Because it doesn't matter whether he comes or not, the result is almost the same. The snack market will definitely be full. As long as he doesn't make money, it's okay. Pei Qian looked at his watch. He was planning to leave an hour ago, but he didn't expect to go to the snack street by mistake and get stabbed several times. Go back. It's time to use food and sleep to soothe his injured heart. Or should I say, the injured back? Forget it, it's almost the same. After letting Xiao Sun drive the car over, Pei Qian got in the car and left. Watching President Pei leave, Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan also started to walk back. Zhang Yahui sighed. Boss Pei doesn't show his emotions on his face. It's hard to tell whether he is satisfied or dissatisfied with the snack market. Liang Qingfan corrected, what you said is not quite accurate. Boss Pei doesn't show his emotions on his face. It's just that his expression doesn't seem to match his true thoughts. Based on past experience, President Pei is more optimistic in adverse circumstances and more cautious in favorable circumstances. He looks a little worried, which probably means that our work is done well, right? At least it means that there will be no problem in the short term. Even if there are shortcomings, they will only be considered in the future. Zhang Yahui let out a long sigh. I see, that's good. I have just been the person in charge for a short time. I used to sell cold noodles at a stall. I took on such a major task right away, and it also involves site selection, design, and decoration, which I have never touched before. I have been worried for the past few months, fearing that I will not be able to do it well. Now that I know that President Pei is relatively satisfied, I feel relieved. Chapter 11:17 The Deep Meaning of Ultra-Low Pricing. Added 2/3 for the leader, Mr. Old E. Liang Qingfan smiled and said, don't worry. When you work at Tenda, you just need to give full play to your intelligence and wisdom. As long as President Pei chooses you as the person in charge and gives you the project, it means that President Pei has already calculated that you can complete it smoothly. With President Pei's back, what is there to worry about? Zhang Yahui nodded immediately. Yes, with President Pei's back, the project cannot fail. As the two talked, they walked back to the entrance of the snack market. It will be officially opened soon, and there are still many follow-up tasks to be handled. For example, according to President Pei's request, all the price lists of snack stalls will be changed and discounted by 40%. Just as Zhang Yahui was about to continue with his work, he heard someone behind him calling him, Yahui. Turning around, it turned out to be Qiyan, the person in charge of the cold-faced girl, and there was an unfamiliar young man next to her. Zhang Yahui was a little surprised. Hey, Mr. Qi, aren't you in the capital? Why are you in Jingzhou? Qiyan smiled. I heard that the snack market is about to open, so I came here to take a look and learn. By the way, let me introduce you, this is Rui Yuchen, the person in charge of Moyu Takeout. Zhang Yahui shook hands with Rui Yuchen. Hello, I have seen your name in the group of people in charge before, but I don't match it. Rui Yuchen also responded to President Pei's call to enter super first-tier cities and opened Moyu Takeaway in the capital, and he also went there to keep an eye on it for a while. Now that Moyu Takeaway's business in the capital has basically stabilized, Rui Yuchen took a break from his busy schedule and went back to Jingzhou to take a look, and by the way, he came to visit the snack market, a project selected by President Pei. Liang Qingfan said, "You two came at an unfortunate time. Mr. Pei just left. If you had come half an hour earlier, you would have run into Mr. Pei." Qi Yan was a little annoyed. "Ah? That's a pity. I haven't seen Mr. Pei for a long time." The cold-faced girl just happened to have a few questions to ask him. Rui Yuchen didn't pay much attention to these, but asked, "Mr. Pei just came to see you? Did you make any suggestions or requests for the snack market?" Zhang Yahui thought for a while. It seems that there are no special requests. The only request is to let the snack market set the price a little lower. All snacks are not profitable to begin with, and now they are directly cut to 60% off. A serving of grilled cold noodles was originally planned to sell for 10 yuan, but now it only sells for 6 yuan, the same price as the grilled cold noodles on the street. "Oh?" Rui Yuchen stroked his chin. "Sure enough, it's just as I thought." Qi Yan also smiled knowingly. "Indeed." Zhang Yahui was stunned for a moment. Do you know the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's move?" Rui Yuchen couldn't help but smile like a person who has experienced it. Obviously, Zhang Yahui had just become the person in charge not long ago, and he didn't see Mr. Pei's deep meaning and extraordinary vision. As for Liang Qingfan, he is professional in architecture, but he is still far behind in the field of catering, so it is normal that he didn't see it. In fact, as early as when Mr. Pei confirmed this personnel transfer, selected Zhang Yahui as the person in charge, and asked him to prepare the snack market, Rui Yuchen had already guessed Mr. Pei's intention and analyzed it in detail with Qi Yan. That's why Qi Yan fully cooperated and continuously sent those stall owners here. And today, hearing that the only guidance Mr. Pei gave to the snack market was to reduce prices, Rui Yuchen was more certain of his speculation. Next, of course, he had to give Zhang Yahui a little advice. Rui Yuchen explained, "In fact, when President Pei arranged for you to be the person in charge of the snack market, he had already created a very grand blueprint. Just as the original founder of Cold Noodle Girl, Meng Chong, planned, Cold Noodle Girl and Moyu Takeaway are actually on two different tracks, one is daily food, and the other is snacks. The positioning of the two is different. Moyu Takeaway pursues balanced nutrition and health, while snacks pursue characteristics and deliciousness. The combination of Moyu Takeaway and Wuming Restaurant has achieved success in the conventional catering field, but has not yet involved the field of snacks. It's a pity that Meng Chong is just bragging and not doing practical things. This set of theories is just to fool investors, so the cold-faced girl has not achieved this effect at all. And President Pei bought the cold-faced girl, obviously to continue along this line of thought. Meng Chang's bragging, President Pei doesn't mind helping him realize it. The relationship between the Cold Noodle Girl and the snack market is equivalent to the relationship between Moyu Takeaway and the nameless restaurant. One focuses on mass-produced, fast food flavors, and the other focuses on authentic, high-end flavors. The two complement each other perfectly, plus the impact of the documentary, Street Stalls. This is a complete snack ecosystem. In addition, gathering stall owners in the snack market and letting them come into contact with customers from all over the world every day is also easier to improve the taste than being locked up in a laboratory. Rui Yuchen explained the theory that he had analyzed to Qi Yan to Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan again, especially in combination with the cases of Moyu Takeaway and Wuming Restaurant, and the experience of Moyu Takeaway turning losses into profits and growing under the wise guidance of President Pei. These words are particularly convincing. Zhang Yahui nodded frequently. So that's the case? Sure enough, the leaders of Tenda are all skilled, and they benefit a lot after a lot of communication. Not only are they outstanding in their personal abilities, but more importantly, because they joined Tenda relatively early, they can be said to have grown up with various industries, so they have been with President Pei for a long time and have a deeper understanding of President Pei. These valuable experiences with President Pei enable them to better understand President Pei's business wisdom and then guide the next business. Take this matter for example, if Zhang Yahui had not communicated with Rui Yuchen, how could President Pei's business wisdom play such a big role in guiding the development of Moyu Takeaway? It is probably hard to imagine that the snack market seems to be poaching people from the cold-faced girl, which is a competitive relationship, but in fact it is a perfectly unified cooperative and complementary relationship. Rui Yuchen continued, knowing this, it's not difficult to understand the price reduction. Everyone think carefully about the positioning of snack market and Cold Noodle Girl. Cold Noodle Girl is positioned as a chain and fast food brand. Stores can be opened all over the country. As long as the number increases, each store can make a lot of money. The snack market is positioned as an authentic high-end flavor. Its existence is a display of samples. It lets customers know that the delicious snacks recorded in the documentary Street Stalls are real, and it can also give the Cold Noodle Girl more high-end value. To put it bluntly, the Cold Noodle Girl is a volume product, and the snack market is a concentrated display of samples. In this case, does it matter whether the snack market makes money or not? It doesn't matter at all. Even if it is purely losing money, the Cold Noodle Girl can earn back 10 or 100 times the money if more chain stores are opened in the future. There are at least 3 advantages to setting a low price. First, this exaggerated low price will stimulate customer discussion and form a super hot topic online. Degree, which naturally means saving advertising expenses. Secondly, this low price may not have much impact on customers from other cities. After all, their main expenses for a trip are air tickets and hotels, and they don't feel the few dollars cheaper for snacks. But for local people in Jingzhou, if snacks are cheap, they will come more frequently to eat, so that the flow of people in the entire snack market can always be kept at a high level, making it more lively. Finally, this ultra-low pricing strategy is a kind of care for new stall owners. If snacks are very expensive, most customers will be more sensitive to prices, and they will be very picky when visiting the food street. Because there are too many delicacies, they will choose those snacks with particularly good reputations to taste. But if the snacks are particularly cheap, their perception of price will decrease, and they will buy various snacks more frequently, thus increasing the sales of the entire snack street. Although people's stomachs are limited, not all tourists will eat until they are full when they go shopping in the snack street. Some people pick and choose and eat until they are 70% full, and then stop eating. They would rather go to the restaurant to eat some proper meals when they are hungry later. In fact, there are only 2 reasons. One is that the quality of snacks in the snack street varies, and the taste is good and bad. The other is that the things in the snack street are generally expensive. Customers are afraid of buying expensive and not very delicious snacks, so they will carefully identify and select when buying snacks. But there are few snacks in the snack street that are particularly unpalatable, so in the final analysis, they still feel that the cost-effectiveness is not high, and the taste is not enough to support its price. And price reduction is the most direct way to improve the cost-effectiveness. As long as the price is low enough, then when eating particularly delicious snacks, customers will feel that they have made a lot of money. When eating snacks with average taste, they will also feel that it is so cheap and not at all a loss. This can comprehensively enhance the overall experience of customers in the snack street, improve their psychological state of shopping in the snack street, and let them let down their guard. Experience will affect word of mouth, and word of mouth will further affect the cold-faced girl. Rui Yuchen finally concluded, so, this pricing strategy is completely in line with President Pei's entire layout. It's a pity that you didn't realize this earlier. If you had thought of it earlier, you should have set the price to the current level before President Pei came. In this way, President Pei would definitely appreciate you. Hearing this, Zhang Yahui couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Oh, it seems that I still think too little. If you had come 2 days earlier. Rui Yuchen smiled. It's okay, it's not a big problem. As the person in charge of the project for the first time, it is already very good to let President Pei only make one suggestion. As long as you continue to work hard, President Pei will definitely see it. Qiyan nodded. You have successfully completed the task at the snack market, and now it depends on the cold-faced girl. Don't worry, I will make good arrangements, and will never let you and President Pei down. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1118, The Snack Market is officially open. June 20th, Wednesday morning. After the last 2 days of intense preparation, the snack market is finally going to be officially opened. All the stall owners are in place, and the fresh ingredients have been arranged early in the morning, just waiting to officially start business. In theory, this time is not particularly perfect. After all, it is Wednesday, and it opens in the morning. No matter how you think about it, it is the time period with the least traffic in a week. But for the snack market, opening earlier or later does not make much difference. Opening earlier may allow people to adapt in advance, so as to avoid too much traffic as soon as it opens, and if there are any problems on the scene, it will be bad. Zhang Yahui is very nervous. Although he has arranged all aspects that can be considered, after all, this matter is of great importance, and he still feels uneasy. Rui Yuchen comforted, don't be nervous, just treat it normally. He and Qiyan arrived in Jingzhou the day before yesterday, and Qiyan took the high-speed rail back to the capital yesterday. After seeing the situation at the snack market, Qiyan knew very well that the work here was basically a sure thing, and the next step would depend on the cooperation of the cold-faced girl. Therefore, Qiyan immediately rushed back to the imperial capital to make some arrangements with the cold-faced girl, so as to take care of the snack market. As for Rui Yuchen, the Moyu takeaway store in the imperial capital has stabilized, so there is no need to rush back, so he decided to stay in Jingzhou for a few more days and help take care of the snack market. After all, Zhang Yahui has just been the person in charge for a short time, and he has no experience in many things. What if he encounters some emergencies? It is easier to handle with someone on the scene. Zhang Yahui was very moved. Since he became the person in charge of the snack market, he has been taken care of. First, Bao Su and Liang Qingfan helped design the operating mechanism and decoration style of the snack market, respectively. When the decoration was completed, the work of these two people also came to an end, and Rui Yuchen came to help keep an eye on the daily operation of the snack market. As the person in charge, Zhang Yahui only needs to do some daily work and coordinate with the stall owners, and the burden on him is greatly reduced. He also often sighed that Tenda Group is really a magical company. If it were in other companies, many departments would often be in a state of tension, competing with each other for resources. At most, they would not trip each other up and would only reluctantly cooperate when their superiors assign tasks, but it is completely different in Tenda. The relationship between departments is so harmonious. Everyone lends a hand to the best of their ability and helps with all their heart and soul to make things perfect. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Tenda can repeatedly create business miracles. Of course, the so-called upwards follow the downwards. The source of the unique harmonious atmosphere of Tenda Group must be the wise leadership of President Pei. It must be President Pei who encourages and supports this kind of cross-departmental help and cooperation, which makes the leaders form such a habit. Zhang Yahui silently remembers this kindness in his heart. He secretly decided that when other department heads need help in the future, he must also do his best to help like Bao Su, Liang Qingfan and Rui Yuchen. We must not let President Pei down. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the snack market officially opened for business. The moment it opened for business, customers who had been waiting outside for a long time rushed in. The composition of these customers is relatively complex. There are old men and women who live nearby. They have been paying attention to the construction of the snack market for a long time. They like to come here when they take a walk to see what the original vegetable market has become after being transformed. There are also die-hard Tenda fans who have heard through various channels that the snack market is being prepared and will gather excellent snacks from all over the country, so they rushed to experience it as soon as it opened, wanting to try whether these snacks are as good as those filmed in the documentary Street Stalls. Of course, there are also some local people in Qingshan who happen to be free today, and came to have a look with the mentality of joining in the fun. But after all, it was a weekday morning, so the flow of people was not very large. As soon as the customers entered the snack market, they were attracted by the unique layout and cyberpunk atmosphere inside. It was a sunny day today, so from the outside, the cyberpunk layout was not particularly prominent. But the snack market was completely set off by lights, and the atmosphere came out all of a sudden. When passing the highly technological sports car at the door, many tourists were taking pictures, and after passing the sports car and entering the snack market, it was as if they had traveled to another world. The shops at the entrance sell high-tech simulated gun models, prosthetic models, and high-tech drug models, which look completely different from traditional snack streets. Outside the grocery store that sells all kinds of gadgets, there is a huge cyberpunk-style display screen with a poster showing that you can buy a commemorative notebook here, which has a map, art-setting illustrations, and you can also check in at various food stalls. Some people went directly to the stalls to experience the snacks, while others were attracted by the poster and bought a notebook to carry with them. Although they are both stalls, the stalls here are very different from ordinary street stalls. Street stalls are basically small carts with various ingredients and seasonings placed on them in a messy manner, and a small banner is hung outside for promotion. Customers can only stand by to eat the snacks, and garbage is thrown everywhere, which is a very poor environment. The snack market has already planned the stalls in advance, and the size is closer to that of an open-air milk tea shop. The entire stall occupies less than 20 square meters, with 3 sides of the counter up to the waist, and a ventilated open design. The only side against the wall is where the stall owner places the raw materials and cooks snacks, while the other 3 sides are the payment area, the waiting area and the large screen display area. The display area is mainly used to display the current queue number and signature dishes. Depending on the size and level of the stall, the number of seats placed outside the stall will also be different. There is a special clock-in machine in the middle of the seat, which is convenient for customers to stamp and clock in while waiting for their meals. The entire stall is decorated in a cyberpunk style, with a specially customized neon sign with the name of the stall above, and many of the utensils inside are also deliberately aged, which looks very suitable for the whole environment. The stall can accommodate 2 to 3 people. Whether to ask for help depends on how busy the stall is, and the stall owner's personal wishes. After customers come in, they take different routes. Some look at the signs on the stalls and eat the snacks they are interested in, some check in with their notebooks, others check the current activities on the app and go to the stalls with discounts or small gifts. Zhang Yahui and Rui Yuchen sat at a snack stall, near the entrance, disguised as 2 passers-by. After observing for a while, Zhang Yahui was relieved to confirm that everything was in order and nothing special happened. Judging from the expressions of the customers, everyone is quite satisfied. It has to be said that this special style does add a lot of points. In fact, there are many famous snack streets in cities across the country. Moreover, although the snacks in these snack streets are relatively expensive, the taste of those that can survive in the fierce competition is still relatively excellent. But there is one biggest problem, which is that homogeneity is serious. Snack streets across the country actually give people a similar feeling. They are all those buildings with a sense of age and ancient flavor, and they seem to be carved out of the same mold. In this case, it is actually difficult to have any special memory points, but the cyberpunk style of the snack market is different. This unique style makes everyone who comes here impressed, and it will never be confused with the food streets in other cities. Rui Yuchen looked at the watch. It's almost time, right? Zhang Yahui was a little confused. Everything should be here? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw two people entering the snack market. One was holding a microphone, and the other was carrying a camera. Rui Yuchen explained, "This is a reporter from the evening news column of Jingzhou TV station. I interviewed Moyu Takeaway when Jingzhou just started garbage sorting, so I left a contact number. The day before yesterday, I thought that the snack market opened, and the TV station should be more interested, right? So I asked. As expected, they are more interested. Didn't they make an appointment to interview this morning?" After speaking, he immediately stood up and greeted this long-lost reporter friend. "Mr. Rui, long time no see." Zhang Lixian smiled. This reporter is also an old friend of Tenda Group. Before, she went to interview Moyu Takeaway, and it was Rui Yuchen who received her. After the interview, Rui Yuchen also gave her a food box as a small gift. Although it was just a simple food box, its shape was very beautiful and practical, and it also contained the concept of gentlemen are harmonious but different, which she liked very much. Moreover, the video she posted on Weibo, an ordinary citizen of Jingzhou 1 second, an outstanding young man of Jingzhou the next second, also became popular, which increased her Weibo followers by a lot, which was also a pleasant surprise. Later, Zhang Lixian did another interview with Li Shi entitled Li Shi and Thinkers, listening to Li Shi talk about Mr. Pei's philosophy, investment methods, and the transformation of the old industrial area by the Sloth Apartment project and the Jingji Hotel, etc. The response was also enthusiastic. So, this time when she heard Rui Yuchen say that Tingda's snack market was about to open, she immediately realized that this would be a great news. As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, and daily trivia can reflect the lifestyle of Jingzhou citizens, which are issues that most news viewers are concerned about. What's more, this snack market is located near the old industrial area. Like the Jingji Hotel, it is an excellent project for the transformation of the old industrial area. Of course, it should be introduced well. Therefore, after reporting to the TV station leader, an interview plan was immediately arranged. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 11-19 The Cultural Connotation of the Snack Market. After the greetings, Rui Yuchen introduced, "This is Zhang Yahui, the person in charge of the snack market. Next, let him take you around and introduce the situation of the snack market." He lowered his voice slightly. Also, he was originally a stall owner selling grilled cold noodles. This can also be explored in depth. Rui Yuchen obviously did not intend to steal the limelight and left all the face-showing matters to Zhang Yahui. After hearing Rui Yuchen's introduction, Zhang Lixian's eyes lit up obviously. Originally a snack stall owner? There are too many things to explore behind this. How did an ordinary snack stall owner become the person in charge of the snack market? Seeing that Zhang Yahui is so young, it is definitely impossible to rely on self-struggle. So, is there a story of President Pei's discerning eyes to tell? When she thought of so many wonderful contents to explore, as a journalist, she felt that her blood was boiling. Then let's hurry up and get started. Zhang Yahui had never expected that a TV reporter would come to interview him, so he was not well prepared. But at the critical moment, how could he let down his guard? After all, he is not representing himself now, but the image of Tenda Group. If he can't stand up at this time, what qualifications do he have to be the person in charge, and how can he live up to Mr. Pei's trust in him? What's more, he knows the situation of the entire snack market by heart, and as for his own experience, he doesn't need to consider it, just open his mouth. Thinking of this, Zhang Yahui nodded, "No problem, let's talk," while walking. Zhang Yahui led Zhang Lixian and the cameraman to visit according to the best route. Zhang Lixian is a professional reporter after all. Although she has never been to the snack market before, she asked several very critical questions as soon as she opened her mouth. Because she noticed as soon as she came in that this snack market is completely different from other snack streets. As a provincial capital, Jingzhou certainly has snack streets. But Jingzhou's snack streets are not much different from those in other cities, and there is no obvious advantage. Zhang Lixian has also reported on the content of Jingzhou's local snack streets many times, but every time she feels a headache because there is no special trigger point in the content. But after arriving at the snack market, she noticed that the decoration style, overall atmosphere, snack prices, tour route planning, interactive games, and other aspects here are all very different from traditional snack streets, so, she used these aspects as a starting point, introduced the food in front of the stall, tasted the food, and asked Zhang Yahui questions. And Zhang Yahui answered her questions one by one. The decoration style of the snack market is cyberpunk, which is directly derived from a movie that was once popular in Fei Huang's studio, A Better Tomorrow. We mainly considered 2 points when designing. The first is that it can be linked with the movie, so that everyone can enjoy the food while experiencing the immersive movie scenes. The second is to differentiate the style. At the same time, the cyberpunk style is more in line with the spiritual core of the snack market. Moreover, the design of this snack market is entirely dependent on an enthusiastic friend from the Tenda game department. He used the game design concept to arrange a lot of interactive content for the snack market, including regularly refreshed half-price stalls, stamp punching, and other designs, which greatly improved the interactivity of the entire snack market. Here, I want to thank him especially. As for why the prices of these snacks are so low. In fact, this is a special request from President Pei. It was only after a lot of subsidies that the prices were pushed down to the current level. Opening gift? No, it will always be this price in the future. On the one hand, the pricing is to allow everyone to enjoy the food without any burden, and not miss the food because they think it is expensive. On the other hand, it is also because profit is not the first goal of the food market. The mission of the food market is to respond to the call for the transformation of old industrial areas and to showcase the snack culture of all parts of the country. It is not purely commercial in nature. Zhang Yahui talked fluently in front of the camera. Zhang Lixian couldn't help but nodded frequently. That's great. Obviously, as the person in charge of the snack market, Zhang Yahui has a deep understanding of the snack market project, a very accurate positioning, and a very easy-to-understand explanation. Then, we have to ask some more critical questions to sublimate the theme. I heard that you were also a snack stall owner before, so how did you become the person in charge of the snack market? Zhang Yahui sighed with emotion and told his own experience. Because of his poor family conditions, he dropped out of school after graduating from high school and set up a stall with his parents. Fortunately, he has a flexible mind and likes to study on his own. The grilled cold noodles he made are well known locally. Later, the cold noodle girl held a street food competition, and Zhang Yahui's grilled cold noodles won unanimous praise from the judges, and he was hired as a food consultant. Afterwards, President Pei promoted him to the head of the snack market, which led to the current scene. At this point, Zhang Yahui said with emotion, "Speaking of which, I am really very grateful to President Pei. As an ordinary snack stall owner, I feel very honored to be promoted to the person in charge of such a large project. But this is only one aspect. The more important point is that the snack market makes us stall owners feel the warmth of home and a special kind of humanistic care. A small street stall is a means of livelihood for the stall owner, and in a broader sense, the street stall economy and small store economy can also increase employment opportunities, and are the flavor of fireworks and the taste of life for ordinary people. But to be honest, the difficulties faced by those who want to set up stalls are too great. Too many. For a stall owner, setting up a street stall means getting up early and going to bed late, and not knowing what will happen next. You have to start preparing before dawn and can't go back until late at night. Many stall owners occupy the road for business. The quality of snacks varies. Dishonest transactions, littering, and other phenomena make many people prejudiced against snack stalls. Just like the previous street interview, most people support snack stalls and night markets, but the premise is that they cannot be downstairs from their homes. So, even though I had a decent income from setting up a stall before, I always had a very contradictory mentality. That is, I lacked a sense of identity with what I was doing. Is what I do meaningful? Can I pursue something else besides making money? Will I continue to set up stalls like this for the next 10 or 20 years? This often makes me feel confused and puzzled. The snack market not only provides a more secure life for all of our stall owners, but also shows us a more orderly, healthy, and civilized way of setting up stalls. Here, we don't have to worry about the risks of life, we don't have to bother to select raw materials ourselves, and we don't have to worry about being misunderstood. We just need to make good snacks and satisfy customers' tastes. We can feel respected and live, and we can feel that the future is optimistic and full of hope. We also see that snack stalls will not die out, but will be integrated into modern urban life in a more advanced and civilized way and become part of the city's food culture. I think this is the concept that President Pei wants to convey through the snack market. Since arriving at the snack market, Zhang Yahui has been thinking about the deep meaning of President Pei's move. In the process of preparation, in the communication with other stall owners, these ideas slowly emerged. Obviously, President Pei did not open the snack market to make money. As Rui Yuchen analyzed, this may be to build a huge catering empire, allowing the snack market, the Cold Noodle Girl and the Street Stalls documentary to create a snack catering brand. But Zhang Yahui firmly believes that in addition to commercial purposes, there must be a humanistic factor in it. And this humanistic factor is to preserve and display the excellent snack culture, to correctly regulate and guide street snacks, so that they can survive smoothly, grow and develop, and finally integrate into people's lives, so that this kind of fireworks can continue to burn in the increasingly cold big cities. In the face of the interview, Zhang Yahui was moved and talked about the bitterness and many feelings of being a stall owner for so many years. Zhang Lixian's eyes lit up when she heard it. Look. It's so good. There are both very down-to-earth and resonant life experiences, and there are also in-depth economic and humanistic analyses after being elevated. I have to sigh that there are top talents in all 360 trades. It's amazing that an ordinary stall owner can speak so well. Of course, it is not ruled out that after entering the Tenda platform, he has been exposed to the world and his horizons have been improved. In short, this interview with the snack market is perfect. First, the unique layout and decoration style attracted people's attention and aroused high attention. Then, affordable food was tasted and the causes and consequences of the birth of the snack market were introduced. Finally, the ideas were elevated to talk about more macro aspects such as street stall economy, urban planning, and catering culture. On the way back, Zhang Yahui passed by a cold noodle stall and baked one himself, which Zhang Lixian praised. After a walk, he returned to the entrance. Zhang Yahui took a stack of notebooks for clocking in from the grocery store and gave them to Zhang Lixian, the photographer and other TV colleagues, as gifts. Thank you so much. I feel embarrassed to take things every time I come for an interview. Anyway, thank you for accepting our interview. Zhang Lixian left reluctantly after confirming with the photographer that all the materials had been recorded. Although there were still many delicious snacks tempting her at the scene, she could eat them next time. Anyway, they were all in Jingzhou and could come any time. Now we must edit this news as quickly as possible. Zhang Lixian had a hunch that this news would definitely cause a heated response like the previous report on Moyu Takeaway and Mr. Li's interview column. After sending Zhang Lixian and the cameraman away, Zhang Yahui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't embarrass Mr. Pei. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1120 Summer Promotion Preparation. Friday, June 22nd. Well, this should be about right. In the office, Pei Qian looked at the activity plan for this summer promotion and nodded with satisfaction. 2 days have passed since the official opening of the Qingshan market on Wednesday. During these 2 days, Pei Qian did not go at all. Not only did he not go, he did not even pay much attention to the information there. Because there was no need to pay attention, you knew it would definitely not be deserted. It would definitely be very popular when it first opened, so even if you go to find out, you would only find some heartbreaking news, which would not help you lose money at all. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to let it go, and wait for a while until the popularity of the Qingshan market dropped a little, and then think about how to save it. During these 2 days, Pei Qian spent a lot of effort to finalize the activity plan for the summer promotion. This summer promotion was not invented by Pei Qian, but a tradition of many foreign companies, especially American companies. There are certain differences in the time of summer promotion for each company. Some are at the end of June, and some are at the beginning of July, but they are basically the same. Finger Company's summer sale will be on June 26th, which is next Tuesday. It is also a tradition to hold discounts on Tuesdays. The specific origin is no longer traceable. Some people say that it is because the TV stations were under maintenance or rested on Tuesdays earlier, so there were fewer entertainment activities. Others say that it was because there were fewer people shopping on Tuesdays, so consumption should be stimulated. In short, choosing Tuesday at the end of June to hold the summer promotion was a schedule that Finger Company had already determined long ago. In addition, in order to warm up, Finger Company has announced the time of the summer promotion on its official website in advance, but has not yet announced the specific plan for the summer promotion. This gave Pei Qian a perfect opportunity to intercept. To be honest, Pei Qian was a little reluctant to spend money on the last 515 game festival, and even a little regretful. Finger Company and Longyu Group made such a big scene at the beginning, but ended it hastily, and there was no follow-up. How disappointing. Pei Qian originally thought that if Eric worked hard, he could at least sell a building, right? In the end, this building was not sold. Isn't it infuriating? After spending a lot of money on the 515 game festival, Finger Company didn't send any news, which made Pei Qian wait anxiously. He wanted to continue spending money, but he didn't have a good excuse to convince the system. Now, the excuse finally came. Tenda can also do a summer promotion. However, this summer promotion will be very different from the previous 515 game festival. Maybe it was because a large sum of money had been spent before, and the Finger Company had not yet made any provocative behavior, so the system had more restrictions on the scale and specific means of spending this time. However, this problem did not bother Pei Qian. He quickly thought of the general direction of this summer promotion. First of all, since there were many restrictions in the system, in order to better stimulate the Finger Company, this summer promotion should focus on the GOG game, especially the overseas market. After all, domestic players are not very receptive to the summer promotion festival, and the 515 game festival has just been crazy about spending. It has only been more than a month, and many players have not recovered yet. There is no point in organizing a similar event again. Secondly, this summer promotion should stimulate the Finger Company, but not scare them. Only when the Finger Company feels that it can win with a little effort will it increase the intensity of the summer promotion, and the money-burning war can be fought again. The reason why Pei Qian wanted to organize the summer promotion a weekend in advance was to make advance preparations and notify the Finger Company. Finger Company's summer promotion plan must have come out, but from past experience, without external stimulation, their summer promotion plan will definitely not be very powerful. So, Pei Qian gave a more exciting summer promotion plan a weekend in advance. After seeing this, would Finger Company still have the nerve to bring out the original plan? It must be a more favorable plan than the one offered by Tenda. In this way, after seeing the plan of Finger Company on June 26, Pei Qian can consider holding the second round of summer promotion activities and beat the plan of Finger Company again. Won't the money be wasted in this round? Pei Qian thought for a long time, and decided to be more straightforward in this summer promotion, and not to do too many fancy things. The main reason is that he is afraid that too many fancy discounts will confuse Finger Company, and it will be very troublesome if they don't follow. Just like the previous 515 game festival, all activities are basically centered around free gifts, which suddenly confused Eric, and he can only enjoy it for a while, but not for a long time. Therefore, it is best to be simple and rough this time, so that Finger Company will follow up immediately after seeing it, and that will be the best. This summer promotion is all centered around GOG, and is mainly divided into three aspects. First, all skins of GOG are discounted, 30% to 50% off. The specific discount depends on the player's proficiency in the hero. Those who play more can get a 30% discount, and those who play less can get a 50% discount. Secondly, the summer sale will last until July 10th. During this period, players' consumption in GOG will accumulate points, which can be exchanged for some rare avatars, avatar frames, emoticons, and other things. Finally, it is the promotion of GOG in overseas markets. During the summer promotion, many operators in overseas markets can carry out activities according to the actual situation of the local market, and Tenda will subsidize half of the relevant activity funds. Of course, the actual funds and expenses of these activities must be strictly calculated and checked to prevent fraudulent funds. Pei Qian thought, this level of summer promotion activities, Finger Company should still be able to follow it? He has been quite restrained. It is nothing more than a simple skin discount, a consumption point exchange reward. According to the previous habits of Finger Company, summer promotion activities are mostly 50% to 70% discount. And once Tenda's 30% to 50% discount is released, Finger Company will inevitably be forced to increase the discount. After the specific summer promotion plan of Finger Company comes out on June 26, Pei Qian can consider launching a second wave of activities and test the bottom line of Finger Company bit by bit. In short, the summer promotion activities are temporarily set at this. The relevant functions of the summer promotion activities have long been developed, and now it is nothing more than a specific numerical problem to be determined. Pei Qian sent the finalized plan to Min Jingqiao, and then he could wait for the response from the Finger Company. Tengda's summer promotion will be released tonight. After the fermentation over the weekend, the Finger Company will definitely respond on Monday or Tuesday. After arranging the summer promotion, Pei Qian opened a new document. A letter of praise to Bao Su for his outstanding employee. All units and departments of the company. With the joint efforts of all employees, Tenda Group has developed steadily and healthily. In this process, a group of outstanding employees who have worked hard, dedicated and achieved outstanding results for the development of the company have emerged. During the preparation of the food market, Bao Su from the game department used the game design concept to determine the unique overall style, operation mechanism and a large number of detailed designs for the food market. Although this is not his job, he still worked hard and did his best. This spirit of abandoning the prejudices of each department, selfless dedication and mutual help is worthy of serious study by all employees. I hope Bao Su can continue to work hard and achieve better results in his work. At the same time, I call on all employees of the company to learn from Bao Su, open up their minds and be proactive in their work, and contribute to the mutual exchanges between departments. There are also signatures, time and company seals below. Pei Qian has no doubt that as long as this notice is sent to the company's internal group, Bao Su will not be able to escape the fate of going out for travel again next time. Obviously, although Bao Su's harm is great, it is still very difficult to get the first place in the excellent employee because eating market itself is not a key project. It cannot be compared with projects like mission and choice, and even in the eating market project, Bao Su is not the first person in charge. His contribution is only comparable to Zhang Yahui and Liang Qingfan. So, no matter who is the first outstanding employee at that time, it will most likely not be Bao Su. But the chance of second place has greatly increased. This notice is equivalent to helping Bao Su brush a wave of existence blessing in front of all employees of the company. Others have made achievements in their own positions. Even if they are cross-departmental, it is mostly when the two departments have cooperation. But Bao Su took the initiative and spontaneously went to another department to help. An employee of the game department went to the eating market to help with all his heart and soul. What kind of selfless spirit is this? Therefore, although Bao Su's work is not the most outstanding, it is the most memorable. What's more, Bao Su's travel is simply what everyone expects. Before, everyone didn't vote for him mainly because they lacked an excuse. Now there is an excuse, so why not vote for the second place? Therefore, Pei Qian looked at this commendation letter as if he was looking at a printed itinerary. As long as it was sent out, Bao Su's itinerary would most likely be set. However, Pei Qian did not send the letter immediately, but was in a dilemma. Because after he actually wrote this commendation letter, he suddenly realized that this thing seemed to be more harmful to him. After this letter of praise was sent out, the already motivated employees might get another shot of high-concentration chicken blood, and the departments that were already working together crazily might work together even crazier. By then, President Pei might get stabbed dozens of times in the back, and he wouldn't even know who stabbed him. So, once this notice was sent out, was it Bao Su's fault, or himself? Pei Qian thought about it. Wasn't it a bit of a loss for him to trade 1-for-1 with Bao Su? Although Bao Su was a bit hateful for eating at the market, he had been in the game department for so long, and the harm he caused was far less than that of other department heads. Therefore, Pei Qian felt a little compassionate again. Forget it, Bao Su didn't commit a big mistake. As an old employee, he hasn't made any big noise. Let's let him go this time. Ah, I'm still too kind. But, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. It is still necessary to give him a warning in private. It happens that there is a seat reserved at the Wuming restaurant tomorrow Saturday. Invite Bao Su to have a meal together, print out this commendation letter to scare him, and I believe he will be more restrained in the future. Pei Qian made up his mind and thought it was better not to make a big fuss. It is not necessary to hurt others and yourself. It is better to have a meal with Bao Su and use this letter of commendation to warn him, so that he can spend his retirement in the game department with peace of mind and stop meddling in the affairs of other departments and bringing in such unhealthy tendencies. Chapter 1121. Don't you guys watch the news? Saturday afternoon, Wuming restaurant. Come, this way. Pei Qian smiled and led Bao Su to the largest private room in Wuming restaurant. Bao Su huddled up in a ball, trembling with fear, a bit like he was about to attend the Hongmen feast. He felt that something was wrong. Why did President Pei suddenly think of looking for him for dinner? He didn't want to come at all, and wanted to stay at home and play games. After all, he had been busy with the snack market for some time, and he had no time to play games when he was busy. Now that the snack market is finally over, he has to catch up on all the recent games? But President Pei invited him to dinner, so he couldn't not come. He just hoped to bite the bullet and finish eating quickly, and then go back to play games. After sitting down, Bao Su realized that there were only himself and President Pei in the huge private room. Seeing the delicious dishes coming to the table one after another, he couldn't help but panic. He felt more and more that something was wrong. Bao Su has always been low-key and cautious, fearing that he would be exposed to everyone's attention and then be voted as the second-best employee and go traveling. Later, he found that he was mistakenly considered to be doing nothing after keeping a low profile, and he still wanted to go traveling, so he decided to find something to do, but finding something to do doesn't mean doing something earth-shattering. Then they will all go back, and will be voted as the second outstanding employee to travel again? So, Bao Su's goal is to let everyone know that he is busy, but he has not achieved much. But now, why does President Pei want to treat me to a meal? And only treat me alone? This kind of honor is rare. Does this mean that I helped too much at the snack market? The more Bao Su thought about it, the more panicked he became. If the food was not so delicious, he would not have the mood to pick up his chopsticks. Seeing that the meal was almost finished, Pei Qian felt that the time was almost right. Bao Su, you are also an old employee of Tenda. You have been working diligently for so many years and have worked hard. I have a commendation letter here. Take a look. Are you satisfied? Pei Qian smiled and handed the printed commendation letter to the waiter, who passed it to Bao Su. The table was a bit big, and the two of them were sitting at the farthest position. It was impossible to pass it over, so he had to let the waiter do it for them. When Bao Su heard the words letter of commendation, he was shocked. After a moment of silence, he put down his chopsticks and took it tremblingly. After reading it from beginning to end, Bao Su trembled even more. He knew very well that if this commendation letter was sent to Tenda, he would have to prepare to book a flight ticket immediately. Seeing Bao Su's expression, Pei Qian smiled slightly. Okay, the goal has been achieved. Bao Su, I plan to send this commendation letter to all departments of Tenda. What do you think? Bao Su was shocked. Boss Pei, I don't think it's appropriate. In fact, I just helped with the snack market to the best of my ability, and I didn't have any credit at all. This commendation letter is too exaggerated. I feel ashamed to accept it. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, it's good to know how to be afraid. Okay, since you insist on not letting me send this commendation letter, then I won't send it for now. I will remember your credit first. Pei Qian paused slightly. Bao Su has been scared, and the next step is to persuade him to change his ways. But how to communicate with Bao Su? Pei Qian can't express his thoughts clearly. Although he knows that Bao Su doesn't want to travel, Bao Su doesn't know that Boss Pei actually wants him to be a salted fish. It is really difficult to communicate efficiently without misunderstandings, and Pei Qian couldn't think of a good way to say it. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the private room. Huh? President Pei is here today? Pei Qian turned around and saw President Li. Come on, let's eat together. Pei Qian reserved the largest private room at Wuming restaurant, but now only 2 people were sitting there, which was a bit of a waste. Mr. Li was also a frequent customer of Wuming restaurant, so he asked him to help eat a few bites and eat more dishes. Li Shi hurriedly said, I appreciate Mr. Pei's kindness. But I just ate. Pei Qian smiled and said, it's okay, eat as much as you can. He turned his head and looked at the waiter, at another chair and a set of tableware. Li Shi nodded, seeing that it was hard to refuse such a generous offer, and said, okay, then I'll be polite. They were all old friends, so there was no need to be polite. Li Shi sat down very calmly. Pei Qian hadn't figured out how to communicate with Bao Su, so he chatted casually. Mr. Li, how come you have time to come to Wuming restaurant today? Li Shi smiled and said, I made the reservation more than 2 months ago. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't eat? Besides, the matter of Xingyao Fitness and the purchase of the store a while ago were all thanks to you, Mr. Pei. This time I'm inviting Mr. Che, the boss of Xingyao Fitness, and several other investors to dinner to celebrate. Li Shi is also very cunning. He knows that it is very difficult to make a reservation at Wuming restaurant, so he makes a reservation every once in a while to make preparations in advance. As long as the reservation is made early enough, it can be guaranteed that you can eat at Wuming restaurant every week. Of course, the premise is that his wallet can support such high-frequency consumption. For Mr. Li, he has drunk enough soup from Mr. Pei, so how much is this meal? Moreover, the business of Starboard Fitness and Snack Street has been doing very well recently. Although they have not made a lot of money yet, the pot has been set up and the soup is about to boil. Of course, it is worth celebrating. Pei Qian was a little confused. Starboard Fitness? Shops? What are they? He didn't care too much. He just thought that Li Shi's "thank you Mr. Pei" was a few polite words to him, so he buried his head in eating and continued to think about how to knock Bao Su to stop making trouble. There was a little silence in the private room. After all, Bao Su was not good at speaking. Although he had vaguely heard of Mr. Li's name, he had never met him before and didn't know each other, so it was not easy to talk to him. But Li Shi didn't think so. It was a coincidence that he met Mr. Pei this time, but Li Shi was very perceptive and very smart. As soon as he entered the private room, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Mr. Pei treated us alone at the Wuming restaurant. This was quite impressive. Even I, although I had helped Mr. Pei a little, had never enjoyed such treatment. In other words, this young man who looked a little dark and thin was not simple. Of course, I had to take this opportunity to get to know the talent that Mr. Pei valued so much. Li Shi took 2 bites of food, chatted casually for a few words, and asked, "Boss Pei, this young man looks a little unfamiliar, can you introduce him?" Pei Qian was still thinking about how to address Bao Su, and answered casually, "Oh, he is an employee of our game department, Bao Su." When he heard these 2 words, Li Shi's eyes widened instantly. Oh. Traveler Bao Su? I've heard of him a long time ago. Li Shi couldn't help but stand in awe. No wonder, then everything makes sense. I've heard that Bao Su, as a backbone employee of Tenda Group, has always had outstanding achievements and is often rated as the second best employee. It's very reasonable for Boss Pei to invite such an excellent employee to a banquet alone. However, since he is an old employee, why didn't he invite him earlier or later, but now? Li Shi's brain was working quickly, and suddenly a light bulb went off, and he thought of another thing. Oh. I remember now. When the evening news of Jingzhou TV interviewed the snack market, the person in charge said that he wanted to thank a warm-hearted friend from the Tenda game department who arranged many interactive contents with game design concepts. He must be talking about this brother Bao, right? No wonder President Pei personally held a banquet to commend him. Li Shi smiled with an expression of "I see," eager to join the topic at the dinner table. However, Pei Qian and Bao Su stopped at the same time. One of them was holding a half-eaten lobster, and the other was holding a crab claw, seemingly forgetting whether to put it in his mouth or put it down. Evening news? Both of them looked confused. Li Shi was stunned for a moment. What, don't you watch the news? Pei Qian and Bao Su moved in unison, putting down the lobster and crab claw in their hands, then took out their phones and searched online. Although both were shocked by the words evening news, they were shocked by completely different things. Pei Qian was shocked that the evening news actually interviewed the snack market again. Wouldn't that be the end? The snack market is about to become even more popular. Bao Su was shocked that the evening news interviewed it, and Zhang Yahue, you can just say whatever you want to say, why the hell did you mention me? The 2 of them took out their phones at the same time and watched the news on Jingzhou TV. Li Shi ate a little bit of food and was a little confused. Pei Qian's hand holding the phone was shaking a little, and I don't know if it was because the G1 phone was too heavy. In recent years, with the rapid economic development of Jingzhou, tourism has also become an important industry in Jingzhou. As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people, and people always find it difficult to resist the temptation of snacks. During holidays, people always like to eat to relieve their mood and stress. No matter which city they go to, they will go to the local food street to taste the local specialties. Recently, a new snack market has appeared in our old industrial area in Qingshan, and its style is very different from the traditional snack street. What are the differences? Let me take you to see it together. After a brief introduction, the news showed a picture of the snack market and an interview with Zhang Yahui. Zhang Yahui talked about his bitter experience from a small stall owner to the person in charge of the snack market, especially the final discussion on the humanistic feelings of the snack market, which was simply deafening. Zhang Yahui, the person in charge of the snack market, said that the snack market is to preserve and display the excellent snack culture, to correctly regulate and guide street snacks, so that they can survive smoothly, grow and develop, and eventually integrate into people's lives, so that this kind of fireworks can continue to burn in the increasingly cold big city. You may as well go to the snack market in your spare time. I believe that the unique environment layout, interesting interactive mechanism, and cheap and delicious snacks here will definitely allow you to experience different flavors. In addition, Pei Qian also noticed one thing. During the interview, Zhang Yahui emphasized that the design of this snack market relied on an enthusiastic friend from the game department. Although he did not mention the name, anyone who knew a little about the inside story could guess that this person was actually Bao Su. After reading the news, Pei Qian raised his head. Just then, he saw Bao Su also raised his head. The two looked at each other, speechless. Pei Qian knew that the commendation letter he prepared would be useless. He didn't need to rack his brains to think about how to knock and hint at Bao Su, because it was meaningless. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Bao Su, I wanted to protect you, but now I can't help you. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 1122, The Cold-Faced Girl Appears Again. Burp. Boss Pei, I really can't eat anymore. Thank you for your hospitality. Especially lobsters. I really can't eat anymore. At the door of the Wuming restaurant, Li Shi burped and refused Boss Pei's kindness to keep him to eat more lobsters. Moreover, Li Shi has been consciously controlling himself recently and can't eat too much seafood, because he found that his uric acid is a bit high in the last physical examination. If he drinks or eats seafood without restraint, he is afraid that gout will come to the door in a minute. Speaking of this, Li Shi feels that he must learn from Boss Pei. Although Boss Pei has his own Wuming restaurant and can eat seafood feasts at any time, Boss Pei is very restrained and only eats one meal at most at Wuming restaurant per week. At other times, they are all slacking off, taking out food, and working meals and healthy meals. At such a young age, he pays so much attention to health preservation. Obviously, this shows that Mr. Pei is a very self-disciplined person, and his goals are long-term. He must hope to maintain his health, work hard for Tenda until he is 60, 70, or even older, and personally build Tenda into an extremely brilliant business empire. Li Shi couldn't help but sigh. Some things are indeed innate. When he was young, he was considered to be a young man with great potential, but if you ask yourself, he was very playful at that time, and sometimes he overdrew his health by enjoying himself. It is impossible for him to be like President Pei, who has already considered things decades later at such a young age. What is the old saying? Those who go to the wilderness, 3 meals a day, and return, their stomachs are still full. Those who go 100 miles, grind food overnight. Those who go 1,000 miles, gather food for 3 months. To put it simply, the farther you go, the more you need to prepare sufficient food in advance. President Pei is obviously a traveler. At the young age of just over 20, he knows how to control his appetite. He usually eats healthy meals from takeout, which is obviously to ensure that his body is always in perfect condition and to prepare for his job decades later. Li Shi feels that he should really learn more from President Pei in this regard. Starting tomorrow, I will also reduce some social activities and eat more moyu takeout. Well, let's make a reservation for tomorrow's work meal first. Leisure sat in the car, burping while opening the moyu takeout app to book tomorrow's work meal. Wasn't there this section before? After opening the app, Leisure found that the interface layout had changed a little bit. The layout of the moyu takeout app is completely different from other takeout software, because other food delivery apps serve many stores at the same time. The homepage will appear messy, with a search bar, different classification labels such as quality dinner, home cooking, pizza and burgers, steamed buns and porridge shop, and a list of nearby restaurants. Clicking into a store will display the specific menu of the store. But moyu takeaway is different, it is full of its own food. Although these meals are also divided into many categories such as work meals, fitness meals, healthy meals, nutritious meals, and food and harmony high-end meals, they still look simple and clear. In addition to these contents, there will also be some dynamic promotional pictures on the moyu takeaway app, which are mainly used to promote recent new activities or new food products and guide customers to buy new products. Leisure noticed that the moyu takeaway app seemed to have removed several new food products that had been rolling promotions some time ago, and replaced them with a fixed promotional picture in a more critical position. It clearly says, "Delicious snack set meal." There is also a mouth-watering rendering, which contains 3 snacks, grilled cold noodles, fried bananas, and seaweed pancakes. The portions are not large, making up a small set meal for tasting. This delicious snack set is divided into 2 types, both of which are matched. For example, grilled cold noodles and pancakes are almost the same type of snacks, so they will not appear in the same set. So, there are 2 sets, a total of 6 snacks, all of which are relatively popular and easy to make. Huh? Isn't that right? Leisure's first reaction was that the positioning of his app was wrong. Like other food delivery apps, the moyu takeaway app will automatically select the nearest moyu takeaway store based on the customer's mobile phone location. Leisure had just left the Wuming restaurant by car, and the default store where he often ordered food was near Fuhui Capital, which was his own company. After all, he only ordered takeaways at noon when he was at work. But both places are far away from the snack market. Why did the promotion of delicious snack set meal appear? The moyu takeaway app has always been very rigorous. The situation of each moyu takeaway store is different. Sometimes a certain meal in a certain store is not on the shelf or is out of stock recently, so the app users who locate this store will not see the promotion of related meals. This avoids the situation where you are very interested in the promotion but click in but can't buy it. It is normal for the moyu takeaway app to promote the snack market, but the question is, can it be delivered at such a long distance? Leisure suddenly had an idea and switched the store to the store he often ate near Fuhui Capital, and then ordered a few delicious snack sets. Not long after, we were back to normal order taking, meal preparation and delivery. This shows that these snacks are not made in the snack market, but in the moyu takeaway store. Leisure had just arrived at his company when the delivery guy from moyu takeaway arrived. "Your meal is here, please enjoy it." The delivery guy was still so polite. Leisure reached out to take a few snacks, came to the office area and said, "Everyone put down your work and come and have something to eat." It is Saturday afternoon, and many employees of Fuhui Capital are still working overtime. For such a company, working overtime is very normal. There are very few companies like Tenda that are determined not to work overtime. Leisure knows very well that he can't be a boss like Mr. Pei, and there is no need to force himself to be such a boss. Sometimes people do things, as long as they try to do it with a clear conscience, that's enough. At times like this, seeing that employees are working overtime, it is better for the boss to give them a few snacks than not even looking at them. "Thank you, Mr. Lee." "Mr. Lee, what delicious food did you order? It smells so good." Everyone gathered around. Although the snack set is a snack, it still has the usual Tenda style, recyclable tableware. However, these tableware are obviously smaller and look like they are specially customized. Depending on the snack, the shape of the tableware is also slightly different. I've already eaten. Everyone, feel free to eat whatever you want. After Li Shi opened the lid of the tableware, the fragrance immediately filled the air. Huh? Isn't this the grilled cold noodles from the snack market? This shape is definitely right. But the snack market is far away from here. Do you deliver it? No, from the temperature and taste, it's obviously not delivered from a long distance. And there seems to be a slight difference in taste, which is still different from the grilled cold noodles at the snack market. After tasting the grilled cold noodles, an employee who had been to the snack market carefully savored and commented. The snacks were not large in quantity and soon ran out of food. At this time, someone said in surprise, "Hey, look, the logo on this tableware looks familiar? And the logo on the chopsticks?" Li Shi also noticed this logo. It is square and looks like a seal. Inside are 4 traditional Chinese characters. It is not small seal or regular script, but a special cursive script with beautiful patterns as embellishment. It looks neither too fancy nor rigid. The seal plus this font gives a sense of unity of tradition and fashion. And the 4 characters in the seal are cold-faced girl. Li Shi recognized it instantly. This is the logo of the cold-faced girl. Before the cold-faced girl became popular, this logo also appeared in many places. After that, the cold-faced girl has been silent for a long time, so these memories have almost been forgotten. But when I saw it again, these memories were immediately awakened. Why is it the cold-faced girl? Isn't this a snack from the snack market? It was delivered by Moyu Takeaway. Everyone who was eating various snacks was a little puzzled. This feeling is a bit like ordering a steamed dumpling, and then seeing the Kaifeng dish logo on the steamer while eating. Li Shi suddenly realized something. He immediately took out his mobile phone and checked the promotional page and details page of the snack set. He found 2 text descriptions on it that he subconsciously ignored. All snack recipes are provided by the Cold Noodle Girl. Welcome to Watch Street Stalls to learn about the past and present of these snacks. The points that were confusing before were quickly connected, and Li Shi slammed the table. I understand. The employees were puzzled. Mr. Li, what do you understand? Li Shi laughed. I know that the shares I keep will definitely make money. Don't work overtime today, go home. Go back and have a good rest. Everyone was overjoyed. There are delicious foods and no overtime, double happiness. Mr. Li, what good news is there? Share it with us. Li Shi smiled slightly. Who of you still remembers the shares of the cold-faced girl we bought before? Everyone looked at each other, and 3 or 4 people nodded. Remember, then what? Wasn't it a not very successful investment? Li Shi laughed. Not very successful? It's just that it hasn't been successful yet. Look, isn't the cold-faced girl about to come back to life? Some smart employees reacted instantly. I see. Mr. Li, you mean, Mr. Pei obviously intends to use the Moyu Takeaway app to promote the cold-faced girl, so the cold-faced girl is going to turn over? Li Shi nodded. You are right, but it's not all like that. If just using the Moyu Takeaway app to push can make the cold-faced girl come back to life, then Mr. Pei would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? You only see the most superficial side, but you don't see the deeper content. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1123, Pei's Ingenious Layout. Everyone immediately became interested. Boss Li, please tell us more. For these people, it is absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hear Boss Li talk about investment and business secrets, so of course they must seize the opportunity. Li Shi was also in a good mood, just in time to share with these people his extremely wise investment this time. He played with the chopsticks that came with the snacks, which were engraved with the Cold Noodle Girl logo. When the Cold Noodle Girl became popular, this pair of chopsticks was also an important part of Meng Chang's hype. At that time, it was also criticized along with the expensive and unpalatable grilled cold noodles. But after such a long time, when you gently touch this pair of chopsticks, you can feel that its workmanship is really good. In other words, the details of the Cold Noodle Girl brand are actually well done, the only problem is that it is not delicious enough. This snack set was ordered on the Moyu Takeaway app and delivered from the nearest Moyu Takeaway store. The dishes in it are all made with the recipes provided by the Cold Noodle Girl. And the Cold Noodle Girl is now also an asset of Tenda. President Pei holds more than 70% of the shares and has absolute control. It is easy to infer from this information that Mr. Pei wants Moyu Takeaway to re-promote the brand of Cold Noodle Girl. If we provide snack packages in Moyu Takeaway and everyone tastes them and finds them delicious, it will change the stereotype of Cold Noodle Girl. But currently there is only one Cold Noodle Girl store, in the imperial capital, and there are no stores in Jingzhou. Therefore, Moyu Takeaway should be training its own chefs in its own stores with the recipes provided by Cold Noodle Girl, so that they can make these snacks by the way. These are not difficult to infer. Everyone nodded. Leisure changed the subject, but you must remember that the right and wrong of some things are not absolute, and they will change as the situation changes. The same thing, if done before full preparation, is wrong. If done after full preparation, it is right. The important thing is not that President Pei uses Moyu Takeaway to promote the cold-faced girl. Everyone can think of this idea. The key is to see how President Pei lays the groundwork and prepares. The reason why I can conclude now that the cold-faced girl will come back to life is because I see not only President Pei's move, but every move before it is connected to form a general trend. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened, with an extremely serious expression. Elisha explained, I will go through all the operations that President Pei used to bring the cold-faced girl back to life from the beginning. When the cold-faced girl was at an absolute low point and everyone, including Meng Chang, had completely given up, he forcefully bought more than 70% of the shares of the cold-faced girl and ensured his absolute control. Only by ensuring absolute control can we proceed completely according to our own plans. When I first took over, the cold-faced girl had nothing. In terms of recipe, the cold noodles were not as good as some delicious street stalls. In terms of reputation, it has become a negative example of overmarketing. The previous popularity backfired and was scolded online. It can't hold its head up, it has no assets, only liabilities. But President Pei obviously saw that the cold-faced girl is not useless, it still has value. The only value is that it once had a very high popularity, and too many netizens have seen this logo. In other words, assuming that the reputation can be reversed through certain methods, then these negative heats will instantly become positive heats, and then there is no need to promote it slowly. But it is not easy to reverse the reputation. So, President Pei came up with such a whitewashing plan that spanned more than half a year. The first step is to deal with it coldly and let the heat drop. The cold-faced girl is completely in the vortex of negative public opinion. Netizens' inertial thinking is too strong. No matter what we do at this time, it will not have a very good effect, so wait for the negative public opinion to subside. Then, President Pei convened a street food competition. Now it seems that this food competition has at least three purposes. First, to criticize the taste of the cold-faced girl and indicate a break with the cold-faced girl in the past. Second, through the excellent snack display, let netizens have a stronger interest in snacks as a catering culture. Third, through this event to recruit and attract specialized snack talents. As far as I know, Zhang Yahui, the current person in charge of the snack market, was absorbed during this stage. But this alone is obviously not enough. There is another crucial issue, which is the taste of the cold-faced girl. The previous failure of the cold-faced girl was because she paid too much attention to marketing and not to her own taste. If you want to change people's impression of the cold-faced girl, it is obvious that it will eventually fall on the taste. Moreover, the taste is not simply improved, but must be very good and outstanding, otherwise the customer will not feel it obviously. How can the reputation be reversed? So, Mr. Pei decided to shoot the documentary, Street Stalls. On the one hand, it is to continue to showcase excellent snacks, create topics, and let netizens pay more attention to and understand snack culture. On the other hand, it is also to continue to recruit and attract more snack talents. Finally, more and more stall owners joined. They are good at various snacks and have been tested by the public's taste. Using their recipes to improve the cold noodle girl's food, although it is impossible to achieve absolute originality, it can finally reach the standard of delicious. Then the most critical step, how to cleverly connect these? Mr. Pei's answer is the snack market. Gather these stall owners in the snack market and form the cluster effect has created a cluster effect, allowing people who like these delicacies after watching the street stalls to come and taste them. Not only has such a food area been created in the old industrial area, but it has also allowed netizens to deeply connect Tenda and snacks for the first time. With the existence of the snack market, people will never doubt whether Tenda can make good snacks. After all these preparations have been done, Moyu Takeaway will launch a snack package, allowing everyone to taste the taste of the cold noodle girl snacks. After everyone has eaten it, they found that the taste has indeed improved a lot, and the price has also dropped. The original expensive and unpalatable cold noodle girl has changed her ways and is completely the same style as Moyu Takeaway, so the reputation has naturally changed. Everyone nodded suddenly. Oh, that's it. This last step is actually very easy, and most people can think of it. But if there is no previous preparation, even if Moyu Takeaway is used to promote the snacks of cold noodle girl, the effect will definitely not be good, and it may even drag Moyu Takeaway down with it. So, whether an idea can work depends on how it is implemented. At this time, someone asked in confusion, but, Mr. Li, isn't this a duplication? According to Mr. Pei's original positioning, Moyu Takeaway sells daily work meals and healthy meals, while Lingmian Girl sells snacks and fast food. The two have different positioning and do not constitute a competitive relationship. But now Moyu Takeaway also sells snacks, isn't the positioning confused? Li Shi shook his head slightly, of course not. If I'm not mistaken, Moyu Takeaway will only sell these two snack sets at most, which are the current 6 more common, popular, and easy to make snacks. And Lingmian Girl will provide a wide variety of snacks, and the two are not at the same level at all. Every profession has its own specialty. The chef of Moyu Takeaway can make normal work meals and barely take time to make a few snacks according to the recipe, but it is impossible to make all kinds of snacks because there is not enough time and energy. Moreover, the positioning of Moyu Takeaway and Lingmian Girl is naturally different. Most customers will only need one thing at the same time. If they want to eat healthily, they will not order snacks. Therefore, whether it is merging stores or merging apps, it is very inappropriate. It is better to separate them. What if customers want to order both work meals and snacks to satisfy their cravings? This is actually easy to solve. The Moyu Takeaway store in the capital has actually told us the answer. Open Moyu Takeaway and Lingmian Girl next to each other. If you order food at both sides at the same time, you can deliver them together, which not only saves time, but also helps customers save delivery fees. It solves this kind of simultaneous ordering problem very well. At this stage, it is only a stopgap measure for Moyu Takeaway to serve snacks. In the future, if every Moyu Takeaway can be equipped with a cold noodle girl, then the sample snacks ordered from Moyu Takeaway can also be provided by the cold noodle girl. Therefore, once the reputation of the cold noodle girl is reversed and the taste is recognized by most people, President Pei will definitely continue to expand like Moyu Takeaway did in the past. Near the core Moyu Takeaway stores, all cold noodle girl stores will be opened to complement each other. Moyu Takeaway only sells 2 kinds of snack sets. If customers feel that they are delicious after eating, they will naturally go to the cold noodle girl to try more snack flavors. You say, if it really comes to this, will the cold-faced girl be completely resurrected? And we still have more than 20% of the shares in our hands. At this point, Leisure showed a smile, hiding his merits and fame. There is no need to talk about what happened later, otherwise it would be uncool. According to this scenario, the cold-faced girl will definitely continue to expand, just like Moyu Takeaway, and open stores all over the country. And the money earned by the cold-faced girl can be divided into dividends by Fuhui Capital. In the past, I didn't drink soup very full. After all, I could only enter some other derivative industries related to Tenda industry. For example, seeing that the snack market was going to be popular, I went to buy some shops in the surrounding area. But this method is not direct enough after all, there is a layer of separation. This time I got the shares of the cold-faced girl directly, which is equivalent to drinking the first mouthful of soup. This meaning is incomparable. And his employees' eyes lit up when they heard it. It's awesome. Although the shares belong to the company and have nothing to do with me as an employee, listening to Mr. Lee talk about these business trends can be regarded as broadening my horizons and increasing my knowledge. Who knows, someday this knowledge will come in handy. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 1124, Leisure's 3 Happinesses, additional update 3/3 for the alliance leader Mr. Old E. An employee asked, Boss Lee, so you left the 20% of the shares of the cold-faced girl, which was really far-sighted and foresight. Meng Chong sold his 40% of the shares at that time, didn't he lose a lot? Leisure smiled proudly, that's wrong. Do you think it was a coincidence that I was able to keep these 20% of the shares? Of course not. It must be that Boss Pei acquiesced to me keeping these shares. Boss Pei's requirement at that time was that Tenda must get more than 70% of the shares of the cold-faced girl, otherwise he would not take over this mess at all. The employee asked again, but Meng Chong could also resolutely not sell it. Leisure smiled slightly, this is a simple psychological game problem. It is known that Boss Pei must keep his word and must get 70%. At that time I held less than 40% of the shares, Meng Chong held more than 40%, and other investors held a total of 30%. And I will never sell the last 20%. In other words, there are only 2 outcomes between me and Meng Chong. The first is that if I don't sell, he won't sell either, so neither of us will get a penny. The second is that if I don't sell, he will sell. In this case, whether the cold-faced girl can make money in the future is not good, at least at the moment, he got the money. Does he have any other choice? Fuhui Capital is a big capitalist, and even if this share is lost, it is not a big loss. Meng Chong is in debt, and if he gets the money early, he can pay off the debt early. Why does he challenge me? What's more, it is precisely because we have a close cooperation with President Pei that President Pei tacitly allows us to keep more than 20% of the shares. This operation cannot be learned by others. Everyone suddenly realized and nodded. Some people couldn't help but think of President Pei's game called struggle, and the so-called rich thinking and poor thinking were vividly reflected at this moment. Many people describe the rich thinking and poor thinking as the difference in wisdom between the rich and the poor, but it is not the case. It is more like an inevitable result under objective circumstances. In other words, it is not because of the so-called rich thinking that one becomes rich, but because one is rich, one can think about problems with the so-called rich thinking. Just like the shares of the cold-faced girl. Would Meng Chong not know the value that these shares may have in the future? Other investors in the imperial capital may not know much about President Pei, but Meng Chong definitely knows how terrible President Pei is. But when only one of Meng Chong and Li Shi can keep his shares, Meng Chong can only choose to sell, because he and Li Shi are not at the same level in terms of their ability to bear risks. Similarly, the rich can think about problems with the so-called rich thinking because they have enough ability to bear risks, while the poor do not have this ability to bear risks, so they naturally cannot force themselves to think with the so-called rich thinking and can only focus on the immediate petty gains. The employees of Fuhui Capital obviously understand this very well, but how they think specifically depends on each person. Maybe they will sigh and lament the injustice of this world, or maybe they will make up their minds and never let themselves fall into the dilemma of having no choice. An employee gave a thumbs up and praised, "Mr. Lee, I now understand your previous statement that investment is actually investing in people better. Acquiring and retaining the shares of Linmian Girl is a very good investment, but the prerequisite for the success of this investment is to establish a good cooperative relationship with Mr. Pei. Otherwise, even if you see this investment opportunity, you will not know where to start. So, your most successful investment is that you saw Mr. Pei's excellence as early as when Tenda Group was not developed, and cooperated and made friends as early as possible, and won Mr. Pei's friendship. Sure enough, your investment method is still worth learning more. It has to be said that there are always flatterers anywhere. But Li Shi was not angry, because the employee's flattery was in style and level. It was not the kind of awkward flattery, but it hit the point that Li Shi was most proud of, which made him very comfortable. As Tenda Group grew and expanded, Li Shi felt more and more that his previous estimate of President Pei was still accurate. He had a hunch that investing in President Pei early enough would be the most worthy thing for him to brag about in the future. Of course, this investment is broad, and gaining the friendship of President Pei is also a kind of investment. Okay, let's stop talking about this. Since everyone is working so hard today, I will reveal another piece of information to you and show you a way forward. You all know about the Qiji market. Now the housing prices and shops there have all gone up. But from my observation, it's far from reaching the top. Do you know the difference between me and the other people who went to buy shops nearby? The difference is that they don't have enough imagination and can't estimate how powerful President Pei is. So, they will soon feel that it's almost reached the top. But I dare say that the area near the old industrial zone, including the Chizhisheng Street and the Jingji Hostel, must still have room for appreciation. Whether you can gain something from it depends on your own determination. Of course, my judgment is very subjective. The only basis is that I think Mr. Pei will make a big move in this area. I may make a wrong judgment, so you don't have to thank me if you make money, and don't blame me if you lose money. Everyone's eyes lit up and nodded, "Thank you, Mr. Lee." Since the Qi market became popular, the housing prices and shop prices in that area have all increased rapidly. This is a very normal thing. The Qi market was so popular when it opened. Even a fool can see that this place will appreciate in value. But how high will it rise specifically? This is a question. At present, the housing prices and shop prices in that area are already rising rapidly. Many people originally wanted to invest, but they retreated when they saw this situation, fearing that this place has already produced a bubble due to excessive speculation. After all, judging from Tengda's behavior of making Qi Street turn a corner, Tengda is more inclined to eat alone. The shops close to Qi Street have already been owned. For those shops farther away, who can guarantee that they can share the benefits of Qi market after buying them? So, many people hesitated. But Mr. Lee's judgment is, this is just the beginning? It will definitely rise further. Not for anything else, but because Mr. Pei must have other plans for this place, but Li Shi himself couldn't buy all the buildings and shops in the old industrial zone. So, he mentioned this. As for whether his employees would invest, how much money they could come up with, and whether they could stick to the end, that was not a problem that Li Shi needed to care about. After leaving the company, Li Shi felt better. Recently, there have been 3 good things. First, Starboard Fitness introduced smart fitness clothes drying racks and changed the fitness mode, which was a great success. Then, it was the first to buy shops near the market and the value increased rapidly. Now, the cold-faced girl, who has been silent for a long time, has also received good news. This is all thanks to President Pei. In other words, the things about Starboard Fitness and the market have been thanked at the table, but the things about the cold-faced girl have not been thanked. It seems that I should thank her specially, otherwise it will make President Pei feel that I am a person who takes advantage of others, which is not good. But this kind of thing should not be made too public. After all, for President Pei, this may just be a matter. Leisure thought for a long time and finally decided not to make a fuss and simply send a message. After editing, I was about to send it, but stopped. It doesn't seem like a perfect time. Although the overall situation of the cold-faced girl has been determined, it has not become popular after all. According to the current situation, it will take at least until tomorrow, which is Sunday, for the cold-faced girl store in the imperial capital to have news of a hot sale. If I send this message too early, will it feel like I am being clever? Well, I'd better keep a low profile and send it tomorrow. When dealing with smart people, sometimes you have to pretend to be a little stupid appropriately, which is a great wisdom. Leisure finally saved this message temporarily and waited for a suitable opportunity. June 24th, Sunday. Pei Qian slept until he woke up naturally again, got up and checked the time, 9:30. Which game are you playing at home today? No. Looking at the reminder on the calendar, Pei Qian suddenly realized that today was the day when the large screen of the Tenda Experience store was completed and officially opened. This made Pei Qian a little depressed. I have to go out again. Although the Experience store was already very popular during the trial operation, I still have to go and see this large screen after it is repaired. Even if it is more popular than before, I have to see how popular it is and have a psychological expectation. Pei Qian reluctantly sat up from the bed and went to wash up, only to find that Mr. Li had sent him a message. Mr. Pei, thank you for the cold-faced girl. It was very brief. Obviously, Leisure thought that everyone was smart and that if they just mentioned some things, they would know each other's minds. However, when Pei Qian saw this message, he thought for half a minute with his toothbrush in his hand and his mouth full of foam, but he still didn't understand what it meant. Leisure? Cold-faced girl? Why thank me? After trying hard to recall, Pei Qian finally remembered the connection between Leisure and the cold-faced girl. When he bought the cold-faced girl's shares at a bargain price, all the other Rao shares were bought, and only Leisure had more than 20% left. What is there to thank me for? Pei Qian was still puzzled. At that time, Pei Qian had to be firm on the spot that he must get more than 70% of the cold-faced girl's shares, otherwise he would not take the deal. He didn't want to make money by eating alone, but was completely scared because of the previous experience. When he was making the Shuaba Kuailai app, Pei Qian didn't pay attention to the issue of share distribution, allowing Leisure and other investors to get too many shares. As a result, this group of people joined hands to cheat Shuda Education, and sold their shares one after another, allowing Shuda Education to take over at a high price. Not to mention that they made a lot of money. The key is that Yuan Meng Venture Capital also made a lot of money by selling shares. Pei Qian almost vomited blood at that time, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only be furious. Shuaba came to this crappy project originally to lose a lot of money, but in the end he made money inexplicably. Who can he blame? So from then on, Pei Qian became more cautious. For projects like this that can spend more money, you must get more than 70% of the shares to ensure that you have absolute control. If others get more shares, Pei Qian will not be able to control many things. What if there is another tragedy like, come on, Shuaba? As for why he left 20% for Mr. Li. It's because Pei Qian knows very well that with Mr. Li's personality, he will never sell this share, and no matter how much he persuades him, it's just a waste of words. And the 20% share is harmless and will not affect Tenda's absolute control over the cold-faced girl. Mr. Li is willing to spend money, so let him go. Pei Qian had already forgotten about this matter until Mr. Li sent this message just now. He was a little puzzled. What does Mr. Li mean by sending such a message without thinking? Suddenly, Pei Qian's pupils suddenly dilated, and he spit all the toothpaste foam in his mouth into the wash basin. It's over. Did something happen to the cold-faced girl? Maybe I ate too much seafood yesterday and got a little irritated, and there were some signs of bleeding gums. The toothpaste foam was a little bloody, and it looked like foaming at the mouth and having a heart attack. Chapter 1125. President Pei is still as calm as ever. Pei Qian immediately opened his phone and searched for cold-faced girl on Baidu. However, he did not find much useful information, all of which were such as cold-faced girl Chengdu encyclopedia, the end of the cold-faced girl myth, a must-read for entrepreneurs, cold-faced girl business plan, etc. These contents are basically still a few months ago and have no timeliness at all. Crap Baidu. Pei Qian complained silently again, and decided to be a little more direct and call Qiyan, the current person in charge of cold-faced girl. Since taking over the cold-faced girl, Pei Qian has been able to avoid too many intersections with the cold-faced girl. Except for approving the street food competition, Pei Qian has not given Qiyan any clear instructions. Not only that, after Pei Qian found out that Rui Yuchen's Moyu takeaway expanded to the imperial capital, he deliberately asked Rui Yuchen to open a store opposite the cold-faced girl, just to let Moyu takeaway take away all the customers of the cold-faced girl. Pei Qian did not allocate more funds to Linmian girl or open branches, but kept the expenses at a relatively low level required for the normal operation of a store. This was obviously because of the previous experience of Moyu Takeout. At the beginning, Moyu Takeaway had been losing money, so Pei Qian had been giving it money to expand. As a result, it was almost covering the entire Handong province. Suddenly, a garbage classification, everything was over. Moreover, considering his strong observer effect, Pei Qian was also very afraid. What if he gave a random instruction to the cold-faced girl, Qiyan misunderstood it, and then it became popular? Although the cold-faced girl's store had been losing money, Pei Qian still held back and did not continue to invest money to open more branches. He had to, and it was quite hard to hold back. But it also showed that Pei Qian actually had high hopes for the cold-faced girl. It was precisely because he hoped that this money-burning tree could grow smoothly without any problems that Pei Qian was cautious and did not dare to give it too much care. But now, the cold-faced girl who had been left alone was actually going to turn over. How could this be possible? Pei Qian could not accept this fact at all. But this message from Mr. Li would definitely not be sent for no reason. There must be something wrong. The call was quickly connected. Boss Pei? Qiyan's voice was full of surprise. It was obvious that she was a little surprised to receive a call from Boss Pei again after several months. The background sound of the phone was a little noisy. There was an electronic sound reminding customers to pick up their food, and there were customers walking back and forth and talking. It seemed quite busy. Pei Qian's heart snapped and realized that there was a big problem. Shouldn't the cold-faced girl's store be very deserted and no one cares about it? But after all, it was just a sound, and there was no specific picture, so Pei Qian still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. How is the situation with the cold-faced girl? Pei Qian asked. It was already past 10 in the morning, and Qiyan was in the cold-faced girl's store. Most of the seats in the store were already occupied, and there was a long queue of people queuing to order food. There were also takeaway brothers who were slacking off to pick up food from time to time. Looking at this busy scene, and hearing President Pei's question, Qiyan couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Sure enough, President Pei didn't forget the cold-faced girl. In the past few months, Qiyan and the employees of the cold-faced girl often fell into self-doubt. The store had no improvement, and the public opinion on the internet had not improved at all. President Pei had not assigned any tasks to the cold-faced girl at all. Did President Pei give up on the cold-faced girl? Is it because there are too many industries and he can't take care of them? But after Rui Yuchen answered Qi Yan's questions, Qi Yan finally understood that President Pei did not ignore the cold-faced girl, but had been quietly arranging and waiting for the right time. Now, the food market has opened, and driven by Moyu takeout, the reputation and public opinion of the cold-faced girl have also changed, and more people have come to the store. President Pei called to inquire about the cold-faced girl's situation as soon as possible. What does this mean? Mr. Ming Pei has been paying attention to the situation of the cold-faced girl. After the plan worked, he came to call and inquire, verify, and express his concern. Qi Yan immediately replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, everything is going according to plan. The customer flow of the cold-faced girl's store has increased significantly since yesterday, and these two are basically full. I interviewed some customers randomly, and they all said that they were satisfied with the taste of the new dishes. As fast food, it is already delicious. And I also prepared a few TVs in the store to play the documentary Street Stalls, and by the way, I promoted the Jingzhou food market." In short, according to the current situation, the cold-faced girl will soon be able to turn losses into profits. It was like a bolt from the blue, and Pei Qian was speechless for a long time. He was very puzzled. Didn't you completely ignore the cold-faced girl? How could she suddenly become popular? It's simply outrageous. What was even more speechless was that Pei Qian himself had never given any guidance to the cold-faced girl. Since he had never given any guidance, he naturally didn't know where the problem was. He made money unclearly, and he had no idea where to start if he wanted to find the right remedy. Okay. Pei Qian hung up silently. Goodbye. I thought this was a money-burning tree. I was completely wrong about you. Pei Qian felt a little regretful. If he had known that this situation would happen, he might as well have opened a few more stores and lost more money. But he thought again, that's not right. If he had opened more stores earlier, wouldn't all these stores be making money now? Now there is only this one store. Even if it makes as much money as some foreign fast food brands, the net profit of a store is only a few $100,000 per month. After all, although the turnover of fast food restaurants is high, the gross profit margin is relatively low. The costs of raw materials, rent, utilities, and employee salaries are fixed. Earning a few $100,000 more a month is not a problem worth making a fuss about for Pei Qian, who has no worries about lice. It's almost settlement time, and there's no point in fighting with the cold-faced girl. It's better to take the time to look at the industries that need more attention. On the other side, Qi Yan looked at the black screen of her phone and asked in confusion, "Mr. Pei? Just hung up like that?" If everything wasn't going well for the cold-faced girl, Qi Yan would have thought that Mr. Pei was angry. Sure enough, it was expected that Mr. Pei would come to see the cold-faced girl's turnaround. Just ask to understand the situation. There is no need to waste words. Being able to take and let go, this is what a broad-minded entrepreneur is like. But this also shows everything is in Mr. Pei's plan. I thought I did a lot of things, but I didn't surprise Mr. Pei at all. It seems that I have to continue to work hard. The current level of Lingmian girl is far from enough to impress Mr. Pei. I'd better follow Rui Yuchen's method, continue to implement Mr. Pei's plan, continue to manage the Lingmian girl brand, and open more stores. Qi Yan silently made up her mind. The talents in various departments of Tenda are too excellent. First, I met Rui Yuchen who was doing takeout, and then I met Zhang Yahui, Bao Su, and Liang Qingfan who were eating at the market. Each of them is much better than me. I must also work hard to meet the identity of the person in charge of Tenda and live up to Mr. Pei's expectations. After hanging up, Pei Qian calmed down a little, went out for brunch, and then took a car to the Tenda Experience store in Qingshan Plaza. According to the previous arrangement, the large screen outside the Experience store should have been completed today, and Qingshan Plaza will definitely publicize it, and the flow of people in that area will definitely increase. As for what will happen after the upgrade, Pei Qian didn't dare to think about it, so he could only go and see it with his own eyes. The road was a little congested, which made Pei Qian sigh again about the traffic in Jingzhou. But fortunately, the traffic jam was not very serious, and soon, Pei Qian got off the car at the gate of Yuan land. Then he saw a huge crowd of people. It was really crowded. Many people wore the uniforms of the GPL teams, held cheering items, and even had team logos printed on their faces, all with smiles on their faces. Which team do you think will win the finals? Why? Definitely EK. Jianghuan will definitely win the championship this time. Alas, it's a pity that the H4 club was a bit dragged down at the end of the spring season. Otherwise, the spring season would repeat the scene of the World Championship. The duel between Jianghuan and Huang Wang would definitely be very exciting. What about you? Which team do you support this time? Me? I don't support either of the two teams in the finals. I will always support DGE. Yes, no matter who wins the championship, the victory will always belong to DGE. Chapter 1126, The Big Screen is not for this. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. Several guys wearing DGE uniforms shouted excitedly, immediately triggering a round of cheers of DGE around them. This situation may be seen in any GOG game. Anyway, no matter which two teams cheer, someone will definitely shout DGE in the end. It can only be said that although DGE has not participated in any official or unofficial competitions for a long time, its legend will always exist in the hearts of the audience. Seeing the DGE uniforms worn by these people and the DGE cheering items they held, Pei Qian felt a pain in his balls. A team that has no games to play actually sells better uniforms than the current champion team, which is outrageous. How much money does the DGE club make from the sales of these uniforms and peripherals? No, the point is not the uniforms. Is it today the final of the GPL spring tournament? Pei Qian suddenly realized the crux of the problem. If it was just a regular game, there would be no reason for so many spectators to come. The number of people gathered at the entrances of Qingshan Plaza and Yuan Tiandi shopping malls now obviously far exceeds the number of people that the multi-purpose hall of the GPL venue can accommodate. But even if there is a final today, why are you all gathered here? There is not enough space in the venue? Looking at Qingshan Plaza again, Pei Qian instantly understood. Because on the big screen, there are huge posters of the two teams that will play today. This big screen is actually divided into three parts. In the center is the huge glass curtain wall of the Tenda Experience store. The screen itself will not block the glass curtain wall, but there will be a long strip above the glass curtain wall, connecting the big screens on both sides. The big screens on both sides cover the second, third, and fourth floors of the entire outer wall, with a shape that extends a little bit into the distance, a bit like a pair of wings, but more regular. At this time, the big screens on both sides are one red and one blue, with the battle flags of the two teams and photos of the team members, which is quite tense. The long screen above the glass curtain wall of the Experience store is the countdown to the upcoming game. Moreover, this picture is not static, it is dynamic. After a period of time, some promotional videos will be played, such as the promotional video of the GPL League spring season, the promotional video of the new version of GOG, interviews with team members, etc. and the promotional video of this final. Some wonderful shots from the previous quarterfinals and semifinals were also used. Two large screens were played simultaneously, presenting the huge game screen in front of the audience. The open area facing the two outer walls of Qingshan Plaza directly became a perfect offline viewing venue. Even the street side of the building of Yuan Tiendi could see the screen on the big screen. These people gathered here, obviously to participate in offline viewing activities. Seeing this scene, Pei Qian was speechless. This is a pitfall. I asked you to set up a big screen, not for this. Xiao Sun said, Mr. Pei, you go in and stroll first, I will park the car in the underground parking lot of Qingshan Plaza. Pei Qian shook his head, no need. After speaking, he opened the car door and sat back. Let's go, don't watch it anymore. It's already like this, why bother watching it? This is obviously cold. Pei Qian didn't want to waste his time to experience the store. He knew with his toes that it must be full now. Although the weather today is not very hot and not very sunny, it is summer after all. How can standing outside be as comfortable as going to the experience store to enjoy the air conditioning? Before the game starts, go to the Tenda experience store and then go to the top floor to eat something delicious. Isn't this a normal operation? Therefore, Pei Qian felt that he didn't need to waste this time to make himself uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be nice to go home and play games while eating iced watermelon on such a hot day? It was meaningless to worry about the experience store. It was better to look forward to something more realistic. For example, Finger Company should have seen Tengda's summer promotion, right? This weekend plus next Monday, a total of 3 days, is enough for them to react. I wonder what kind of summer promotion the Finger Company will give as a response. I'm so looking forward to it. Monday, June 25th. Longyu Group, conference room. Eric's expression was very tangled. Zhao Xuming tried hard to shrink his neck and lower his head to minimize his presence. As early as Saturday when GOG's official website updated the specific content of this summer promotion, Finger Company and Longyu Group had already noticed it. This weekend, everyone was forced to work overtime. Although the final decision was made by the company's senior management, at this critical moment, if the senior management worked overtime, would the grassroots employees have the nerve to sleep at home? So, everyone came to work overtime. This is the way a normal company thinks. As the person in charge of IOI in the Greater China region, Eric held several telephone conferences with the Finger Company headquarters in the United States and the Diak Group headquarters in Europe in 2 days. No one knew the content of the meeting, but Zhao Xuming could see that Eric's face was getting worse and worse. Zhao Xuming was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the summer promotion offered by Tenda Group this time was far less powerful than the one during the 515-game festival. During the 515-game festival, there were activities and free gifts. As long as players spent a little time and energy playing games, they would definitely gain something. But Tengda's summer promotion this time was nothing more than discounts and promotions, and commemorative props for consumption, which were all very conventional means. This discount was indeed greater than the discount originally planned by Zhito Company for the summer promotion, but the summer promotion would not be officially announced until Tuesday. Wouldn't it be better to reduce the discount a little bit? Why did Eric get so angry? Zhao Xuming asked in a low voice. As for the current summer promotion plan, I don't see any big threats. Eric glanced at him and said helplessly, on the surface, they are indeed some very ordinary promotion plans. But this summer promotion is completely inconsistent with President Pei's usual style. Don't you want to think about why? Zhao Xuming blinked and thought carefully. Indeed, this event is a bit inconsistent with President Pei's style. In the past, when President Pei organized activities, especially this kind of promotional and money-burning activities, they were definitely earth-shattering and unexpected. The operation of the 515-game festival was a standard President Pei operation. But this summer promotion was just based on the regular operation, with a slight adjustment of the discount, and there was no essential change. This really doesn't seem like President Pei's operation. Zhao Xuming thought about it, then, is it possible that this event is not actually responsible for President Pei? Eric glanced at him, when you think so, you are not far from being fooled. Zhao Shuming suddenly woke up. Yes. How smart is President Pei, how vicious. GOG and IOI have been fighting openly and secretly for so long. When IOI suffered a big loss, there was no conspiracy behind it without President Pei. At the 515 Game Festival, President Pei just personally directed the money-burning war and even almost sold the building. When it came to the summer promotion, he let it go and handed all the activity plans to his subordinates, and he didn't ask at all? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. The only explanation is that President Pei did it on purpose. Then, this plan that is not like President Pei's style must have a huge problem. Zhao Shuming asked humbly, but, what kind of trap could there be? Eric explained with some exhaustion, let's not talk about regular activities such as discounts. Although the 70% discount is completely close to the limit we can bear, this is already the least lethal plan. Have you noticed that Tenda's promotion plan for the international market? Operators in various places can carry out publicity according to actual conditions, and no matter what publicity method is used, Tenda will reimburse half of the money. This alone is enough to give us a headache. GOG and IOI have chosen completely different promotion models. GOG cooperates with local operators, while IOI is operated by branches established by Finger Company all over the world. GOG's current promotion method is actually that local operators pay one part and Tenda pays another part. The more money the operator pays, the better the publicity effect, and the more Tenda will pay. Therefore, operators in various places will definitely try their best to invest the most publicity resources, so as to maximize their benefits in this summer promotion. But on the other hand, IOI must pay two parts of the money, and also choose different response strategies for the different publicity plans proposed by GOG's regional operating companies. Chapter 1127, Traditional Arts of Dayak Group, 1/2 extra chapter for Yuan. Zhao Shuming suddenly realized. So that's it. There is a pit here. He had subconsciously ignored this before, thinking that it was nothing more than giving some subsidies to operators. How much effect could it have? But now after listening to Eric's analysis, the problem is very big. Obviously, this is the killer hidden at the bottom. And this strategy is based on the different operating methods of GOG and IOI in various regions around the world. It is really difficult for the company to think of a good solution. Eric continued, there's more to it. The summer promotion will end on the 10th of next month, for a full 2 weeks. If we bite our teeth and follow now, and give a discount lower than that of President Pei, then a week later, President Pei will reduce the discount again. What should we do? Will we still follow? Don't forget that President Pei secretly changed the probability of Lianchu. He can definitely do such a thing. Zhao Shuming nodded again. Yes. During the 515 Game Festival, President Pei actually did something like secretly changing the probability. And he didn't lower the probability, but raised it, doubling it directly. As a result, Longyu Group was caught off guard, and the lucky draw they had prepared was difficult to end. With this analysis, the seemingly ordinary summer promotion plan given by President Pei is more like a bait, making Finger Company and Longyu Group mistakenly believe that Tenda Group's summer promotion is just like this. After gritting their teeth and following, President Pei will give a more powerful summer promotion plan. At that time, Finger Company and Longyu Group will be at a loss. If they continue to follow, when will it end? If not, why follow in the first place? Zhao Shuming asked again, then, if we still follow to the end like before? Eric shook his head, if it was some time ago, I would definitely follow to the end. But now, the situation is different. The failure of the previous 515 Game Festival has made the voices against me in Finger Company regain the upper hand, and even some voices have appeared in Dayak Group. Zhao Shuming instantly understood. Obviously, it is the sequelae of the failure of the last 515 game festival. When Eric first took over the IOI national server, he was full of energy and ambition. He overpowered a group of people within Finger Company, led by Qingshan, and gained full support from the top management of Finger Company and even the top management of Dayak Group, and obtained a large amount of resources. But this support is conditional. Eric must prove to these people at the top that he can really burn Tengda's capital chain and let IOI win in the end. However, in the past 6 months, Eric has taken over, and has organized many activities and burned a lot of money, but he has not achieved the effect he boasted at the time. So much money was burned during the 515 game festival, and Tenda was about to sell its building, but it recovered instantly. While Eric was frustrated, some voices against him naturally appeared within the Finger Company and Dayak Group. What's more, Eric had failed once before in the IOI National Service, and many people would be less tolerant of him. If he continues to burn money like this, Tenda will not collapse yet, but the income of the Finger Company will not be able to hold up first. Dayak Group does have money, but Dayak Group wants to make money, not burn it for fun. Who is willing to continue to burn money when they keep filling the pits, but can't see the hope of getting it back? Therefore, the resources and funds that Eric can actually mobilize are much less than before, and he is naturally less confident than Tenda in spending money. What if he can't keep up halfway through? Wouldn't he have wasted money and lost face? If this situation really happens, it would be better not to follow in the first place, and just do the summer promotion activities that he had prepared in a stable manner. Eric calmed down and said, "Moreover, this time someone in the Finger Company openly accused me that my strategy was completely wrong. I failed to kill Tengda directly in the previous activities, but angered Tengda, so Tengda launched such a fierce counterattack." Zhao Shuming immediately spoke up for Eric. "This method is too shameless. People who have never dealt with Tengda don't know how terrible this company is. It's not a question of how much money it has, it doesn't take money as money at all, and the whole way of thinking is completely different from that of a normal company. Killing Tengda, how easy is that? Only if you are the person in charge can you achieve this situation now. If it were someone else, they would have been beaten to a pulp by President Pei's 100 tricks." After listening to Zhao Shuming's praise, Eric finally felt better. Although the Finger Company and Dayak Group are all idiots, fortunately, there are still people who can understand me. Zhao Shuming asked, "Then, what should we do with this summer promotion?" Eric shook his head. "The result of my communication with the senior management of Dayak Group is that if you give me enough resources, I will continue to spend with President Pei. If you are reluctant, then don't accept it at all, and still follow the previous 60% discount plan. They should still be working overtime in the meeting, and they will give me a reply before 8 o'clock tonight." Although the summer promotion of Zhito Company will officially start tomorrow and the specific policies have not been announced yet, there is still enough time because the functions have been completed and only a few data changes are needed. Having said that, everyone in the conference room is also very clear that they may have to work overtime until very late tonight. Zhao Shuming nodded. There is still enough time. Whether or not to spend money with President Pei this time, the impact should not be great. Eric shook his head slightly. "What I am worried about is not the outcome of this event, but the change of views within the Dayak Group. The Dayak Group initially acquired the Finger Company because it saw the potential of the game IOI, hoping to expand rapidly and monopolize the market to make huge profits. With the intervention of the Tenda Group and the emergence of GOG, the situation has changed. The Dayak Group expands the global market and suppresses GOG, still in order to monopolize the market and make huge profits. But it has been a year and a half since the birth of IOI. In this protracted money-burning war, the Tenda Group not only did not retreat, but gradually gained the upper hand. For the Dayak Group, the Finger Company was acquired at a very high premium. At the beginning, it was angered by President Pei and even launched a privatization offer. The senior management of the Dayak Group is very eager to recover the money and get more returns. But now, although IOI has revenue, frequent discounts and promotions have made this game's profit meager, and even the national server has been losing a lot of money for many years, and it still needs huge subsidies from the Dayak Group, which has not met the initial expectations at all. And the counterattack of the Tenda Group has also made the senior management of the Dayak Group increasingly clear that it is impossible to defeat GOG and form a monopoly in the short term. So I'm worried. Eric didn't understand, but Zhao Shuming already understood. Obviously, someone in the Dayak Group wants to use traditional skills again. The Dayak Group often acquires some game studios, and after the acquisition, it will make a lot of interference and influence on the original company, with the purpose of making quick and large profits, and squeeze the value of these companies for profit in a short period of time. The Dayak Group is relatively friendly to the Finger Company and does not interfere too much. But this is only because IOI is in a period of rapid development. The Dayak Group believes that the promotion strategy of the Finger Company is consistent with its own, and it feels that giving the Finger Company greater autonomy is conducive to obtaining more benefits, so it does not interfere. But what if the strategy of the Finger Company is inconsistent with the ideas of the senior management of the Dayak Group? Finger Company treats IOI as its own son, but in the eyes of Dayak Group, it is just a money-making tool like other studios' games. Zhao Shuming could not help but remain silent. This kind of thing cannot be thought about in detail. Eric sighed. Forget it, let's wait for the reply from the company's top management. June 26, Tuesday. Pei Qian sat up from the bed and looked at his phone. He slept until nearly 10 o'clock again. He wanted to sleep a little longer, but got up immediately. Because there is something good today. It's already Tuesday. The specific activities of the summer promotion of the Finger Company should have been announced, right? What kind of discount plan will it be? Is it a 20% discount on all skins? Or is there any tit-for-tat, unique activity plan? I'm looking forward to it. Pei Qian opened his phone to check while washing and brushing his teeth. Huh? 60% off? Did I see it wrong? Or are there any other special activities? No. Pei Qian was confused. He even doubted whether the Finger Company had seen Tengda's summer promotion plan. Tengda has already offered 30% to 50% discounts, and the Finger Company has also offered 60% off. How could he make mistakes in addition and subtraction within 10 digits, and even in ratio? Pei Qian was speechless. This feeling was like when a game was about to be released. He was waiting happily to play the new game, but when he looked online, he found that he didn't wait for the new game, but waited for the notice of delayed release. What bad luck. Pei Qian didn't think much about it. After all, whether the Finger Company followed suit was definitely the result of a joint discussion among many senior executives. If they didn't follow suit this time, it didn't mean they wouldn't follow suit next time. He should find an opportunity to stimulate the Finger Company again. It would definitely work. Chapter 1128 VR glasses samples are out. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from games. Pei Qian had just finished washing up when the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Meng Chong calling. Huh? Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Why did Meng Chong take the initiative to find him? Although it was almost the end of the month, didn't Meng Chong give up this month's commission? Even if it was about the new promotion plan, it would have to be considered next month, right? But Pei Qian thought about it and still picked up the phone. Hello? What's the matter? Meng Chong on the other end of the phone asked tentatively. Oh, Mr. Pei, there's nothing special. I just heard that Qingshan Studio and Shenhua Group have jointly developed a few samples of VR glasses. Do you want to try them out? Didn't you always teach me before that you must know more about the product before making a promotion plan? Pei Qian couldn't help but frowned. Huh? VR glasses have already made samples? This is too fast. However, on second thought, VR glasses of this level are not a particularly difficult project to develop. Strictly speaking, VR glasses were not developed by Qingshan Studio, but by a department of Shenhua Group's original mobile phone business. They are familiar with all the businesses, so it is normal to be quick. But Pei Qian didn't hear any news about this VR glasses. If Meng Chang hadn't called him this time, he probably wouldn't have known that the glasses were made. On second thought, there was nothing he could do about it. VR glasses are a project of Qingshan Studio, after all. Now Qingshan Studio can only be regarded as a game company invested by Tenda. It is neither a wholly owned subsidiary nor a subordinate department. Lin Wan does not need to report everything. Moreover, Lin Wan may also feel that it is very inappropriate to frequently ask for instructions and disturb President Pei because of his own studio's affairs, so he will not take the initiative to talk about it before the product is completed. This makes it difficult for Pei Qian to grasp the current specific status of Qingshan Studio. It can only be said that there are gains and losses. In order to drive Lin Wan away, Pei Qian came up with the plan of jointly investing in Qingshan Studio by Tenda and Shenhua, but this would inevitably lead to the fact that the information there would not be as smooth as that of his own departments. Fortunately, Meng Chang came to inform him. Pei Qian nodded immediately. Of course I have to go and see. Then we will meet at Qingshan Studio in an hour. For Pei Qian, the best outcome of this VR glasses project is of course to lose money and lose everything. In this way, all the money invested by Tenda would be wasted. The next best result is that the game makes no money or only a small profit, and the work is in vain, but it earns a little reputation. This way, not only does it not make money, but it can also push Lin Wan further away from Tenda Group. The worst result is that the game makes a lot of money. Therefore, Pei Qian must go to see and understand the situation. Although he thinks that the VR project has no reason to be popular at this time, and even if it is popular, it is impossible to recover such a huge amount of research and development funds, but in everything, it is better to be safe than sorry, and he still has to see the sample to feel at ease. Moreover, he has to demonstrate to Meng Chang how to do reverse publicity correctly, and it is also necessary to see the product. On the other side, Meng Chang hung up the phone and immediately prepared to take a taxi to Qingshan Studio. This time it is official business, it can be reimbursed, and there is no need to take the bus. The reason why he knew that the sample of VR glasses had been delivered to Qingshan Studio was mainly because he had been paying attention to the VR glasses project. He really wanted to see how President Pei completed the reverse publicity of this project. In Meng Chang's view, VR glasses are already a project that cannot fail. Shenhua and Tenda Group invested huge sums of money, and the successful game producer Lin Wan personally took charge of the project, with the original team of Shangyang Games helping out, and the original mobile phone department of Shenhua responsible for the development of VR glasses. He even accidentally laid a huge foreshadowing some time ago. Mr. Qiao Da, if the promotional plans Meng Chang had made before were difficult, then this project would look like hell. Can President Pei handle this? Meng Chang was a little unconvinced. It wasn't that he didn't believe in President Pei's ability, but he wanted to broaden his horizons. So, he had been paying attention to this project, and as soon as he heard the news from the group of people in charge, he immediately notified President Pei. At this time, Meng Chang was like a primary school student thirsting for knowledge. For him, serious knowledge is boring to learn, and this kind of unconventional knowledge is interesting. If President Pei can really promote successfully under this difficulty, then Meng Chang will definitely be willing to worship and call President Pei the best. An hour later, Pei Qian came to Qingshan Studio. Meng Chang had already arrived, and Lin Wan, Kai Jiadong, Yi Zhizhou, the product manager of VR glasses, Lao Song, and Xiao Laosher were all there. President Pei. Everyone greeted him. Lin Wan was still very moved to see President Pei coming in person. If it was in Shangyang Games, Lin Wan would definitely ask President Pei for instructions immediately after developing a new device. But now it's different. She is now the top person in charge of Qingshan Studio. Tenda and Qingshan Studio only have an investment relationship. This VR glasses is just a prototype. It is a bit inappropriate to alarm President Pei for such a small matter. It's like Shenhua Group is also an investor of Qingshan Studio. After the VR glasses sample is made, does it still need to ask Shenhua President Lin to review it? It's definitely not appropriate. Therefore, Lin Wan felt that if there was any problem, he should take it all by himself. After the final mass production version of VR glasses comes out, it won't be too late to send a copy to President Pei. But unexpectedly, President Pei actually came here on his own initiative. Obviously, President Pei knew that Qingshan Studio had just been established not long ago and was worried about the project here, so he came to take a look. It's like your own child has just lived in the school, and the parents are worried. Although they know that they shouldn't visit, they still run over to take a look across the school fence in the middle of the day. As for Kai Jiadong, the chief designer of Qingshan Studio, as well as Yi Zhizhou, Qiao Liang and others, they had the same idea at this time. With President Pei here, the backbone is there. With President Pei here, the project is stable. Pei Qian didn't know that everyone's psychological activities were so rich, and time was precious, so he simply got straight to the point. Where are the glasses? Here. Kai Jiadong immediately took 2 VR glasses samples from the side. After Mr. Pei and Meng Chang took the glasses, he took 4 handles from the side and handed them over. Here are the handles. Pei Qian took them and fell silent before he put them on his head. What's with this unique shape? At present, most VR glasses on the market are similar in shape. From the front, they are just ordinary rounded rectangles, or slightly curved. The color is mainly white, which looks dull. However, this VR glasses from Qingshan Studio are full of angular feeling. They are wider than ordinary VR glasses. The dark black color has a high-tech feel of carbon fiber material. There is also a V-shaped with red and blue changing light effects on it, which looks quite cool. The shape of the whole glasses is also similar to a V-shaped shape, but the angle is not as exaggerated as the V-shaped light. There are 2 inconspicuous small round holes above the V-shaped light, which are 2 cameras used for positioning. Unlike the 3-strap design of the top and sides of ordinary VR glasses, the main part of this VR glasses is relatively independent. The straps are not directly connected to the main body of the glasses, but to the forehead protector. The forehead protector is a shape similar to a crescent moon, and the curvature fits the forehead of ordinary people. It is not bald, but has a flat, almost long hexagonal protrusion engraved with the logo of Qingshan Studio. Because it is not connected to the VR glasses body but to the forehead protector above, the strap does not extend horizontally to the back of the head, but extends diagonally downward to the position below the back of the head. At the end of the strap is a long battery compartment. After wearing it, the strap will automatically adjust and tighten. Of course, there are also manual adjustment knobs and unlocking buttons. There are pads on the forehead protector and the battery compartment close to the skin to better fit the player's head and improve comfort, and also to isolate the heat that may be emitted by the battery compartment. Compared with other VR glasses that use elastic straps to tighten, the biggest advantage of this design is convenience and comfort. Other VR glasses are very troublesome to wear. Different people have to adjust the length of the straps. If they are too tight, they will be uncomfortable, and if they are too loose, they will not be able to wear and will fall off easily. Moreover, VR glasses will feel heavy, and the front half will press the face more. This VR glasses uses the battery compartment to counterweight the rear through this design, so that the weight distribution of VR glasses is balanced front and back. Most of the weight is in the forehead protector and is not connected to the main body of the glasses. In this way, it is equivalent to the entire main body of the glasses hanging on the forehead protector, and it will not feel pressed on the face. When wearing, just put the glasses on your face first, then open the unlock button of the battery compartment to lengthen the straps, and buckle them on your head. The straps will automatically tighten, which is very convenient to wear and adapt to different head shapes. But this is obviously not the most outrageous. These two handles are even more outrageous. The handles of other VR glasses are basically a column with a joystick and a few buttons on the top. But the handle of this VR glasses is more like a futuristic sci-fi style pistol, except that the barrel is much shorter than a normal pistol, and the angle between the barrel and the handle is large, a bit like the handle of a shotgun. The back of the hand is also an adjustable strap, which is elastic and can also be adjusted in length. After wearing it, the thumb naturally falls on the hammer position at the end of the barrel. There is a small platform here, with a wider joystick than the conventional VR handle joystick. After pressing the thumb, the fingertip fits the arc of the joystick cap just right, and it will not feel uncomfortable because the joystick cap is too small or used for a long time. The hammer position at the lower left of the joystick is a special button that simulates the hammer and can be pulled. There are two clickable round buttons on the left side of the joystick. The size is also larger than the general VR handle button, similar to the size of the host handle, and it is more comfortable to press. The index finger naturally falls on the trigger position of the pistol shape. Unlike other handles, which are just a lonely trigger button, this handle is also specially made with a pistol-like ring guard to prevent accidental touches and protect the trigger button. When the thumb is placed down and the tiger's mouth naturally fits the gun handle, there is another button at the magazine button position of the pistol. The size is slightly smaller than the prototype button above, and the feel is also different. Chapter 1129 3 Ways to Move in VR Games. Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. The most outrageous thing is that the other three fingers actually have buttons. These buttons are distributed on the gun handle, which is very narrow and long in the horizontal direction, slightly wider than the fingers, and has an ergonomic depression, which is just right for the hand to hold. The buttons themselves feel hard and the key travel is not long. Because of the existence of the hand strap, they will not be triggered when holding the hand in a virtual grip. They will only be triggered when the tiger's mouth exerts force and the fingers press. Of course, other buttons, such as the most basic home button and return function button, are also there, but they are in relatively unimportant positions. After all, they are basically not used in the game. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. So many buttons? Compared with other common VR handles, each handle has a full 5 more buttons, and the two handles together have 10 more buttons. Although the middle finger, index finger, and ring finger are not very flexible, and special functional buttons are generally not arranged on these 3 buttons, even if these 3 buttons are not counted, the handle also has a hammer button that can be pulled near the upper joystick and a magazine eject button next to the gun handle. This handle is outrageous, Old Song nodded. Yes, Mr. Pei, there is too much R&D funding, so we can only do more on the handle. I think there is no such thing as too many buttons. The more buttons there are, the more interactive operations can be used in the game. We have already added so many buttons, so we don't mind adding a few more. Anyway, these buttons can be slowly developed and adapted to the corresponding functions in the game. Lin Wan took over the conversation. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, the functions of these buttons have been arranged in the game. Pei Qian. What do you mean by too much R&D funding? Can only do more on the handle? Is it my fault for giving me too much money? Shenhua Group also gave me a lot of money, why don't you blame them? This is really unreasonable. Pei Qian knew very well that he did give Qingshan Studio a large sum of money to develop this VR glasses. But he still didn't have a clear idea of what kind of VR glasses he could develop. He didn't expect that he would make a pair of glasses that looked so perfect and had so many functions. Pei Qian originally thought that, given the current state of the VR market, even if he made a product that was better than the VR glasses on the market, it would at most be a semi-finished product, and it would still be a long way from becoming a truly hot-selling product. But now it seems that he guessed wrong again. He put on the VR glasses silently, then a very open scene appeared in front of me. In front of me, waves were hitting the beach, and the coastline of the island stretched to both sides. Looking back, there was a forest on the island, and occasionally small animals could be seen wandering in the forest. In the sky in front of me, a translucent interface was suspended, with icons of various apps on it. Although there are very few VR resources at present, if you forcefully search for them, there are still some apps, such as some video software, the relatively simple VR games now, and so on. What's more, VR glasses are the IZO system, and any IZO software can be displayed in a flat way in VR glasses, so it is still easy to make up the numbers. After installing so many software, it is obvious that they want to test whether these software can run normally on VR glasses, and how the effect is compared with other VR glasses. Pei Qian hesitated and said, "This login interface." Lin Wan explained, "Oh, because time is tight, the login interface is all made with ready-made game resources. The default is a scene map of Animal Island VR. In addition, 2 other scene maps are prepared for players to change. One is the command ship space scene of Mission and Choice, and the other is the Sun to River scene full of red spider lilies and turning back on the shore." Pei Qian, "I don't have time to do it, so I just do it casually." "You guys are really good at playing. You used the scenes in the original game as the login scenes for VR glasses. You might as well remake them. What if the players of Mission and Choice and Turn Back knew about this?" Among the many apps, several commonly used system applications are specially displayed, including the screen projection button. The game demo of Animal Island VR is calculated on the computer and wirelessly projected to the VR glasses. After clicking the screen projection button, an interface will automatically pop up with a few simple prompts. You need to connect the computer and VR glasses to the same network environment, or you can connect them directly with a cable. After connecting, directly click the game icon on the VR glasses, the computer will automatically run the game, and the glasses will enter the game screen. Similarly, other people can also see the scenes in the VR glasses through the computer screen, but it will look shaky. Of course, if you don't want others to see it, you can turn it off in the screen projection settings, so that only a black screen will be displayed on the computer. Seeing that both Mr. Pei and Meng Cheng had entered the game screen, Lin Wan explained, "At present, Animal Island VR is still under development. The demo for this trial play is mainly the gameplay of some small games in it. Game development is like painting and filming. It is definitely not carried out in order from beginning to end. When painting, you start with the line draft, and then continue to refine it after the big framework is fine, while filming a movie is based on the location and the schedule of the relevant personnel. It is possible to shoot the back first and then the front, and finally cut them together. Game development is the same. Generally, you first make a big framework, and then focus on conquering some of the core gameplay and basic functions in it, and finally go through it from beginning to end and perfect all the details. For the game Animal Island VR, the gameplay such as hunting, fishing, and growing vegetables is obviously the core content, which needs to be developed and tested first, while the opening animation, transitions between different plot stages, NPC dialogues, and other contents are not so important, and the development priority should be placed at the back. This demo mainly tests several key mini-games in the game: farming, hunting, fishing, mining, chopping trees, making props, and placing props. Although these small gameplays are simple, they may only require moving fingers and pressing buttons to complete in regular games, but in VR games, players need to gesture, which is much more complicated, but the fun is greatly increased. The quality of these small games will directly determine the actual experience that this VR game brings to players, so they must be developed and optimized as soon as possible, and no carelessness is allowed. Pei Qian and Meng Cheng both experienced it without saying a word. But their moods were different. Pei Qian felt more and more disappointed as he played. VR games can already achieve this level now? This is not scientific at all. How could it be possible when Qingshan Studio was established only a short time ago? Meng Chang was completely immersed in a state of shock and enjoyment. Is this a VR game? It's so magical. It can only be said that in the field of games, Meng Chang has really not seen much of the world. He has never used those foreign VR glasses, nor has he experienced simple VR games. As soon as he got started, he experienced such a high degree of completion of VR equipment and games, which brought him a strong shock. Knowing the specific principles of VR and actually seeing the entire VR world with glasses are completely different concepts. When he first entered the demo of this game, Meng Chang felt like a baby, who needed to turn his perspective to observe this completely unfamiliar world, learn to walk and interact with the world from scratch. Animal Island VR provides 3 movement modes: normal walking, teleportation and jumping, and vehicle movement. In terms of movement efficiency, normal walking is the slowest, vehicle movement is slightly faster, and teleportation and jumping are the fastest. The reason why 3 different movement modes are provided is mainly to meet the needs of different players. Everyone has different VR sickness situations. Some people can only use teleportation in VR. They will get dizzy or even vomit after 2 minutes of using the joystick to move, while some people have stronger adaptability and can fully adapt after a few minutes of using the joystick to move. Using the joystick to move is relatively the most immersive way. It allows players to slowly observe the world around them, instead of feeling out of tune with the whole world like teleportation and constantly reminding themselves that they are just a bystander. Vehicle movement is a compromise. When entering the game, the player will automatically get a steam technology balance power car, which can be used as a throttle and brake control with the trigger button. On the surface, there seems to be no obvious difference between vehicle movement and joystick movement, but in fact it is not. In VR games, the dizziness of VR racing is much lower than the dizziness of moving with a joystick in first-person shooter games. There are 2 main reasons. First of all, when driving in reality, the human body is still, and when driving in a VR game, the human body is also still, so the feeling of the game is consistent with that of reality, but when moving with the joystick, the game is moving, but the human body is still in reality, which makes the brain feel confused and causes dizziness. Secondly, the control methods of the 2 are different. There are only 3 levels of joystick movement that can be adjusted: still, slow walking, and fast running. The difference between these 3 movement speeds is very obvious. The speed difference between standing still and running fast will make it difficult for the brain to adapt, resulting in dizziness. Vehicle movement is different. Because it is controlled by the throttle, the vehicle starts slowly at the moment the throttle is pressed. There is a process of gradually speeding up and letting the brain slowly adapt. According to the size of the throttle, the human brain will also have an estimate of the speed increase in advance, which also helps to alleviate dizziness. In the game, these 3 movement methods are integrated, and players can choose freely without entering the setting interface. Pushing the left joystick is a regular movement. When the thumb moves the hammer button on the left joystick, a parabola will appear pointing to the target location. After releasing it, the hammer button will automatically rebound, and you can teleport to the target location. In addition, long pressing the magazine change button on the left handle will display the skill wheel. Keep pressing and move your left hand to the steam balance car to release it, and you can summon the balance car and automatically stand on it. After that, you can use the trigger buttons of the 2 handles as brakes and accelerators to control the forward movement of the balance car, and you can also use the left joystick to adjust the direction of the balance car. Chapter 11: 30 Mini-Games in Animal Island VR, additional update February 2nd for Qingshan. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. After arriving at the destination, you can cancel the self-balancing car state by summoning the skill wheel again, freeing up your hands to do other things. This is because the trigger key is used in the self-balancing car state, and other activities, such as hunting, fishing, etc., also require the use of the trigger key, so the self-balancing car cannot be used during these activities. Players can choose which method of movement they often use according to their actual situation. If they are afraid of dizziness and want to save trouble, they can teleport. If they like to race in the wild, they can use the self-balancing car. If they want to walk around or take a walk in their own house for a short distance, they can use the mobile mode. As for the perspective, it is mainly achieved through the player's head-shaking action and the right joystick. Normally, if the player wants to change the direction, he only needs to shake his head, but the amplitude is relatively limited. So when the player pushes the right joystick left, right, or back, he will turn 90 degrees to the left and right and behind him instantly. The right joystick will not change the field of view smoothly, because this will cause dizziness to the player, and will only provide this kind of large-scale change in field of view. In the balancing car state, the operation mode is slightly different. Pushing the right joystick will only make the line of sight look in the corresponding direction, but once it is released, it will immediately return to the direction the balancing car is moving. This is consistent with the racing game. In addition, considering that players who are afraid of dizziness may accidentally touch the left joystick, there is also a function in the game settings to completely lock and disable the joystick movement. This movement mode alone makes Meng Chong enjoy playing it. Among the 3 ways of movement, he likes the balancing car the most because it does not make him dizzy and gives him a sense of driving pleasure. The speed of the balancing car is not fast. The maximum speed of the floor gas is only about 50 km per hour, and it can only be achieved after a long period of acceleration. This speed is not comparable to the 300 km per hour land aircraft in some racing games. But because it is in a VR environment, the overall immersion is not at the same level as the computer screen, and the island itself is not large, so this speed is not slow, and it is still quite stimulating. Then it is to experience several mini-games in the game. These mini-games do not have specific entrances, and different tools can be selected through the roulette. For example, if you see wild animals on an island, you can use the roulette wheel to select a bow and arrow or a shotgun to kill the animal, and then pick up the hides, meat and other drops from the corpse. Because it is a casual game, there is no need to make the whole skinning process like many simulation games. After all, that would be more troublesome and look too bloody. When an animal falls to the ground and dies, a puff of smoke will float directly, and then it will become a pile of meat, animal skin and other materials on the ground, and the player can just pick it up. The whole process requires the operation of the handle, and the handle will provide very realistic feedback. Although both shotguns and bows and arrows can be used for hunting, there are big differences. Shotguns are shot with the handle of the right hand. There is a crosshair on the shotgun. You need to aim at the crosshair and pull the trigger to shoot. When shooting, the handle will have a noticeable vibration, which is used to simulate the recoil of the gun. The sound of the gun will scare the small animals nearby and make them run further. So if you only want to shoot one prey, you can use a shotgun. If you want to shoot more, you can only use a bow and arrow. The operation method of the bow and arrow is completely different from that of the shotgun. After calling out the bow and arrow, the left hand defaults to holding the bow body, and the player needs to raise the left handle to aim. When the right handle reaches the right side of the head and the trigger button is pressed, an arrow will be drawn from the quiver. When it is placed on the bowstring, the right handle will continue to vibrate slightly, indicating that the arrow has been placed on the bowstring. At this time, the right hand clenched and pulled apart, and both handles will begin to vibrate. The greater the pull, the stronger the vibration. After aiming at the prey, release your right hand and the arrow will be shot out. At this time, the left handle will also have a corresponding vibration, to simulate the feeling of the bow and arrow falling out of your hand. Compared with a hunting rifle that can only hold 2 bullets and needs to be manually reloaded after shooting, a bow and arrow can be fired continuously as long as you are skilled. If you keep your left hand still and keep your right hand on the arrow and draw the bow, the shooting speed will be faster, but whether you can guarantee accuracy depends on your own operation. The operation of fishing is completely different. After selecting the fishing rod, it will appear on the right hand by default, and the parabola of the casting rod will appear. After selecting the location, press the trigger button and make a casting action, and you can start fishing. In the process of fishing, the right hand controls the direction of the fishing rod, and the left hand reels the line. Like real fishing, the fish in the game cannot be pulled violently after being hooked, but must be reeled in by certain methods. Because the larger the fish, the greater the power, forcibly reeling in the line will cause the line to break or unhook, and the fish must be reeled in after being reeled in until it is exhausted. During the process of fishing, the right handle will continue to vibrate, and the vibration amplitude depends on the strength of the fish's struggle. At this time, the player needs to control the direction of the fish by moving the handle. After fishing, you can use the left handle to observe and collect the fish. After fishing, the size of the fish is clear at a glance, and you can hold it with your left hand and observe it repeatedly, which is very fulfilling. The operation of mining, planting trees, and chopping trees is simpler. Just select the shovel or axe and make the corresponding action. Mining and chopping trees will explode ore, wood, and other materials. Pick them up and put them in the backpack for prop making. Props are made on a specific workbench in the game. Players are not idle during the work of the workbench, but need to cooperate with the workbench, hold the materials to be polished with your hands and assemble the finished products. For example, if a player wants to make an axe, he has selected the production formula and ensures that all materials are complete before starting to make it. After starting to make, the player can complete the action of taking things from the backpack by pressing the trigger button with his left hand to the left side of his head. At this time, the first material for making, that is, wood, will be taken by default. After getting the wood, put it in the designated area on the workbench and keep it still. It will automatically clamp it with pliers. The workbench will extend an electric saw to grind the wood into the shape of the axe handle. After the grinding is completed, the player takes out the iron ingot melted from the iron ore. The shape of the steam technology workbench will change rapidly, turning into an anvil and a forging hammer, and the iron ingot will be hammered into the shape of an axe. Then the player grabs the axe and the axe handle with both hands, and puts them together to complete the crafting. The other props are similar. Each material has a corresponding grinding method on the workbench. After grinding each part, you can assemble it. Some special props, such as complex firearms, cannot be completed on the workbench and must be purchased in a special store. The props made on the workbench are basically some relatively simple consumable props, such as axes, hoes, fishing rods, etc. During the grinding process, the player needs to clamp the material with pliers, and the handle will continue to vibrate to simulate the vibration during the machine grinding process. Of course, these operations can be omitted as the plot progresses. The fully automatic workbench will be upgraded later, and props can be produced by throwing materials directly into it. This practice is just to show players the advantages of VR games compared to regular games. Play fresh, and after experiencing it a few times, players will get tired of it and it will not appear again. In addition, there is a very interesting setting, that is, when picking up props, you don't need to bend down to pick up, but you can directly use the handle to aim at the corresponding props. When the props are highlighted, it means that they are aimed, and then press the 3 buttons corresponding to the middle finger, ring finger, and little finger, and swing your hand forward. The steam-powered gloves on your hands will automatically fly out to grab the target object, and quickly retract it through the steam cable of the gloves to get the object in your hand. This feeling is a bit like the design of some hook heroes in MOBA games, which saves players from the pain of bending down to pick up things. Of course, whether you can catch it accurately or not, you still need some practice. In addition, there are 3 states of objects in the game: grab at will, fixed, and immovable. All materials that fall on the ground can be grabbed at will, and the operation can be completed with one hand. But if it is some specific things, such as paintings and furniture hanging on the wall of your own home, they are in a fixed state and cannot be grabbed with one hand. This is mainly to avoid players accidentally touching and causing demolition. If you want to take it down, you need to grab it with two handles. As for those immovable objects, there will be no highlight effect directly, and naturally the grabbing skill of the steam-powered gloves will not be triggered. When placing props, players can use the left handle to call up the prop list, and then grab a prop with their right hand to take it out. You can throw it casually and let the system automatically determine the most suitable position, or you can use the parabola of the handle to determine your favorite position, and then use both hands to grab it and slowly fine-tune it. Although they are all very simple functions, Meng Qiang has experienced it for a long time. At present, there are only some simple novice guidelines and operating instructions, and you have to rely on the explanations of Lin Wan and Kai Jiadong to play smoothly. After the game is released, we will definitely make some optimizations to the novice guide and operating instructions, but even so, it should not be easy to quickly get started with this special operation mode. Players must have to explore and adapt for a period of time. But Meng Qiang felt that this was not a big problem at all. On the one hand, it was because many operations were more in line with the player's intuition and were easy to explore and remember. On the other hand, it was because the game was interesting enough, so players would have the motivation to explore these operations. Meng Qiang had a lot of fun. Maybe it was because he didn't need to be responsible for the promotion plan of VR glasses, so he could experience this game from a pure player's perspective, so he could get such pure fun. At the same time, he was very fortunate. Fortunately, there was no need to make a promotion plan for this VR glasses. Otherwise, no matter how hard he struggled, he would most likely have to take the basic salary, and there would be no possibility of survival. I just don't know if President Pei can hold on in the face of such a hell-level reverse publicity. The two took off their VR glasses one after the other. Pei Qian looked at Meng Qiang and saw that his eyes were full of respect and expectation. Obviously, he was very interested in the promotion plan that President Pei would make next. That was a look that looked at the funeral, without disdaining the funeral. Meng Qiang seemed to be saying, "It turns out that seeing others struggling on a road that is bound to fail is such a happy thing?" Pei Qian was silent. Damn, I regret it. Why did I agree to Meng Qiang's choice of VR glasses as a promotional plan? What to do now? Chapter 1131, President Pei's Suggestions. Pei Qian looked at the others again, and everyone had different expressions. Old Song and Kai Jiadong had not dealt with President Pei much, so the expressions on their faces were a little proud. They were responsible for VR glasses and the Animal Island game, respectively. Now that the finished product is out, they feel very proud and can't wait to show off in front of President Pei. Even President Pei would be very satisfied when he sees this kind of finished product, right? As for Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, and others, because they have cooperated with President Pei many times, their expressions are relatively calm. Because they all know very well that no matter how excellent the product or game is, there must be problems in President Pei's eyes, and it is impossible to be perfect. President Pei must be able to judge from a higher dimension and see the defects that everyone can't see. Even if this product or game really reaches perfection, it is not something particularly surprising for President Pei, because all of this must be within President Pei's expectations. Seeing everyone's expressions, Pei Qian was silent. At this time, he was a little panicked, but he couldn't show it at all. The personality and image cannot collapse. Especially since Meng Qiang was still looking at me with that kind of eyes, I couldn't show any weakness in front of him. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, it's okay. However, I have two suggestions for changes. You decide whether to change it or not. Lin Wan's eyes lit up instantly. Sure enough, President Pei still saw the problem and came to give advice. She nodded immediately. President Pei, you. After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian said, the first suggestion is the logo on the forehead of this VR glasses. My idea is to draw a horizontal line in the middle of the logo on this forehead, running through the entire logo. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Especially Lao Song and Kai Jiadong, they were very confused. What does this mean? It is not difficult to tell the manufacturer to slightly change the pattern. After all, VR glasses have not entered the mass production stage. And even if it enters the mass production stage, there is no big problem. This hexagonal part can be removed. This is Lao Song considering that there may be new models in the future or cooperation with other IPs, so this position may print other logos and make some detachable module designs. But the problem is, what's the point of this? Pei Qian did not explain more, because his original idea could not. And he knew that even without explanation, these people would naturally find a suitable explanation. In fact, his original intention was very simple. Metaphysics. After seeing the forehead protector of this VR glasses, especially the very flat hexagon, Pei Qian thought of the ninja forehead protector in a certain anime. In that anime, a horizontal line on the forehead protector means that the ninja has a big problem and betrayed the original ninja village. Therefore, Pei Qian hopes that all VR glasses can have such a line, which means that this product is destined to have a big problem, fail, and betray Qingshan Studio. It's just that there is no similar anime in this world, so no one can get this joke. Lao Song took a piece of paper, drew a sketch on it, and then looked at it for a long time. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Hey, it looks better after drawing a line like this. I see, this line changes the structure and layout of the forehead protector pattern to a certain extent. The logo of Qingshan Studio is displayed in the center of the hexagon, and the two sides of the logo are empty, which does not seem to have a good interaction with the hexagonal forehead protector. But after drawing this line, the entire hexagon and the logo of Qingshan Studio are connected into one, which looks more pleasing to the eye. Lin Wan pondered for a moment and said, well, I think this can achieve a novel effect. Other companies print their own logos on their products. This behavior is too common. In fact, except for some companies with their own style, no matter how beautiful the logos of other companies are, they will not look good after being printed. Drawing a horizontal line like this completely distinguishes it from other companies' practices, and it also shows a unique personality. Moreover, this line also represents a break and subversion of tradition. VR glasses are originally a product that transcends the times, and the VR glasses we developed have made many subversive designs, which just happen to be completely consistent in the spiritual core. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin also sighed, wonderful. Before drawing the line, it was just an ordinary company logo, which was ordinary. But after drawing the line, it can convey such a spiritual connotation, which matches our studio and this VR glasses product, and also leaves a deep impression on players. Is this probably the effect of finishing touches? A true design master can turn decay into magic with just a horizontal line? Everyone was amazed. Even Meng Chong was a little conquered. He didn't think adding a line was a big deal, but after listening to everyone's analysis, it really made sense. After adding this line, it not only improved the aesthetics, but also increased the cultural connotation, which was simply the finishing touch. Lin Wan hurriedly asked, Mr. Pei, what other suggestions do you have? Pei Qian coughed twice and continued, fearing that this group of people would continue to imagine something extraordinary. The second suggestion is that there should be fewer novice guides in these games. This is simpler and more straightforward, with a clear purpose. Animal Island VR provides a new game interaction mode, and the learning cost of players will definitely be very high. It is not like those terminal games. When making an FPS game, players will know to shoot with the left key, aim with the right key, and press R to change bullets after entering. After all, these settings are the same in all FPS games. However, there is currently no VR game with a high reputation and a large number of players that has formulated the operating standards of VR games. Therefore, after coming to Animal Island VR, how to draw a bow and arrow, how to cast a fishing rod, these operations, players have to learn from scratch. Pei Qian did not expect to have no novice guides at all and persuade all players to quit. That is impossible. Because if one player does not play well, the game may be judged as a semi-finished product by the system. What if it is not settled at that time? But it is still possible to reduce some novice guides. If you can persuade a few players to quit, then persuade them to quit. One is not too few, and 100,000 is not too many. Anyway, as long as it can persuade players to quit, it is a good design. This time everyone was even more confused. This behavior is even more counterintuitive, because all game designers will understand a basic design concept when they first enter the industry. The more detailed and rich the novice guide is, the better. Because you can never imagine what will happen when players experience a new game. People and games have different IQs. Some people are smart and can play the game as soon as they start playing, while some people are very ignorant at the novice stage and can't even do very simple operations. Moreover, sometimes players are not stupid, but simply their brain circuits do not match those of the designer, so they get stuck. The number of game players is large enough, so it is inevitable that there will be a few players with more unusual brain circuits. Once there is no sufficient novice guide, causing them to get stuck, they may be lost. Therefore, the novice guide is sometimes very stupid, and it looks like it is prepared for 3-year-olds. There is nothing we can do about it. Lin Wan frowned again and thought hard. Suddenly, she felt a flash of inspiration. I understand. Pei Qian quickly raised his hand and interrupted her. It's good that you understand, you don't have to say it every time. Good guy, now you misinterpret my words in front of me, instantly, and never overnight, is this okay? How you want to interpret it is your business, don't say it in front of me and make things difficult for me, okay? Lin Wan immediately understood. Okay, Mr. Pei. There is another question. Why don't you give this pair of glasses a name? Pei Qian was a little speechless. Why do I have to do all the naming now? He couldn't even remember how many names he had given them. But he thought, well, after all, I'm a talent for naming. And naming it myself would bring good luck. Okay then. Pei Qian thought about it. He remembered that most VR glasses were named with a single English word, and they all had a certain meaning, which was more impressive. Single Chinese characters were not bad, but Pei Qian didn't want to overemphasize the domestic identity of this pair of glasses, so as not to inspire people to support domestic products. Just give it an English name and follow the crowd. Others' names were all similar to Quest, Index, Rift. Then, let's call it Doubt. Pei Qian's original intention was that the success of this pair of glasses was full of doubts, and it was impossible for it to succeed. The word doubt would have a neutral meaning if it was used as question or problem, but doubt would be more negative. It means that it is completely uncertain and unreliable. Lin Wan nodded slightly. Although she couldn't fully understand the meaning of this name now, she would definitely figure it out later. Anyway, thank you so much, Mr. Pei. It's like the clouds have been cleared and the sun has come out. Pei Qian waved his hand, indicating that it was just a trivial matter and not worth mentioning. Okay, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. After holding the scene, Pei Qian waved his hand and took Meng Chong away. Pei Qian's final operation completely shocked Old Song and Kai Jiadong. They thought that the glasses and the game were already perfect, but they didn't expect Mr. Pei to find the problem easily and comfortably. And it's not a harmless problem, but a key problem that will improve a lot after it's changed. This made them sigh with emotion, worthy of Mr. Pei. Before, I'd always heard everyone praise Mr. Pei so much, and even a little bit didn't believe it, but now it seems that it's not exaggerated at all. Besides the two of them, Meng Chong was also shocked. Meng Chong originally looked at Mr. Pei with a mentality of looking at the funeral and not disliking the funeral, but now, he didn't dare to act rashly at all. The first suggestion is unnecessary, and everyone present has given the answer. Although the second suggestion did not have a clear explanation, judging from Lin Wan's expression, it was obviously also a huge improvement on the game. After coming out, seeing that there was no one around, Meng Chong asked curiously, "Mr. Pei, are you really so confident?" "I think the reverse publicity plan will definitely succeed, so even if I make some suggestions and improve the product, it will not have any impact on the publicity plan?" Pei Qian said in his heart. "Which eye of yours saw that I was making suggestions and improving the product? The two suggestions I made are all trying to reduce the difficulty of the publicity plan for next month. It's just that they misunderstood it a little bit. But this kind of thing can't be explained, so I can only keep silent and refuse to answer." Seeing Mr. Pei's unfathomable expression, Meng Chong became more certain of his guess. "Sure enough, Mr. Pei wants to use reverse publicity to prove to me, and let VR glasses and games become popular and make money normally. If the game sales are not good in order to prove that reverse publicity is feasible, it will obviously be a big loss for Mr. Pei. Only when the purpose of reverse publicity is achieved and VR glasses and games make a lot of money, that is Mr. Pei's ultimate goal. But, can this really be done? Not to mention persisting for a month, Meng Chong thinks it is impossible to persist for 2 weeks. But looking at Mr. Pei's strategizing, it is obvious that he doesn't regard this matter as a problem at all. As expected, I thought that Mr. Pei was difficult before, but that was a complete illusion. I should just watch Mr. Pei's operation honestly." After Mr. Pei left, Kai Jiadong asked, "Why did Mr. Pei ask us to do less beginner guidance? This seems a bit contrary to common sense." Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin looked at each other, then looked at Lin Wan. "We do have some ideas, but they may not be comprehensive." Lin Wan nodded, "Then I'll do it. Considering that many players are playing VR games for the first time and don't know how to operate VR games, we need to do more beginner guidance. This is a problem that most designers will think of. But how can Mr. Pei be an ordinary designer? He must have thought of a higher level. Mr. Pei is saying this, he is definitely not asking us to abandon the novice guide and discourage players from playing. Mr. Pei means that while we complete the novice guide, we should cut down on those complicated steps and make the whole process smoother, simpler, and more natural. The best novice guide is not to tell players what to do with long paragraphs of text or voice, but to let players use common sense to judge and know how to use something the moment they see it. For example, put a few raw apples far away from the fire, and then put a few cooked apples next to the fire. There is no need to tell players that the fire can bake apples. Players will immediately understand the game mechanism when they see this scene. The same is true for Animal Island VR. If we use interrupted voice or text to teach players, it will be cumbersome and make players feel out of place. If we use a more natural way to guide players, it will be concise and allow players to learn these operations naturally while experiencing the fun of the game. The most important thing is that this teaching method can better demonstrate the superiority of VR games. Take archery for example. If it is a computer game, which key to press to draw the bow and arrow depends entirely on the designer's idea, and it is difficult for players to guess. Unless many archery games are fixed to use the right mouse button to shoot arrows, players will form a memory. But in the game, there is no need to teach. Players will naturally figure out how to draw the bow with their left hand, put the arrow on their right hand, and shoot the arrow with their hands. Therefore, we should abandon those cumbersome instructions and guide players in a more clever way. For example, find ways to let players see the bow feathers on their backs and extending to their right shoulders, suggesting that they can draw arrows directly from their right shoulders. Let an animal that can hunt make hunting movements to guide players to make similar operations. Integrating guidance into the game content cleverly, allowing players to naturally explore and think about how to do it. Wouldn't this also bring players a great sense of accomplishment? Kai Jiadong suddenly realized, that's it. When changing the game mode, the way of guiding novices should naturally change. Mr. Pei's idea is the result of considering the special form of VR games and thinking about the problem from a higher level. Old Song couldn't help but nod. Although he didn't understand game design, he immediately felt that Mr. Pei was amazing after hearing what Lin Wan said. But I don't like the name doubt very much. It's not a particularly good word. As the project manager of VR glasses and the person who actually designed and developed this pair of glasses, Old Song was a little dissatisfied with the name. Lin Wan said, Mr. Pei must have some special meaning in the name. At present, everyone thinks this name is not good, mainly because the meaning has not been revealed, and the name has not been given a special humanistic aura. When Mr. Pei's true meaning is revealed, this name will definitely be impressive. Chapter 1132, A Promotional Plan That First Praises and Then Suppresses. June 29, Friday. Pei Qian was in the living room of his residence, sighing in front of his notebook. In the 3 days since he came back from Qingshan studio, he did not go to the company, but stayed at home to seriously think about the promotional plan for VR glasses next month. Although Pei Qian looked calm and composed in front of the people in Qingshan studio and Meng Chang before, only he knew how panicked he was. Although he temporarily fooled Meng Chang with his super god-level acting skills, it was only temporary. Whether he could fool Meng Chang for a long time and let him continue to work for him and keep the only good brother in the entire Tenda Group depends on whether the next promotional plan can be successful. This matter is too difficult. Because VR is a gimmick, coupled with the golden signboard of Tenda Group, the attention is naturally high. Pei Qian also saw the samples of VR glasses and played the demo of the game, all of which are currently first class in the industry. No matter how you look at it, it is an impeccable dead end. Now, even if this promotional plan is given to someone who knows nothing, the effect will not be bad if he just uses his feet to do it. Meng Chang quit because he knew this very well. Pei Qian took over this mess, and it was not easy to clean it up. Fortunately, Pei Qian was gifted in this area, coupled with his deep understanding of Tenda Group and the experience he had accumulated from fighting wits and courage with the system for 3 years. Thinking about it now, there is finally some clue. To achieve this goal, we need to follow a 3-step process. If we rush to promote the game, it will definitely fail. The first step is to separate Tenda's reputation from this product. Now players are obsessed with it. When they hear the words Tenda Games, no matter what type of game or product it is, there are a group of people who buy it without thinking. This is very bad. After the release of Doubt VR glasses and Animal Island, everyone heard that this was Tenda's game. With people like Qiao Laosher shouting, no matter how hard the promotional plan tries to dissuade players, it will be drowned out by the voices of players buy. So, we must first let players know that the glasses and the game were all made by Qingshan Studio, and Qingshan Studio and Tenda are just investment relationships, so that everyone should not have too many expectations. Promote it for a while, and when the voices of doubt appear, we can proceed with the next plan. Pei Qian stood up and walked around on the balcony. Step 2, Step 3, I have to think of a special way. Meng Chang failed in many promotions before. The reason is that he tried to suppress before he could promote, and was too low-key at the beginning. As a result, when the game or product came out, it instantly satisfied everyone's psychological expectations and even exceeded them, and it was impossible to clean up all of a sudden. So, we must work hard to achieve the effect of suppressing before we can promote. First, find a way to raise everyone's psychological expectations without limit, and brag about it overwhelmingly and unreasonably. In this way, when the actual product comes out, if it does not meet everyone's expectations, the effect will naturally be greatly reduced. The second step is to raise everyone's psychological expectations, and the third step is to find a way to reduce the influence and effect of the product after it comes out. Pei Qian sat back in front of the computer and quickly recorded his thoughts. The second step is to shoot a very stream of consciousness, very cool promotional video. In this promotional video, try to show everyone the ultimate and most outrageous scene of virtual reality. And add some suggestive promotional slogans such as "The future has come," and use some exaggerated descriptions such as "unique in the world," "unprecedented," and "no product will surpass it in 3 years." Go buy some more trolls and start hyping it up. In this way, everyone's psychological expectations are infinitely raised. Even if they don't imagine the black technology of inserting a tube behind the brain, their imaginary pictures will definitely be completely higher than the actual effect of Doubt VR. At the same time, the more you hype, the easier it is to attract criticism. What's more, in the first step, Qingshan Studio and Tenda Games were separated, which gave people the impression that Qingshan Studio was exaggerated, clickbait, and overmarketed, further reducing its points. Then comes the most critical third step, which is to work hard to make VR glasses popular when they are released. I must put a batch of VR glasses on the market within 2 weeks, but not too many. Although you can choose not to release the product within 2 weeks, this promotional plan will still have a publicity effect. If the hype is too high, it may be out of control. Therefore, it is best to hold a press conference 3 or 4 days in advance when the deadline is approaching, and release a batch of products at a relatively high node. In this way, most players can see but not play. They will be very disappointed, and there will be many doubts on the internet, and the publicity effect will naturally be poor. Besides, my promotional plan is only for glasses, not for games. So, it is completely reasonable to release glasses first and then release games a week later. And the first batch of glasses must not be too many, because if more products are released and more people buy them, the online reviews will tend to be fair, and it will be difficult to muddy the water. It is best to give them to a certain group of players, including up hosts. Find some up hosts who have received money and give them some money to let them say good things. Although they do say good things, in the eyes of players, it's just a paid boast. If there are not enough products released, they will be accused of being a monkey. Finally, I will pay for some online propaganda to stir up the anger of the players. Isn't that enough? Although it is impossible to get the full commission in a month, it should be no problem to persist for 2 weeks. It's just. I don't know what Meng Chong, who witnessed this operation, would think. Forget it, no matter what he thinks, as long as he continues to stay as the head of my publicity department, it's fine. Thinking of Meng Chong, Pei Qian suddenly had an idea and had a new idea. And, can I take advantage of the bad impression Meng Chong left on everyone before? Although many people in Tenda already know that Meng Chong is working at Tenda and has turned over a new leaf, and some similar statements have been circulated online before, most people's impression of Meng Chong still remains at the time when she was a cold-faced girl. Everyone thinks that he is still the person who has no bottom line for popularity. So, if everyone knows that this promotional plan was actually made by Meng Chong, and Qingshan Studio has reached a cooperation with Meng Chong, they will naturally put on tinted glasses for the entire promotional plan, and even the product itself. After all, when the two cooperate, the more famous party will affect the less famous party. If it is Tenda Group and Meng Chong who cooperate, then everyone will think whether Meng Chong has turned over a new leaf. But Qingshan Studio is a newly established company and has no great reputation at all. If it cooperates with Meng Chong, everyone will only think whether this company is in cahoots with Meng Chong and colludes with him. Taking advantage of the stereotype of Meng Chong in everyone does make this plan more likely to succeed. As for whether Meng Chong is happy or not, what is there for him to be unhappy about? This was his original style of doing things. Besides, he had to be happy even if he didn't want to. Pei Qian checked his plan from beginning to end again. Although it was not perfect, it was the best plan that could be used at present. If this plan failed again, then let it fail. Pei Qian had no other choice. The result of failure is nothing more than Meng Chang insisting on running away, and then think of other ways. Anyway, his debts are still in hand, and there is always a way to arrange him clearly. Now that the task has been decided, hurry up and execute the first step, sever the relationship with Qingshan Studio. It is the most direct and effective way for Tenda Group to issue a statement. But the timing of this statement must be carefully considered. If there is no reason, and such a statement is issued inexplicably, it will arouse the suspicion of players. No one pays attention to Qingshan Studio. Why do you issue a statement about your relationship with it? Oh, just in time, take this opportunity to learn about Qingshan Studio. That's not the end of the matter. Therefore, this operation must be coordinated by someone, and it can be done in pairs. Make a miniature version of the routine of suppressing first and then praising, and try the effect. Ask the Water Army to blow it up. Tenda's new game Animal Island is about to be released. This kind of positive blowing will be reimbursed by the system, and you can do it at will. Of course, it can't be too much, just stop at the right time. After 2 days of simple hype and a little heat, Tenda officials immediately issued a statement. Tenda officials did not develop the game Animal Island, and Tenda Group and Qingshan Studio had an investment relationship. Although what they said were all true, it would give players an illusion that Qingshan Studio was trying hard to take advantage of Tenda Group's popularity, and Tenda Group wasted no time in issuing a statement to distance itself from the matter. In this way, it would not only lower everyone's expectations, but also affect the first impression of Qingshan Studio in everyone's mind. Well, it feels like there's a way. First, find a way to distance themselves from the matter. At the same time, starting from next Monday, arrange for Meng Chang to shoot a promotional video for VR glasses. No matter how the stream of consciousness comes, the players will definitely be confused. Before the promotional video is released, let Meng Chang post a message on his Weibo, saying that he is working with Qingshan Studio and is responsible for shooting the promotional video. After the promotional video is released, everyone will naturally think that this is another project that only brags but does not do anything because of the stereotype of Meng Chang. Well, it's perfect. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more appropriate it was. Now it's Friday, so hurry up and arrange the preliminary preparations. Next month, we'll usher in the real challenge. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1133 Rumors that have been passed on 4 times. Pei Qian looked at the time. Today is already Friday, so he can't arrange too many things. First, he will have a brief communication with Meng Chang to let him prepare, and then arrange some Water Army to stir up the heat and lay the groundwork for the 2 days of the weekend. Then starting from Monday, Tenda will issue an official statement. Meng Chang will shoot a promotional video, and send a Weibo to tell players that he is cooperating with Qingshan Studio. Slowly, the work will get on track. Next month, I guess I will be busy with Qingshan Studio and VR glasses. After that, it will be time to settle. Although many projects failed in this cycle, there are still projects such as experience stores and snack markets that are well received, but not very profitable. In addition to the money spent on buying a lot of shops, as well as the 2 money-burning activities of the 515 Game Festival and the summer promotion, if I try hard to get commissions, there is still hope. Anyway, the next cycle will be discussed in the next cycle, so let's find a way to end this cycle perfectly first. Pei Qian made up his mind and immediately took a car to Shenhua Haojing Building. He did not go to his office, but went directly to the advertising and marketing department. At the same time, the advertising and marketing department Meng Chang was playing games at his workstation. He was not a person who particularly liked to play games, but he had no choice. It was too boring here. There was nothing else to do. Apart from watching TV series, he could only play games. Meng Chang often had to make promotional plans related to games before, so he had to play more games and understand more, so that he could perform well in reverse promotion. Although he could make a surprise attack, it was useless for a layman. He still had to learn more and integrate it. Although Meng Chang had given up and didn't want to work anymore, he still kept the habit of playing games. On the other side, Yu Yao was whispering with his colleague next to him. I feel that Brother Meng was a little depressed some time ago. He has only improved a little in the past 2 days. What's the matter? Wasn't the promotional plan of the inspiration class a great success? Why do I feel that Brother Meng's style of doing things is more and more like President Pei? Is he also worried about Tenda's worries now? The colleague asked in confusion. Yu Yao shook his head slightly. I don't think so, or rather, not entirely. First of all, the closer you are to the red, the more you will be known. Brother Meng has worked for Mr. Pei for such a long time, and Mr. Pei has taught him all his sales strategies. It is normal for Brother Meng to be influenced by Mr. Pei and change a little bit. But to say worry about Tenda's worries first. I don't think so. After all, the two people play different roles. Mr. Pei is the helmsman of Tenda Group, and Brother Meng is just the head of the advertising and marketing department. No matter how much he is influenced by his surroundings, his ideological level should not reach that of Mr. Pei. I think Brother Meng's reaction should be more accurately described as a state of dissatisfaction with himself and striving for strength. At the same time, he was a little confused. Why? Yu Yao explained, look, Brother Meng should have been very confident in his own publicity strategy. Back then, he was with the cold-faced girl, turning his hand to make clouds and rain, and on the internet playing with the heat and attracting the attention of all netizens. How impressive. But after coming to Tenda, under the guidance of President Pei, Brother Meng completely denied his past marketing methods, and the plan he made was more popular than before. This is enough to show that President Pei's publicity and marketing methods are far superior to his. Therefore, the more successful our plan is, the more Brother Meng will see the huge gap between himself and President Pei. And this gap makes it difficult for him to be happy. He feels dissatisfied and stressed, and naturally shows a state of worry. I think this is the essential difference between him and President Pei. The colleague nodded suddenly, so that's it. The two were discussing in a low voice when they saw President Pei walk in quickly from the door and come straight to Meng Chang's workstation. Come to the conference room and tell you about the promotion plan. Seeing the two people enter the conference room one after the other, Yu Yao and his colleagues looked at each other and confirmed their guess. Look, I told you that there is President Pei's shadow behind Brother Meng's promotion plan. This time it may be because the next promotion plan is more important. President Pei even came to the advertising and marketing department in person. I just don't know what the next promotion plan will be. I'm so looking forward to it. Pei Qian and Meng Chang came to the conference room and sat down. It was agreed before that you will participate in the promotion plan throughout this time. Since you have participated in the whole process, it's okay to help and implement it by the way, right? Pei Qian asked. Meng Chang nodded immediately, of course no problem. For this proposal, Meng Chang certainly wanted it. Because he was really curious about how President Pei would operate. Watching from the side, he couldn't see many details, and he didn't know whether President Pei would do anything tricky. But if you participate in the publicity activities and implement the publicity plan yourself, you will definitely understand much more than just observing. Pei Qian briefly explained to him the parts that Meng Chang needed to cooperate with. The main thing was to shoot a promotional video and announce the cooperation with Qingshan Studio on his personal Weibo, which was actually to tie Meng Chang's personal image to the next series of marketing activities of Qingshan Studio. How to shoot the promotional video? You decide. I only have 3 requirements. First, try not to show the real image of Doubt VR glasses in the promotional video, but replace it with a very outrageous, exaggerated, and technological virtual image. Second, it should be shot in a stream of consciousness enough, even inexplicable, so that most people will feel very confused after watching it. At the same time, be careful not to be too high profile. Third, add some exaggerated slogans, such as the only one in the world, the best VR product you can buy within 3 years, etc. You are free to play. I will give enough funds for the promotional video, and you can decide how much money to spend on the filming. Pei Qian did not need to explain the issue of funds. Meng Chang naturally understood. You must spend a lot of money, so that you can get more commission from conversions. If you don't spend money at the beginning, and only earn a commission of 1 or 2,000 after success, it's a big loss. However, the more sufficient the funds, the more likely the effect of the film will be explosive, and the degree of this must be well grasped. Pei Qian felt that Meng Chang should be able to handle this matter. Meng Chang was carefully tasting the 3 requirements of President Pei. After a moment, he asked, "President Pei, do you want to praise before suppressing?" This promotional video repeatedly hints that our VR glasses are epoch-making products, creating an unrealistic sense of expectation for them, and at the same time creating controversy among different audience groups, so that after the product is released, they will feel a gap, right? Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy. Okay, finally someone didn't misinterpret my meaning, but understood my true intention. Comfortable. It turns out that not being misinterpreted is such a happy feeling. Talking to people who understand is so open. Pei Qian nodded, "That's right." Meng Chang hesitated and said, "But, President Pei, I'm afraid that just this is still far from enough." Pei Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "How could I not know?" Pei Qian continued, "This is just the beginning. There are other follow-up arrangements. Please listen patiently. Then we need to tie your image to the marketing activities of Qingshan Studio. I remember that you still have a lot of fans on Weibo. Make use of them and announce it at the right time. I will give Qingshan Studio a heads up and will not undermine you." Meng Chang was stunned for a moment. "Boss Pei, you really make the best use of everything." He was so smart that he understood Boss Pei's intention in an instant. He planned to use his bad reputation to drag Qingshan Studio into the water, and by the way, let everyone look at this series of promotional activities with tinted glasses. Meng Chang instantly regretted it a little bit. This good idea, why didn't I think of it before? But on second thought, it seems wrong. Even if I thought of it before, it wouldn't work very well. Because this promotional activity is centered around Qingshan Studio, Boss Pei must first cut off the relationship between Qingshan Studio and Tenda Group, and then move Meng Chang out. But the projects that Meng Chang was responsible for before were all Tenda's own projects, and the effect would definitely not be as good as this time. So, Meng Chang didn't bother about it. And Boss Pei's way of playing also provided some inspiration to Meng Chang. Can I find a way to use my bad reputation in the future? For the commission, I, Meng Chang, can do anything. Pei Qian was very happy to make sure that Meng Chang had fully understood and did not misinterpret his intentions. Okay, that's about it. Today you should get to know the process and come up with a promotional video. Next Monday, the entire promotional campaign will be officially launched. I'm telling you, I put a lot of effort into getting you a commission this time, so you must not let me down. Meng Chang laughed in his heart, totally unconvinced. But he still nodded, I understand. The two came out of the conference room. Pei Qian left directly, while Meng Chang returned to his workstation, turned off the game, opened the document and began to conceive the promotional video. Yu Yao and his colleagues looked at each other and nodded slightly, saying everything. Leaving Shenhua Haojing, Pei Qian looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. It's almost time to go home and enjoy a happy weekend. But just then, his cell phone rang. Who is this? Why are you still busy working on Friday afternoon? and you're calling me for instructions. Let me see who it is, and I'll definitely reduce the overtime quota for his department. Pei Qian took out his cell phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered the call silently. Mom? What's up? Do you want me to go home this weekend? My mother's voice came from the phone. No, just stay busy with your work over there. Mom wants to ask you something. How much money have you saved now? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Because he lived close to home, Pei Qian went home quite often, but the old couple didn't let him go back more often, because they knew that their son was now doing well in Fei Huang's studio and must be very busy at work, so they asked him to work more while he was young. Especially the box office of Mission and Choice exploded some time ago, which made the old couple overjoyed. They all thought that with such a high box office, their son would definitely get a lot of dividends, right? They were sincerely happy for their son. But why did he ask about money this time? Pei Qian answered truthfully, more than 3 million. The mother was obviously surprised. You make money so fast? Then don't work too hard, and you must take care of yourself. Pei Qian was a little helpless. I know, work is not busy. He said every word is true, work is not busy at all, and it is even a bit of health preservation, but you need a very strong psychological adjustment ability, otherwise you will get sick sooner or later. Parents are like this. When their son's career starts, they tell him to work hard, and when he makes more money, they immediately worry about his health. But for Pei Qian, how much money is this? For someone who has obtained the system, he has only made more than 3 million in personal property in 3 years. Even if you add the house he bought before, it is less than 5 million. It is a shame. In fact, if everything goes well, you can make 3 or 4 million in one cycle, but things don't always go well. Well, think positively, at least each cycle has passed without any danger, the initial capital of the system is getting higher and higher, and the theoretical upper limit of income that can be obtained by losing money is also getting higher and higher. Pei Qian asked, Mom, do you need money urgently? I'll transfer it to you this afternoon. Mom said, No, I don't need money urgently. I just heard recently that the house prices in the old industrial area are going to increase, and you can make money if you buy it. I thought, you are busy with work and you definitely won't pay attention to these news. Why don't you take this opportunity to buy a house quickly? Don't let your savings lie in the bank and earn interest. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, Where did you get the news that the house prices in the old industrial area are going to increase? Don't be fooled by the agent. Mom's tone was very firm. Don't worry, it's definitely very reliable news. Your mom and I have a good childhood friend. His son is a core employee of Fuhui Capital, and his son said that it was Mr. Li of Fuhui Capital who said it himself. They have already taken a fancy to the old industrial area, and the procedures are expected to be completed this weekend. Fuhui Capital is one of the best investment companies in Jingzhou. Can Mr. Li's words be false? He must know some inside information and heard the news in advance. They also said that this news is only circulating in a small circle. If your mother hadn't had a close relationship with them, she would definitely not have heard of this news. Hurry up and buy a house, before the price goes up completely. We don't count on investment for living, so buying one house is enough. You should also keep more money for emergencies. Pei Qian. This is a damn good way to get news. What does Mr. Li know? Did he buy some shops and set up a snack market there without thinking? But it was a complete accident that I bought a shop there, and I didn't consider making money at all in the snack market. I invested there to burn money. I have a system. Why are you guys meddling in it? Pei Qian was speechless. Mom, your information that has been passed on 4 times is not necessarily reliable. You know your house in the old industrial area. That broken place cannot be developed. If you buy it, it will probably be a waste. The mother was obviously not convinced. you have to trust professionals at this time. Can you know more about investment than Mr. Li? Besides, there is a snack market over there. It is said that it will be transformed into a food street in the future. There are many things to eat. Buy a house nearby and go there every day. It will definitely become more and more lively in the future. I think it is right. However, you should make your own decision for the hard-earned money. Your mother is just telling you this news. Don't blame me when the house price goes up. Pei Qian, okay, Mom, I know. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian was so upset that he didn't know where to start. Together with his unintentional spending of money, an inexplicable closed loop was formed. First, he suddenly came up with the idea of setting up a snack market in order to stop the cold-faced girl, and then Liang Qingfan suddenly bought a shop on half a street. As a result, he was inexplicably targeted by Mr. Li. When Mr. Li saw it, he must be going to make a big move, and immediately invested there without hesitation. Then Mr. Li told several core employees about this matter, and one of the core employees told his parents, who happened to be a childhood friend of Pei Qian's mother, so the news came to Pei Qian again. Others thought that Li Shi had mastered some incredible inside information, but Pei Qian knew very well that where did the inside information come from? It was a complete coincidence, a misunderstanding. Buying a house in the old industrial area? You must be bored to death to buy it. Pei Qian originally thought that this was totally unreliable, but after thinking about it, he opened the app and planned to take a look at the houses over there. Although this house is unlikely to appreciate in value, my mother is right about one thing. The surrounding environment will definitely be more livable in the future. The old industrial area was originally rather dilapidated and the environment was not very good. It had nothing to do with the word livable. But with the completion of the Jingji hostel and the snack market, the surrounding economy has been boosted. Living here, you can go to the snack market as soon as you go out and eat some delicious food. If nothing else, it is definitely very lively. As for the house near the high-speed rail station now, although the location is good and the transportation is convenient, it is obviously lacking the daily life for the old couple, which is still a bit imperfect. The elderly do not need convenient transportation, nor do they like big shopping malls, but it should be good to go to the streets and alleys like the snack street. What's more, the houses in the old industrial area should be very cheap. It is not a big deal to find a newer community with a better environment and buy one. However, after browsing the app, Pei Qian was shocked. House prices are rising too fast, aren't they? This shabby house is worth so much? It's outrageous. Bubble, definitely a bubble. When Pei Qian saw the price, he threw his phone aside. The year before last, Pei Qian looked at the house prices in Jingzhou. The houses in the city center were only about 15,000 or 16,000 yuan. Several real estate projects near the high-speed rail station were generally around 11,000 or 12,000 yuan. At that time, the houses in the old industrial area were the lowest price in the whole Jingzhou, and the price was only about 6,000 to 7,000 yuan at most. Because the development trend of the whole Jingzhou is to the west and south, the old industrial area is old and dilapidated, and there is no development prospect. Most of the residential areas are old residential areas, and there are only a few new real estate projects, so the price is naturally very low. But Pei Qian now sees the prices here on the internet, and the average price has risen to more than 8,000. Although the housing prices have shown an overall upward trend in the past 2 years, this is a general increase, but the housing prices in the old industrial area can be 8,000. And this is still the average price, and some good residential areas must have exceeded 10,000. Pei Qian said that he could not accept it at all. Obviously, this is all a bubble. People like Li Shi are buying like crazy here, and others follow the trend without thinking, pushing up the housing prices. People nowadays, can't they think independently? Everything is followed without thinking. When the house is bought, the heat is over, and the housing prices fall, won't it all be in your hands? Oh, really? Pei Qian was very speechless and worried about these people. However, after calming down for a while, he picked up the phone again. Forget it, even if it's 10,000 per square meter, a 150 square meter house is only 1.5 million. It's not like I can't afford it. I don't expect it to appreciate in value, so if it falls, it falls. This time Pei Qian took a closer look at the surrounding communities. It must be said that although the houses in this area have increased in value overall, the extent of the increase is also different. The speed of the increase obviously depends on three factors: the distance from the snack market, the community environment, and educational factors. Those new campuses with good locations and school districts are obviously the most popular and have the most outrageous increases. The price increase in the communities far away is negligible. This is also normal. The snack market or even the entire snack street can only affect a small area. If it is far away, it will have no investment properties at all. But Pei Qian didn't intend to invest. He just wanted to buy a new community within walking distance to the snack market and with relatively complete supporting facilities nearby. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website.